It's getting them like craving this bullshit. It's not even food.
Sugar is powerful, man.
It's so powerful.
I'll eat a whole, like, that's like my biggest weakness. I'll eat a whole, like, I'll eat a small little breakfast, super healthy. I'll wait until like 1 o'clock. Like, I'll train, I'll go surf, do all this healthy shit, and I'll wait till 1 o'clock, and I'll make like myself like 4 eggs, a big venison burger, and avocado. That's it.
That's great.
And I'll mac that whole thing.
That's great.
Plenty of food, right? Probably, I don't know, 1,000 calories or something.
Yeah.
The second I'm done, I get like a little bit of sugar cravings, and I'll like walking by my freezer, and I'll be like,
ice cream.
I'll make a little acai bowl, little sweet treat.
Yeah.
And I'll make an acai bowl that's like I'll put like whey protein in the acai, and I'll blend that up, and I'll put it in a bowl with granola, berries, bananas, honey, and peanut butter on top. Sounds really good, but it's like pure sugar, and it's huge, and it's just like a sugar. I'm not hungry at all; it's just a sugar craving, but it's powerful.
Yeah, you can overconsume because of sugar. So easily.
Very easily.
So easily.
Yeah, that's my biggest vice. You have no vices? What are your vices?
Cigars? Oh, yeah. Food. No, cigars I guess is a vice, but food.
Food.
Yeah, my biggest look. I'm
not right now.
No. Well, I just cut it off. But if I let myself go, it's pasta. It's lasagna.
Yeah.
Linguine.
The Italian vibes.
Yeah, the Italian vibes. I'll go hard. But then there's also like the difference between the pasta that we get over here and the pasta in Europe.
Yeah.
You know, when they use that heirloom wheat, they use ancient grains. It's like they're not fucked with the way that we fuck with them over here, where they increase the yield per acre. So they change what the grains are, and more complex glutens. Your body, it's harder for your body to process. Creates more inflammation.
And it's covered in glyphosate.
Oh yeah, that's another big one. That's another big one that no one wants to investigate. That scares the shit out of people. And there's so many apologists that are tied to the fucking pesticide industry and the herbicide industry. It's so scary. So many people that want to downplay the fact.
That's pretty heavy.
They did a study recently, and they found that 90-something% of people have glyphosate in their blood.
I think about that all the time, man. It's
fucking
so gnarly.
terrifying.
It has such gnarly health, like negative health impact. Yeah. On you. It's crazy. I was, before I came here, I was watching YouTube. I got down a rabbit hole, and it was like a little thing. It was like a documentary about, there's this massive upswing in the amount of people in their 20s and 30s that are taking Viagra. So men in their 20s are taking Viagra.
Wow.
Super, super common.
Wow.
And they're saying it's because their testosterone has dropped so much that it's really difficult for them to perform sexually.
Well, there's also microplastics. Which is
glyphosate and microplastics are some of the biggest things.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are disrupting our endocrine system.
Yeah,
well, I talk about it all the time, but there's a doctor, Dr. Shanna Swan, who wrote this book called Countdown, and she makes this connection between the introduction of petrochemical products and people using them, like microwaving with plastic and plastic bottles and all these different things that leach plastic and chemicals into your and the direct decrease of male testosterone, the shrinking of human beings' taints when they're babies, which is a direct indicator of whether someone's a male or a female. In males, in mammals, the taint is 50 to 100% larger than females, but they're shrinking. And then also miscarriages in women. There's a much higher instance of miscarriages and infertility. And she thinks a lot of it is directly attributable to these plastics and these phthalates, these different chemicals that get into the bloodstream.
All of our food comes in plastic.
Yeah, it's fucking awful for us.
Yeah.
What a weird world we live in.
It
you
is.
know, billions and billions of people. We have to feed all of them. So we use monocrop agriculture. So we've ruined the topsoil. So we're using industrial fertilizers, and all that stuff pours off with rainfall and gets into the rivers. And there's so few farmers that have decided that like people like White Oaks Pastures, like Will Harris, a guy I've had on this podcast. I've talked about this too many times, but I'll say it one more time. There's a video that shows the difference between his farm and the neighboring farm. His farm is an industrialized farm, or the farm next to him, rather, is an industrialized farm, and his farm is a regenerative farm. And it shows when rainfall hits and the water rushes through the topsoil, and his neighbor's farm, it's polluting the river, like very clearly.
Wow.
A line of a very clear line of property between his farm and the neighboring farm and what it's doing to the environment. Just polluting rivers with pesticides, herbicides, industrial fertilizer, all that runoff, and it just gets right into the rivers, killing fish. And
has an impact over the last couple decades
so
of us consuming it all.
This is the river that runs near his property. So this is his neighbor's property, and look at his property. Look at the difference. It's fucking bonkers, man. When you see the clear difference between the two places, I mean, it's a direct line.
Yeah, that stuff has an impact, man.
Yeah.
It really does.
Well, and I don't know what the fuck we can do to mitigate it at this point.
You can eat all elk.
Yeah,
all elk.
But not everybody can.
No.
That's the thing. It's like, and I've heard that argument before, like, yeah, you're out there hunting for your food, but everybody can't hunt for the food. Right, but you can't ask everybody to. But you, as an individual, you can make healthier choices. And healthier choices is buying food from regenerative farms. There's plenty of them in Texas. There's plenty of them that exist. There's polyface farms. There's White Oaks pastures they deliver to you. There's plenty of like regenerative agriculture. There's a company that I work with, Carnivore Snacks. It's like my favorite. Like if I need to run out the door and I'm looking for something healthy that I have to eat, like if I'm in my car, they have these carnivore snacks. It's sliced ribeye. It's just ribeye with salt, and it's almost like a meat pastry. It's not like jerky. It's so delicious, and it's got fat on it. And I bring them to the UFC. Like when I'm at the UFC and I have to sit there for 6 hours, that's what I eat. I eat those, and it's from a regenerative farm. Like you can find healthy choices. Maybe those healthy choices aren't available to 8 billion people. Yes, that's true. But you as an individual can choose to use those healthy choices in your life. And if you can't afford them, this is your health. Do the best that you can to make sure that you get the healthiest food in your body. Do the best.
No doubt. And it's never been easier to find them either. It's so much more widely available than it was even just a few years ago.
People are so much more conscious of it now. You know, when we grew up, people used to really believe that, oh, just eat a balanced diet. You don't need to do anything. Like, what is a balanced diet? Like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
And
you're talking about the food
pyramid.
pyramid.
Do you get blood work done? Do you know like how your body's functioning?
Yeah.
Do you know how it's optimized?
Getting your blood work done is super important, way more so than I would have thought like 10 years ago.
No, I think so too.
My wife kept telling me, you got to get your blood work done. You got to get your blood work done. All the stuff you're eating, everything, how you're living, you want to see that picture. I would have never thought I was deficient in a bunch of stuff.
Crazy vitamin D.
Yeah.
That's a weird one. I would have never imagined that a surfer is deficient in vitamin D.
Yeah. I feel great.
Yeah. Well, that's good, dude.
Yeah.
You look great. I'm really interested to hear your results from this insane stem cell regimen.
Yeah. I'll keep you posted. I've been doing it. I don't do the selfie video thing pretty much ever on my social media stuff. It's just super cringy and something I don't feel comfortable with, but I've been doing it lately. So I've been trying to share my experience and kind of just tell my story about what I'm doing, where I'm going, how I'm feeling, and sharing my protocol, just because I have a lot of personal friends around my age that are pretty beat up, and you know, some of them are considering surgery, and everybody's got, you know, aches and pains and injuries. So I'm trying to share it for them, and then I just had an incredible amount of feedback from people who want to know more. I feel like from all the stuff that I'm doing and learning, I can help maybe demystify the stem cell thing. It's like seems pretty misunderstood. So I don't know everything there is to know about stem cells. I'm not pretending that I do, but what I'm finding out, I'm trying to share with people. So I'll try and keep you posted.
That's awesome, dude. Please do. Yeah. And I really want to hear like what it does for your back, because the disc thing is very interesting, because I do know that there have been some examples of people that have had these injections and that have increased their disc space, where the discs have actually grown. So people that are suffering from regenerative disc disease and were told that they might need fusions or they might need an artificial disc, they've managed to stop that. That's awesome.
I have a friend named Mike Escamilla. He's kind of like me, but in the BMX category. So he was like an X Games athlete, like a BMX guy. Super high level athlete, energetic, really fit, beautiful young family, kids. And his back got worse and worse, and to where he could barely get out of bed, couldn't work, couldn't like live his normal life. And it got so bad to where he was like really, really depressed. And he went, that's part of the reason I got stem cells recently, but he went to the same place, CPI, the place I went to in Mexico, and got the stem cell injections in his back. And 10 months later, full life changer, full on. He's like thriving. He's living virtually pain free. Like I talked to him on the phone like four weeks ago because I wanted to kind of see what the process was like. And he's like, I'm not joking, dude. You're gonna trip out on your back. My back was not nearly as bad as his was. But yeah, he was like, it changed my whole life.
How often can you do it? Did you ask them like how many times you can go back?
I don't think there's really a limit. I don't think you can do it really, really consistently. But I know people who go there for the IVs all the time. They go once a month for stem cell IVs. And then the fighters, all the UFC guys, like there was a couple of different fighters there when I was there. And they go after every fight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be proactive about recovery when you're dealing with a fucking sport like that. And, you know, it's just such a shame that you have to go to another country to get that done.
It really is. Yeah. The cool thing is they have a cartilage-specific stem cell now. I was going to tell you that about your meniscus because my understanding is your meniscus is a lot of cartilage, right? But they have a cartilage-specific stem cell now.
Really?
Yeah.
What is that?
And there was, I forget the name of it. It starts with an M. But a bunch of people when I was there were getting the cartilage stem cell based on their MRIs. So if they had cartilage issues and their doctor felt like they did, they would give you the option of adding cartilage stem cells to your injections. So that's something to think about.
Well, keep me posted.
I will.
Let me know if, you know, I've got a bunch of back issues. I've been able to mitigate them, you know, and they don't bother me nearly as much as they did when I was younger. Because I'm very proactive about strengthening my back. I do like this whole core series where it's like I strengthen all the muscles in my back and my neck, and I use the iron neck and all
around
those
the sides
things.
too.
Yeah, everything. I do everything.
The core stuff helps a lot.
It helps a lot just to keep that whole area stable and strong and reinforce it. Anyway, brother, good to see you.
This was fun, man.
Always fun. Always fun. Always good to see you. Keep me posted.
Will do.
I'm really
100%.
excited to hear that. I might have to travel down there myself.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Joe Rogan.
Good to see you, my friend.
Good to be back with you.
Hey, congratulations on the success of your show. It's been it's very awesome to see, and it's been really awesome to hear from so many people about it that know that I'm really fascinated by the subject. And the reviews have all been super positive from my friends, so I'm really excited about it.
Well, thank you for appearing on Ancient Apocalypse as well.
My pleasure. My pleasure. It's a subject to me that is so unbelievably fascinating and so bizarre that it's controversial. I do not understand. I mean, we were just talking about this, and I said, let's stop talking when we're getting coffee.
Yeah.
It's, to me, it seems like there's things that are concrete, right? We know when Genghis Khan lived.
Yeah.
We know when they built the 16th chapel. We know a lot about the Parthenon and the Acropolis. We know about 2,000 years ago. We know when you start going way, 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 way back, things get real sketchy. And to not admit that seems so crazy. When they find things, when they're making apartment buildings sometimes, they're digging into the ground, they go, oh, hold on a second, what is this? Doesn't it happen in Mexico City all the time?
Yeah, it does. And actually, that's how a lot of archaeology happens. Somebody's building a road or building apartment buildings or building a dam, and they call in archaeologists to see if there's any interesting archaeology there. And this is part of the problem I have with archaeology as a discipline. It likes to think of itself as scientific, but what I think it's primarily doing, and it is weird, is trying to control the narrative about the past.
Do you think that's because the people that are in control of archaeology, the academics, the professors, these people have written books on these things, have lectured on these things, and they've been very specific about timelines and dates?
Yeah, I think it's a complicated it's a complicated mixture. of things. First of all, because archaeology is so desperate to be seen as a science, it tries as hard as possible to distance itself from any ideas that might be seen as woo-woo. Anything out on the edge, archaeology doesn't want to associate itself with. And then it takes the next step and really seeks to attack out on the edge ideas. Now, I don't know why the possibility of a lost civilization during the Ice Age should be an out on the edge idea. We've had lost civilizations before. The Indus Valley civilization today in Pakistan wasn't known about until the 1920s. It was found by accident. And, every turn of the archaeologist's spade can reveal new information. But the reaction to my proposal that we've forgotten an episode in the human story, it's always been hostile since I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995. But with Ancient Apocalypse, much bigger platform reaching a much wider audience, the reaction was just hysterical. And it went on for a very long time. And it appeared to me, I don't think it's a conspiracy. I don't think archaeologists are involved in a conspiracy. I think the people who are attacking me genuinely believe in what they're saying, and they genuinely think I'm harmful. But that's like calling it the most dangerous show on Netflix.
How did they come up with that? How is it harmful to be speculating about ancient structures? It's interesting.
Yeah.
And
that's what I don't get.
The other thing is the racist angle. Like, we're talking about the exact same people.
Yeah.
We're just talking about an older time. It doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
In fact, it kind of points to the superiority of the Egyptian race.
Absolutely.
I mean, whatever they did, however they did it,
yeah,
is unbelievably extraordinary.
Yeah.
And I think pointing that out is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, what you're discovering and what you're showing on that show is that there are a lot of mysteries when it comes to the history of human beings, and we should embrace those mysteries because there's concrete, irrefutable evidence, especially in terms of like Göbekli Tepe and some of the other structures. I mean, this is wild stuff.
Yeah.
The idea that human beings had an advanced civilization 10,000, 20,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, what happened? That's what's really interesting.
Yeah.
Like, what happened?
And that's why it's Ancient Apocalypse, because we know that there was a global cataclysm, a slow one, 1,200 years long, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, called the Younger Dryas. There's still arguments about what caused it, but the fact that it was cataclysmic is not really disputed. The accusations that were put against me and the show the accusations included the words racist, white supremacist, misogynist, and anti-Semitic.
They give you the full hand. They didn't even give you one card.
The show
up.
doesn't touch on any of these issues. Race is not mentioned in the show. So what the archaeologists were doing there, they were going back to Fingerprints of the Gods that I wrote in 1995, in which I reported indigenous traditions about the appearance of bearded foreigners bringing knowledge after a cataclysm to the shattered survivors of that cataclysm. And in some cases, in those traditions, those knowledge bringers are described as white-skinned. And that is why the show was accused of racism, because archaeology has since taken the view that all of those stories were made up by the Spanish. And that seems to me completely ridiculous. Both in Mexico and in Peru and Bolivia, we have traditions. We have them Viracocha, we have Quetzalcoatl, we have Bochica. This is a pan-American myth. And actually, I think it's racist of archaeology to imagine that the magic powers of the Spaniards could impose a myth upon indigenous peoples all over the Americas, that they'd just be so stupid that they would fall for this story told by the Spaniards. Of course, these are indigenous myths and traditions. And I was reporting them in that book, and I stand by them. And it turns out that there's actually a huge argument within academia about this, and my critics were just giving one side of that argument.
And what is the rest of the argument? What is the other side of it?
Well, the other side of the argument that it's inconceivable that the Spaniards made up these stories. These stories were reported to the first Spanish visitors in Mexico and in Peru. They were reported to them by indigenous peoples as indigenous myths. And the fact that they're right spread across the Americas makes it very unlikely. I mean, if it was one story, but if it's a dozen stories and they're told over a huge geographical region, the notion that this is a Spanish conspiracy, it's an ultimate conspiracy theory. I don't think we should take away these traditions from the indigenous people who reported them. But it gave a very useful handle for people to attack this series on.
So the theory is that it was an uneven destruction, right? And that some places fared better than other places in terms of the Younger Dryas impact theory, right?
Yeah.
And that those people might have reclaimed a modicum of civilization.
Yeah, that's the idea. And by the way, on that point, I have never, in anything that I've written or anything that I've broadcast, ever myself suggested that white races were involved. Actually, it would be quite stupid to do so, because if you look at Europe during the Ice Age, and I'm talking about a lost civilization of the Ice Age, Northern Europe and North America were absolutely inhospitable wildernesses during the Ice Age. They were frozen, they were dry, and they were dangerous. And they were not the places that people would go. People naturally gravitated south towards the equator, towards the tropics. That's where I would expect to find traces of a lost civilization, and that's where I do find traces of a lost civilization. You don't really find... I've never reported anything about the UK, for example, in my books. We have Stonehenge, we have Avebury, we have these stone circles, but they're not old enough. That was the time when the UK started to get warmer, and it's the same with the rest of Northern Europe, and it's the same with the northern part of North America. You have to go down to the southern part of North America, you have to go into Mexico, you have to go into South America to really find an environment during the Ice Age that would have nurtured a high civilization.
And there's a lot of speculation as to why they weren't able to cross the Bering landmass too, right? This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1.
Right. Well, again, this is an area where there has been a narrative that archaeology has sought to impose upon us. And this was called the Clovis first idea, that there was a people who archaeologists called the Clovis people. We don't know what they called themselves in North America. And traces of their characteristic tools, particular sort of fluted points, arrowheads, spear points, turn up from about 13,400 years ago and end abruptly 12,800 years ago. And for a long time, with the beginning of the Younger Dryas, and for a long time, archaeology maintained that this Clovis culture, so-called Clovis culture, we don't know what they called themselves, were the first Americans, and that there were no human beings in the Americas before 13,400 years ago. And bit by bit, the new evidence has come in which has forced archaeologists screaming and tearing out their hair to back away from the Clovis first paradigm and admit that actually, yes, there were people here before that. But even then, they're reluctant to go very far back. We've recently had these footprints in White Sands in New Mexico, 23,000 years old or so. That's largely being accepted now. But there are much earlier dates. There's 130,000 years ago from the Cerruti Mastodon site near San Diego.
That's the one that's being disputed because they say it could have been rocks that crushed the bones and made them that way.
Yeah, what I see again is an unfortunate mindset where a new and interesting idea is proposed, supported by masses of evidence and published in Nature. You know, Nature has a pretty high bar to what it accepts. And then the critics look for any way to get rid of it.
Can I stop you here? Are you aware of the boneyard in Alaska?
I've heard of it, and it sounds fascinating. I don't think he's
my God.
revealed much about that to the
Well,
public yet.
it's an amazing discovery. This guy's a gold miner,
Yeah.
and he has this large piece of land in Alaska. They're mining for gold, and they start finding like tusks and
Right.
bones. And in one area that's only a few acres, they found thousands and thousands of woolly mammoth bones
Mm-hmm.
and tusks and saber-toothed tiger. Was it saber-toothed tiger? No, it was short-faced bear.
Mm-hmm.
They found all these like
All the megafauna.
many animals
Age.
that weren't even supposed to exist in Alaska. And he's like, look, we have the bones of it.
Yeah.
And one of the things they found recently was bones that were sawed, clearly sawed,
Human workmanship.
but like a sophisticated tool. Let me see if you could pull it up so you could see how it looked.
Clearly cut. Clearly
Isn't that
sawed, yeah.
amazing?
Yeah, absolutely.
So they're trying to find out what the dates on these are.
That was my next question. Have they dated it?
They just got these recently. This is fairly recent. So I believe he's had some issues with universities not giving back his stuff and selling off his stuff.
Oh dear.
Yeah, well, he recently started a bone rush in the East River. Because it turns out that during the 1920s or 1930s, stuff that they had taken from his land before he owned it, they had dumped some of it because they had so much of it. They dumped it in the East River, and they were balking at it. But meanwhile, these people have found it there.
Yeah.
So here it goes. I think many of you are intrigued by these Ice Age bones found in the boneyard in Alaska. If you zoom in, you'll see that it's been sanded or somehow been worked down to a smooth finish on the end. I'm going to carbon date one of them. I'll post the results when I do. So this is 3 weeks ago, so it's probably going to take a little longer. But look how smooth it is on that one
it's
bottom.
perfectly cut, and we'll look
Yeah.
forward to seeing the dating results. But the fact that we're dealing with megafauna
Yeah.
that went extinct between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago implies very strongly that it's at least that old.
Not only that, his area has a very thick layer of carbon
Right.
that seems to indicate some sort of a mass burn or some sort of a horrible disaster. So they're going through these layers of things, and they're finding an unbelievable amount of animals that died in this area. Just a mass die out.
Yes, and what would cause a mass die-out? Not human hunting.
Right.
This is I'm strongly opposed to what they call the overkill hypothesis. This is one of the alternative explanations for why the megafauna went extinct at that time.
Right.
Is that hunter-gatherers literally wiped out all the megafauna, and to me that. For a couple of reasons, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, first of all, because hunter-gatherers we know in the world today do not wipe out their prey animals. They live in coexistence with them. They live in balance with them. They don't just destroy them all. It's our kind of culture that destroys animals
Right,
completely.
like what we did with the bison.
What we did with the bison.
Yeah.
And therefore it seems very un-hunter-gatherer-like activity to completely destroy the megafauna. And the other thing is the simultaneous extinction of large numbers of creatures that is happening very, very, very quickly suggests to me that we're looking at a disaster of some sort. And that's why the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, which is solid science, although undoubtedly disputed, which suggests that multiple fragments of a disintegrating comet hit the Earth 12,800 years ago. Many of them didn't hit the Earth. Many of them exploded in the sky. They were not that big, maybe 100 meters in diameter. So they were airbursts, but they leave these characteristic signatures in the ground. And
Like Tunguska.
Exactly like Tunguska. The Tunguska event is a recent example of that. 30th of June, 1908, happens to be at the peak of the Beta Taurids, and the Taurid meteor stream is identified as the likely culprit for what happened in the Younger Dryas. Wildfires burning, you get these impacts smashing into the Earth, bursting in the air over forests. They cause huge fires and that's why you get enormous amounts of charcoal as a result. And then the larger objects, it's thought, hit the North American ice cap and caused a very large amount of meltwater to flow into the world ocean, and that's what brought temperatures down at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. We can argue there are alternative theories. Maybe solar activity was involved. Robert Schoch prefers a change in solar activity, and kudos to Robert. He's a brilliant scientist, and he's put his neck on the line by advocating a much older Sphinx. Any scientist these days in the field of archaeology who sticks his neck out and says that the archaeological narrative is wrong immediately gets massively attacked. And I think that's most unfortunate. A couple of points I'd like to make about this. First of all, we said at the beginning, most archaeology, certainly in the industrialized countries, is a result of a dam or a road being built and archaeologists being called in to see if there's anything there. It's not a targeted search. It's kind of random. Something's happening and archaeologists go in there. And then there's huge areas of the world that have had very little archaeology done in them. Those include the Amazon rainforest, where I've just been. I've been 3 weeks in the Brazilian Amazon and another couple of weeks in Peru. And there are extraordinary revelations coming out of the Amazon rainforest. Now, the Amazon rainforest, up until very recently, had very little archaeology done. You're talking about 6 million square kilometers of the Earth's surface, which has hardly been touched by archaeology. And now it is being touched by archaeology, thanks to LIDAR, which is identifying enormous structures under the canopy. We're finding that we have to rewrite the whole story of the Amazon, that there were potentially populations of millions living in the Amazon, that there were cities, they were joined by roads hundreds of kilometers in length. All of these things are recent discoveries which says we should be thinking again about the Amazon. Same goes for the submerged continental shelves, 27 million square kilometers of the best real estate on Earth that were above water during the Ice Age are underwater now. Yes, there's been some marine archaeology, but not enough to rule out the possibility of a lost civilization. And the same with the Sahara Desert, 9 million square kilometers. A little bit of archaeology done, but before archaeologists say there was no lost civilization, this is what the Society for American Archaeology said in their open letter to Netflix, complaining about my show. They said, we know that there was no lost civilization during the Ice Age. And my question to them is, how can they possibly know that when they've looked at relatively small areas of the Earth? The picture is not complete. They should be saying, we don't think there was a lost civilization during the Ice Age, fine. But to say we know there wasn't, that's completely wrong.
Well, it's silly, and it's also, it becomes more and more of a problem the more things get discovered. And the more they push back harder
That's
and
right.
more emotionally and more religiously.
Yeah.
It's really kind of crazy the way they behave, that is as if they have like an accurate map.
Yeah.
Like the way they viewed some of the older hieroglyphs that depict civilizations that were 30,000 years ago, like
Yeah.
kings and the
The
lineage.
king lists from ancient
Yeah.
Egypt go back 30 plus thousand years.
But they want to pretend that those are myth.
Yeah, and yet, for their chronology of ancient Egypt, they actually use the king lists. The moment those king lists start giving dates that fall within dates that archaeologists like, everything before those dates, they say, oh, they just made it up.
How crazy is that? Wouldn't it be a fascinating alternative if you were an archaeologist to go, you know what? Maybe this king's list is legit. Maybe this thing really is 30, 40,000 years
Yeah.
old.
Yeah.
And maybe that explains a lot. And now we have to figure out how.
Yeah.
How'd they do it?
It would be a fascinating alternative, but unfortunately, it's not the way that archaeology works at the moment. I repeat, a lot of archaeologists have accused me of accusing them of a conspiracy against me and trying to suppress
Well, they're just trying to
my...
make you look like a kook.
Yeah, I don't see any conspiracy. I see people who do believe what they're saying and who think I'm wrong, but who feel that I'm such a threat to the narrative that they present that I must be neutralized in any way possible. And that's a sad state of affairs. Science should embrace and explore new and different ideas, and particularly when it comes to the human past. Look, I mean, if I get in an airplane, I do want the pilot to be a properly qualified pilot. I want him to have undergone all the training and to be really good at what he does. But flying an airplane and studying the human past are two different things. And archaeologists often compare themselves to airline pilots. They say, you wouldn't get in an airplane without a properly trained pilot, so why are you studying the past without a properly trained archaeologist? And what I say is, you've got blinkers on. You've got a very narrow perspective on what the past could be, and you're defending and protecting that perspective and imposing a narrative about the past on the public. And that's where we get into a kind of religious aspect of this, that they become the high priests of the past.
Well, like Zahi Hawass is an excellent example in Egypt.
Zahi is an excellent example.
He does not want to even entertain the notion that there's
No.
some sort of a gap in the knowledge of history.
If you just say the word Atlantis to Zahi Hawass, he goes berserk. He absolutely goes nuts. And that's irrational too, since we know that the Atlantis story comes from Plato. We know that Plato said the source of that story was in ancient Egypt, in the Temple of Neith at Sais in the Delta. An ancestor, Solon, visited that temple and was told the story, which he put into the word. Atlantis is not an ancient Egyptian word. That's one of the problems. But he called it Atlantis. But at Edfu in Upper Egypt, there's a whole story of a homeland of the primeval ones that was destroyed in a great cataclysm and flooded by the sea, leaving only a few survivors who traveled around the world seeking to restart civilization. It's told very clearly in the Edfu building texts, which fortunately have now been completely translated. Sadly, only into German. I hope we'll see the full English translation in due course. But the translations I was working from when I first studied them are very good, and they've been reinforced and supported by this new fuller translation. So I think the Atlantis story does have an ancient Egyptian origin, and I think the ancient Egyptians should be proud of it rather than throwing it away. And also, archaeologists should not seek to isolate the story of Atlantis from other flood myths and traditions all around the world. And that's a problem too. I mean, we have hundreds of myths and traditions from countries all around the globe which speak of a great global cataclysm, a huge flood, often wildfires, destruction of human beings and of animals, a few survivors who seek to restart civilization. It's a global story, not a single story told by Plato.
And, I mean, if you hear the same story from so many different cultures, at what point in time do you go, maybe there's something to this? I mean, it's just very strange to try to deny that.
Again, we have this...
Especially with the physical evidence.
Yeah, especially with the physical evidence. And it's interesting with the physical evidence, like Göbekli Tepe, which is 11,600 years old. I mean, it used to be argued, Robert Schoch and John Anthony West's work on the Great Sphinx, suggesting that the Sphinx could be 12,000 plus years old. It used to be argued that was impossible because there was no other site anywhere in the world, no other megalithic site of the same age. And then we discover Göbekli Tepe, and it's 11,600 years old. Now, if you can make Göbekli Tepe with its 20-ton megaliths, beautifully carved representations of human and animal figures in those pillars, if you can do that, you can cut the Great Sphinx out of bedrock as well. There's no reason to dismiss the geological evidence of the Great Sphinx anymore, but instead, what archaeology is doing is trying to finesse Göbekli Tepe. They're trying to say, oh, there was this gradual build-up to Göbekli Tepe, and they now talk about a people who they call the Natufians. Again, we don't know what they called themselves, who were predecessors of Göbekli Tepe around 14,000 years ago. And they show things that look like a tiny little stone wall that they built, the sort of thing that you can find, a dry stone wall that you can find anywhere in Wales to this day, you know. And this is supposed to be a prequel to Göbekli Tepe. I'm sorry, you just don't start off making dry stone walls and then wake up one morning and create 20-ton megaliths in huge stone circles, perfectly astronomically aligned, as we have at Göbekli Tepe.
Not only that, but how? Like, what did they do? Where are you getting those 20-ton megaliths from? How far do they have to transport?
In the case of Göbekli Tepe, not far.
How far?
Hundreds of meters. I've stood on top of one megalith that they partially cut out of the bedrock with the T-shape, but then they found a fault in it and they left it there. Oh. It would have been a 30-ton megalith. They clearly intended to release it from the bedrock, but it had a fault, so they left it alone. The quarries, the issue of the quarries for the rock at Göbekli Tepe is not too big a problem.
But the transportation of those?
Even the transportation, you get enough people working together, and they can move large stones. That's not in dispute. But that's where the question comes: how do you get enough people together? How do you have the organizational skills? Where do you have the mindset that plans something like this at the beginning? And that is the problem that is not answered in the case of Göbekli Tepe. That happening suddenly.
And what were they using for tools?
They're supposed to have just been using stone. There's not supposed to have been any metals at that period.
Not even brass.
Not even brass. Not even copper. I have a complicated view on Göbekli Tepe. Let's say it's my hypothesis. It's not a fact. I don't claim this is a fact. I think that what we're looking at Göbekli Tepe, there's no doubt that the population of around Göbekli Tepe were all hunter-gatherers when Göbekli Tepe started to be made. And that's the weirdest thing of all, because previously archaeology always used to say hunter-gatherer cultures did not have The manpower did not have the organizational skills, could not generate the surpluses that would allow people to specialize in architecture and engineering and astronomy and so on. So it used to be said that hunter-gatherers couldn't do that. Now archaeologists have backpedaled on that, and they're saying, well, yeah, clearly hunter-gatherers did it. The funny thing is that during the 1,000 years that Göbekli Tepe functions, and it runs from roughly 11,600 years ago to, say, 9,600 years ago, during the 10,600 years ago, during those 1,000 years, the population of Göbekli Tepe transitions from being hunter-gatherers to being agriculturalists. So we see two new ideas suddenly appearing at Göbekli Tepe: enormous megalithic architecture and a shift from hunter-gathering to agriculture. And what Göbekli Tepe looks like to me is a transfer of technology, that people who already knew how to work megalithic architecture and align it precisely to the risings of particular stars, for example, Sirius, came to Göbekli Tepe at a time of chaos and cataclysm in the world, and they sought to introduce a new way of thinking. I think Göbekli Tepe was created as a project to mobilize the local community, to give them something to work on, to bring them together. And it's not an accident that during that 1,000 years they transitioned from hunter-gathering to agriculture. I don't see massive technical complications in creating Göbekli Tepe, except those very precise alignments. But what I do see is a sudden appearance of something that shouldn't have been there, and that requires explanation.
How did they determine the emergence of agriculture versus agriculture that it existed in some areas and not others, like it does now? Like you can go to the Amazon and you can see hunter-gatherers, and then you can go to Sao Paulo and see a major metropolitan city.
I was just in Manaus, and it's fascinating, actually. They have a tower up there on the edge of the jungle. You can go up that tower 150 meters up, and on one side, extending endlessly, infinitely into the distance, is the Amazon rainforest. Wow. Turn the other way, and there's the city of Manaus.
Wow!
Looking at you with its skyscrapers.
That's got to be wild.
It's a wild sight to see, actually, the interesting thing about the Amazon, Joe, is it's been grievously misunderstood over the years, and fortunately, archaeology is beginning to come to terms with it. There was agriculture in the Amazon, going back a very long way, going back at least 10,000 years, maybe further. And we may have discussed this before, but there's this curious soil that exists in the Amazon that they call terra preta, or Amazonian dark earth. Recent investigations have shown without doubt that it's man-made, and deliberately man-made, not an accidental result of refuse tips, but a deliberate attempt to make the Amazon fertile.
And how do they know that it's deliberate?
Because they find in it the same ingredients, and amongst those ingredients are always broken bits of ceramics. That's one of the odd things. They seem to be part of what makes it work.
Really?
Yeah. Ceramics mixed in there with dung, with human refuse, all deliberately put in there, not an accidental dung heap, but a place that human beings said, we're going to make this ground fertile, because rainforest soils are not particularly fertile. The fertility of the Amazon comes entirely from the fall of leaves onto the soil. It refertilizes itself. But to grow crops on the Amazon is a very different prospect. And this is where terra preta really comes into its own. And I've been standing in a pit with an archaeologist there, a terra preta pit, and you can see this beautiful, rich soil. And it is a mystery. It constantly replenishes itself. It never gets used up. Settlers seek out areas of terra preta. And it fits with this notion that no longer a notion, it's a fact, that there was a population of millions in the Amazon 10,000 years ago. And they were living a highly productive, sophisticated life. They were using agriculture. They also gardened the Amazon. The hyperdominant trees in the Amazon are all food-bearing trees. The Brazil nut tree, for example, which is a huge, tall tree, is a food-bearing tree. And they exist in far greater numbers than they should do if they developed naturally. Humans manipulated the Amazon and made it serve human needs thousands and thousands of years ago. And then we have these enormous structures that are appearing in the Amazon, which are being referred to as geoglyphs. They call them geoglyphs after the Nazca lines, actually. The Nazca lines in Peru are huge ground images, sometimes geometrical in form, sometimes showing animals or birds or spiders, other creatures, often actually showing Amazonian animals. But in the Brazilian Amazon, in the state of Acre, as a result of clearances of the Amazon that have been done for farming purposes, there's this rush to just cut the Amazon down and replace it with cattle ranches and soybean farms. Those clearances have revealed something that, again, according to the old view of the Amazon, shouldn't be there, which is gigantic earthworks, huge ones, a bit like the henges in Europe, enormous embankments, ditches, and in geometrical forms. So you get enormous squares, enormous circles. You get a circle within a square. They keep repeating these geometrical images, and they're thousands of years old. When we were down there just recently, we had a local LiDAR guy working with us. These days, you don't have to even use an airplane to find things with LiDAR. You can fly LiDAR off a drone. Oh. And flying his drone within a mile of known structures that are outside the rainforest now, he found 2 more huge geoglyphs under the rainforest canopy, which will be investigated. And this is bizarre and puzzling. They reckon, the team working on this, that's Marty Parsonen of the University of Helsinki and Alceu Ranzi, who's a Brazilian archaeologist and geologist, they reckon that there's thousands of these things still under the rainforest canopy, and there's a huge untold story. So one of the places I would look for a lost civilization is the Amazon rainforest.
How do they know that the Terra Preta replenishes itself? How does it do that?
It's something to do with microbes and bacteria that are in the soil. And they keep on regenerating. They don't get used up. It's a kind of miracle. It's not fully understood. Nobody can say they fully understand Terra Preta. But what is fully understood, and it's understood by settlers, is that if they plant on Terra Preta, they're going to get rich crops coming out of it.
Is there a way to reproduce that in America?
Attempts have been made to reproduce it, and biochar is one of the words that comes to mind. There's even indications that some of the modern indigenous peoples of the Amazon are still creating Terra Preta. This is a whole mystery that needs to be investigated much further. We're looking at the oldest examples are more than 8,000 years old, and that's just in the areas that have been surveyed. Very likely Terra Preta goes back much, much, much earlier than that.
Because it's such an issue with modern farmlands where they have to use these modern fertilizers. They have to use,
which are not helpful in many ways.
And they run off. The topsoil's worn out.
Yeah.
And so if they could figure out a way to reproduce Terra Preta.
This would be one of the many ways in which our so-called high-tech industrialized society could learn from indigenous cultures. We could learn a lot from them about living in harmony with the environment and about clever things like Terra Preta, clever things like curare, which is another Amazonian invention, which is the basis of modern anesthesiology. How did they do that? There's 11 ingredients in curare, and those ingredients are not active on their own. You have to cook them all together to get this poison, which is a muscle relaxant. Why a muscle relaxant? Because if you're going to shoot a monkey 200 feet up a tree with your arrow, you don't want it coiling its tail around the tree when it dies. You want it to drop to the ground. Ayahuasca is another Amazonian invention, and again, it consists of several ingredients, two in particular, neither of which are active on their own, but which only work when cooked together. So what I see in the Amazon is traces of a lost science, a scientific mindset. Can I show some pictures of these geoglyphs?
Please.
We have to hook up the magical HDMI. And I'll just show a few slides of them. I forget which side the HDMI is in. I think it's in that side.
Careful with the water.
Yeah.
Got it?
Okay. Are we on screen?
We will be momentarily. Here we go.
Yeah, so this shows the Amazon, 6.7 million square kilometers. There's still 5.5 million left covered by rainforest. That's bigger than the entire subcontinent of India, and hardly any archaeology has been done. And the archaeology that is being done is fascinating. And it's particularly in the state of Acre, in the southwest of Brazil, that we're seeing these extraordinary geoglyphs. Now, I'm here with I'm on the left there. That's Martti Paasonen from the University of Helsinki. And that is Fabio Filho, who's the LiDAR expert, and that's Alceu Ranzi, who's a Brazilian geographer and archaeologist. And we're looking at the latest LiDAR discoveries, and there I'm about to take off in a plane with these two guys. It was just incredible to fly over there. I've flown over the Nazca lines many times, but to fly over this and to see these huge earthworks on a scale of hundreds of meters sitting there, often encroached on by farms, was very, very, very exciting.
And what's the conventional explanation for these things?
There is no conventional explanation because really it's only begun to be studied. Alceu first noticed them on an overflight more than 20 years ago, but it's only relatively recently that they've started to get the funding. And I want to pay tribute to Eugene Jong, who is a philanthropist who has provided funding for these guys to continue their work, and who's also provided funding to the Comet Research Group, and who's also provided funding for the DMT research that's being done at UCSD.
What's his name?
Eugene Jong. He's a brilliant
Eugene
guy.
Jong.
J-H-O-N-G. He's a brilliant philanthropist, and he's so open-minded, and he's looking to support research in areas that the mainstream just won't touch.
That's amazing.
So we're
Good for
looking at
him.
Fazenda Cipoal here, where we have an octagon with rounded corners. And then this is Santa's shot of the same place. And you can see what's going on. You see the smoke in the background there?
Mm-hmm.
That's the Amazon burning. That's settlers clearing the Amazon to create more farms. But in the foreground, we have this enormous geometrical event, which is a huge oval surrounding a square.
And did they find this once they started clearing? Is that when this...
This was found as a result of the clearances. That's
Okay.
how it became... Archaeologists became aware that these things exist.
So before that, this was completely covered with trees?
Completely covered with rainforest. It was only it's a sort of mixed blessing or mixed curse, if you like, because
Right.
the clearances made it possible for us to know that these things exist. But the clearances ultimately will destroy the entire Amazon if they're allowed to continue. Jacosá, on the left, a square surrounding a circle. And here's a couple of Santa's shots of Jacosá. You can see there's a large square earthwork and a circle in it. That's almost, not quite, but almost like the Greek exercise of squaring the circle. It's like geometrical exercises are taking place here in the Amazon. Again, a square with these curious scallops cut into the side of it, and a circle. There's just so much of this of this stuff. Taquino, absolutely giant geoglyph, and these things really, on the old view of the Amazon, shouldn't exist. They involve enormous expenditure of effort. Creating these earthworks is a huge job. If there was a lot of stone in the Amazon, I think we'd see stone circles on them as well. There's one place further north called Rego Grande where there is an earthwork with a stone circle in it because stone is locally available.
So do you think this was the base of a structure? Like, what is the speculation?
No, I don't think so. I've talked to indigenous people there who still respect and revere them. And they say that they were for shamanic journeying, that the population would gather within them, that there would be certain areas that might be reserved for the shamans. For example, the square on the left, those two cut-out areas, top left and right of that square, it suggested that shamans were in there and the rest of the population were in the other area, and they were undertaking visionary journeys, perhaps using ayahuasca. Of course, the Amazonian peoples are experts in the properties of indigenous plants.
So this is their folklore, or this is their story?
Yes, this is the story of indigenous
So that's what
indigenous
they say,
people.
these things.
I talked to an Apurina elder, and he said, we don't know exactly why these places were made. They were made so long ago, but we respect them, we revere them, and we think that they were used by shamans in the distant past.
So they were aware of them before the clearing and everything?
They were aware of them before the clearing, and
Did
they
use
revered them. Yes, they used them, and they still have community gatherings in them. No,
Yep.
they weren't a base for structures. I'm drawing attention here to Severino Calazans, this large square on the left there, which has coincidentally the same footprint as the Great Pyramid of Giza. It just shows you the size of that enormous earthwork. But it's a mystery. More work needs to be done, and much more needs to be surveyed. And thanks to LiDAR, that can be done non-invasively. We can spot these things. Very small teams can go in and do a bit of excavation there and figure out what was going on. I think the story is going to go back further and further into the past.
Is there any evidence of wood structures? Like, did they make buildings out of wood back then?
Not that I'm aware of.
When did people start using wood as a structure?
I think you can trace wood back as a structure hundreds of thousands of years.
But when did they start using it in, like, if you see like the ancient Mayan civilizations, what you find in the Amazon, you don't find ancient wood structures, do you?
I think that's largely an artifact of the fact that wood doesn't preserve very well.
Right. So how do we know that there weren't wood structures?
There may well have been
over these.
There may well have been, which
Right.
have just rotted away
Right.
and gone. There may well have been wooden structures there.
Because it kind of looks like foundations.
It does look like foundations, and it's just a very weird thing. But I think the main point is
Someone made it.
Someone made it,
Yeah.
and it involved a very large amount of organized labor in order to make it. There had to be the will and the intent in order to do that. It's interesting that the patterns are geometrical.
And are they geometrical, like with the perfect length? And
Yes,
like
yes, they're very
match up with each other?
They're very, very good. Fazenda Pirana and Severina Calazans are both aligned to true astronomical north. That's different from compass north. That requires astronomy. You can't get true north without using astronomy. So this tells us not only was there a culture that was capable of creating large-scale public projects, but also they had astronomers amongst them.
Wow.
It's a good mystery. The other thing is the geometrical patterns are very common experience in ayahuasca visions in altered states of consciousness. Our culture tends to despise altered states of consciousness, although fortunately that's changing. But in the Amazon and many indigenous cultures, they're regarded as extremely important, that we can't confine ourselves to the everyday wide awake state of consciousness that requires us to interface with the physical world. There are other states of consciousness which are also valuable and which bring teachings. And it's just one of those facts that most people who drink ayahuasca, most of the time, at some point will experience geometrical visions. So there's a question, is there a connection here between the use of ayahuasca and the geometrical patterns? There's a huge rock wall has been found in the Colombian Amazon, Serra de la Lindosa, which I'm hoping to get to this year. 8 kilometers long, covered in rock paintings. The rock paintings are dated more than 12,000 years old. They show extinct megafauna. They show giant sloths which went extinct during the Younger Dryas, for example. And they also show the kind of entities that are seen in ayahuasca visions. They show the same sort of patterns, the same geometric patterns that are seen in ayahuasca. So there's a sense that...
Do you have any images of this place?
Serra de la Lindosa.
You're connected to the...
Yeah, I don't have images of La Lindosa on here.
Oh, maybe you could Google it.
But if
or give the plug
Yeah,
back
I'll
to
take
Jamie.
the plug back. I was trying to Google it and I didn't find anything. And I might have spelled or guessed wrong on Serra
How do you spell it?
de la
La Lindosa.
La Lindosa?
Yeah. Let me just...
I got it.
You got it? Yeah.
You're going to have to give him the cord real quick, and then he'll give it back to you.
Okay. There you go. It's literally an 8-kilometer Sistine Chapel in the Colombian Amazon. That's the other thing. I mentioned there's not a lot of rock in the Amazon. Where there is rock, they used it. There's rock paintings all over the Amazon where rock is available. These kind of things. Yeah, that's it. These are characteristic of ayahuasca visions, but in this case, they're more than 12,000 years old. Now, does that prove they were using ayahuasca 12,000 years ago? No. But
That's very similar to like a tryptamine vision, though.
Totally. It does suggest that some tryptamine was being accessed at that time and resulting in these visionary images.
Boy, they shitty drawers, weren't they? Their drawing was terrible.
But bear in mind that they're clambering 100 feet up a sheer cliff in order to
Guys, do a better job.
create,
It's ridiculous.
create these paintings.
The people were so fat. Are those people or sea turtles? What are those things? It's really interesting to see. So this is 11,000. How old?
12,000.
12,000 plus.
Yeah, 12,000 plus years old.
It's interesting because if you see the paintings that they found in that cave in France, Those are 30,000+ years
Oh
old.
yeah, there's
right?
there's paintings in France. If you go to Chauvet,
Yeah.
you're looking 36,000 years old.
Can you go to those, Jamie?
Hohenstein-Stadel in Germany.
That's that amazing Werner Herzog documentary.
They often have
I think was the Cave of Dreams.
Cave
Is
of
that what-
Dreams. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. They often
Look at
have.
that.
We're looking at Lascaux. Hang on the. Yeah, we're looking at Lascaux there. The bull painting there is
They
interesting.
were better artists.
They were.
They were.
I have to confess,
They were quite a bit
this
better.
This art is very good. If you go, Jamie, if you go to the NPR, the painting of a bull, one step left from where you are, that one. This is very interesting. There has been an argument made by a couple of astronomers that what is depicted there is the constellation of Taurus, and that in itself is heresy, because archaeologists who want to give everything to the Greeks say that it was the Greeks who invented the constellations of the zodiac, and not shown.
Why
in this
do they think that represents the constellation?
because of the 6 little dots, which are not, I think, on the head. I think they're somewhere behind, not in this picture, which is often how the Pleiades are seen. They're seen. Actually, there are 7 Pleiades, but often to the naked eye you see 6. And the positioning of the Pleiades in relation to the constellation of Taurus
Is that it right there?
is the basis for that argument. It could be. I'm not sure. It's so long since I've looked at this, but I know that there are six dots there. So this cave art was going on all around the world. It's found that some of the oldest art has been found in Indonesia. You know.
Oh, here it is. Here's the.
Yeah, there's the Pleiades. The whole argument about the Pleiades. It's those dots exactly.
Yeah.
The ones you pointed to above the back of the bull. 1,
Wow.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is how the Pleiades are often seen with the naked eye.
Can you go back to the other image? Yeah, there. Wow.
You know, that. It's an argument. It's not accepted by mainstream archaeology because of their narrative, which is that the discovery of the constellations of the zodiac is given to the Greeks or perhaps to the Mesopotamians before the Greeks. It's not thought that any human culture could have noticed the constellations of the zodiac before that, and that's really absurd because the constellations of the zodiac are on the path of the sun. The sun rises against the background of a different constellation every month. And how would the ancients have missed that, especially since the skies were an ever-present phenomenon to them in a way that they are not to us.
Right.
We're cut off from the skies by light pollution, but the ancients were not.
What a fascinating concept that they knew about the constellations 30,000+ years
Yeah,
ago.
and I believe they did. And we see that again in Göbekli Tepe, in Pillar 43 in Enclosure D. You see a constellation that we recognize as Sagittarius.
Brian and I were talking about one of the ancient versions of human beings, and I sent him this the other day because I read this article that I thought was amazing, where it was talking about they found wooden structures that were 500,000 years old.
That's right.
Yeah, so I'll send you this, Jamie.
You sent that to me as well.
Yes, I did. Yeah, this is very wild, right? Because that's what is that?
Well, 500,000
species?
500,000 years ago is pre-anatomically modern humans.
Right.
The earliest example of anatomically modern humans so far found is about 300,000 years, and that's from Morocco. But there's a new thinking going on now. What about the Neanderthals, who we know that anatomically modern humans interbred with? Maybe the Neanderthals are just another anatomically modern human form. Maybe they're not.
Right.
They're not a different species. They're Homo neanderthalensis as opposed to Homo sapiens. But maybe it was all one, and there were different forms of human beings at that time. If in that case, these wooden structures would fit within the Neanderthal time frame.
This is that same culture, Jamie, that Brian was telling us buried their dead in a very sophisticated way, where they had to crawl through these cave
No, Brian was talking about Homo naledi.
I think this is Homo naledi.
This is from
I
South
think that's
Africa?
what they're talking about. I believe that's what they were talking about.
Wooden structure from Zambia. Homo naledi is in South Africa, and it is fascinating. And Lee Berger, who I
Here
mentioned
it
to
is.
you,
A species similar to Homo naledi.
yeah,
See, Homo. How do you say that word?
Homo naledi.
No, the other one. Homo heidelberg.
Heidelbergensis, Heidelberg, something some remains found near Heidelberg in Germany.
So this is what it says. We don't know exactly what species made the structure, but Homo, how do you say it again?
Heidelbergensis
Heidelbergensis, or a species similar to Homo naledi.
might be candidates.
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
So Homo naledi is interesting. That's the result of a National Geographic explorer in residence called Lee Berger. And he, as you discussed with Brian, we won't go over it again, but he found evidence of deliberate burial in a very complicated, difficult cave system, which you can hardly access.
Yeah.
And of course, immediately this was published, and it was published in a Netflix documentary. The archaeological establishment descended on him like a ton of bricks and tried to find all kinds of reasons why it couldn't possibly be deliberate burial. Whereas I think it would be much more interesting if archaeology tried to, first of all, look at all kinds of reasons why it could be deliberate burial, because that opens many doors, whereas saying, no, it's impossible, just closes all the doors.
Well, what are the alternative explanations for why they had mass burial sites inside of a cave?
They fell there. Something like that.
All of them?
Yeah, all
Over
of them.
many
and
years?
somehow buried themselves under the topsoil, and then left engravings on the cave walls, which are very, very similar to engravings that we find in the caves of France, for example.
Well, it does make sense, though, that ancient human species would slowly learn the things that we learned. They would slowly pick up tool making. They would slowly pick up the ability to harness fire.
Yeah.
And that as time went on, as the species became more sophisticated and more advanced, as it evolved, it would just refine those methods.
Yeah, that does make sense. The question is, when did it happen? This is why I sometimes wear a T-shirt, and I did on the last show with you, which says stuff just keeps on getting older.
Yes.
And a lot of people don't understand what I mean by that. But what I mean by it is that archaeological discoveries are constantly pushing horizons back, but not considering the implications of that. It wasn't so long ago that anatomically modern humans were thought to be just 50,000 years old. Now, if anatomically modern humans with the modern brain, with our capacities and abilities, have only existed for 50,000 years, that doesn't leave a lot of room for a lost civilization to come and go. But then we find 196,000 years ago from Ethiopia, and then more recently 300,000 years ago from Morocco. And suddenly the expanses of time that have not been investigated, in which a civilization could have risen and fallen, become much greater. And that's why it's important that stuff just keeps on getting older.
Very fascinating also that the oldest known ones are from Africa.
Yeah.
And obviously that's where Egypt is.
Yes, that's exactly where Egypt is, and we must recognize Egypt as an African culture.
Yeah,
that is what the ancient Egyptians were. I believe their language belonged to the Hamitic language family, which is closely related to the Somali language, for example, in East Africa. African culture, incredibly sophisticated, incredibly advanced, doing stuff that we just don't know how to do today. Archaeologists will tell you they could build the Great Pyramid, but I defy them to do that. The Great Pyramid is literally impossible. It's something that doesn't make any sense. It certainly doesn't make sense as the tomb of a megalomaniac pharaoh, which is what we're told it was.
Well, it's also sort of the ultimate, if you wanted to leave behind evidence of your culture, something that if there was a cataclysm and people did have to sort of rethink the history of the world, that would be the best thing to leave.
Time capsule.
Because it's so insanely sophisticated that you're forced to sort of reckon with this idea that something might have existed before us.
Yeah, definitely. And it incorporates all kinds of interesting math. It incorporates pi, which again is supposed to have been discovered by the Greeks. It incorporates the dimensions of the Earth on a particular scale. There's a lot about the Great Pyramid which suggests that it was intended to transmit information to the future. And that's one of the reasons why it's so big and so enormous, and why we keep on finding new chambers and passageways inside the Great Pyramid. There's a thing called Scan Pyramids, which is now going on, which is using the latest tech, and they've identified a second Grand Gallery above the Grand Gallery. The Grand Gallery is one of the wonderful features of the Great Pyramid. It's 30 feet high, 120 feet long, rising up through the center of the pyramid, but now we know there's a second one above it that hasn't been explored yet, and that's a result of scanned pyramids. There's corridors and passageways that we didn't know were there. So the Great Pyramid is gradually, bit by bit, revealing its secrets, and it's almost as though it was waiting for a time when human beings were ready to receive those secrets and had the ability to decode them.
How do they access the second Grand Gallery?
Scanning. It's all
I mean humans. How can humans get into it?
It could. That's a very good question. It's there. The question is, at what point was it made? Was it part? It should have been part of the original construction of the Great Pyramid. As they were building the Great Pyramid, they created one Grand Gallery and they created another.
Is it the same size?
It looks to be the same size, yeah. From the scanning, which the scanning just shows a void, but I'm informed reliably that the recent investigation has identified that void as another Grand Gallery, which is inside the Great Pyramid. And the Grand Gallery is one of the wonders of the world.
So it could have artifacts in it?
It could have artifacts in it. Same goes for those shafts that cut through the walls of the so-called Queen's Chamber and King's Chamber. I resist these names that archaeologists have applied to the Great Pyramid. I resist the notion that it was the tomb of Khufu. I resist the notion that the subterranean chamber, which is 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid, was intended to be Khufu's tomb chamber, but then they just changed their minds and abandoned it. And then they built the one that's now called the Queen's Chamber. That was intended to be for Khufu, but they abandoned that as well. Then they went up the Grand Gallery and they created the so-called King's Chamber. And because it has a sarcophagus in it, and for no other reason, that is said to have been the original burial place of Khufu. It's not enough evidence, in my view.
And the connections to Khufu are from hieroglyphs depicting his vision that if he uncovered the Sphinx, he would become the Pharaoh of Egypt. Isn't there something along those lines?
There is something along those lines, and it's Thutmose the fourth or the third, if I remember correctly. In other words, he's a later pharaoh from the time of the Old Kingdom, and he put between the paws of the Sphinx a stela, which is called the Dream Stela. And in it, he records a dream that he had, that at that time the Sphinx was buried up to its neck in sand. And the dream was that he should clear the Sphinx. The Sphinx requested him or ordered him to free it of sand and reveal it again in its true form. This was at least 1,200 years after the Sphinx is supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago. But as you know, Robert Schoch and I and many others are convinced the Sphinx is much, much older than that it goes back 12,000 plus years.
And this is based on geological evidence of heavy rainfall, which is another interesting thing about the climate and the environment of that area, that we think of it as being desert, but at one point in time it wasn't.
Well, this is one of the reasons why I'm so frustrated by archaeologists claiming that they can know there was no lost civilization when they've done so little work in the Sahara, when the Sahara was, in a number of occasions during the Ice Age, incredibly fertile, very, very nurturing environment with huge river systems running through it and lakes. It's not disputed that that was the case. It was a kind of environment that would have nurtured human civilization. And we really can't write off the possibility of a lost civilization until we take a much closer, much more detailed look at the Sahara. Of course, that's expensive. And then Egypt itself is in the Sahara.
Didn't they find fossilized whale bones in the Sahara?
Yeah, that would go back a lot further. That would go back to millions of years, to a time when the oceans were different, perhaps even hundreds of millions of years.
So Sahara at one point in time was an ocean.
As many places were.
Wow.
Pretty much anywhere where you find limestone was once covered by ocean. The world has changed. The world is constantly changing. It's like one of those magic kids' toys where you pull a lever and it wipes out the diagram you just made. You know?
Yeah.
It just keeps on. The world keeps on recreating itself, and we human beings make our journey through this changing world, and we try to fix it and say this is how things were, this is how things will be, and it never cooperates with us on that.
It's just incredibly fascinating that the timeline, when you go beyond the traditional timeline and you get back into where you and Robert Schoch have speculated the age of the Sphinx, now you're talking about a completely different environment of lush rainforests and many, many, many resources.
Absolutely. We're talking about a completely different Sahara.
Which...
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Dan Henderson. What the fuck's happening?
How's
Good
it
to see you,
going,
brother.
Joe? Good to see you, too.
Man, what have you been up to? Other than coaching. You're coaching a lot, I know that. I watch a lot of your videos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm coaching a little bit. Got got some decent up and comers, but other than that, I've been working on a project where I own the building my gym's in, and I'm putting a brewery, distillery, restaurant in.
Oh, nice.
Part of it'll overlook there. So we're in mid construction right now. So it's been we started construction and got put on hold when COVID happened. So it's been almost the biggest fight of my life trying to get this thing done. But yeah, it's finally going to be done, hopefully end of the year.
You're down in, you still down like Temecula area?
Yep, in Temecula, yeah.
That's a good area.
No, I love it there. I mean,
Last time I saw you was at that casino. That's a fun little casino down
oh,
there.
at Pechanga?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I love it out there. If I was born and raised in California, so it'd be hard to leave. I got so many roots there, but living in Temecula, I feel like I'm in one of the best spots in California.
Yeah, it's one of the best. It's most sane.
Yeah, no,
It's
I
pretty
agree.
sane.
Yeah, pretty.
A lot of ranches, and it's like normal people.
Not a lot of craziness going on.
Yeah, you get closer to Los Angeles, it just gets polluted.
Yeah.
Just toxic fucking thinking.
Where did you live up there?
I lived in Bell Canyon, which was like a half hour outside of LA, which was nice. Like I had land and a lot of coyotes and
Right.
a lot of owls and hawks and shit and mountain lions. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It was good, like juxtaposition. It was a nice relief from Hollywood. I get there, it's quiet.
And how was the little community, though, the area?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just,
Like it here better, though?
oh yeah, way better. I'm never leaving.
Yeah.
No, this place is the best.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
just
know
the
if I could-
freedom that you get in Texas. It's just so much. You just get so accustomed to it.
Yeah. No, I couldn't imagine, but yeah, I don't know if I could deal with the humidity of out here.
You get used to it. I don't know. I've always liked the heat. It doesn't bother me at all. I just because I do the sauna every day anyway, so I think my body's like acclimated to heat.
So during the summertime, you don't really have to get in the sauna.
So I get in the sauna too. I do it every day. But during the day, like getting ready for elk season, I was out in my yard every day for 3 hours at 105 degrees. I just bring a 64-ounce hydro flask filled with electrolytes and water and just drink that. And I would come inside, and it was literally like I went swimming. I would just be drenched. My jeans, my shirt, everything drenched.
What are you doing out in the yard?
Just shooting.
Oh, okay.
Just shooting, getting ready. So I had to practice. So it's like there's only one place I could practice 100 yards.
Yeah.
It's in the yard, so I was out there practicing every day.
Have you taken a 100-yard shot?
No way. Never. I would never do that. Never.
But you
But when you take
practice
a
it.
100-yard shot every day, 50-yard shots look like a chip shot.
Right.
Like I shot my elk last week at 50, and it was easy. It was perfect. It was perfect distance,
That's
I knew I was
awesome.
going to
Yeah.
hit it.
Yeah, I've gotten a couple at 50. I think one at 60 was my longest shot, but yeah.
My friend Cam shot one at 2 yards. He shot at 2 yards, a frontal shot at 2 yards. He just made a video of it. It's fucking crazy. This elk he was on his knees, and the elk was coming up the trail, and the elk had no idea he was there. He was just standing there at full draw, and then the elk looked down and saw him there, and what? And it caught him right in the chest, went right through his heart.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the video.
Oh,
This is a real clip of it. So he's moving up this trail, and this is the elk. Well, you'll see the shot. Well, it's very hard to see. You'll see it on his YouTube channel. It's much better, but that's how close he was. It was 2 yards from it.
that's funny. And my first elk I ever shot was with a bow, but it was at like 10 feet. So
Whoa.
3.5 yards. But yeah, it was in a burn area, so there was a lot of like new growth going up, and there was a little quaky tree, and I saw an elk a couple 100 yards away. I called him, and he started coming over, and then, I called again kind of in a different direction, so he'd kind of go into a nice little spot I could shoot him, and I'm kind of jittery getting my trigger on the loop, my release on there, and by the time I look up, he's like right on the other side of this quakey, 10 feet away from me, just kind of looking to see where the cow is, and just same thing, plugged it right through the middle.
I've never taken that shot. I had an opportunity to do that shot last week at 45 yards, but there was some shit in the way of him, and I don't like that shot.
Yeah, not at that distance.
No, that shot's like
I passed
20
right.
and
It
under.
passed right through him,
oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
a devastating shot.
just right at an angle.
Yeah, it's devastating if you hit it. I mean, there's so many videos online of guys hitting that, and it's they just spray blood and die instantly.
Yeah, he managed to run 20 yards down the hill and didn't make it any farther.
It's a great discipline for fighters. A lot of guys who they leave fighting, and the excitement and the intensity of fighting, nothing can match that. And so the only thing that comes close for a lot of them is bow hunting.
Yeah, no, I can see that for sure. I mean, I've done it. I was doing it when I was fighting too, but yeah, I mean, I grew up hunting, but never really started shooting animals till I get a little bit older, getting a little better at it. But
it's hard.
I need to get out and bow hunt a little more. That's my favorite hunt, is a bow archery elk hunt.
Yeah, no, it's the most exciting. It's also the most crazy. They're screaming, and
Yeah.
there's so much chaos, and you got to duck those cows and sneak around. It's fun. I love it. To me, it's like the best. It's the best way to get meat, first of all, and then it's also the best way for me to decompress.
Right.
You know,
And it's really good meat.
oh, it's the best meat. It's the
No,
best
I agree,
meat.
yeah.
I ate the heart last night.
Oh, I don't know if I could do that.
You don't eat the heart?
No.
It's good, man. You just fry it up. I just put salt, pepper, and garlic on it, and butter, and fry it in butter.
I feel like it would have a different texture.
It does. It's chewy, but it's good. It tastes
I'm
good.
not a fan of liver either.
I eat the liver too. Yeah,
I can't do it.
it's good for you. I mean, it's the best meat for you.
Well, it might be good for you, but
It's rough. I don't eat too much. I eat a couple ounces in the morning with eggs. You know, I just slice it up and vacuum seal it and freeze it and then thaw it out for breakfast. It's a good breakfast. Gets you going.
yeah, no, I'm not into that. Yeah, you're more of a man than me for sure.
That's definitely not true. So, how have you adapted to retirement?
I feel like I'm pretty good. It's not like I have the itch to get in there and do it again.
Well, that's
Occasionally, when I see some of these guys and with a little bit different style, I feel like, oh, it would have been fun to match up or see how I do against them. You know, I'd do it in practice, not
Right.
with no cameras. That'd be, you know, just to see how
Right.
it would be, not for any type of title or money. It would be fun, but
For a lot of guys, it's so hard to not just resist that urge to come back.
yeah. I mean, I started wrestling. I was 5 years old, and 2 Olympic teams, and then I started fighting and I fought for 20 years. So I feel like I did enough.
You definitely did enough. You did a lot.
So a lot more than most
Yeah.
over that span of time than most guys compete at that level. And you know, I felt like I was ready when I retired. I was, you know, honestly, my body felt okay. I hadn't really had too many big injuries at all for a while, and I just was spending too much time on the couch after practice, just too tired to do anything else during training camp.
Yeah.
So family life was kind of, you know, with the kids and not spending time doing stuff like that was taking a toll. So I was like, you know, it's time.
Yeah. Well, you did it at the right time. It's like, and it's good that you didn't come back. It's just like so many guys come back and you kind of wish they didn't. And,
Right.
you know.
Well, I wouldn't be one of those guys. If I did come back, I would be. I still feel really good. So, but I don't plan on it. But nobody's offered me enough money to get off the couch anyway. So,
Well, what I'm interested in seeing is like there's so many different options now with guys. You know, like bare knuckle boxing.
right.
It's nice seeing a lot of guys going into that, and I felt like that would be a thing that you would excel at.
Yeah, I hadn't really watched it until I watched Chad Mendez fight last year, and I'm like, man, I like those rules. That'd be
Yeah.
right up my alley. Not like I don't think I would do okay at boxing, straight boxing, but not that great. I would do a lot better at the bare knuckle rules with the dirty boxing. You can
Yeah.
hold on to the guy and.
Hey, Canada. So 2024 is going to be your year, huh? The year you finally start exercising, stop eating junk food, stop looking at porn. Well, you might be able to fool your friends, but you definitely can't fool your internet provider. They can see all your naughty late-night searches. In fact, they've got a naughty list on all of us about a mile long, except for me, of course, because I use ExpressVPN. Most people don't realize this, but private mode doesn't keep your activity private. Your internet provider can see all the websites that you've ever clicked on. And you know who else can see everything? Whoever owns the Wi-Fi that you are using, like your boss, your school, or even your parents. But because I use ExpressVPN, all my traffic gets rerouted through an encrypted server, so all my browsing activity stays between me and my God. ExpressVPN's app works on all of my devices, so whether I'm on my phone, my tablet, laptop, whatever, I'm always protected. And best of all, ExpressVPN is super easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button to turn it on, and you are protected. So give yourself the gift of privacy with my personal favorite VPN. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan and get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. Yeah, it's very different. It's I really like what Jorge Masvidal's doing, where he's got bare knuckle MMA. It just shows you that it's like when you don't have, first of all, grappling is way better because you don't have the padding over your gloves that prevents certain chokes. It's just like it gets in the way of stuff. But also it's more realistic. You know, like your hands, like I think we talked about this before, though. I think it was Tank Abbott was the first guy who figured out that if you wear MMA gloves, you actually can punch harder because you're not worried as much about breaking your hands. Yeah. Wrap your hands up, put gloves on, and it's not a disadvantage. It's kind of an advantage.
Right.
Yeah. It doesn't necessarily protect your opponent that much. It really protects your hands.
Right. No, I agree.
Yeah.
For sure.
But it just seems to me weird that, you know, your elbows are unprotected, your knees are unprotected, your shins are unprotected. You can go bone to bone with that, but not with your hands. Just seems like it doesn't really make sense.
Right. And when they first started UFC, there was no gloves, and that's how it was. And when they started wearing gloves, and that was my thoughts exactly, was they're more to protect your hands than you know, I guess without your hands. If your hands break or fall apart, then the fight kind of doesn't happen as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how effective it is too. Like Mike Perry has done an amazing job transitioning into bare knuckle. Like he's probably the most successful at it. Definitely the most successful at it from MMA guys.
Right. Yeah, I saw him with Luke Rockhold. Knock some teeth silly.
Yeah, I mean those when it's just raw knuckle on your face, like a regular mouthpiece, it's not quite good enough.
Right.
And it's interesting that guys are still using the upper mouthpiece only with bare knuckle. I would think you might want to use an upper and a lower.
Yeah, I always just did the upper.
Yeah, most people do. I mean, very few people fought in MMA with an upper and a lower, right? I don't think anybody.
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of. In boxing, you used to see it. You used to see guys who had like a full mouthpiece, but it just gets in the way of your breathing too much, I think.
That's what I have a problem with.
Yeah. Do you breathe out of your nose? Can your nose work?
My nose works fine.
Well, a lot of guys, you know.
No, I started snoring, and so I went and got a sleep test. But they went in and
cleaned it up.
They put a scope up there to see how my nose was because they, you know, just like you, they thought my nose couldn't breathe.
Right.
And he said it was completely clear. No, it was all good.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing that you haven't had too many big injuries. I know you broke your hand at least once, right? Was that the Vanderlei fight? Yeah. That was a wild one.
That was in the first round I broke it.
Wow.
So I just remember going back to the corner, shaking my hand, saying my hand hurts. And they started talking about something else, what I needed to do, and then I never thought about it again the rest of the fight.
Wow.
And I was throwing it. So I you know, just the adrenaline or whatever I had in me just didn't even feel it again.
You got some wild highlight reel knockouts. Some wild fights. I remember the first fight I ever saw of yours, I think it was in 1997. I think you just posted it on Instagram, or someone did. It's like me interviewing you backstage.
Yeah.
Like right after the fight. 97.
That was in 97?
I think so. Pretty sure that was when I first started working for the UFC. I think that was a tournament back then. Yeah, what year is that? Does it say?
Oh shit.
UFC 17.
It was 17. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was 1997. No, 98.
98.
I fought in 97 in Brazil in a tournament, and just to make some money to keep wrestling, and then I did the UFC a year later.
Who talked you into doing MMA in the first place?
Well, Randy and I were training partners forever for wrestling, and we'd always watched it on TV and said, that'd be fun, but I don't know if I'd want to get in there with some of those 300-400 pounders,
right?
Those big fuckers. And Randy called me up one day and said, "Hey, I'm doing this tournament down in Brazil at heavyweight, and they got a lightweight tournament, and this is like 2 weeks before. And you want to go do the lightweight tournament, which is it was like 176 or something." And I was like, well, okay. And I was wrestling 180 and a half at the time, so it was an extra 5 pounds. But I went down and did it. But in the meantime, I guess Randy had already put an application into the UFC, and they said no, and which I didn't know he put in the application. But then he got a call, somebody got hurt, so he didn't go down to Brazil. He went to the UFC instead. It was like within a week before, a week after that fight. No, not that one, but the one down in Brazil, which was, I think it was UFC 13 was his first one. And I
was there for that too.
And he had a tournament against the two big heavyweights.
Yeah, he fought some big muscular guy the first fight who had a lot of hype on him. And I don't remember who he fought in his second fight. I don't remember, but that was like when we first started seeing elite wrestlers.
Right.
First started seeing Royce Alger, Coleman, all those.
Did Kenny Monday fight in the UFC or did
yes.
Yeah.
Kenny no, was it Kevin Jackson?
Jackson.
Kenny Monday fought. He fought submission. I remember Matt Hume submitted him.
Oh yeah.
Remember that?
That was I think I wrestled with Frank Shamrock.
That's right.
And I had a screwed up ankle from I rolled it right before the World Championships a month before that, and so I went in there wearing wrestling shoes so I could hide the tape that I had on my ankle. Frank's pretty good at ankle locks, so
yeah,
that was me not knowing anything about it.
Well, Frank was really one of the first guys that had like a full overall MMA game.
Right. No, I agree.
Really did. He had when he submitted Kevin Jackson, very impressive. He could submit you off his back. He had crazy cardio, full range of skills. He could strike. He could grapple. He could do everything.
Right.
And the cardio, he was like one of the first guys that showed cardio could be a weapon, like the Tito Ortiz fight. His cardio was a real weapon.
For sure. And Tito's usually in pretty good shape, too.
Yeah, well, Tito learned from that fight. I think that was a big wake-up call for him,
right.
that how much cardio plays a factor.
Yeah. And it's a different pace from wrestling. So that was something we had to learn. Wrestling was a little bit higher paced, a little more action, shorter durations though.
Right.
So I had to learn to kind of pace myself a little bit when I first started doing this.
When you first started doing this, what were the distance of the rounds? Was it 5-minute rounds?
No. The one down in Brazil, I think, was a 15-minute straight round, and then maybe a 15-minute overtime if there's no submission. Then they go to judges. But I didn't go. I think I went 7 or 8 minutes. The first fight with Crazio was my first fight. He was like a black belt, which I didn't know a whole lot about. After watching that fight again nowadays, it just, I see so many mistakes that I did, and I didn't know how to punch either. I never sparred before. I never sparred before I fought in the UFC on that one you just put up.
Never.
And then
really?
I started
just
sparring after that. Well, no, I hit the bag and hit focus mitts, and it was just kind of awkward to punch your friend in the face, But after that, it was me and Randy fuck, we need to start sparring.
That is so crazy. You guys didn't spar at all before the first year. That is wild. That's wild. So
I was off balance a lot, getting hit, falling down because when you don't spar, you're just not. You don't have the same balance, or
Yeah.
it's just a lot better to practice the way you fight.
That's so crazy that you fought the first. So did you have a striking coach?
Yeah, we had boxing guys and kind of kickboxing guys that would come in, but there was no coaches back then, MMA coaches, I should say. And then we just started really figuring out what works really well with our styles and, takedown offense and, setting up strikes. And
I think the first real MMA coach was probably Militich. It's probably Pat. The first guy
Pat and Matt Hume.
Yeah, Matt Hume. Good call. Yeah. Those are the first guys that were really putting it all together.
Right.
I mean, and even back then, guys kind of didn't know exactly what now, like you go to ATT or one of these big gyms, they have protocols. Like they know exactly what they're doing. They have training schedules all mapped out in advance, hard days, easier days, technical days. They really have it down to a science.
Yeah.
Monitoring recovery. It's kind of crazy when you think about your first fight, no sparring at all.
Well, yeah, my first 4 fights, because there was 2 fights each one of those events. So.
And then in the UFC, you fought Carlos Newton, right?
Yeah, Carlos Newton and Alan Goes,
Alan Goes,
and then Carlos
Newton.
Yeah.
2 very elite submission guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carlos Newton, people forgot about him. That fucking guy was good.
Yeah, no, he was tough.
He was
well-rounded.
good. Real well-rounded.
He broke my jaw.
Did he really?
Yeah. Just toward like a last minute of the fight, he kind of hit me. It didn't daze me or anything, and then, shortly after, 5 seconds later, I took him down. And when I took him down, my chin kind of pushed against his chest, and it kind of shifted, and I'm like, ooh. that doesn't feel right.
When did you realize that you had that kind of crazy power? Because it's kind of funny that a guy who started out grappling and didn't do any sparring at all for his first 4 MMA fights was one of the most dangerous strikers in the sport.
I don't know. I grew up playing baseball and threw really hard. And then, when I started and not sparring, started MMA, I'd hit the pad or, focus mitts and everybody'd say, oh, shit, you hit hard.
It's just natural.
But, yeah, so I guess it just took me a while to figure out where to put it.
There's a few. I think Takanori Gomi started out as a pitcher, which makes sense. You see the way that guy throws punches, just fucking whips his whole body into it like a fastball.
Put a lot of weight into it.
Yeah, that's actually probably a great thing to start out with, just to learn how to put a lot of force behind your arm.
Driving with your legs and everything.
Yeah, it completely makes sense if you think
hips,
about it.
Yeah.
Because you think about how many guys practice with medicine balls now. They whip medicine balls against the wall to advance your punching power.
Yeah, it's hard to teach.
Yeah, you either have power or you don't have power.
Yeah, you can definitely get better at mechanics to make it harder, but not like what a lot of guys have naturally.
Right. Isn't it wild? That's a crazy thing because you can't really tell sometimes by looking at guys. Like there's guys that just
like
look. Well, you look pretty strong, but there's some guys like they just don't look like they carry that much power, but they have crazy power.
Right.
It's weird. Power is a weird thing.
No, I agree.
Like if you either have nuclear power or you don't.
But and again, I think a lot of that is mechanics, but a lot of that most mechanics come naturally. Like some of those. Pitchers that can throw the ball so goddamn fast.
Yeah.
And some of them are skinny as fuck. You know, how the hell they just whip that thing around.
And then there's also your frame. Like some guys just have bigger shoulders, bigger hands. They're just naturally designed to hit things more leverage points. Yeah, it's just when you think back, like as a pioneer in the sport, it's pretty wild what you guys did. Pretty wild that you entered into the sport that at the time it was just kind of a way to make some money.
Right.
It wasn't, when I started doing the post-fight interviews, it was banned from cable. The only way you could get it was DirecTV. I actually got DirecTV.
That's when you started?
Yeah, 97.
Because it was, I feel like it was right after, it wasn't banned from cable yet until after I fought. on
I think it
UFC
was banned
17.
from one of those years. It was banned from cable, and,
And
there
then-
was a lot of shenanigans with like Budweiser, and you remember like McCain. McCain
Yeah.
was trying to keep it out,
Yeah, for sure.
calling
He
it human
was-
cockfighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of his.
No, most MMA guys weren't because it was so ridiculous. There was no deaths in MMA to speak of.
Right.
Not like in MMA, in boxing, which we have a few every year.
Right.
And they were trying to say it was more dangerous. I'm like, I don't think it is. I mean, everything's dangerous. Even combat sports dangerous.
Right.
But to say that MMA is more dangerous, it's just ignorance. You just didn't understand what was happening.
No, yeah. I have heard that over the years, a lot of different things, and
Yeah.
I got nothing bad to say about MMA. I mean, I grew up as a wrestler, and kind of competing's what I've done my whole life, and yeah, I don't feel like it affected me in a bad way at all. If anything, it was positive things that made me tougher, made me, have more drive and with other things in my life.
Well, you're very fortunate that you came out of it on the other end, healthy.
Yeah.
We know guys who haven't.
Right. No, I know.
There's a few guys that are pretty.
I'm not
busted
saying
up.
that it hasn't affected some guys, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just saying, fortunately, I went through it fairly good.
No, you went through it great.
And I think a lot of it was, and Randy's the same way, just being smart in training. A lot of these guys just bang way too much in practice.
Yeah.
And I'm always a advocate of sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes in training, if you're training to fight, you have to fight in training.
Yeah.
And
How do you know how to manage that?
yeah, I think over the years, you definitely have we have one hard, solid spar day a week, and then more technical sparring another day with the big gloves on, and then the other days with the MMA gloves, we're still going hard, but not with the striking part, just lighter strikes. Which, it's kind of hard sometimes. Some of these guys, when they go lighter, that they're, they slow down their punches instead of, keeping your speed there and your timing, and
Just touching
not,
each other
and not
up.
punching
Yeah.
as hard. So
Yeah.
that's kind of a hard thing to get used to. And it took me a while to have that control. I would accidentally drop guys a lot in practice because I didn't have control when I was, kind of new to the sport.
Is there a way that you do now where you train guys to learn how to punch fast but not hit hard?
Yeah, you yell at them to,
That's it.
don't do it in slow motion.
Yeah. Don't do it in slow motion, but also don't connect
You don't
full
need
clip.
to hit hard, but
Yeah.
don't go slow.
Yeah.
You just got to remind them because guys just do it naturally.
But it's kind of crazy for you as a pioneer because you guys had to kind of
That
figure
word
it
makes me
out.
feel old.
A pioneer?
I hear it all the time.
What's a
now.
good word?
I don't know, but yeah,
But you
I think
are.
that is a good word, but
You're
it just
a
does
pioneer.
make me feel older.
You're the definition of a pioneer. I mean, UFC 17. I mean, come on, man. That was back in the dark days.
feel like I should have a fucking pan to do some gold.
A
Gold
headlamp
mining,
on and
yeah.
shit. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, there's no better word for it. But back then, you guys had to kind of learn along the way, and as the sport evolved. I've always said this, that there's not a sport that you could ever point to that has evolved more since 1993 to 2023.
Oh no,
There's nothing even close. You
No.
watch fights today, like the Makachev Volkanovski fight. I mean, everything's so high level now. Everyone's so good in
Right.
every aspect of the game.
yeah, that was a good. I mean, their first one was a good one. That was I didn't expect that.
I didn't expect it either.
Yeah.
That guy evolved. He got better. And he figured out a lot of the things that he was doing wrong in that fight, and then setting up
Right.
that head kick with those body
I thought
kicks.
Volk was gonna get him this. I just felt like he had more tools
Mm-hmm.
and easier adjustments.
Did you ever have to take a fight like that on 10 days' notice? Because that's what's crazy about it. They took it so short notice.
Yeah, a number of times, especially in Pride. That was pretty common.
Yeah, Pride, they would just call you up like a week
I
before
fought-
the fight, right?
I fought Big Nog he was heavyweight champ at the time, and 10 days notice.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean there was a couple other. I fought Bustamante on probably a week's notice.
So during the Pride days,
2.5 months after a knee surgery, a new ACL surgery.
no way.
they called me up, and I was hunting out in Colorado, and they tracked me down on my buddy's cell phone up in the mountains and said, "Hey, you need to." And I didn't have a contract at the time, and I went and had knee surgery because I tore my knee, and it's like, well, if you don't take the fight, we don't know what'll happen with any future contracts. So I'm like, all right, I'll do it, but you're paying me win or lose, the win bonus also. And so I took the fight. Luckily, I knocked him out real quick with that knee. So, yeah.
And who was that against?
Bustamante.
Bustamante. I don't remember that fight. I'm trying
It was
to remember
after
that
he
fight.
left after he was UFC champ and then left.
That is crazy that you fought 2.5 months after ACL reconstruction.
Yeah.
That basically means your ACL was useless.
Well, I mean, it was like a minute into the fight.
How? Right. What? Okay, now I'm remembering that fight. See if you can find that fight. You got it?
And I
Here it is right here. Now, this was, which way did they do it? Did they do a cadaver? Did they do a patella tendon
I did the
graft?
cadaver because it was a quicker recovery.
Yeah,
they
much
said.
quicker.
Yeah.
I did the cadaver on my right knee, and I had the patella tendon on my left knee. My right knee was good to go in 6 months, but my left knee, it took like a year before it felt normal. That's crazy. Which knee is it?
My left, my lead knee.
And so you're supporting on it. You already threw a kick, so you're trusting it. Do you just not think about it once you're in there?
No, yeah. I mean, I was hiking like 10 miles a day for about 4 days before they tracked me down up in Colorado. So
That's crazy too.
luckily I was, but I was also drinking beer every day.
Well, that does get you in shape, though. the beer doesn't, but the hiking 10 miles a day in the mountains, that's actually probably pretty good for your fucking endurance. Oh, there it is. Boom, 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 boom. That's it. That must have been such a relief to take a fight like that 2.5 months after surgery.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a good moment for sure. I was a little nervous about it because he's a tough dude.
Yeah, very tough dude. Very tough dude.
The funniest thing about that, the 1 week that I had at home training, I threw like a wide left hook and dislocated my thumb, and it popped out, and you can see it still screwed up now. But when I got there, I'm like, hey, can I get a shot to numb my thumb before the fight? Because they can do that there. They don't let you do it here. But
Right.
they're like, yeah, but you got to go to the doctor. They'll x-ray you. So I went in there, and they got one of those things you could see they took an x-ray of me doing this. There was nothing wrong. And then I'm like, they had the x-ray machine where you could see the bones move, and it's just so weird how the bone just comes right, the ligament is gone.
Oh.
So
Is it still gone?
yeah.
It's just
I never
torn
got
off?
it. Yeah, by that time I just taped it for about a year, and then it was good. but my other thumb got jammed in the fight. Like when I was trying to finish him, it must have got jammed, and my whole thumb was so swollen. So I couldn't even wipe my ass. I couldn't take my pants off. I had no thumbs for like a week.
So both thumbs were fucked up.
Yeah.
God. Yeah. Wow.
But yeah, that was the funny part about that.
The Pride days were so wild because did you when you were under contract with Pride, did you just like when an event was coming up just prepare like you were probably going to fight in the event? Because they didn't contact anybody until like a couple of weeks out.
For their New Year's Eve shows, I knew that I'd probably be fighting most likely on most of those shows once they started, because that was their big event of the year. So, and I think I did 2 or 3 of those. But I was ready to go. The only ones that I noticed that was real short notice were those 2, against Big Nog and then
Against Bustamante. Remember when Bustamante fought Tom Erickson in that one crazy event?
No.
It was one of those no time limit things, or like a 30-minute round or something like that. And
Was
Tom
it
Erickson was like
Was
300
it an
pounds.
MMA fight or
Yeah.
was it grappling?
No, it was MMA. It was an MMA fight. I think it was the same event where Oleg Taktarov fought Renzo Gracie, and Renzo Gracie KO'd him with an up kick. It was like the first time we ever saw an up kick.
Was that in the UFC?
No, that was That was some
'Cause they did-
one-off.
Some of the first few UFCs, they were doing goofy stuff like they had super long fights, no time limits.
Right. The first UFC was no time limit each fight. No time limit. They just fought.
And Pride had when I first got to Pride, it was 2 10s.
And then they turned it to 10 and 2 5s, right?
Yeah.
Do you like that? I think the 10-minute round is a good idea.
I liked it because I thought it separated the men from the boys, really. I mean, about 7, 8, 9 minutes in, you know, guys start breaking.
Well, also, if you're a grappler and you take a guy down with 4 minutes into the round and, you know, you've got 6 minutes to go now instead of 1 minute.
Right.
You know, if you see in the UFC, guys struggle so hard to get a takedown, and they finally get a takedown, and then boom, round's over.
Right.
Whereas, like, I just feel like in that situation, maybe the right move is to start them in the next round exactly where you left them off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I would like that.
Because you think about the advantage that it is for an elite striker like Alex Pereira or something like that. If you take that guy down and dominate him in the first round, and then the second round starts and he has to go right back to side control or wherever you had him.
Or just do 3 8-minute rounds or something.
Something like that, yeah. 3 8-minute rounds for a championship round. That for a championship fight. That I like that.
Well, for any fight.
Yeah. Well, it's just I think, you know, Chael Sonnen has said this. It's just like no one can really fight all out for 25 minutes. You got to kind of pace yourself.
No, yeah, and that's what I said. Coming from wrestling to MMA, I kind of learned how to pace myself, and then, you know, sometimes like my fight against Shogun, which was 5 rounds, but I got tired because I tried to finish him like in the 3rd round and just fucking shot my wad.
Yeah.
You know, and
That fight was fucking crazy. That was a crazy one.
it was probably more crazy to everybody else watching than it was to me.
Really? Was that?
Because, I don't know, I felt like I dominated him the first 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't a close decision on those 3 rounds. The 4th round was kind of close, so it could have went either way, I thought. And then the 5th round, he was on top of me, but he wasn't hurting me at all. So I knew he wouldn't finish me. In my mind, I knew for sure he wasn't going to finish me, and I already won the fight. And, you know, anytime he did hit me, I'd try to get out. And he just kept mounting me again every time I'd almost get out. I was so tired.
Well, I want to say crazy in that it was entertaining.
No, for sure.
It was a very wildly entertaining fight.
But a lot of people, like, oh, they didn't know what was going to happen, if he was going to finish me or not finish me. But I knew that he wasn't going to. So that's why it wasn't as exciting to me. It definitely was a lot tougher fight than I was hoping for.
Well, because of trying to empty out the gas tank.
Yeah, that and I thought I don't know if he was coming off of injuries in the past with some of his other fights where he kind of almost quit and they broke him or finished him. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, that was my goal, was to go out there and get on him pretty hard and try to break him and finish him.
He's a guy that I feel like maybe fought a little too long.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
And he definitely manned up and, you know, was a lot tougher than I thought he was.
Oh, he's a tough motherfucker.
Yeah.
In Pride, he was amazing.
Yeah.
In Pride, he was fucking amazing. I think a lot of guys left their best days behind in Pride, unfortunately. You know, a lot of guys, by the time we saw him in the UFC, Big Nog, Crow Cop.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few of those guys that just the wars. Fedor, yeah. The wars that they had in Pride were so insane. The young
like
kids.
Fedor didn't have big wars, though. A couple, but not
No.
not where he got hit much.
No, not really. I mean, even in the Crow Cop fight, he was basically walking down Crow Cop, which is crazy when you think about
Right.
what an elite striker Crow Cop is. And
Right.
Fedor was a motherfucker, dude. God damn, that guy was good.
I feel like some of the referees or something told me, like when they were in there reffing Crow Cop in the UFC, he's out there saying, I'm too old for this shit, or I don't, you know, like, why am I here type of thing. That's not the attitude you should have when you're out there.
Yeah. Well, I think also, I don't know what he was doing when he was in Pride, but I know a lot of guys when they're in Pride were doing a lot of shit. And then they came over to the UFC and all of a sudden they're getting tested.
Right.
Whereas in Pride, they were saying like specifically, we don't test her for nothing. Like Ensign told me.
No, they
said
did.
it on
They
his
did.
contract.
They did P test, but I'm not sure what they tested for.
They didn't do anything with it. They just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure you were on steroids.
Yeah, I asked them if they would, or when they, and the answer I got, well, if we did that, it would be you and Nogueira would be the only fighters we'd have. So
Yeah, I always wondered. Like how much of what you saw was guys that were sauced up. We know some guys were sauced up for sure.
yeah,
For
I think a
sure.
lot of sports have that evolution in there
Mm-hmm.
before they get big enough to
Yeah.
be concerned about that. They're already doing it.
Yeah. Well, then there was the testosterone replacement era.
Yeah, and I was the first one to get on that.
Yeah.
And I was like, there's no way I'm doing it. I don't want to do that. And, the doctor's like, well, you'd feel a lot better. And I asked the athletic commission if I even could. They're like, yeah, if you get a doctor's prescription and, they say you need it, no problem. I was like, oh, really? Okay. And then everybody started kind of abusing it.
They abused the shit
Fucked
out
it
of
up
it.
for everybody.
Well, those days, the Vitor days, everybody talks about TRT Vitor.
Yeah.
Because testosterone replacement Vitor was fucking Jesus Christ. He was scary.
When I fought him in Pride, he tested positive in Vegas
Oh, really?
because we were in Vegas. Their first Pride event in Vegas.
Well, you were one of the only guys who didn't show a performance decline when you got off of it.
Right. No, I didn't. I wasn't taking much, but I was, and I always, even when they weren't testing me like they do now, they randomly show up. And I was asking for the UFC to do that for years, even though now they're getting rid of it. But
Well, they're getting rid of it, but they're implementing some sort of a new program called drug-free sport.
right.
But I don't know what that means. It might their logo might be a wink.
Yeah, it depends on how much money you're making them.
Yeah, I think they wanted a little bit more control of when the tests were going on because USADA would show up at 6 o'clock in the morning and test guys on weigh-in days and shit like that.
Well, I mean, and I had to deal with that when I wrestled for on the national team. Top 3 guys are subjected to that as well, and I had that for years. And then I started. That's why I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. But they're like, oh, you can. But I would test myself at least once or twice every training camp, so I could, if anybody questioned me or how I was doing it, I could show that I'm not abusing it. This is what my levels were during training camp. So I did that all on my own just because, even though I would only get tested by them at the fight.
Did you have to do anything differently once you got off of it, once they removed the TRT exemptions?
No,
Didn't do anything different, just stop taking it?
no, just a lot of that shit's in your head anyway. So I was like, fuck
think?
it, I'm just. At that time, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that I was a little bit affected, but I felt like, I could push through it, no problem, and I did. And as I got older, though, like in my early 40s, mid 40s, I really started feeling the age a little bit as far as just not recovering.
Mm-hmm. Did you adjust your training to handle that?
Yeah, I mean, I made my training camps like a month longer, 3 weeks longer, just to kind of ease into it and not really go real hard for the first 2-3 weeks and then really start a hard training camp and then taper off a little bit better, but just a little bit shorter practices with more intensity.
And so going back to being a pioneer, I know you hate that word, but you really are.
I don't hate it.
How did you guys figure out what's the best way to train? Like, who helped you put together camps? Like, because you're going from this one discipline, wrestling, which you excelled at, and now you're competing in MMA, and there's so many different ways to do it, and nobody really knew exactly the right way to do it. There was a lot of, like, different camps were doing it different ways.
Right.
How did you guys figure out?
I don't know. I think, knowing how much there was to learn in the sport, we kind of broke it up into different categories. One day we're going to spar hard, but we also needed to learn how to grapple on the ground, how to use our wrestling to control certain positions. So I think just knowing that, we didn't spend every day sparring hard, or 3-4 days a week sparring hard, because we needed to learn the other shit too. So I think it just naturally went that way, and then as we got a little bit older, and more experienced in the sport, kind of fine tune that a little bit. On certain days we do certain harder things, and really try not to beat your brain up too much every day, just one day maybe.
Yeah, it's interesting that even today there's different schools of thought. Like Sean Strickland spars basically every day,
Right.
whereas Max Holloway.
He was at my gym for like 3 years.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Was he? He's a wild boy.
Yeah, kind of had to let him go.
Oh, did you? The crazier days.
Yeah, no, he just kind of gets too involved talking shit about people.
I can see that.
I liked him in the gym. I liked him there. He was a great training partner. And you need at least one guy
Yeah.
in your gym that does that and goes hard and makes everybody else go hard
Yeah.
when they're going against him. So I liked it, but
Other people didn't.
yeah, he just was too disrespectful to teammates and stuff. And,
I
yeah,
see.
and
That was the young Sean Strickland.
yeah,
He's
no, this is a
matured
while.
quite a
No, I definitely see that, and I'm always rooted for him when he left. And, it wasn't like I was like, I hope that guy,
Right.
No, I always rooted for him. I thought he had a ton of potential. I was yelling at him to go up a weight class because he was always trying to make 170. I'm like, dude, you need to go 185. You'd feel a lot better. You compete you'd be fine competing up there, but everybody's always mentally afraid to be against the bigger guys.
Yeah, he's a different fighter at 185 than he was at 170.
Right.
At 170, you could see he was compromised. Just like
Right.
he had to cut 25 pounds easy, right?
Yeah, no, he's big.
He's way too big for
Right.
170. But when you saw his fight with Adesanya, were you shocked?
I only saw parts of that. I didn't see
Really?
the whole thing. I was somewhere else. I didn't get to see it.
It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, no, I saw parts of it, and yeah, he looked great.
He looked fucking amazing. The crazy thing is how good his defense is.
I thought he would do well against him. I didn't think he'd do well just standing up with him there. I mean, I thought Adesanya would outpoint him a little bit, but I thought Sean would take him down and beat the shit out of him if he got on top.
Well, that's a lot of people don't realize. Sean has a very good ground game.
No, very good, yeah.
Very good. He just doesn't use it very often. He's black belt in jiu-jitsu, good wrestling, good takedown defense.
Right.
He's solid everywhere, but he just loves to bang.
Right.
Loves to stand in front of guys.
He doesn't have like huge power. He's probably getting better at putting it in better places now, but he's not a big knockout guy, but he definitely adds them up and really, he's by far one of the biggest pressure fighters
Yeah.
that just moves forward all the time.
Well, he's also able to do that because of his defense. His defense is so
he's
underrated.
hard to hit, yeah.
So underrated. And in that Adesanya fight, you saw it so clearly.
Yeah, he's really hard to hit.
So good at moving just out of distance and then putting more pressure back on you, checking those calf kicks.
He's quick.
Yeah. I was super impressed with that
Yeah.
fight.
And it's even more impressive, coming back from an accident like he had too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he talks about it. It's like, my quad's all fucked up on his right leg.
Right.
It's like his one leg is just like the quad's not even attached,
Yeah.
which is nuts.
Yeah, no, it's, but again, it just shows what the body can do if you just let it.
Yeah.
If you're just mentally tough enough to push through something.
Well, he changed his style a little bit because of it. He stands different than most people. Stands very straight up.
He always has.
Yeah? Always?
Yeah. When I'd spar him, I'd have to. I quit aiming for his head. I just aimed for his chest, and it kind of stopped him. And then I could, follow up. If I hit him in the chest, I could follow up and hit him again. But he's hard to hit.
Yeah, it's impressive, and he's the only guy doing that sort of Philly shell style at a championship level. It's like very interesting seeing him out there. He looks different than everybody else.
Yeah, he's quick. That really helps him not get hit also.
Yeah, but it's just also, I think, when we're going back to the different schools of thought in terms of sparring, he spars every day. It's most of his training is sparring.
Right.
So when you see him fight Adesanya in the 5th round, The guy wasn't even breathing heavy. I mean, he looked like ready to go 5 more after that.
He's got like just his natural ability is his cardio. Among he knows how to fight well too, but naturally he just has cardio for days.
Well, I got to think that has a lot to do with constantly sparring. So the sparring thing is there's not a lot of tension. Very loose and very composed and very efficient.
Right.
Whereas some guys, but then again, you look at Max Holloway, he's about as good as it gets. And that guy doesn't spar at all anymore. He says, I don't want to get beat up.
He shouldn't.
Yeah, he just says...
Especially the way his fights are typically wars,
Oh, he's had some fucking crazy wars. But he's like, I want to go into those fights fresh. And I think that was something that he picked up during training camps. At like some of the training camps where he sparred a lot, he was a little beat up by the time he actually got into the octagon. And so now he's like, look, I already know how to fight. So I'll just do drills and hit mitts and pads and constant conditioning, and it works.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
But that's what's interesting is like there's no one perfect way to do it. It depends upon the athlete, depends upon the skill set.
Right. No, for sure. And you could, like, I set certain days to do certain things because of, how tough certain things are on certain days, and you want to go hard, then you want to kind of take it easy for a day. Easier, I should say, but it doesn't work for everybody. Some guys just need a little bit more. Some guys need less.
Do you think that's something that you just need to tune in on your own with a coach and with the people that you work with and just figure it out over time, multiple camps?
Yeah, I guess. But, I mean, for the most part, you get what you put into it, out of it. So if one day you're not feeling it, you kind of get in there and you get lazy. You might get beat up a little bit, but that means you're having to push through some adversity to kind of keep going, which is also a good thing in training to have to do some days. And on the flip side, you might feel great someday and you're the one beating the other guy up in practice. And I think it's good for the guys that get beat up to have to see how they respond to that.
Right, and to have that experience once you actually get in the fight.
Right, because it's definitely going to happen in a fight.
Yeah. What do you think was your toughest fight? Do you have a toughest fight?
I have a toughest night of fighting. That was when I did that tournament, the rings tournament, the 32-man unlimited weight class tournament.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one. How many times did you fight that night?
Well, the first event I fought twice, and then I came back and fought 3 times in a night. For the
how much of a gap
quarters.
Between the first 2 fights and the?
So I fought Gilbert Yvel,
Right.
Yvel, whatever his name is, the first fight that night, and had about an hour probably, which is pretty good, 45 minutes to an hour. And then I fought Big Nog, and he fucked my knee up. We were in the clinch, and he jumps to guard, and his ass landed on my leg and just popped my MCL. So my leg really hurt. My knee did. I made it through that fight, beat him. And then I had about 25 minutes. There was one fight in between.
Oh, Jesus. And
then I had to fight Babalu in the finals. And Randy was in my corner, and Ryan Parsons. And I find out afterwards, they're like, oh, there's no way he's going to be able to fight. I was just a bucket of shit out there in the locker room. It hurt. And then, but that fight, I had never made that much money. This was in the year 2000. So I think the most I had ever made from wrestling, and with everything combined, was when I fought in the UFC the year before that and made like 20 grand. This final fight was worth 200 grand.
Wow.
Just win or lose, it was a $200,000 difference.
Just the one fight.
Yeah, the finals. The champ got everything. It was basically winner take all type of thing. If I would have taken second place, I would have had 5 fights for about 30 grand total. And I made 230 grand instead.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, when I went out there and they played the national anthem beforehand, that got me pumped up, ready to go. And the thought of $200,000.
Did you tape your knee up or anything?
No. But, I mean, there wasn't really much time, and I just went out there and fought, kind of defended takedowns, and this tournament was they had a little bit different rules. It was 2 5s, and the kind of like the Ultimate Fighter, and a possibility of another 5 if it's a draw.
And Babalu was a fucking stud too.
Yeah, he was. Him and Nogueira were both pretty big, like 40 pounds bigger than me, probably 45.
Babalu had one of the most horrific KOs early in his career. He fought Brad Kohler, and he soccer kicked him with wrestling shoes on. Remember those days?
Yeah, I remember that.
Brad Kohler was like a bodybuilder. He was a tank.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, he was a tank. And Babalu stuffed his shots and got him down and soccer kicked him into the next realm. Whew.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah, see if you can find that. Babalu was an animal. Very
Yeah,
tough
no, he
guy.
was tough. Him and Nogueira, up till the time when I had fought them, they'd submitted everybody in the tournament that they'd fought so far. So Nogueira had
Here it is.
finished 3 guys.
He hit him with a lot of low kicks. That was back in the wrestling shoes days. Very interesting. The difference when your amount of grip that you have with wrestling shoes. Big fucking difference, right? The low
Yeah,
kicks.
no, for sure.
Yeah, Babalu is super high level.
Yeah, he was tough. And
So here it is. He gets him right here. Boom. Soccer kick.
What show is that in? Is that in Brazil?
Boy, I don't know. I don't remember. 2000. What does it say? World Extreme Fighting. Okay. Which is so
January
interesting.
15th of 2000.
Just different fucking rule sets.
About a month later is when I fought him in that tournament. I think it was like February, the King of Kings finals.
World Extreme Fighting going plow. Jens Pulver was in there. No shit. Wow.
That Phil Johns dude looks like Justin Gaethje.
He does. I thought it was at first. Oh, Pele fought fucking Pat Miletich. I forgot about that fight too. John Lewis, Jeremy Horn.
Wow. Nogueira,
Yeah.
Rodrigo.
Yeah. Matt Hughes was in there. Wow. Bunch of legends. Wow. Just those days, man. That's never going to happen again, where you have just the emergence of a sport like this that becomes one of the biggest sports in the world.
Yeah. I think they should do tournaments again.
You think so?
Multiple fights in a night.
It would be wild.
I think they should start doing that, and then it kind of gears it up to being an Olympic sport after that.
What do you do, though, if you have injuries? Like, what if...
Well,
If
I
alternates-
think you got to tame down the rules a little bit, but there's typically alternates when they do any MMA tournament.
Right. But they have an alternate. Yeah, but I mean, if someone, like, say if you have a war against one, like, say if you have a war against somebody, and then in the next round, the guy who also fought, he has to pull out, and then they put it in an alternate, and he's fresh.
Yeah, I mean, but they make the alternates fight.
Oh, do they?
Like my
Oh, so
fight
the
with
alternate gets
Bustamante was
through.
an alternate fight.
Oh, I see. So the
So
alternates fight.
I
and they
actually
get
could have fought
through.
again that night. I'm thankful I did, and I didn't have any thumbs and a
Blown out
and a
knee.
skinny knee.
Wow. Yeah, that would work. That would work where you have a potential alternate. You might need 2.
Well, if you needed the other guy, I guess you would take the loser of the alternate
Yeah.
fight. I guess.
I guess you would, unless you got KO'd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on where it's at.
Right. If it's in Japan, they'll like dust him off, put some ice on his head.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just it is interesting when you see tournaments though, because it's like you have a built-in super fight, right? You see over the night guys winning, and you know their style, and so you're looking forward to the matchup when it comes to the main event.
Right.
I mean, that was the early UFC.
Right. Yeah, I thought UFC 17 was a tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, the tournaments were wild. The first one I went to was UFC 12. That was when Vitor fought Trey Teligman, and then he fought Scott Ferozzo. And he won the heavyweight tournament when he was 19.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Randy came in after that, I guess.
Just don't. Yeah, Randy was that was back when Vitor was like 240 when he fought Randy. He looked like his trap started at the top of his ears.
He had a little bitty head on top of a huge body.
He was crazy big. He was so bulked up. But I just wonder, like, what athletic commissions would allow you to do that. I know Los Angeles just a few years ago, when they had Glory Last Man Standing, they had a big tournament there. It was a big kickboxing tournament. Yeah. I wonder if they would allow something like that with some athletic commissions with MMA.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't see why they wouldn't. I mean,
Be exciting.
you could tame it down a little bit, kind of like they do the Ultimate Fighter, but you know, have it all in one night, not over
Right.
a time.
Well, it certainly would be exciting. I think the options that would be interesting are one 15-minute round instead of 3 5s. I think that would be very interesting. And then a tournament. That would also be very interesting if they decided to do. I mean, if someone wants to stand out from another organization like the PFL or one of those, like the PFL's got some weird point system that they do that I don't really understand. You get a certain amount of points for a submission, a certain amount of points for a KO, and it's like you're ahead in the score.
Is that like to go for the whole season to see where you're ranked, and then?
Yeah, it's.
But I thought the whole season was a tournament. Anyway, well, I guess it's only certain weight classes or the whole.
It's weight classes. I don't know if they do it with all weight classes, but I think that's just how they run their organization. I hope they stop doing that.
Well, they're now gonna own Bellator.
Yeah, which is interesting. They got a lot of cash, apparently, a lot of oil money going that direction.
A lot of investor money.
Yeah. Listen, the more big organizations, the better, I think, for the athletes, for sure, for the fans, for sure. And they have Francis Ngannou. You know, Francis Ngannou becomes their heavyweight, poster guy, and, he's their heavyweight champion. I mean, it could be very interesting if they throw a bunch of money at it.
No, I agree. I think it's great for the sport and, great for the fighters, the athletes.
Yes, definitely great for the fighters. The fighters can't just have the UFC. And it's good for the UFC, too. Everybody needs competition. The UFC needs and it's great for the fighters. If you got the PFL bidding on you, you got one championship bidding on you, and you got the UFC bidding on you, that's a good place to be.
Well, for sure.
If there's only the UFC around, you got to take what they give you.
Yeah.
And,
I was kind of in that boat for a bit when the UFC bought Pride, and then I was in the UFC again, and then Strikeforce came along, and I went there, and then they bought Strikeforce.
Yeah, that's right. That's
so
right.
I told the press, I said Dana is like a stalker chick. he loves me so much, he's got to buy the companies. I'm the...
You remember Affliction? They were around for a hot minute.
Yeah, I think they basically broke the bank when Josh Barnett tested positive. He was going to fight Fedor, and the fight, they just canceled the whole event.
Yep.
And never had another show.
Dana didn't know about it. I'm pretty sure he was gambling. I think he was playing blackjack. And I texted him. And I said, hey, did you hear what's going on? I go, Josh Barnett tested positive. And then he called me up. He goes, what the fuck's going on? And then I told him. He's like, holy shit. He was so happy.
Yeah.
He was so happy.
It would have been nice I think Trump was getting ready to be involved he was at the event to watch, or he was at the previous event to watch, and I think they were kind of grooming him to be an investor.
Interesting. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, but yeah.
That was back when everybody loved Trump.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, the fucking things change. He was in all the rap songs. Rappers would always talk about Trump. Everybody loved Trump. He was like this wheeling, dealing billionaire character that everybody enjoyed.
Yeah. I felt like he did a decent job.
As president? When you look at his regulations, it certainly helped the economy.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
that guy who was
I
the
feel
head
like
of...
we were in a lot better spot then than now, for sure.
Without a doubt. Well, there's a lot of shit happened. COVID and the world.
Right.
The world scares the shit out of me right now. Right now, I'm like, boy, this is not good. None of this Ukraine thing,
loading up on
not
ammo.
good. Yeah, everything not good. Everything scares the shit out of me. I'm looking at all of it going, fuck. Like, there's no good solutions to the Middle East. All of it looks terrible. And the Ukraine thing looks terrible. It just scares the shit out of me because it's just like all it takes is one person to fucking launch a nuke and the world changes forever.
Right.
And I've never felt like that was a possibility in my lifetime until now.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit on the unsure realm of how I feel definitely a little bit unsure about what's going to happen.
Yeah. Very. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at like moving to Iceland or some shit. Like, where's going to be safe from the fallout?
Go do some more research on aliens and figure out where the next vacation spot is.
Well, that would be fascinating if the aliens come down and stop it all.
Yeah.
If they just go, listen, you dipshits. We've been watching, waiting. It's like the way I describe it is like two brothers fighting in the backyard. The parents like, hang on, let them fucking work this out. And just figure out when one of them grabs a rock, then run in. Okay, enough.
Yeah.
That's enough. Yeah, I don't know. Just I've never felt more like the world's on the verge of being forever ruined. This is what it feels like right now. It just feels like I've never felt more like we're on. I mean, this is must have been what it felt like at the beginning of World War III or World War II rather.
Don't say three.
I know. I'm sorry.
Freudian slip.
Yeah, it's fucked.
So what have you been up to other than obsessing over hunting?
Oh, that's my main hobby these days. But other than that, running the club. We have this comedy club that you went to last night.
Yeah,
the Mothership.
I was impressed. It was pretty cool.
Thank you. It's been fun. That's a nice thing because, in L.A. we had the Comedy Store, and one of the things that I realized when I moved out here, there was no real home base, and all these comics had already moved out here. There was a shit ton of comedians that decided, fuck California, I can't deal with this anymore. I can't perform. Because they were locking everybody down for like a year and a half. They wouldn't let anybody do shows. They wouldn't even let them do shows in the parking lot of the Comedy Store. The whole thing was so crazy. It didn't make any sense. And out here, we were doing full shows indoors.
Yeah, it's amazing how that is, huh?
Yeah, and nothing happened. We're all gonna die. No one died.
I shut my gym down for 6 weeks.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah. No, I live in a good spot.
That is a good spot.
And our county sheriff, said, "Fuck you, Governor Newsom. You're a hypocrite. I'm not going to arrest people for, being responsible and owning businesses and still trying to make their money and keep it afloat."
Well, it destroyed L.A. I mean, it destroyed the restaurant industry. It really did.
Bet,
It destroyed it. At one point in time, they lost somewhere around 70% of all restaurants. It was just insane.
Wow.
Just insane. And they never corrected. Because you know what it is? The people that run the government, the amount of money they make is not dependent on whether or not businesses stay open.
Right.
If it was, they would have never shut jack shit down. If they worked it like, say, if you work for a company and you're a CEO and the company makes a profit, you get bonuses.
Right.
You get bonuses based on the amount of profit the company gets. If the whole state lost money and the economy crashed, that should be reflected in your paycheck.
I agree, 100%.
And if the whole state kicks ass, that should be reflected in your paycheck.
Right.
And if that was the case, you would have seen a completely different response. They would have been like, ladies and gentlemen, you just need to get vitamin D, and everybody needs to start drinking water and exercising and losing weight. And here's some ways to boost your immune system. Instead of everybody has to stay indoors and all the kids have to fucking be home and mask up. And it's just nuts. It's just nuts to watch it all work. And that so many people stepped in line. So many people were like, okay. And nobody got angry about it. I was 1 month in. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I started looking in May of 2020 because I was like, these motherfuckers are never going to let this go. They're never going to let this go. They keep ramping up all the new regulations and ramping up what can be closed. They shut out outdoor dining, which made no fucking sense.
Right.
None of it made any sense. And that's when I started moving. When I came out here, first thing we did with my family, we went to a restaurant. We sat indoors, and my kids were like, "We can eat at a restaurant? This is crazy." And we went on a lake, on Lake Austin. We were looking at this house, and we went on a boat on the lake, and there was people jumping in the water and drinking and playing music. And my kids were like, "I want to live here." So then it was just talking my wife into it. It's like, come on. Like, listen, if we don't like it, we could always move back. But
Where was she
let's
from?
try it."
From LA area?
Well, we both lived in LA for 20 plus years.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I had all these friends there. I had all my business was there. Everything was there. You know, comedy was there. Everything was there. But I just I don't like people telling me what to do, especially people that are hypocrites.
Right.
And those photos of Newsom came out when he was dining indoors with no mask on. And it's like these fucking
And his kids were still going to school at a private school. Yeah.
Yeah, all of it. The whole thing was fucked. It was just the whole thing is fucked. You're just allowing these people that I never thought about who the governor was before. I never thought about who the mayor
Me
was.
neither.
It didn't.
And I never
bother me.
really cared.
I didn't care. I did what I had to do, and hopefully they did a good job and they didn't fuck the economy up. That's all.
Now we need Joe Rogan in there.
Fuck that, dude. You don't want me. You don't want me in there.
I would rather have you than.
Yeah, you probably would. You'd probably want to have me in there, but they'd probably assassinate me. It wouldn't take long before I'd be like, hey, why are we spending money on all these things? Fuck out of here with this. How many people are working on the homeless committee?
Oh, fuck.
Get out of here. We looked into that. The homeless thing is nuts. There's people on this governing body that's supposed to be handling the homeless crisis. There's people on that are making $240,000 a year. They have zero incentive to get rid of the homeless problem because then they don't have a job. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to transfer over to somewhere else and make the same amount of money? You got
They could probably
sweet, cushy job.
use that money to actually help homeless out.
I don't know how the fuck they do it. They've ruined it. It's gotten so bad that I just don't know how you turn it around.
Well, I think a lot of it is stems from getting mixed up with drug use and
100%.
being dependent.
Mm-hmm. Drug use and mental illness. That's
Right.
the primary cause of most of it. You know, and they try to make it seem as if it's just like people down on their luck. Like,
Maybe we
there's a few.
probably should have finished that wall. Would have helped.
That's what the craziest thing is. That two things are happening simultaneously. The southern border wide open, and people are pushing for people to be able to vote with no ID. Those two things are insane.
No, absolutely.
Did you see that they're sending people back from Venezuela? Because Venezuela has a communist government, and the people that come over to here, they escape socialism. And those people are most likely to vote like Cubans do in America. Cubans in America vote Republican.
Right.
And so when they're
sending
having
them
these
back?
issues, they're trying to like actively send Venezuelans back to Venezuela.
Of
Like,
course
oh my
they
God.
are. Yeah.
So transparent. It's so transparent. I don't care what their other excuses are. The fact that they're targeting Venezuelans and that Venezuelans 100% hate socialism, the ones that come over here, it's nuts. I mean, look, there's always these periods in history where things get bad and then they get better again. They get bad and they get better again. I mean, things were great for a long time, but they are on a slide, and we got to pull out of that fucking slide.
Yeah, for sure.
And if we don't, it's not good.
I'm real nervous about next year.
Real nervous, no matter who wins.
Right.
The country's going to be in a frothy uproar because of this fucked up media that we have.
Right. No, I think they're the biggest problem that we have.
Yeah. No, they are. They are the
On
enemy
both
of
sides,
peace.
not just yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Well, their business is just get people riled up, get people paying attention. And the most outrageous shit that they can say, the most outrageous stories they can publish, those are the ones that are going to get clicks. So those are the ones that they publish. And then everybody gets into this frothy panic. And in the meanwhile,
It's amazing the spin that they could put on, if both sides were airing the same exact story, it sounds like two completely different things.
yeah, it's crazy. There's no like real like objective news source that everybody trusts anymore. There's not one thing where you go, oh, this is the blah news. They're always legit, above board. It's a complicated issue, and they're going to lay out all the different sides to it.
Yeah.
No, everything's got a spin to it. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good, and I don't know how it gets better.
Yeah, I don't either.
It just sucks that you have to think about it.
Yeah,
For most of my life, I didn't really think about it that much.
I never did. I always worried about wrestling and
Yeah,
then fighting and then, just
simpler things.
getting better at what I did.
Yeah.
And I would never go into politics, so it didn't matter to me. I never really cared. Just like what you said, I was the same way. I didn't really pay attention to much of it until recently.
I talked to Dana White once. I said, you should run for president. And he's like, dude, the skeletons that would come out of my closet, it would be like The Walking Dead.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Of course. Of course. I mean,
Yeah.
they don't give a shit if you'd be good at your job. They just give a shit about getting their side in.
Right.
Yeah. And this country's so polarized. The whole right versus left thing is so crazy.
Yeah, I feel like racism is a lot worse than it was before all this, just because
They talk about it all the time.
they're talking about it too, when it's not even there, they're still talking about
Yeah.
it. And
They're making an issue when it's
and
not
they're
even there.
stirring the pot.
Yeah, because that's what their job is. Their job is just to get people outraged. I mean, if your business is just to get people fired up and paying attention to things and angry, that's what they do. It's just our job to kind of like figure that out now. And I think trust in mainstream media is at an all-time low. I don't think there's ever been a time in my life where people trust the mainstream news less.
Well, I know that I don't trust them, but I don't know how I don't know.
Well, no one's watching them. CNN got its lowest ratings since the 1990s the other day. They have 43,000 people watching. You know how crazy that is?
And that's 43,000 people worldwide, or just in the States?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I was just
That's
reading
crazy,
it.
yeah.
But even if it's just in the States, that's nuts. That's nothing.
Especially when they do the points
Yeah.
on how many millions. Now.
Yeah, I mean that's literally a Taylor Swift concert, and not even a big one. It's one of her smaller concerts.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nuts. But I would like to see the UFC in an arena. I think the UFC could do that.
An outdoor arena?
Yeah, that Raiders arena. I think they could do that arena.
Like what Pride did K1 did
Yeah.
back in the Tokyo Dome? No, it was in the
Saitama Super Arena.
No, that's enclosed. Well,
Is it enclosed?
I think it just stretches. They had a big arena. I didn't go to it, but they had like 80-some thousand people there at that. I think it was a New Year's Eve show.
The only problem with that is you have to hope it doesn't rain.
Yeah. And I think they had people skydive in.
Oh, look, obsessed with Las Vegas Sphere. Eyes UFC card at venue in 2024. Oh.
I've heard
that
about it.
would
I haven't been in there yet. Have you been in there?
No, I haven't. I've seen it in videos and stuff. It looks insane. When you're inside of it, the entire thing is a screen. Like everything. The ceiling, all the Have you seen it? Have you seen the videos of it?
No, I haven't.
It's fucking bananas. Like
But
a
I've
concert
heard
there.
that it's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy good.
Crazy
for
good.
concerts.
Yeah. Oh, my God. How many does it seat, Jamie? 18? Oh, that'd be perfect for a UFC.
Yeah.
And then you could show the replays on the ceiling. You could show the replays everywhere.
So the guy knocked out could see it too.
Oh, boy, yeah. As he's on his back, you can see the head kick land. When you look at the level of fighting today and think about how it was when you started, are you proud? Are you proud that you were part of it in the beginning?
Well, yeah, I'm definitely proud that I was part of that journey. But I mean, I don't. I still feel like there's certain things missing on some of these guys. You know, they're just not great at any one thing. Some of them, but they're really good at everything, but not spectacular.
Not specialists.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you have a few guys that are specialists, like Pajeda. You know, there's a few of the elite kickboxers.
But then you see more. You know, you see where the holes are in their game too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, I think that it's definitely evolved into, you know, some guys that are extremely a lot more skilled and talented than back in the day, for sure.
For sure.
I just think maybe what's missing is some of the old school attitude.
Well, the old school guys did it because they wanted to do it, and there wasn't really much money in it at all. You had to be really kind of crazy. You know?
Yeah.
Well, you got to be a wild motherfucker to enter into UFC 1 or UFC 2 or UFC
Right.
3. I mean, it was just, you got to be fucking crazy.
It was funny. I came home from the 92 Olympics, and I was in my hometown in Victorville, which is in the middle of nowhere. And I went out to the local bar, and some guy was in there talking to me about, hey, you know, we're getting ready to put on this show. You know, we're going to see who the toughest guys are, you know, from we're going to have a wrestler, boxers, and he's describing the UFC. And it happened about 3 months after that. It's like, yeah, we're putting together the show. We're about to do it, blah, blah, blah. And next thing you know, the UFC started.
Wow.
I have no idea who that guy was.
Just some guy you met at a bar?
Yeah.
I wonder who it was.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder what his gig was, what role he had in it. I found out about it from a local video store. I think someone had told me about it, and then I rented UFC 2. It was 94, and I just moved to L.A., and I remember watching it and going, holy shit, they did it. Because I always remembered thinking when I was kickboxing and taekwondo, like, everybody always wondered, what would happen if a judo guy fought a wrestler? Right. What would happen if a boxer fought a karate guy? But to see it all actually happen, like, holy shit, this is nuts. And that was back when, Hoist Gracie, it was just kind of getting started. And then jiu-jitsu was everywhere. Just jiu-jitsu schools just popped up everywhere.
Right.
And it was just like a complete revolution of martial arts where there had never been anything like that before. And then there was that John Peretti thing. Was it World Extreme Fighting? Remember he had that? Yeah. He had that event.
With John Lewis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. John Lewis, and that was Mario Sperry was in that, Maurice Smith, Conan Silveira. There's a lot of like good fighters that came out of that as well. And there's a few of these organizations that were emerging. And then in Japan, there was Rings and K1 and then Pride emerged. And at one point in time, Pride was bigger than the UFC. It was fucking huge.
Yeah, I think they just hit them and K1 got in a pissing match with something, and they really kind of crippled each other.
I can't imagine how they did it. It was so big in Japan. I can't imagine that it fell off as much as it did because it was so much bigger in Japan than the UFC ever was.
And I think they had a bigger audience internationally also, not in the States than the UFC, but internationally, like in Europe and because they would really get a lot of European fighters and Brazilians.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was a hardcore. There was a hardcore base in America that watched it. I remember guys from jiu-jitsu school, like when they would air it live, they'd come over to my house at like 3:00 in the morning to watch it. I forget when it would air. Or sometimes it would air like you would have to like stay offline and not find the results for like a while and then try to watch it. Yeah, and they delayed it. But those events seem so insane. Those events seem so incredible. What was the biggest crowd that you've fought in front of over there?
I think, I don't know, 65, 70, somewhere in that range. At Tokyo Dome, like it was sold out for New Year's Eve.
Wow.
I don't even remember
What is that like?
I don't know, any other day, but it was definitely a lot more energy. What I liked was, as a fighter, they did like their opening ceremony was pretty cool to me. And, you get up there and they do a big show and then they introduce all the fighters. I think that was pretty cool, a way to do it. And it's just part of their culture too, that, putting those
pageantry,
athletes.
Yeah.
So I do miss that, as well as other things with the show. But they put on, and this is what I always say. Everybody used to say, "Oh, what's better? Who's better fighters, the UFC or Pride?" I'm like, I don't know. I think they both have great fighters, and they're probably pretty comparable. But there's no comparison to the show they put on. Pride just was a show.
It was a big
in
show.
addition to the fights,
and also the walk-in. Like the walkout was giant. It was crazy. Pyrotechnics and fucking giant screens, and it was an event.
No, it was unbelievable. Yeah.
And I put certain fighters in that era up against anybody. I mean, I think Crow Cop in his prime over there is one of the scariest heavyweights ever. Fedor in his prime over there, without a doubt. If not the best heavyweight of all time, definitely there's an argument between him and a couple other guys.
I agree.
There were so many great fights over there.
Yeah. Yeah, there was quite a few, and it's when they started trying to do it, kind of work with the UFC a little bit. UFC would send in some of their guys over, Chuck and Rampage would get over there. Even though Rampage had fought there before, but and I think that 10-minute first round really hurt some of those guys.
Yeah, it was different. They sent Chuck over there. Remember, he KO'd Alistair at 205.
Yeah.
That was better than Alistair was skinny.
Yeah, and he fought with what's his name? He's from Dallas, I think, from
Guy Metzger.
Guy Metzger.
Yeah, that's right.
And Guy was beating him, knocked him down, and then I don't know what happened, but he got caught.
Yeah, Chuck caught him. Chuck could bang. Chuck had crazy chin too. His ability to absorb shots was nuts.
Yeah,
he was willing to, and obviously that cost him in the long run.
Yeah,
but he had an iron chin. He would just bite down on his mouthpiece and just eat shots.
Yeah, you try not to be known for that.
Yeah, it never really turns out well in the long run. Almost every guy that winds up, that has that sort of style eventually winds up getting KO'd.
Right.
Eventually the foundation just falls apart.
Yeah. Doesn't take much sometimes and you get it in the right spot.
Yeah. Well, do you have KOs that are like some of your most, like the Hector Lombard one? I was just watching that the other night. That one was nuts because we never saw you throw a head kick before.
I threw 3 head kicks or high kicks. They weren't close to the head because I just wasn't that flexible against Rich Franklin in England, but I fell to my ass every time I slipped. So I had thrown them before, and I'd throw them in practice, but against lefties, I kind of had this thing where I kind of changed levels, like I'm going to kind of look at your legs, and my head kick comes up there, and he's short, so I was able to land it.
That's a guy that I think people miss his prime too, because his prime was in Bellator. He was fucking starching people in Bellator. Hector Lombard in Bellator was a fucking terror. He was a terror. He was so athletic, and he was so fast and powerful, and that judo background, I remember when he came to the UFC, he had a few fights like that, like the Nate Marquardt fight was a good example of that, where you saw like that same sort of Hector Lombard.
But, he comes in fast and strong, and then, you got to weather the storm a little bit.
Well, you caught him with the head kick, and I think, if I remember correctly, you hit him with a back fist.
Back elbow.
A back elbow. And then you elbowed him on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the elbow on the ground.
When he first came here from Australia, he was Cuban, but he went to Australia and lived there. And when he first came to the States, he came to my gym first for about 3 months, and nobody liked him. He was a big bully, just trying to knock people out warming up, or
really?
Throwing, just when you're supposed to be going easy, just trying to hurt people. And it would happen every time I'd be out of town. I'd come back, I'd hear about it. And Sokaju was in there too, and he fucking put him in his place once. But so when I went to fight Hector, the media is like, asked me, Hector's saying how he left your gym because he never felt welcome, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, I never had a problem with him, but everyone in my gym thought he was a big bully. Yeah, and that's all I said about it. And we're in the face-off, like, week of the fight, and he asked me, who says I'm a bully? And I'm like, what did you say? And yeah, who says I'm a bully? And I'm like, everybody said you're a bully. Who? Everybody at my gym. Not me, but everybody at my gym. And he just couldn't get over that. And I'm like, you motherfucker, this isn't the time or place for that. I'm going to fuck you up. So those last couple elbows were a little more personal. It's probably the only fight I've ever really felt that way, that I really wanted to fuck that guy up.
Not the Bisping fight?
No, it was just a fight to me. And I didn't like him, but it wasn't a guy that I'd hang out with. But, he was just him, and I knew that I would beat him.
But that logo that you have, the flying punch, that is the ultimate fuck you. That logo is so wild that you put that as your logo.
But I don't even know why he's upset about that, because he's not even in it. There's no
Yeah, but it's he knows what it is. Everybody knows what it is.
It's not like a chalk line on the ground underneath him.
I remember when I saw that logo for the first time, I went, "Oh shit!" Because you flattened him with that right hand. I mean, he was out cold, and then you launched yourself through the air and smashed him with that right hand.
Yeah.
And it was that, but that becoming your logo was one of the wildest things. I can't believe. I mean, it's a crazy logo. I mean, everyone has to know what that is, because otherwise it wouldn't even make sense. Like, what is he doing?
Right.
Is he about to do a cartwheel? You know what I mean? It's not like, you're throwing a head kick or you're throwing a punch. It's like you're flying and your arm is above you like this.
Well, what about Air Jordan's logo? There's no basket there.
That's true, but no one winds up with a massive concussion after that. It's a great logo, though. It really is.
Somebody had photoshopped them onto like some shoes. I think I posted that not too long ago.
Oh, photoshopped him out?
No, that logo, like a
Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of guys that make custom sneakers. They should make you a pair of those. Why not?
Yeah, why not? I don't wear shoes that often. Just
So,
sandals.
how often are you're still training with guys? You still work out
I need
with guys?
to.
Yeah.
I'm getting chubby, so I need to start
Beer?
working out. Yeah, well, I don't drink that much beer, but I'll have
Just food?
I just everything. I like to cook. I'm pretty good at it. So I just need to start working out a little more. I'm not too bad, but for not doing shit, I mean, I might have worked out once in the last 6 months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, it's not good.
Oh, no.
It's the least I've ever worked out in my whole life. Just, I don't know. Maybe having to do it for so long.
Well, that does happen to a lot of fighters. They get fat after they're done fighting. They're just like, fuck, all the weight cutting, all the bullshit. You just get so tired of it. You just want to enjoy your life now.
Right. And I don't know. I just I don't know. Maybe I'm just got lazy or something. It's not about. I don't know why I don't.
You still look
I'm
good.
at my gym almost every day and I coach and stuff, but I feel like I'm still capable of doing a lot of things. The last time I have worked out, it always goes well.
Are you thinking about just training a little bit now?
Yeah, more grappling stuff. Trying not to do the sparring part as much. Mm-hmm. Even though I'd probably get antsy wanting to spar just for fun, but
I'm sure you would. When you were training, what did you do for recovery? Like, were you guys today? They've got massage therapists and saunas and cold plunges and all that jazz. Did you have like a sophisticated way to recover when you were training?
Yeah, I would try to sauna, and I do get. I would get during training camp a massage probably twice a week, and they were about 3 hours long each time. You remember my masseuse Mariah?
I do remember her because she told me that working with you was like working with wood. She said you were so dense. She said she never massaged anybody who was so dense. She said it was crazy.
Yeah. She actually owns a business that's in my building where my gym is. It's called The Lab, but they do like IV therapy and
great.
And hormone replacement also and peptides and all sorts of different.
Are you doing all that stuff?
I do some peptides and I do I do the hormone replacement as well. I work with another company, like an online one too, Blokes. It's pretty good it's virtual, so it's super easy for me to. I don't even have to go anywhere and just do it all myself. But they got some pretty good peptides.
Guys are doing that now.
Right.
Because, peptides are a thing that was one of the sticking points with USADA. They were stopping guys from using BPC 157.
Right.
And they allowed it for a while, and then they stopped using it. Like, come on, guys. All this is doing is helping people recover. That's all it's doing is helping people recover from injuries.
Right. For injuries, not necessarily anything
exactly.
else. Yeah. They got a new one that's pretty good, too. I forgot what it's called. Something 5,000 or something. I forgot what it's called, but yeah, it's for injuries as well.
But the FDA is trying to stop people from taking that. which doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
When they're not stopping people from taking opiates.
Right.
It's nuts.
So yeah, she's doing that. But yeah, I would do massage therapy for recovery, and sometimes an ice bath. I ice things down. Depends on what's hurting, and supplements and eating good during training camp.
But no stretching.
I would get stretched after the massages.
I just couldn't imagine how inflexible you are
No,
and how powerful you were. Like,
Yeah.
it was just nuts to see you moving around, trying to touch your toes.
I feel like because I'm not very flexible, it kept me from getting in bad submission positions sometimes.
Interesting.
Well, you're,
They couldn't move you.
yeah.
I've heard guys say that being inflexible gives them more power. I'm like, I don't know if that's
Well, that
true.
I don't know. I mean, when I was a high school kid, I was pretty flexible, and just slowly over time, I just petrified, I guess. I don't know.
Well, you got dense, you know.
My dad was the same way, just the same body type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just genetics, you think?
Yeah, for sure. My sister's that way too.
Do you ever wonder, like, what it would have been like if you started today? Like, how much further you would have progressed?
I would have probably made more money.
Oh, for
lot
sure.
more money, but-
What's the most you ever made in one fight?
Well, the most I ever should have made in one fight would have been when I fought Bisbang, because I had pay-per-view in my deal. And
The second Bisping fight?
No, the first
one.
The first one.
Oh.
And when we coached on the Ultimate Fighter, we were going to be main or co-main. I think GSP fought that night, and then Frank Mir and Brock Lesnar were supposed to fight on a different event, and somebody got hurt, and they pushed him to that event. So Dana bumped me down to the third spot and promoted it still as a co-main, but didn't pay me pay-per-view.
Oh.
And I'm like, so it would have been like $3 or $3.5 million for that one,
What did it want?
just pay-per-view. Couple like $300,000.
Oh, shit.
But the most I've ever made, I think, is probably around $1 million.
Do you remember what fight that was?
Well, there was a whole contract of that, like 6 fights, I think,
Oh, I see. Yeah.
plus certain pay-per-views, depending on the event.
That one's got to suck. That one's got to sting, the $3 million one.
Yeah, and you'd always hear stories, not me, but about Dana, giving a bonus or whatever. I never saw that, so.
You never got one of those locker room bonuses?
No. Well, I mean, knockout of the night I got, but
Yeah, but not one of the big ones.
yeah.
Well, that sucks.
So, I mean, I didn't take it personal, but I did go to Strikeforce right after that.
Yeah. What did you think about Strikeforce? Strikeforce had some great fights.
Yeah, I thought I love Scott Coker. He just has the fighters in mind all the time also, not just the bank account. So, yeah, I feel like Strikeforce had some great fighters. They had certain things that UFC definitely did better. They were a little more organized with certain things, but overall, Strikeforce was I liked them quite a bit.
Well, it was definitely nice having another major organization.
Yeah,
There was Elite XC that lasted a little while. Remember that?
yeah,
Kimbo Slice was their big guy.
right.
That was pretty fun. I think that was on CBS, right? Wasn't it? I think it was.
I know Strikeforce had a CBS show, and then I fought on that card against Jake Shields, and then the Diaz brothers got in a fight with Mayhem.
Oh, that's right.
And
That's right.
And I'm like, dude, this is not good.
And then the announcer said, sometimes these things happen in MMA. Like, we were like, what?
That's the only time it's
the only time it's ever happened. Yeah. It almost happened with Johnny Walker this past weekend. Yeah.
That was a weird one, wasn't it?
That was the weirdest one. That one didn't make any sense at all. They asked him where he was, and apparently he said, I'm in the desert. Yeah, which is a good answer. He's in the desert. He's kind of a funny guy. He's kind of
I don't know him.
eccentric.
Yeah.
He's eccentric. You ask him a question. He seemed fine. They asked him where he was. I'm in the desert. Okay. Do you know what country?
But he also looked confused when
Yeah.
he's standing there looking at the guy like
Yeah.
and not saying anything. So it was hard to hear what was going on.
Also, he doesn't speak English as a first language.
Yeah.
So there's that too.
Right.
And
No, I thought the stoppage was
ridiculous.
yeah.
Well, that's one of those ones where I think like, why when a referee calls it off like that, why can't they
restart it?
Restart it. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't understand that either. They did it. I think Randy might have fought on the card. It was a UFC in Japan, Sakuraba, I think.
And Conan. Yeah.
And he wouldn't leave, and then they restarted the fight.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
No, they fought again. They fought again another time.
No, they started the fight again that night.
Did they?
I'm almost positive.
I think they fought again that night. I don't think they fought again immediately. I think
it was immediate. I
Was it?
there.
Oh, interesting. Why do I have it in my head that they fought later in the night? Because
Later,
he hit him with,
you're saying the same night?
yeah, the same night.
Maybe they did that.
That's what I think they did. Because Conan hit him
I know
with
they
an
fought
uppercut,
that
and Sakuraba
night,
dropped down for a low ankle,
Right, and they stopped.
and they tried to say it was a stoppage. Well, do you remember Matt Lindland and Bustamante?
Yeah.
That
And
was
they
a crazy
restarted
one.
that one, too.
Yeah,
Even though he did tap.
he did tap. He caught him.
Yeah.
Matt Lindland got caught in an armbar, tapped. He said, "I didn't tap."
I might have been in the corner. I don't remember.
You might have been. And then they started, and then they went a whole nother round, and then the round after that, he caught him in the guillotine. So Bustamante tapped him twice.
Yeah.
That was nuts. But that was, I mean, I'd like them to look at replays and say, oh, that's a tap, and that makes sense. But in that case of the one this weekend with Ankalaev and
Right, no.
start it up again. They're
Right.
both fine. Everybody wants to see the fight. What's the
Right.
formality? Like, what's the point?
There was, yeah.
Didn't make any sense.
Because he didn't understand what I asked him.
It's also like, check his eyes. Like, also, when someone gets hit with an illegal shot, don't they have a certain amount of time to recover? Like,
5
why?
minutes.
Yeah. So why is the doctor in there immediately anyway?
And I didn't. They called it a no contest, but it was questionable because it was it was definitely illegal,
Right.
which means
Disqualification.
disqualification. But he called it an unintentional. But he intended. Yeah. So I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I don't know if maybe, and I don't know Johnny Walker, but I didn't know if he was kind of playing it off like I'm going to get the win if I don't.
Interesting.
That's why
Yeah.
he looked like he was confused at the question. That was curious to me as to why he was just looking at him.
Well, I don't know how well the doctor spoke English either. Was the doctor an English language speaking guy? And
I don't know.
And Johnny isn't. Johnny can speak a little bit of English, but when I've interviewed him, he speaks Portuguese. So when you're talking to him in English, he has to really pay attention. And there's nothing wrong with that answer. In the desert, it's true. Where are
Right.
you? I'm in the desert. He's in the desert. He's telling the truth. It's not like he said, I'm in Hawaii.
Right.
Well, maybe you should stop the fight then. Fucking guy thinks he's in Hawaii.
Yeah.
But he said, I'm in the desert. Yeah. Weird.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird. And I was wondering why can't they just restart it?
Yeah. It's a bummer. But, do you enjoy watching fights these days still?
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, I don't pay attention to what's coming up that much. So, if I kind of see it that day and I'm not doing anything, I'll definitely watch it. But if it's rare that I'm looking forward to certain fights. I am going to go to New York for the Stipe John Jones fight.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That should be exciting.
Yeah.
What do you think about that fight?
Well, I think I said this like when Stipe was champ way back when that, I think John Jones would be a lot tougher fight for John Jones than some of the big hard-hitting guys that can't wrestle very well. Because Stipe can wrestle,
Yeah.
probably not as well as John Jones. So it's going to be. I think it's interesting. I think it's a tough one to call. Stipe has more power than Jones. He's not as I don't know what the right word is, but he's not as goofy. He doesn't do odd things.
Creative.
So he's more straight
Basics.
but good at them.
Yeah,
So
very good at it.
I think Jones being a little bit more goofy and doing things that are a little bit different helps him a lot.
Yeah, he's very
But
unpredictable.
he always comes in with a pretty good game plan, and sometimes when I think he should be shooting the whole time, he doesn't, and
Yeah.
But I think he could do well against Stipe as well. Just he's just got to use that length.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens also because Stipe's had a lot of time to recover. It's been a long time.
What was wrong with him?
Well, the knockout to Francis was a pretty rough knockout.
Right.
And, have a good solid 2 years off, have a lot of time to train. He wanted to put more weight on because he felt like he was a little too light in the Francis fight.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see him, fully healthy, like how much he's got left in the tank. Because if you go back to the Stipe that knocked out Fabricio Verdum, the Stipe that knocked out Junior Dos Santos, Stipe was a bad fucking man.
Right. No, I agree.
I think a lot of people are looking past him in this fight.
Yeah, and I don't think John Jones is the same as he was before he tested positive, like for the third time on things. Maybe he's really not doing anything nowadays, and I don't feel like his body is the same. Well, he's heavyweight now, but I mean, before he went to heavyweight, he just looked softer. He didn't look as good of cardio. Wasn't as, I don't know. He just didn't fight the same as he did back when he was kind of possibly when he was testing positive, I should say.
Interesting.
So
I always felt like John just wasn't challenged. And that when John was, when he defended the title a bunch of times, first of all, he was partying a lot, right? He wasn't necessarily training that hard. He basically said for the Gustafsson fight, which is one of his toughest fights, he didn't even train. He barely showed up. He just kind of just thought, no way this guy's going to beat me. I'm going to go fuck him up. And Gustafsson came in real prepared. And John had to dig deep. And the most impressive thing about that is he pulled that fight out in the later rounds when he wasn't really training.
Right. Yeah, but yeah. So I don't know. I just feel like he doesn't look how he used to.
Well, he definitely doesn't at heavyweight.
Well, when I say look, I don't mean physically.
You mean like how he
a little bit
moves
physically, but when he was at 205, he still looked a little soft his last couple times there compared to what he used to look like.
And you think that might have been from stuff?
Yeah.
Could be.
I think definitely.
Picograms.
Yeah. But he had tested positive before, so it's not like.
Yeah.
And that's crazy how they just had only, even during USADA, they just slapped him on the wrist.
Yeah, I
never understood that.
I don't know what the thought of that was. I don't know what the explanation for that was. I can't really remember, but I think that they thought that was a tainted supplement, which does happen.
Well, what's his face? Sued a company for tainted substances and got a ton of money. The other Cuban, I think he's Cuban. Not Hector Lombard, but
Yoel Romero.
Yeah.
That's right, he did. Yeah, that's right, he did. I think Tim Means popped accidentally too from a tainted supplement, and Tim doesn't look like he does anything.
Right.
He looks totally natural. The early days when you were fighting, you kind of must have assumed that everybody was on something.
Yeah, but nothing you could do about it, and it doesn't matter. I'm gonna beat him anyway. It was my attitude.
Yeah, and you did for the most part, most of the time.
Tried to.
Yeah. When you look back, you had a fucking amazing career, man. Amazing career as a wrestler, and then amazing career as an MMA fighter. It's got to feel good. You lived a great life.
No, for sure, and the book that I got coming out, it made me remember a lot of things. Not that I forgot, but it just brings a lot more things fresher in your mind.
Yeah,
and kind of It's not like I sit around and reflect about what I've done in my life. I just keep moving forward. But that book kind of made me do that, and it was kind of fun to kind of look at my life in that way, for sure. And
I'm sure it brought back a ton of memories.
yeah, and it's funny when we were writing it that I'd always come up with, after I'd read it, after it was kind of written down there, I was like, oh, I forgot about this story or that kind of goes with that. So we had to kind of add a bunch of shit.
Oh yeah,
It made it a little tougher because I feel like I've forgotten more things than I remember these days. But you never know. But yeah.
Did you do an audio version of it?
No, but I was like, it'd be cool to actually read it myself and in the audio thing with my voice, and they wanted me to send a sample of that. I did like a 5-minute. I played it back to myself. I'm like, oh my God, there's no way. So I sent it to him saying, yeah, we might want to think about a professional for this one, for doing this. I know you can edit it, but yeah, it's not good. Then my wife got home from work and I had her listen to it, and we just couldn't stop laughing. It was bad. I mean, I'm not the best reader, I guess.
Well, it's tough to do. There's a real skill to reading audiobooks.
Right, and trying to put the emotion part into what it's supposed to be. Like if you're telling a story. So no, there will be an audio version, but it won't be my voice.
So I think acting is out of the question for you?
Acting? I don't know. I mean, I could do certain things, but I don't know if I really don't want to act like that much.
Randy's done an amazing
job. No, little thing like action movies I'd probably be okay at for sure, but some of these other TV drama type shit, there's no way.
Right.
I mean, I probably couldn't do it with a straight face. They do, after this, we kind of did this book, and there's some producers, like Barry Josephson, like wants to do a biopic on me now.
Oh, that's awesome.
And yeah, and my question to that was, and question to you, how do you put your life in a 2-hour show?
Yeah, how do you do that without them doctoring it too? Like what they did with Mark Schultz and Foxcatcher. Yeah. Yeah, that's hard because they're going to want to tie it up in a nice ribbon.
Right. So, I mean, now they're talking about, a limited series instead type of thing.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
Like a Netflix type deal?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd probably be better. Yeah, if they did your whole life in a 2-hour
what do
movie.
they chop out? I mean,
Right. What do they chop out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you be in your movie if it was only 2 hours?
How the fuck did you do it?
Right.
Yeah. It'll just be a bullshit version of your life.
Right.
Just to make a movie. Yeah.
Right.
Who would play you?
I think they have a couple guys in mind, but nobody that looks really like me exactly. But
do you have anybody that can move right though? You know what I'm saying?
Walk like a caveman.
Well, also punch and throw, and have good takedowns.
Yeah, the one guy that is a possibility. I think he trains sometimes at Boss's place.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, you'd have to have. You can't have just an actor that doesn't actually know how to fight.
Right.
It would look terrible.
Yeah, and I think whoever they do pick should probably come up to my gym for a couple months and
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get to beat up on him a little bit. Maybe that'll motivate you to get back into gym.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just have him get in shape for me.
Yeah. Well, let me know when that comes out because
for sure.
I definitely want to hear it, and we'll tell everybody about it.
Yeah. So I wanted you to have the book a little bit ahead of time, but
I never got it.
You got I think I showed you the cover. You got a quote on the back of it. I believe it's on the back.
I can't read it without my glasses. Dan Henderson. Here. Well, I got glasses. Hold on.
I think they just took one of your commentating.
Yeah, here it is. Oh, Dan Henderson is a savage. He came from a pure wrestling background, very little striking training, and he went and became one of the most dangerous one-punch knockout artists in the history of the sport. Facts. Facts. It's available now. You can get it, the audiobook. You get for $1. It's on Kindle. It's on hardcover. Available right now. Hendo, the American Athlete.
You know, where I was trying to figure out what to name it. And when I was in Japan, I had like all sorts of different nicknames, and they would just call me Dan. But the media over there called me the American Athlete.
Oh.
So that's why I kind of came up with that.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I didn't know what to say.
It's perfect. Hendo, the American Athlete.
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. Well, listen, Dan, it's a pleasure talking to you. You've had a fucking amazing career. You're a real legend. I know you don't like the term pioneer, but
I'm all right with it.
You're
the
a fucking
funniest thing
pioneer,
about
man.
that is the guys that look as old as me, or they got a big beard, they look like they're 40 or 50 years old. They come up to me and say, I've been watching you since I was a kid. I'm like,
how? Yeah.
So, yeah, it goes with the same feeling when I hear the word pioneer, but it's fine. I mean, I do enjoy the fact that I was a pioneer in the sport.
You definitely were. If there's a better word, let me know, and I'll start using that one. But thanks, brother. I appreciate it very
No worries.
much. Thanks
I
for
appreciate
being
you
here.
having me, yeah.
And the book's available right now, folks. Go out and get it. Support a legend. Right there. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Now you want to place a little bet?
What? What's going on?
Well, I was just talking to Brennan. He seems to be kind of froggy and maybe. I mean, do you want me to tell you who I got?
Sure.
So I'm going Usman. I believe in MMA math. And
What's your MMA math?
Well, he beat Gilbert Burns. Gilbert Burns comes out the what for, and I'm going with it. I don't care what anybody says. So I'm going Usman. He's championship material. Sure. I don't think Khamzat's been tested yet. This is going to be a big test. I said it. So I'm going Usman. You want to take some of that action?
Yeah.
Shab, what are your thoughts?
I like making things interesting.
I love Kamaru, but it's a little bit end of the road. I don't think he's washed up. I think that's unfair to say to with Leon Edwards, just because he lost to Leon twice. Leon's a bad motherfucker,
Without a doubt.
So you can't say he's washed up, but Khamzat, I've been on his hairy Dagestanian nuts for quite some time.
Yes.
Chechen. Yeah, same area. Same. They're both hairy.
Please be respectful
both
of geography.
Both hairy as shit. So I think Khamzat's like the next thing.
Sure.
Like the guy. He's that talented.
Yep.
Do you think
I think he
85 is the
mollywops him.
move for him? Do you think the
100%.
70 is just too much?
Too much of a cut for him.
Yeah.
Too much of a cut.
I wonder with him with the really big guys. There's such a giant difference between the big 70s and the big 85s.
World of difference.
They look like 4 different weight classes.
Paulo Costa.
Yeah.
He's a big boy. I
Marvin
really wanted to see
Vittori, Jared Cannonier.
that. I really wanted to see
Duplessis.
those.
They're giant. Duplessis giant.
Yeah.
He's so big, I can never believe he's 185. Whenever I'm interviewing him after the fight, he's a Hulk.
Yeah.
He's so big.
Think about Khamzat. If he wins this fight, and Dana said whoever wins this gets the next title shot. Khamzat's path to the 85 titles, it's not that impressive. That's how talented he is.
Yeah.
You look at his wins, because
he's also very, very popular. We really haven't seen him against a Cannonier or a Strickland or any top dogs in the 85.
That's what I'm saying. So he's
You're
skipping
talking
that.
about
Hamza.
Yeah.
Khamzat. So he's skipping that. He's skipping the line and going straight to the champion.
I think his first fight in the UFC was 85.
Yeah, he's
and then
fought
Gerald
middleweight before,
Mearshart
yes.
was 85.
He has some wins. All I'm
Right.
saying is not the guys
big
you're
guys.
talking about.
Yeah.
That's a different
Different
level.
animal, different size.
If you
Like
had a-
Pereira. Pereira was the 85-pound champ. He's so big.
Massive. Do you see him at 205?
Still
when they show him,
massive.
you're like, what the? How'd this guy get to 85?
Willpower.
What do you think about Strickland versus Khamzat?
Very interesting fight. Very interesting fight. On the feet, dude. I rewatched that Strickland Adesanya fight.
Me too.
That motherfucker is so underrated. And everybody was thinking, and me included, that
You and me both.
Adesanya was going to have such a massive advantage in striking, but what you saw was skill. The checking of that low kick was so important. Never got his movement compromised. This fucking Philly shell that he uses, He's the best at it in the sport.
How about his defense?
The guy barely gets hit.
His defense is
He's
nuts.
just he made it a boxing match. He's close distance.
Also,
and like,
he's so crazy and outrageous that people dismiss him as not being good.
Correct.
You know, his fucking talent levels
There's
very high.
Someone posted a video of him sparring with a professional boxer. Bro,
Yeah, dude,
I mean, he
he's-
gives this guy the business. The
What's
guy
his-
can't.
what's-
The guy
what's
can't hit him either.
Strickland's takedown defense? Like,
It's pretty fucking
Pretty
good,
good?
man.
Good
it's
enough.
pretty fucking good. And his ground game, Jocko just had him down at his gym at Victory in San Diego. He said, dude, that guy is legit. He goes, he's got a legit ground game.
He's been training with Jason Manley for a hot second. Manley was like, his ground's good, man. He just doesn't use it. Nor
Just
does he want to.
Like standing. And the fucking endurance. You know, there really is something to be said for a guy who just spars. You know,
Yeah.
when you think about it, that's what you're really doing in a fight. And this fucking guy in the 5th round of this Adesanya fight isn't even breathing heavy.
But also, he's allowed to do that because he doesn't engage in the grappling, which wears you out the most.
Sure.
So we'll see what happens with a guy like Hamzat, who's not just going to stand there.
Right, right. All the big
Stylistically,
wrestler guys.
again,
Bo Nickel.
Bo Nickel.
Yeah.
Even Izzy, stylistically, we thought was a nightmare for Strickland. Going in the Hamzat, you're like, man, stylistically is a nightmare for Strickland, but Strickland's that fucking good. He's a huge dog already. If Hamzat wins, he's already a huge dog.
You think Strickland's a huge dog?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they
You
have
think-
the odds out. No, that's not from. I'm
is
not
that
saying
is that because of Hamzat's wrestling and stuff? That's what they think.
Hamzat, the UFC, and if they say this is the guy, you should probably listen. There's a reason why he's so
Sure, of
popular.
course.
And he
I-
hasn't fought the top tier.
I
you
guys.
might see Hamzat against Israel, right?
That would be a great fight. But I don't think Israel wants to fight for, he said, a long time.
And that's the move.
Yeah. I think he
smart.
needs to deal with some injuries. He's going to get some stem
He's
cells.
had, I think, 10 title fights out of his last 11,
Incredible.
all main events. You're talking about in 3 years to be that active.
The most
People don't
active
realize,
champion in the sport.
People don't realize, especially at the level he's at, you forget how good Izzy is. He lapped the competition already. He lapped them, so he's doing rematches, starching those people. They had to take Alex Pereira and fast track him to the title shot to get him up for the fight, to get him excited. That's how good fucking Izzy is.
Yeah.
So I think him leaving, it's going to make us realize how special he was. I think it's the perfect move for him.
Well, I think you got to get burned out. There's no way, physically, mentally, everything fighting that.
Joe, you know this. Like, when you're the main event, when you're the top dog, when you have the belt, you have a different obligation as far as selling the pay-per-view.
Oh, media
you're talking
obligations.
hundreds of interviews.
Yeah, crazy.
And if you ever saw when Khabib and Islam was just starting to pop off, Islam's doing all these interviews. There's a famous video. Islam's doing all these interviews. He's like, oh, again? And Khabib looks at him and goes, oh, all you got to do is lose. Just lose. All this goes away. If you don't like it, just lose.
Yeah.
He's like, it's real easy.
Yeah.
Just lose, and you don't have to do this anymore.
Yeah.
Heavy lies the crown, man.
They throw as much shit against the wall as possible when
But-
they do
but
those
that-
promos.
Oh my
Hey, but
God.
that's why the UFC is the
works.
biggest.
Yeah.
The biggest. It's the best.
Do you think does you would know better than anybody? Does Usman Kamaru have a lot of trouble getting down to 70? A lot, or he's a big 70.
He's big.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs time. Like
Right.
you can't. Kamaro's not going to do a 10-day notice for 70. He's probably walking around 190 plus.
190,
He's
yes.
shredded.
Yeah.
Doesn't get out of shape.
So at 85, it's going to be interesting to see what he hasn't had as much time to prepare, but it's a 3-round fight, right?
It's a 3-round
Three-round,
fight.
yeah.
And
Yeah, so-
most likely he's already in shape. Kamaru does not strike me as the type of guy who ever
No.
gets out of shape.
So that's why
And
I'm
they
interested
both
to see
made
how he
170,
fights.
so they're both 170
but
guys.
the-
They're at 185.
Yeah.
It wasn't like
Right, it's not like
Hamzat never
Duplessis.
made
Yeah,
Yeah,
170.
exactly.
But I'm just
You
saying
got
that
to
I-
worry about Kamaru's knees.
Yes, but
Yeah.
but
'Cause he'd
not
be
as-
forced
not
to
as-
strike.
Not his endurance, but he can strike at 85 too. He's going to be. I feel like he's going to be. That's how I feel about.
That's the problem, though, B.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm betting you. I'm going to take your money. I love Kamaru, but
Yeah.
when
You want to bet on that? What, you
yeah,
wanna-
we'll bet on
how
it.
much?
How much you guys going to bet?
It has to be
First of
something-
all, I need to know how much you owe him already.
No, I think we're even now.
I don't keep
dude.
track
I think
anymore.
no. I think we are. I think the
'Cause
last
we've
time
gotten
I
better
checked,
about
I
paying
may owe
'cause we
you
just cash
I
out.
may owe you a grand.
Whenever you hear,
Yeah, it's dicey.
nonsense.
Yeah, it's
Why, with the
There's a
head
lot.
for a while.
When I hear Brian talking like that, I'm like, oh, a lot of nonsense is coming off
My
this
voice
truck.
gets higher. My voice gets higher. Why? I mean, yeah, you can hear it. Suddenly,
this-
I'm out of my voice.
No, but I think
This
with the-
truck's
with-
about to dump some horse shit on the road.
Hey, don't be giving up my secrets, bro.
But with Kamaru, you got to be careful labeling him a high-level striker. He's knocked out some good guys, but he's going to be forced to strike with Hamzat. He's not taking him down.
Well,
he's gonna be his knees
sir,
are bad, so he can't kick.
If I may, sir.
Go ahead.
He outstruck a guy named, who is the guy?
Jorge Masvidal?
Yeah, that's right. Who's a great striker, high-level striker. Wouldn't you say?
But it's also mixing it up with wrestling.
Correct.
He has a wrestling advantage. Wears him out. He did KO
takedowns?
him, though.
He did.
The shit
He
out of
did.
him.
And got the best of Kobe Covington.
Let's bet on takedowns. Who gets more takedowns, Kazmat or Usman?
Hamzat.
Gets more takedowns than Usman?
I don't know. I think
Guarantee it.
You want to go $500 on that?
Yeah.
No.
I'll go a grand. I'll go a grand. I'm taking Usman.
I was like, damn. All I have is 500 on here.
Are we doing
I'm trying to
1,000?
eat afterwards.
You're doing a grand? You're taking Kamaru?
I'm taking Kamaru.
All right.
Okay, now we got Islam Volk. I love Volk.
We all do.
Champion. Astonishing.
I thought he won the first fight.
But here's the thing. Here's the difference. Islam had
Don't
about
take what I told you on the show
no.
already.
Islam had about 15 hours to hydrate. Last fight. He's had 30 hours now, I believe, because they weighed in at 9 a.m. Now it's nighttime next day. So it's about 30 hours. So as far as like him being bigger, won't gas, there's a lot going on here.
That's interesting. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's
So
a good point if you have that much more time. So how many more extra hours did he get?
Well, he got, I think, about 24 hours.
They're
almost,
saying about
right?
a day, which is
about
a
day.
huge, for him, is
Huge.
massive.
So now he's back to his original weight. He's fully hydrated.
Also, to your point, B, remember now the last fight was in America. So
Correct.
now it's in his,
In
home
his
territory.
time
He doesn't have to
zone,
deal with
sort
all
of.
that bullshit.
Yeah, they give him special falafels.
And Alex is taking on 10 days notice. Alex's
Sir.
biggest superpower is his cardio on
Yes.
10 days. Even if his cardio is at a 9, that ain't good enough to hang with Makhachev.
Well, remember, and also Makhachev took Alex down. How many times? I can't remember in the fight. And I don't think he's going to take us back. I think what's going to happen is you'll see a lot of ground and pound. It's going to be hard for Alex.
It's going to be interesting if that rehydration makes a giant issue because you just really intrigued me. I wasn't aware that it was that much extra time.
Yeah.
That's a big factor for a guy who cuts that much weight.
Yep.
Because Islam when he was gassing out at the end of that fight, a big part of that is the dehydration.
Yeah.
I guarantee you if that guy could just weigh whatever the fuck he wanted and they fought, he wouldn't be experiencing that. Yeah. It is insane that we make these guys literally get to death's door 24 hours before a world title cage fight.
They choose it.
I don't like
it's
it.
an advantage.
They do.
Yeah.
They do choose it, but we shouldn't allow it.
Right.
I think it's sanctioned cheating.
Well, now they
And everybody
don't
does
they
it.
weigh
You do
them?
same day weigh-ins. That's why I do same day
But
weigh-ins.
they do weigh him
So
after.
you can't
right?
really get that crazy, dog. You want to get crazy? There's no way you could win a 16-man tournament.
One
when you
championship
get
does it the
crazy.
best.
I think the argument is that you would have better fights because guys would do it and they wind up being really depleted and they fight anyway because they're just tough. But the argument is if you do it the day before, you get a better result.
They weigh him out. They weigh them in the morning of the fight now to make sure there isn't this massive disparity. But I don't know.
I never heard of anybody getting like DQ'd because of that, though.
No,
Like,
never.
You know what I mean?
Never.
Like I've never heard anybody getting in trouble. The fight's off because the next
Because Paulo
morning.
Costa came in at 2:30.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
They never have done that. No.
Nor will they.
No,
No,
you mean
you
they don't
could,
weigh
you
him
could
the morning of?
rehydrate
Yeah.
as much
I
as
think
you
they do
want.
actually.
No, they
did
don't
that.
care.
They did that with
Name one fighter.
They did that with Donald Cerrone and what the heck's
But what I'm saying,
guy
B,
from Wales?
They stopped the fight.
Man,
Darren Till.
Yeah, Darren Till.
What did they do?
I think
He's
they
not from
weighed them-
Wales,
I
but
think
yeah.
they weighed them in the morning of. I think that's a new thing.
No.
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 Okay.
No, you're always weighed 24 hours before at least. But my question is, like, they've never taken a fighter and said you rehydrated too much. There was that weight.
No, there was this talk about
they
Ryan
don't do
Davis had that thing with Gervonta where he couldn't weigh more than a certain amount. more
Correct.
after
Boxing
the
to do
weigh-ins.
that. Yeah,
But
boxing
that was
does
just
that.
like a clause that Gervonta put in the contract with Ryan
Some
Davis.
weird thing that they do. But UFC, they don't care. If you make
Ryan
55
Garcia,
and you blow up to, look at Anthony Johnson. You make 170 and you blow up to 220, they don't give a
The
fuck.
thing is, like, Gervonta's, it's smart if you can get a guy to do that.
Hell yeah.
Right? That's like when Floyd got Canelo to go
Yeah.
down to 152. You know, if you can get a guy to do that, it's like take every advantage you can. If you can get a guy to agree to not rehydrate correctly,
Yep.
go ahead.
How much time did Volk have? Like 11 days or something? Wasn't he sitting on the couch
10
when
days.
they called him up?
10 days.
Yeah, it's not a lot, but who knows how much he's been training? He was 185 pounds though.
Yeah.
They hit up Strickland
that true?
first.
Yeah, it was 180 plus
100
pounds.
Yeah,
That's
they
a
hit up
fucking
Strickland
nightmare.
first, and he was like, "Nah," which I agree with. You're the champ. You're gonna fly to the Middle East.
Yeah, you don't. Also, Strickland is a big guy. Remember when he had to take that light heavyweight fight because it was short notice? He'll take a short notice fight, but
Not at 70.
cutting down to 85 is rough.
But kudos to
big.
UFC. 10-day notice, and you fill. I think are better fights. You fill in with these big
They got
boys.
backups now. They got it in the. They have
No,
backups.
they have backups, not these backups.
They don't have these guys ready.
Right.
No,
No,
you don't
these
think they
guys
talked
aren't
to these
ready.
guys?
No, they had a different set of backups. They have guys that will weigh in just in case something happens during weigh-ins.
They had
fill in.
Mataus Gamrot as
Gamrot's a bad
he's
motherfucker.
A beast, man. He's a
You got to have
beast.
backups. You got to.
You know, my question
they
is
do
though,
backups now, but this is a different. They were like, we need big dogs.
You have a back. Don't they have like backups that have a fight just in case they don't need them? They probably won't need them. We're gonna get you a fight anyways. You'll fight like some mid-tier guy.
Yeah.
But if one of these guys goes out, you're
You fill in.
and that mid-tier guy, you're out. Dog.
But all this went out the window because it's in the Middle East. They have a contract there. They can't put on the whatever a guy you've never heard of against Hamzat and against Volkanovski or Makhachev. They have to fill contractually. They have to fill it with big fights. That's why you got these big dogs on 10
That
days
makes
notice,
sense.
and that's why those boys got paid.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we were talking about Magomedov, the guy who fought earlier
With
today,
one eye, the
who has
pirate.
one eye. Yeah, it seems impossible that he would get sanctioned in the States.
It won't.
Is there?
Yeah, they can't.
There's no way.
No way.
So over there, they just let him.
He's just gonna run the fucking Middle East. If you want to fight him, you have to come to the Middle East.
Isn't that crazy? Like how far can you go like that?
I'm sure Brazil will let it too. I don't give a fuck.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Brazil.
bro,
That one eye
you
guy.
can't just fight
Singapore.
here.
Yeah.
Maybe
But it's like
Singapore.
Hamzat. They say he has all these visa issues. That's why we haven't seen him so long. So my question is: so if Hamzat does fight for the title, does that mean the champ Strickland's gonna have to come over here to defend his belt? Like that gets weird, right?
They get super dicey.
But if you want to fight the best, you got to come to the Middle East.
Isn't that crazy?
It's weird.
Well, if I was Strickland, I'm like Madison Square Garden or bust.
Yeah, me too. And I think Strickland would do that. Knowing
might.
Strickland, he's like,
He
fuck
might-
off.
he might do
Vegas
that.
or nothing, dude.
Make all the money.
It's
Who is it? Who is it? This
Who's
is another-
handling the athletic commission stuff over there? Is that in house?
It's probably the same guy who's handling the drug testing now. Probably rolls at ATT.
He's got a spinning back kick
Yeah.
knockout.
Nurma.
You guys never said
Magomedov.
said. Oh, Said's a
Said,
beast.
Said.
Oh, beast.
Really?
Yeah, he's very good.
Super beast.
Very good.
You
very
mean a
good.
Dagestani with a last name Nurmagomedov? With
But
is
he's
it me?
actually like a really elite striker.
Yeah, it's his striking. That's
he
the
Khabib's
difference. His wrestling's
cousin or
not.
something?
His wrestling's not great.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
He
Is
probably-
Nurmagomedov like Smith in the Middle East?
it's like Silva in Brazil.
Jones.
It,
Yeah.
it sounds
It's
like
like Silva in Brazil.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a clan, like it's a family of.
This guy's fun to watch, though.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
What's he fight at? 35.
So what is going on with this drug-free sport thing?
I don't know, but I love it.
Is it drug-free sport and is their logo a wink?
Oh, you mean they have another commission?
Yeah, they got rid of USADA, but
Yeah.
USADA went dirty on them, man.
So
Oh, you saw it messed up when they went and did that statement without notifying Dana White. My first tweet was like, "Oh, you saw he fucked
Wait,
up."
what they
Well,
did?
Now
they
Dana's
really
gonna
fucked
go,
up.
"Excuse
They
me?"
said they were doing it for Conor McGregor, so they could get Conor McGregor and not have to test him.
What did they do?
That's what they
trying
insinuated.
to make Dana look bad,
Which is not true because
true at all.
Conor McGregor entered into the USADA pool and supplied 2 tests so far. So they're wrong. What they said was wrong. He's not on anything. He's clean. They tested him.
I didn't know. What
I
did
mean-
USADA say? What did they say?
They said that the reason why the UFC is leaving this relationship with USADA was because they were trying to do something with Conor
like bow
McGregor.
down to Connor, and then they said it was
Yeah.
a money issue, which we know it's not.
His lawyer said he's the most tested fighter of all time in the UFC, as far as Conor McGregor is concerned. I mean,
Really?
I don't think that's true.
I don't know, but that's
especially
as
now.
lawyer
He's had
said.
some time
Paulo
off.
Costa was the most tested.
Yeah, Paulo. I know Yuri's tested a ton.
All the dudes that look juicy, they go,
Yeah. But can we agree? USADA's good for certain sports. When it comes to the UFC, it's been a disaster.
They're a bore?
It's been a disaster.
Well,
The problem
way they
was they
do
were
it.
waking guys up at 6:30 in the morning on their fucking weigh-in day. They were doing crazy shit like that, trying to get samples day of the fight.
And you got to report 365 days a year, and you're a subcontractor. It doesn't make a lot of. It doesn't fit the business model of the UFC. All good. So now they have this guy from ATT who rolls with the boys, maybe a little acai himself, and he's like, yeah, he's good. And I'm like, I like that guy. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, but there's a
Vitor
conflict of
Belfort.
interest potentially if
You think?
an ATT fighter.
2022, Yuri Prohaska was tested 64 times.
Wow, so he's the most.
That was
I
just
wonder
last year. I mean, I don't know
why.
about all time.
I wonder why they tested
That's
him
harassment.
so much.
That's fucking
Roller
harassment.
coaster was.
Well, he
20.
fights like he's on meth.
Dude,
Yuri's got such a wild style.
Dude, Yuri versus
Alex Pereira, that's going to be amazing.
Take my money.
Take my money. That is so
My
exciting.
number one fight of the year.
That fight's so exciting. That's Madison Square Garden.
John Jones Stipe's the
All right,
main
here we
event.
go. First fight.
See, Ed?
It right now is the clock says round 1, 455, 454, 453, 452, 451, 450, 449. All right.
Is that a patch of hair?
That
That guy's
guy,
back?
yeah, he needs Manscaped.
Well, on his
This
chest.
fight's brought to you by Manscaped. His back.
You don't like that patch?
No, dude.
I
shave
like it
that-
because it's asymmetrical.
I know. It's like Austin Powers shit going on.
Do you think he gives a
Shave that
flying fuck, B?
Well, I do. I'm voting against him.
There's
just 'cause I
the
don't-
first Indian guy on the card tonight. Is this him?
Indian like Apache Indian?
Gafurov.
No, like
no,
Dot
like
Indian.
like the country.
The real Indian.
Yeah, India.
Please don't say dot.
I like the fake
Well, he
Indians.
said feather.
Okay, but women.
Isn't it funny that a dot could be seen as racist?
Only if you're Brian Callen, you're a cuck.
Well,
Isn't
you
it
live
crazy-
in LA
isn't it crazy
and you
that
still talk
Columbus,
to actors.
Isn't it crazy that Columbus fucked up and called the natives Indians and they just ran with it?
Yes.
They never changed. They never corrected it. They go, yo, we're not in India, dog. We're in fucking Virginia.
He's from Tajikistan.
Tajikistan. A lot of stans.
That sounds like.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh.
There he goes.
Oh, you got him in
He's
a power
screwed.
guillotine.
Ninja
Oh,
choke.
he
He's
tapped. He tapped. That's it.
Oh, savage,
That was
dude.
not good.
Saeed Nurmagomedov. I didn't even see the transition because I was too busy correcting
That guy's
Callen.
too excited over there. This guy. Why is he doing that?
He's
That's
probably
his guy,
famous.
man.
He's probably a celebrity.
He was pointing to his
Well,
heart.
they're all wanting Nurmagomedov to win.
Brian, did you really ask why is he celebrating?
Well, he was
He's
going like
at
this,
the
and
UFC.
he was acting like he had something to do with it.
well,
Oh,
Don't be
damn,
mad.
You made a mistake, dude.
This guy's very upset.
All that training.
You looked up when you should have looked down.
he also fought a monster.
Look at see how it goes here. So he's charging forward. Oh, he dives
puts
his
it
head
right
right
in
in
like
there.
Right in the middle. And then he's like,
Right
cool,
in
say
there.
less.
And he power guillotined him.
I'm
That's
such a
ninja
fan of
choke.
him. If you watch his
ninja.
fights, he's
All
been
neck.
he'll lose the first and second, then pull it out in the third.
Damn.
He's such
That
a
was just
savage.
this.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it was sick. He just throws his
What
head.
mistake did he make there? He didn't have his.
I mean,
He didn't
shot-
shot-
just
he shot,
shot
his,
him.
As soon
should've
as,
been
as,
head
soon
on the
as you have
outside.
one arm around your neck,
Yeah.
you got to address it. You have one arm around your neck.
Yeah.
If you don't address it and
Grab
you keep
that
trying
head
to,
right away.
the other one comes in, it's over.
Yeah.
The thing
Two
is, don't
arms
shoot
around your
straight
neck,
down
it's
the
over.
middle.
Yeah.
So there's one. You better not. You better
Yes.
address that. That's rule number one in jiu-jitsu.
He's
You
also a
gotta give
jiu-jitsu
up.
master.
Address
Like,
it.
know what
Yeah.
you're doing.
But when you're double legging like that, should his head been higher in his chest like that, or what?
or if they grab
He
a
should've-
guillotine, you got to
if-
pass.
if-
You gotta
as soon as he
take him out.
shoots,
Okay.
he gets his neck wrapped. Instead of continuing the takedown,
Hand
you got to
fight.
grab
Yeah,
that
you gotta
motherfucker.
go.
Or you can take him
arm.
down, and you got to make sure you're on the correct
Right,
side.
get his
you
leg-
can't
yeah,
stay there.
right.
Yes.
We haven't seen one of those Von Flus in a long time.
Not since
OSP.
OSP got a
Never
little
trust
older.
your
He's
neck.
got all of them.
Never trust your neck.
Right.
Oh, my neck will be fine.
The minute
John
you feel
Jacques.
this, something's
Famous,
coming.
famous statement.
Yeah.
Jean-Jacques. Tell
That's
everybody.
Jean-Jacques Machado.
Never,
Never
trust your neck.
It says- yeah, the minute this is there.
You can't let the other piece.
So your
come.
boy
There's two
Tino,
pieces.
I was rolling with Tino. He was catching me in Darces from every
Who's
angle.
You're getting tapped out. That's crazy.
Tino.
From in Vegas. Tino.
Tino.
Pitbull.
Tino.
This got awkward.
I just screw his name up. Oh
Did
my
you fuck
God.
his name up?
Probably fucked his name up.
Tino.
Why don't you look through your phone? We'll talk about other stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Find out who the fuck you're talking about.
Hey, when you say rolled with him, you were in jeans and just
In
kind of
Vegas,
grabbed
you
him.
talking
Just
about,
get
you
raped?
talking about Andy
Yeah.
Varela?
No, he has a Pitbull rescue. He's a comic, stand-up comic. Is our buddy
Doesn't sound
Oh, okay. I know you're talking about. Okay.
Tino?
Okay.
Yeah, Tino.
Yeah,
I'm
I
right.
barely remember my own
So
students.
Tino's a black belt, but Tino
Okay.
Tino was catching me in Darces. Like I was
don't
like,
believe
where
you.
is this coming from? Where is this? I
But
didn't
you don't even train, so why is that surprising?
Shut up, Joe.
And he's a black belt, B?
The point I'm making is
He's
that don't trust your
shocked.
neck.
That's like
Wow.
you should make that a T-shirt.
Yeah, you should like say
Bad
it.
story. Was that a bad story?
Put
Everybody?
quotes.
When I say you made
that
the
bad story?
podcast come to a screeching halt, I mean you've ruined
Yeah.
Saturday.
Okay, I'm just,
You
well,
just
you
wanted
know
to
what?
let everybody know you've been rolling.
Yeah,
But you know what, guys?
freaking beat up.
If you want a great Friday, Saturday next
Oh
weekend,
no.
I'll be
God,
at the. I'll be at
That's
the
a bad transition,
I'll
buddy.
be at the Chicago Improv.
Do that when you say something funny.
Yes.
Not when you like.
Not when
hit
you
the-
bomb. Yeah.
Bad
You've ruined
promotion.
the show.
You hit the cow on the train tracks.
Bad promotion. Good old Brian with his bad promotion.
What happened? What happened when the Scottish guy trained with Tino? Did he get choked out
He
too?
wrapped him up. Hold
Look at
on.
Seagal's
He
over
becomes
there.
more and more
that's my
Asian
boy.
every day.
Funkmaster.
Al
He's in-
Joe.
He's in an interesting spot
Yeah,
now,
he
right?
is.
He got
Yeah.
a lot of people in front of him now. He tried to push for that rematch when the UFC is like, nah, player.
And he was a little difficult with the UFC. Again, I don't know what's going on there, but when you do that, it's
Also, you
the
get-
Woodley angle where they go, as soon as you lose, buddy, good luck.
It's
You're
also-
going back to the queue.
You got KO'd in the second round. It's like a decisive loss. You know, it wasn't like a close fight like, Usman and, that fight was close.
Well, with
This
Usman
is-
and Leon, it was
Yeah,
like he's
Usman
winning
and Edwards. Leon
4
launched,
rounds.
He launched that last kick a minute to go in the fight, changed the course.
That's
of
a
his life.
rematch.
That's a rematch. But when you get KO'd in the second round and you
Tough
didn't
sell.
do anything in the first round, you couldn't take him down, and then Sean does exactly what he said he was going to do,
It's
and
a tough
does it.
sell.
You got to see
But then remember that
other
Division
fights.
2, there's so many guys there too.
so many guys.
And then the other issue with him is Marab, his teammate, like, we won't fight each other. So
Right.
UFC's like, then we're not dealing with this, dude. Marab, you fight Cejudo, Sterling, we'll see what happens.
Also, Aljamain's been talking forever about going up to 45.
I think it'd be a good fit for him.
Yeah.
I think you do well there.
He was a little.
I love
Why,
Aljo.
just
He was
because he's so
question-
much bigger?
Well, he has a hard time getting to 35. He's a big guy.
He's jacked. He's built like a stingray, dude.
He's so jacked when he gets down.
Stingray. It's just
Skinny
all
legs,
shoulders,
skinny
skinny
legs.
legs.
When he's down at 35, he's like the perfect body size. He's the perfect amount of weight. Because he's not 135 pounds, but he's shredded and he can go 5 hard rounds.
Body for days.
He's got it locked in. But
Yep.
goddamn, O'Malley is a sniper. Fucking sniper.
He just rises the occasion.
Well, he's just better than he ever has been before. He just keeps getting better. That dude just keeps getting better.
But he's also, what I love too, it's the perfect game kind of blueprint for the UFC, right? He was on Dana White Contender Series.
Mm-hmm.
The UFC's notoriously been known for years. It happens. I get it. I'm not blaming them. They push guys too fast. Sage Northcutt, Darren Till. With Sugar, they're like, slow down. We'll get there. Because he wanted a title shot right away. Like, slow down. Built him up. Now he's this, might be, as far as social media and Twitch, the biggest star they have. Now he's champ.
Sage
They did
Northcutt-
it the right way.
They're
Sage
bringing
Northcutt's
Patty
a very
Pimblett
good
up.
example.
Yes.
Very good example because he goes over and fights that dude. What's his name from Brazil and gets KO'd and gets his face broken
In one championship?
Yeah.
I used to spar him, Cosmo.
Yeah,
Cosmo
Cosmo
Alexander.
Alexander,
When I
who's-
saw that, I literally DM'd and was like, I'm telling you, buddy, do not do this.
Cosmo's
You
a
did?
bigger guy. Cosmo's big. He's an elite
World
world
class.
champion kickboxer, Muay Thai fighter,
Bro.
very good striker.
Did you watch K1, the last absolute 8-man tournament?
I did it. Who won?
I'm disappointed in you.
I know.
You watch everything.
I know, I watch it.
And the only fucking kickboxing event that I've ever commentated, you didn't watch it.
Oh, you're talking about a hot second
K1.
ago. Oh,
K1.
Oh,
the
yeah.
big ass Chinese guy.
Fuck
that won
yeah,
everything.
yeah,
The big
yeah,
ass
yeah. I
Chinese
thought you were
guy.
talking about, like,
What's his
last
name?
week.
No. What's the Chinese names? The big one. I can't. I don't even know his name. Lu Sai.
Loose. I'm the
You know what
worst
I'm
with
talking
names.
about?
I know what you're talking
Gigantic.
about. Yeah.
Looking
Huge.
like
Savage.
looking like fucking Drago from China.
Yes.
He's like
artificially created
Was he
in a lab.
6 what? 6'9" or something?
6'8".
6'8", yeah.
He fucked everybody up with leg kicks.
leg kicks. Man.
Oh,
his
man.
kicks are outstanding. He's
I wonder
good.
what's going to happen
Big
with him.
Heavyweight.
Huge CCP, all about China, gigantic 6'8" Chinese guy.
Jesus.
Like, what was that basketball player's name?
Yummy.
Yao Ming. Exactly like him. This motherfucker right here.
Elite kickboxer.
Jaw for days.
Li Lu Se.
Jesus.
Dude,
have
that
that-
guy fucked everybody up.
Yeah, yeah.
They have that boxer, too, who's a fucking giant that Alex Pierre sparred with.
Yeah.
The heavyweight, he's
You
fucking
should see
huge.
this guy fight, man. He's very
fucked
impressive.
He's a freak.
He's very impressive.
What's he weigh? Heavyweight, obviously.
6'8", 260 maybe.
God.
He could play defensive end.
Yeah, no Chinese in the NFL, huh?
I don't think so.
You Googling how to
One
say
day,
it?
one day.
Numbers. I saw 6'11" somewhere, but this says
It says
6'5".
6'5",
All right, that's
220.
pretty tall.
220.
Well,
Long and lean.
That's the new Ernesto Hoost.
Ernesto.
Because remember
but
K1, I wasn't aware of this. 'Cause I don't
Ernesto
follow K1,
Hooves
but K1 was just sticking with the middleweights and the lightweights for a few years, and they didn't do the heavyweights anymore because there wasn't
Not enough.
a big talent pool.
Yeah.
And now they're trying to promote it again. So,
Dude, how about
great show.
Fury and Francis? That's next Saturday.
I know. Isn't that nuts?
Nuts. Dude, the promo for it.
It's great.
dang, it's good.
Yeah.
Is it
that
Tyson
promo's
Fury?
great. Tyson
Yes.
Fury.
Tyson Fury and
And
Francis
Francis
Ngannou.
Ngannou
Next
in a
Saturday.
boxing match. You just finding out about this?
I know, like,
Is this real?
dude?
Are you
dude,
playing
there's-
us?
dude? I'm telling
Are
you.
you on an
I'm
edible?
I know. No, I know.
NFL.
I knew
All he
Francis
cares about is
Ngannou
NFL.
was promoting a fight. I knew that was happening. I just don't know who. I don't pay attention like you guys. I barely pay attention.
But Tyson Fury Francis is so
How
massive.
did you not pay attention to that?
I know he was gonna fight. I just didn't know who. Like, is he fighting fucking?
He's fighting
John
Usyk
Jones or
in
something? Who's he
December,
fighting?
January.
That's what I'm excited about.
This is a great promo.
yeah.
Best promo I've seen in a hot second. So well done.
And it's gonna be a boxing match.
Yeah.
Just boxing
Dude.
for a title.
Come on, you got to put all your money on who? Come on.
Well, yeah,
Come on. Fury moves. I mean, he's not just a big white boy. That guy has great boxing skills.
Oh,
right?
he's the most skillful heavyweight boxer.
I think he's the
since
best of
Muhammad
all
Ali.
time. I think he's best of
He
all
could
time.
be. He could be the best of all time. He's the biggest. He's 6'9". He moves like a fucking middleweight. He's got outstanding power.
Can go
Dude, who
forward,
hits
can go
harder?
backwards.
Who hits harder, Francis or Bronx Bomber?
It's a good question. We don't know. We don't know because Bronx Bombers never hit anybody with them little gloves, and Francis has never hit anybody in a big fight with the big gloves.
But Deontay Wilder hits.
How much
fucking
money
hard.
is-
I
how
was,
much
I was front
money
row
they
when he
get?
fought that Bazell guy.
Yeah.
They sat me next to his family, and when he's walking out, I looked at my brother and go, "Dead man walking." And then fucking
Dude, this might be the biggest fight ever, dude. Right? Come on.
That fight's
this might be the
crazy.
biggest fucking fight ever.
It's going to be huge. People are going to want to see it just for the freak aspect of it.
I think Francis needs to throw caution to the wind and Homer Simpson and just
Well,
Do they
he
got
might.
a rematch clause in MMA?
no,
I don't think-
no, God, no.
No.
The smart money. I don't think Francis does really anything to Tyson Fury.
We don't know though.
Boxing.
Well,
Well,
he's
yeah,
such a big
What if
guy.
they talked him into a small ring?
a smaller ring?
What about
Yeah.
bare knuckle rematch?
Well, that's what. Well, that's well, no. Fury wanted to do bare knuckle.
Yeah,
He did.
Fury-
He's
What?
a gypsy, dude.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, come
He's a
on,
wild
man.
boy.
Bare
A bunch of
knuckle,
MMA gloves.
bare knuckle
That's
just
what they wanted to
seems
do, Richard.
poised to take over boxing. It just does.
Not really.
Wait,
I
what
think it
does? What does?
Bare knuckle.
You two have been pushing this
Bare
narrative for a hot
knuckle,
second, dude.
Dude, come on paper, just on paper. Forget about I
Can't hit
grew
as
up
hard.
watching
They're too
Roberto Duran.
tentative.
Forget about all that.
Injuries.
No, you can't hit
Just
as hard.
look
You break
about-
your hand.
Dude, it's just more gangster.
Too many cuts.
It's way more bare knuckle.
We gotta make money,
I would
bro.
rather watch bare knuckle Floyd Mayweather against Pacquiao than with big ass fucking.
You hit
gloves.
harder with gloves, though. You can't hit as hard.
Okay.
Because what happens is you
break your hand.
Yeah, and guys are really good at this.
Have
they
you
keep
seen-
their
Brian
head
just
down.
settled into his I'm an
there's-
expert voice.
Dude, have you seen the video?
Brian's
The video-
telling what we went
there's
over.
a-
My voice got a
there's-
little deeper.
There's a chick who's
Got a little
double
more sure of
champ.
yourself than earlier when you were betting. I don't think I owe money. I don't think
That's a bad impression of me.
Hey,
dude.
there's a chick. There's a chick.
That's a bad impression. That's
Double champ, bare knuckle, double champ female, Britain Hart.
Mm-hmm.
The girl she fights, she does a post-fight interview.
Yeah.
And that girl's face
Yeah,
is
like she's got plums.
It's the worst.
dude,
under her
and she's
skin.
saying,
She's like, I thought I
love
went
the
well."
experience. It's a famous video. It's
Yeah.
like, I love the experience. I love getting in there and just getting in the ring and doing it. And dude, her face is fucked.
One of her teeth is missing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a brutal ass sport.
That's the only.
That's
like,
fucking brutal. Britain
Yeah.
Hart,
Yeah.
double champ.
That's a sport where you're almost guaranteed to lose some teeth.
yeah, it's bad.
Look at Luke Rockhold. He's like,
I
I'll
know.
try it. My fucking teeth.
Well, the thing is, there she is. Bro.
She's like, it was a good time.
Oh, come on, man. I don't like this stuff.
It was fun.
Dude,
I enjoyed it.
I love bare
It
knuckle.
was definitely
Come
a
on,
different
dog.
ballgame, but I had
mean-
a blast.
Dude, they didn't
so
even wipe the
thank you.
blood off. They just let it stain on her
was
cheek.
such a
Look at that, like the
crazy pace. How did you keep that
like
up?
wipe it off.
I only have
Who is
one.
this woman?
That's Roseanne Barr's fucking ugly stepsister.
crazy pace. Like, what kind of question?
Well, they're not getting top tier commentators.
She looks like the
talent over there.
female from Gremlins 2. Bring it up, Jamie. But
You know,
it looks
it's a
identical.
very good.
Come on.
The
that's a
female
person.
gremlin.
That's a person, dog.
No, I know, but so is a gremlin.
All right.
So,
But you
this
know,
is,
bare knuckles doing.
Well,
There you go.
So this
Spot
is
on.
Alice Garoff versus Wesley Alves, right? Warley Alves, rather.
Is there any of these Dagestan guys
damn, that
without
looks
a
exactly
beard?
like
Do they ever-
Makachev.
No,
I was like, is
that's-
Makachev fighting already?
They like to have a beard, man.
It's racist, Brian.
I'm just saying they look exactly.
It's
alike.
such an interesting look, the beard with no mustache. If I was Hamzat and had that big cut on my lip, I might want to get like a mustache.
Or
You know that- you know
want to
what's-
look
you know why
scary
that is,
like the
right?
Red
No, I
Dragon.
don't.
Abraham Lincoln spent 10 years in Dagestan showing him. You know, he wrestled.
Abraham
Fuck
Lincoln was
off,
a wrestler.
Look at him. Look at his face. He's
Oh,
trying
for
to
a
pull this
second.
off.
He almost had me. He almost had me. He almost had me.
I'm telling you the truth. He wrestled.
He did wrestle. He was a wrestler.
It was a foreign exchange.
Dude, he kind of had me.
Bro, when you just had that twinkle of joke in your eye that I can recognize.
Did you
I
know,
did. I was
but
like,
did you
did
know
he?
Abraham Lincoln used to wrestle?
did
He used to
wrestle.
be a
He was a
badass
wrestler.
wrestler.
Isn't he
wrestler.
6'6"?
Right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
he was
yeah.
legit.
Yeah, but
And he
Abraham
went
Lincoln
all
was a
over
real
Europe,
wrestler.
all over the Middle East, and he wrestled.
You know what else he
everybody.
wrestled was
That's
dicks
real.
in his
That's
butt.
real shit. What?
Yeah, Abe Lincoln had a side piece, dude. Look, it was his security guard, and they fucked.
Really? How do you
And
know?
this isn't some.
Sir,
Bring it up.
I'm going to ask you. I'm
think-
going to ask you to respect your country
I
a
think
little
there's
bit.
probably some long camping trips back there, and a lot of guys fucked.
But
I'm telling you, look at it.
I think it's some Brokeback
Abe
Mountain
Lincoln
shit.
was not
Cold
banging
winters.
guys.
Cold winters.
Cold winters.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Abe
saying.
Lincoln was an amazing wrestler. He influenced a lot of people all over the world in wrestling before he was a president.
This is.
Hey, and did they say his voice was really high?
He's making that up. He didn't travel. Nobody
He
traveled back
look,
then.
Look, he's wrestling right
you
there. Look at
imagine
that.
if you had
Dude,
a...
that picture right
300
there
yeah.
that was taken in Russia, an hour south of Moscow. An hour.
Do you have any idea how long it would take to get to Russia from fucking Pennsylvania?
Okay,
For a wrestling match?
No, for your
second,
information,
by
the
boat
boat, the
and
ferry from the East Coast to England, that's 30 days.
3
So that's
months,
30 days.
yeah.
And then you take a wagon to fucking...
As he training on the boat?
4 months flies by. dog.
He's just
Time
eating
flies.
beef jerky
He'll
and
be in
training on the
fucking-
boat.
Dude, he'll
No
be
food.
in Kazakhstan in no time.
A wagon.
You got to bring your
They traveled in
straw mats.
blimps back then. That's the history that's been erased. People were traveling all over the world with blimps. No, now I'm like being real. You want to get real?
Oh, no.
No, they had blimps in
Well,
the
they-
1800s that they were traveling all
Go
over the
on,
world.
Eddie.
Well,
Go
they,
on.
they definitely
Hey,
did
well,
when they
you-
built the Empire State
Dude,
Building.
I'm telling you.
Coleman
people
Hughes was
used to
showing
travel
us
on
that
blimps.
the other day. When Coleman was here, he explained that the Empire State Building, they made it so high because they were going to park blimps at the top.
Dude,
of it.
that's what they did
That's
back
real?
then.
Yeah, but they didn't do it. They tried to
They
do it, but
tell
it's too
you
windy.
No.
It's like, they just
Dude.
used it as an excuse to make the tallest building. They say, we have to make it this tall. We're going to park blimps.
Yeah.
And then
You know, remember
the
that?
city was
Remember
like,
that?
okay.
You know that Led Zeppelin cover of the Zeppelin
Yeah.
blimp
Yeah.
crashing.
Yeah.
That was to just erase blimps from history.
Facts.
We don't want blimps. They're too
What,
dangerous.
Led Zeppelin was
they'll
on
blow
board
up.
with this?
They'll
The
blow
CIA
up.
got a hold of Led Zeppelin?
you,
Like, look.
don't think the CIA created the music business?
Well, no.
You guys don't know about that?
musicians-
Laurel
I think
Canyon?
musicians-
Laurel
You don't know about this?
Yeah, but I think
read the book.
musicians
Dude,
created the
dude,
music.
when you
business.
find out the CIA,
Jim Morrison? Hit him, Eddie.
control, they created the hippie movement. They created it. They created the record scene.
They might have taken
the
advantage
music
of
industry.
No, who was Jim Morrison's dad? Tell him.
Joe knows this.
Yeah,
Jim Morrison's dad did what?
He was like a CIA guy.
Yeah,
You piece of
he
shit.
orchestrated the Gulf of Tonkin false flag.
Do you know that, B?
Did you know it?
You ever heard him sing
But
live?
that's why he rebelled from
No
his
wonder I
dad.
didn't like. Dude, I never liked the Doors. I was like, when I grew up, I'm like, the Doors.
What?
This is the end. Is a good song. This is the end. But other than that,
Break on through to
is
the
that?
other side?
Oh my God, I hate that shit.
Put it on.
Oh my God, take.
Put it on,
They
Jimmy.
divide tonight.
You can on YouTube.
Night divides the day.
Oh, I hated that shit.
Can we play it on YouTube?
No.
we can't.
Also fight
Like, dude, I hated that shit.
I love it.
Oh, Jenny.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no.
my
Oh,
goodness.
it's over, kid.
Morally Alba's
As
done.
soon as he just
Wow.
Hey, fuck fighting Dagestanians out here.
Wow.
Wow.
My screen's 10 seconds ahead of you guys. I'll stop.
That flying knee was amazing.
Savage.
Good.
break on, do the other side. What was the other one? What was the other one?
This
Oh,
is the
he's on the storm.
Oh my God, horrible.
Great song.
Wow, Eddie.
Dude.
Even though
You
he's
know, Jim
CIA.
Morrison
Five
was
to one,
never
5 to
wanted to,
1.
he never wanted to be
5 to 1, baby.
there was no aspirations to be a rock star, a singer, or nothing. All of a sudden, he just became one.
He's a
There was no
plant. He's a
aspiration.
plant,
No one had
Brian.
any
Eddie,
idea.
Eddie, he was very talented. The Doors were talented.
You need to look. There's a book called. You like books, right? There's a book called Weird Scenes on Laurel Canyon.
I have the book. I'll give it to you Monday.
Dude.
Weird
Dude.
scenes on Loyal Canyon. I'm gonna get it.
Dude.
I'm gonna get
It's
it
a
on.
great
Dave McGowan. Holy fuck. They orchestrated all that shit.
And when you look at the other bands that were living in Laurel Canyon at the time, it's nuts.
It was all CIA. And, Lookout Mountain Laboratories, that was a top secret Air Force intelligence. Dude,
You know who owns that now? Jared Leto.
Jared Leto.
Yes, but the people who
wonder why.
wrote the songs were musicians.
What do you mean? You wonder why? You think Jared Leto?
I don't know, Jared. I don't know.
Something's going on there, man.
Listen, 30 Seconds to Mars, they got a good song. They got a song called Echelon.
Is it weird
That's a
scenes?
good song.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But
Is
I
it
don't-
weird scenes
But
inside
I
the
don't know.
canyon?
Yeah.
The guy lives in Lookout Mountain Laboratory.
Yeah, he
That
bought
was-
it, Eddie. He
He
showed it
doesn't
to me.
age either.
He
When Eddie's getting
converted
into
it.
this, he starts doing this. Like you get the hands.
I'm on this wave with Eddie though.
Dude,
that book's
listen,
good.
Dude, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that.
Jared Leto's not a fucking government agent.
I'm not saying
Jared
he is,
Leto's
but he
just
lives
an
in Lookout
yeah, he
Mountain
bought the house.
Laboratory.
He bought the house.
Why
I
would
bought
you
it
buy
too,
it?
bro. It's dope.
Yeah,
it's
it is
a
dope.
giant former fucking government building.
your
that's
success.
in
You know
the
what I will say?
on a
This?
giant piece of
I will say
property
this.
in the
Jared
Hollywood
Leto-
Hills.
Jared
It's sick.
Jared Leto is the only dude in the history of the world to be a legit arena-filling rock star, songwriter, and an A-list actor. No other guy has done that.
Who won an
ever.
Oscar.
No
He's
other,
also
unless like
a very nice guy. I
You know
hung
what I
out
mean?
with him, went to dinner with him, me, him, Theo, and
Oh, he's
some
my
Spotify
spirit
people.
animal. I love him.
He's a great guy.
The
He's
song-
a really nice guy.
The song Echelon, back in the day, I love that song so much. I drove to Vegas for a specific reason. I don't want to talk about it, but I drove to Vegas.
Suspect.
Back in the day. No, back in the day, I drove to Vegas.
Does it involve a bag of cash?
It was a girl.
Yeah.
No, it was a girl.
It was
I
his-
was like,
it was
I
his gay phase.
Back when I was
Look
single.
at him.
And I listened to
Bungee jumping.
I
Oh
listened
my
to
God.
Echelon on repeat for
crazy
5
to see.
hours, all the way to Vegas.
Oh, he's one of my favorite people.
I love
living.
that song.
It is
But
amazing
he
how
does
young he
live in
looks.
Lookout Mountain Laboratory.
Eddie,
That's
Eddie,
a little-
I would have fucking bought that place. If I found out it was available, I would have bought it.
How do we know
Are you
you're-
kidding?
how do we know
I
you're
would have
good
bought
singer?
it and turned that motherfucker into
You
like
might
a
be CIA.
giant playhouse.
I don't know, dog. I
Joe
don't know.
might
It's
be
bomb
CIA.
proof too.
Wouldn't your dad know?
Hey, why'd you bring my dad into
Wouldn't
this?
your dad
Don't bring
know?
my dad into this.
He
Look at that
admitted.
flying knee. Oh shit! Look at that flying knee. We missed it. Look at this shit.
Oop. Here it comes. Well,
Boom!
Did you know Frank
Oh, my
Zappa's
goodness.
dad was deep into biological, chemical warfare type shit?
Yeah, but see, a lot of those young kids that
Back in
have
the
dads
day.
like that, the dads are never home. That's how they become rock stars. Not because their dad fucking schooled them and brought them through the CIA to make them manipulate the population. They're rebelling against their dad. The dad's never home.
Too much
If
of
your
coincidence
dad is
for
in
me,
the
man.
CIA, you're
Dude,
fucking.
you gotta listen to the
Tell 'em about the
weird
Beach
scenes
Boys.
in Laurel Canyon. It's gonna blow.
It's a great
you the
book.
fuck
I
away.
just got it. I just
it's
ordered
so
it.
good.
They needed because that was the theory is in the '60s most of
We
the
got going right away.
anti-Vietnam protesters were like college professors and they were like
Schultz.
They were respectable people going against the Vietnam
that
War.
guy.
Okay.
That guy's like, why is he
I don't
coming
even
around?
talk about this.
There's Bilal. Oh, that guy Usman.
No,
There's
Eddie,
Usman.
please keep
No.
educating him.
Keep
Listen, you know what? When I'm doing Fight Companion and I get into some deep shit and you guys cut me off like you always do.
I'm sorry.
You know what? You got to
Dude,
put your
come on.
headphones
You know
on.
what I think? I go. Thank God they cut me off. Now I don't have to worry about someone killing me. I love it when you guys cut me off.
No,
so I'm
I
like,
wanna
you
listen.
know what? I don't need to get into that.
Put the
Let's talk
headphones
about
on
pussy.
so we can all
Let's talk
coordinate
about
and
pussy.
not talk over each other.
I hate headphones.
Yeah, I know, but it's like it's important for these.
Oh, Uncle Live.
I hate
Uncle Live's
headphones
gonna-
so much because I hate my own voice and I could hear my own voice.
I like your
gross.
voice. Your voice is great.
Nah, you have a good voice.
Thank you. I appreciate
That guy's got a fresh beard, a little bit of frosty in it. I like it. I
it.
like
It's
that.
Abraham
look.
Lincoln, dog. I'm telling you.
Eddie, I still think you look better as you get older. You look great, man.
What?
No homo. He looks good.
You look very
Yeah, you
good.
look good,
Eddie.
man. Yeah, you look good. The
swole.
beard, that like it works, dude.
Eddie's on a fasting workout schedule. Tell him, Eddie.
I'm totally into intermittent fasting. Is that how you say it? See, it fucks. I can't even say intermittent because I hear it in my head. So
Intermittent.
intermittent.
Yeah.
I don't eat till about 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. I work out, empty stomach.
Same.
I heard it from Mikey Musumeci, DK Metcalf, NBA or NFL star. I keep hearing that GSP. I keep hearing. I go, let me try it. So I started working out on an empty stomach. Changed my life.
Yep.
Oh my God. I'm so into my workouts now. Before I would have like a little protein bar, a little shake, thinking that was empty stomach, but it's not. Vitamins.
Takes
and then I
energy.
go work out. Vitamins, little bar, little shake, empty stomach. I'm gonna go work out, and I can't wait to. I just want to get the fuck out of the gym. Now, empty stomach, a real empty stomach, nothing in my system,
You get
nothing
more
in
energy.
my guts. I'm doing sets in between sets, Doc. I'm doing body weight squats in between shit I never did before. I'm doing shit I never did before. Have so much motivation in the gym without having.
Do you eat
anything
just
in
one
myself.
meal a day?
My first meal is around 3 or 4, but I might do something late before I go to bed because at night, in the morning, I'm an Olympic athlete.
Well, especially
at
after you're
night,
done
I'm a piece
training.
of shit.
When you're tired.
Dude, every day, you know,
snack,
people have
you snack.
like my whole life is like a 24-hour cycle. I'm a fucking savage in the morning, dude. I do everything in the morning. I get all my shit taken care of. Work, I get everything done. But by the time it's like 11 o'clock at night,
You start getting.
I need a little drink.
Yep.
I need a little weed.
Yep. Little
Maybe some
popcorn.
candy.
Start fucking. I got a jam room at my studio, so
Jacking
every
off.
night after class, after I scrub the toilets and mop the fucking floors, I'm the Mexican at the gym. We jam. We have a jam. We have a piano and guitars. We have a whole jam room at my fucking studio, at my school.
Right.
The front area where people used to walk in and sign up. That shit's been closed down since the scamdemic. We never reopened it. We never reopened it. Oh, wait, it's not a scamdemic? It's not
right.
a
I
scamdemic?
didn't say it.
Educate him,
It's
Eddie.
not a scamdemic? We've been scammed, dog.
I just love how you call it the scam down.
Oh, I will never refer to the scamdemic as a pandemic. That is, I'll never say
don't either.
before the pandemic. When I hear someone say before the pandemic,
You don't think we should have closed down
It wasn't a
businesses?
pandemic. It was a scamdemic.
You don't think we should have shut down schools for 2 years and closed down all these businesses that people built 30 years to spend
I
30
think
years
it's a good
building?
move if you want China to get ahead of us.
Correct.
If that's what your plan is. It's
I
also a
think
good
it's a
move
good
to
move.
keep the
You know
borders
what?
open.
And I think it's a good move to get those fucking ballots, the 300 million fucking ballots set to everybody so
The
they can
mail
ballot
ballots,
harvest.
yep.
Yeah. That's what it was about.
Yep.
We need a
Mail-in
reason.
ballots.
We need a reason to get millions of ballots out there so people could harvest them and they could do whatever the
Hey,
fuck
what
they
is
want.
going on with Trump's trial? Do you know about that?
Didn't they hit him with something else?
He's been hit with a gag order.
It's
right?
fucking
so he can't
amazing.
talk
dude.
about
it's
the judge or
amazing
the,
how
or the trial.
they're going after him. It's fucking.
Isn't it making him bigger
scary.
though? Like
It
more
is
people are
making
rallying around him.
More
Not
people
really.
rally around him for sure, Brian. For
well,
sure.
no, it's definitely his loyal followers, but
His
I think
life.
no,
I think they're trying to
Brian,
keep him
I
out
So
think
we
of
got the
election.
world falling apart, and
Wait
then
a
you got
minute.
like Trump trying to save
that's
the
what they're
fucking
trying to do.
world.
Wait a minute.
You
Are
know
you
what I mean?
serious?
yeah.
Of course that's what they're
no,
doing.
I mean that's a possibility. That's
Well, they
a
are
legal
trying to do that.
possibility.
You know what's insane that we have a president like Joe Biden? That's fucking.
Do you see the picture of his chin?
Like,
Hey,
how insane?
he was
is
on the
that?
ball in Israel. You got to give him credit. He
How
went
is
over
he-
there
yes, he
and
was.
smoothed everything
How is
out.
it just gets worse.
It's all good
and
over there
worse
now.
for him.
Yeah, well,
it just
he's,
gets worse.
He's dying. I mean, that's
Dude,
just the reality.
That guy's
of it.
our president.
You know what Joey Diaz said about him?
What?
Looks like he's already got the formaldehyde in him.
Like that guy. What? That guy won, dog. That guy won.
Look at him.
Do you see the picture of his weird ass chin? Looks like a PlayStation controller. Have you seen this?
I do
Yeah.
a joke about that. Like Sam Tripoli, like in all seriousness, goes, you know, a lot of people say he may have died in 2017.
Well, then they
mass now,
replaced
with
him
mass
with a
and
guy
defects?
who
No,
looks
a
just as
dumber
crippled
version.
as
Is it
him.
possible? No, is it
Hologram or-
possible? Let's say that's ridiculous. Let's say ridiculous. But let's just say hypothetically, is it possible that someone like like Hillary Clinton or like Joe Biden could have been dead 6 years ago, but still with deep fake technology and masks, we could still keep them going?
They
'Cause
100% can use masks
Dude,
now
the
that
deep fake
look
technology
exactly like.
Really?
is insane.
Yeah.
They could make.
Look at his
look at that.
chin.
That's our president right there, dog. What the fuck?
You see the meme that says when the edibles kick in? Well, part of what's going on, let me explain. He's got a turtleneck zipper, and it's pushing up on his loose turkey neck. And his loose turkey neck is forcing that skin up towards his chin so it's loose. If he unzipped that thing, his skin would fall back into place, and he wouldn't have those weird chin dimples. This is simple. You just look at what he's wearing on his neck.
Is it possible that that's a mask?
But
No,
whose chin has
because
nuts
have you
like
seen
that?
those
No,
masks?
this
Have
is
you seen-
why.
have
No,
you seen
no,
those
no, no,
videos
no,
of
no,
people
no,
with
no, no,
masks?
no, no. Listen to me. This is why. Because if that was someone that they hired to play Joe Biden, he would do a good job. He wouldn't look like he's dying.
Right.
That's really Joe Biden. He's just got a turtleneck on. See, take that and then push that shit up because of the turtleneck, and it's the same chin. He's dying. I mean, he's a very, very old man, and he's had a bunch of real serious health issues. He's had 2 brain surgeries. Where
He's the best on the left. He's number one. He's the best on the left.
Had serious aneurysms, man. They had to open up. They called a widowmaker. They had to open up his fucking head and get in there. And
you didn't know that, B?
No.
And you voted for him, piece of shit.
I voted for him 3 times, but Brian voted for him with like dead people's ballots.
You guys.
No, Brian told
he signed off on the dead people. Like I know that guy.
Yeah, he would have voted for Biden.
No, Brian just wants Kamala Harris to get in.
What?
Yeah, he's
you
very
guys, I
excited
swear it's
about
not
that.
true.
Yeah, he wanted
Kamala
jeez.
tattoo.
These fights are going so fast, they're filling it with just fillers. Like, check out the next UFC.
Well, this
Well,
is
this is Uncle
Johnny
Live.
Walker's got his hands full with this dude, man.
Uncle Live is a beast.
So is Johnny Walker, though. His last 3 wins are impressive.
Yo, Johnny Walker hits so fucking hard.
He has that
hits
X
so
factor.
hard.
You can't really trade
Is that
for
thing
it.
not working?
Dude, that
No,
guy's
it
never
is.
gonna need Rogaine.
Never.
That guy right there.
Never.
That's
a carpet.
Dude, are you kidding?
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
And their hair's like
Johnny
Lego.
Walker is so big for the weight class.
Oh, he's massive.
He's big for a light heavyweight, man. He's enormous.
And Dagestans, their hairstyle, like Khabib, Magomed, all these Makachev, their hair's like a Lego piece.
You think they just
it
go?
does
You
it,
think
it
they
does
just
it
go to
move the entire
Dagestan
fight.
in the barbershop and say, "Just give me a Khabib"?
I don't know if he started it.
Kamzat. I want that.
Give me the
Kamzat.
Daggy.
He's got the same beard.
Wait a minute, he's got the same beard.
Yeah, he does.
But he has a mustache.
Oh,
That's not.
it's
right.
not working,
That's
Joe.
not, you got to get rid of that mustache.
Yeah,
dog.
it keeps fucking up.
You got
I have to keep
that guy's never
refilling
gonna need fucking Rogaine either. Holy shit!
Is Rogaine still a thing?
Hell yeah!
What do you use, Eddie? Your
I'm
hair's
still-
great.
Are you taking it?
What?
Your hair's legit from last time.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro.
You just said my hair's legit.
Compared to Brian Callen,
Dude, my
Jared
hair-
What do you
Leto.
mean?
Dude.
I got better hair.
I envy.
I don't take
Brian
Propecia
Callen's
anymore.
hair.
I
Do
stopped
something.
doing that.
My hair looks like shit. Dude, my hair is every
can
time
at
I
least
look in the
style it.
mirror, every time I look in the mirror, I'm like, it's over.
We're all getting older.
It's
bro.
over.
We're all
Like
getting
I'm
older.
ready to die.
Shave your
really,
head,
it's
bro.
like I've lived a good life.
Come on.
Are you
bro.
ready to die?
I lived the good life.
Don't
And you know
die.
what? I lived a good life.
You did live a good
My
life.
hair is
Don't-
gone.
Just because your hair's leaving doesn't mean
And
you need to
what?
die.
You know what I always think of? Like probably at least every other day, when I did your podcast and you were sitting right fucking there and you said, "When are you just gonna shave that shit off?" And I always think about that. Like when Joe
Sorry.
said, when are you just gonna shave that shit off?
I didn't.
And I
mean it.
did once.
Wow.
I did shave it once, dude. I did
mean,
shave it
it's up to
once.
you, man.
I was bald
You
for
look
a
good.
month,
You look
dude.
good.
Everyone said, "Your head's too big, dog. Your head's too big."
Look
By
at Johnny
everyone, you
Walker.
see the-
Look at Johnny Walker.
So
but
I grew it back.
He always
'cause,
does this.
Dude, nobody liked it. Nobody
liked
said,
it.
"Hey, I like it." You liked it because now I'm one of you, and now I'm with you. You want to bring me down. It's like when I turned 40, and all those motherfuckers out there like 29, 30, and I turned 40. I couldn't wait till they turned 40. And now they're turning 40. You know, the young UFC guys are all 40. I'm like you want motherfuckers to get old with you. Like, I'm not the only, come on, come up to 45 too. Get up there,
Please,
bitch.
Dad.
Get to 50. Oh, you're 50 now? Congratulations. Welcome to the club.
I'm
I
part
want everyone to
Dagestanian.
get old. Oh, I can't wait for people to get
Oh,
old.
that's hair.
Yeah, my
I
hair's
don't wanna
getting-
be
I gotta
old
worry
by
about
myself.
running my
B
fucking
shop's hair.
eyebrows. Yeah, it's getting long.
Dude, you're never going to need
No.
Never.
Propecia.
It's got
dude,
good,
never.
good genetics.
Dagestanian genetics.
Good genetics. Damn. Johnny Walker is a
So
large man.
Uncle Live hasn't fought.
Since the draw.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? You know how we could fix this balding problem? Seriously, we could
Oh,
do
damn,
this on
these
the
are
show.
your own
You know we
cigars,
can?
Joe? Sorry.
Yeah.
Listen, starting next fight companion, we show up with wigs. We make wigs acceptable. We have to. If we made
Bring
wigs
back wigs.
acceptable, like every show, we have a different. One day you have a My Chemical Romance, and then the next day you have a little spiky fucking Deftones. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
I wish.
And every day, and then it becomes acceptable, like
you
it
know-
is with girls. Girls can wear wigs. It's okay. But once guys can wear wigs,
I've told
once-
Brian for years.
Dude, the coolest dudes
Do you
are gonna
know
have
that
like
that's
9
where the
wigs.
term
We're
big
gonna-
wig came from? Did you know
9
that?
wigs, dude. Back in
No.
the day,
Yeah.
George
Know the story?
Washington, all the dudes who wore wigs got the pussy.
Yeah, but do you know why?
Lice.
because they were
No.
the elite.
No.
Lice.
He's got syphilis in France.
Look at that! I would wear that wig. I would wear that wig right there.
So there's these guys that were in France, and they were royals, and they were very popular. They were like, the Kim Kardashian men of France. and they got syphilis. And when everybody had syphilis back then, they just all fucked each other, and
didn't
their
have
hair
condoms?
was falling off, big giant clumps.
Really?
Yeah. So these guys started wearing wigs, and the more money you had, the bigger and more flamboyant your wig was.
We need
Hence the
that.
term big wigs.
It's like buying a Ferrari today.
Because people
Dude, we
wanted to be like those dudes, so they all started wearing wigs.
Dude, we could do that with this podcast. You know how many people watch this podcast? We start wearing wigs.
No,
Come
I would
on,
tell
Joe.
them shave your head.
Dude,
I swear
Just
to
shave it.
come on,
your
dog.
head. I
Come
love
on.
having that shit.
Let's
Since I
bring
started doing
wigs
supplements,
back.
like
Let's
just
bring
regular
wigs back.
supplements, my hair got thicker.
You think?
I know you guys.
Hey.
I'm telling you, people
Hey,
told me that.
placebo, right?
No,
People tell you a lot of things you shouldn't listen
dude,
to.
you can't tell because I have these on. Watch this. Ready?
Your hair's so good, dude.
You do
There
have a
you go.
nice
But that's
head
what
hair.
watch
I
what
got
it really
nothing,
looks like.
but
Oh God! Look at the difference between that guy.
That's his real hair,
That's
I
his
think.
real hair, and that is bullshit.
Dude, we could bring back wigs. We could bring back wigs.
I mean, you know,
Hey, for
Are you down?
$159, it's worth a try.
I can't.
One
wear a
day you
watch.
could be Axl Rose.
then your
the
head's
next day
sweaty.
you-
Stinky. It's
fuck
like
all
wearing a
that.
But you
wool
got
hat.
hair.
guys.
You got hair.
I'm on mushrooms.
Dude, can you imagine the bangs coming down, covering one eye, just like this?
No, I can't-
Like
I
this?
don't want that.
Can you, come on, dog. It's not
Eddie
over.
does.
We can bring that back. We can bring it back. We
He
can
wants to be Garth
fight.
Brooks when Garth Brooks played that character.
Oh,
Chris
Let's bring it
Gaines.
back.
Gaines, yeah, that's
Let's
right.
bring it back.
That was so weird.
That was so weird.
Dude, if wigs were cool, like all the coolest people had the most wigs. Oh, you only got 2 wigs. You wear the same wig every day, you piece of shit. But like cool dudes had like 19 wigs.
Wonder when they started with the merkin, with the vagina hair. They developed a toupee to wear over the poos.
What?
They've done that?
You know what a
I've
merkin
never heard of
is?
that.
No.
Yeah, that's why.
Pussy wigs?
That's why Maynard is so crazy. His name of his vineyard is Merkin Vineyards. It's Caduceus Vineyards, but Merkin too. Merkin, he does something Merkin Vineyards, but Merkin is like a little toupee for your pussy.
Oh, that's a terrible idea.
Hey, I like
It
that.
is.
No, I like that.
Where'd it come from? Here it goes.
so
Merkin
weird.
goes back many centuries to a time when pubic lice were a common problem, and women had to shave their pubic hair to eradicate the lice and relieve the itching. Some of them invented Merkins to replace the shaved hair. So they had a little pussy toupee.
So back then, shaved pussies were considered like
Terrible.
low class. Like you
Ew.
shave you pussy.
What's wrong with you?
You know the
Someone
one thing.
look at
Okay,
your
I will
pussy?
say this based on experience: the pros to having a bush as opposed to shaving your hair, shaving your pussy, is when the stubble comes out, you feel it on your dick, the stubble. You know what I mean? But if the chick doesn't shave her pussy, it's all moist and soft and it feels smooth. You know
Or
what I'm
they
saying?
just get it blasted with a fucking
Yeah,
laser blaster.
Yeah, like a lady.
yeah,
But that's crazy. You're getting your pussy cooked.
They do.
Who
it,
knows
though.
what's going
and their
on
assholes.
under the skin, though? Like, what? I mean, if we're worried about EMF from our cell phones, what about getting your pussy blasted with a laser in your butthole?
Worth it.
Well, you know how many women are getting? Do you know how many?
butthole's worth it. Yeah,
How many
yeah.
women got cancer because of Johnson & Johnson baby powder? Did you guys
Oh yeah,
know
they
that?
got sued like a motherfucker.
Do you know what that's from? I found out what that's from. When they harvest talc, the place where they harvest talc is oftentimes got asbestos in it. So they're harvesting talc with asbestos, and they're putting it all in a fucking powder.
Christ.
And girls are pouring asbestos
And
on
on
their cooter.
babies.
On their babies, yeah. People are putting it on their assholes.
Do we know
Yeah.
that causes cancer?
Yeah, they got
Asbestos
sued like a
most certainly
motherfucker.
does.
B.
No,
It's
I
a
know.
super lawsuit. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's legit.
Okay, here we go. Johnny Walker.
Here we go.
Johnny Walker could very well knock him out.
Is this the co-main?
No. Third fight.
I got Uncle Ive in this. all
That's
day
the
long.
safe
Uncle Ive
bet.
is so
You
skillful.
want to bet on
Many-
this, Bub?
Yeah,
Just
I'll
a
bet you.
small
I'm,
bet?
I'm rooting for Johnny.
I got Uncle Ive.
I'll take Johnny by flying
Timex
knee.
is a
I'll
sponsor.
take
Yeah.
Uncle Ive by
Shit.
knockout.
Yeah. Johnny's had a problem getting hit, but also by big guy like Jamal Hill KO'd him, but he KO'd Khalil Roundtree. He hits so fucking hard.
He's
man.
explosive. His last 3 too, and he's with SBG too. He's
Yeah.
been with him for a while.
What do you think? 500?
I'll do 500.
Okay, 500.
I'm
Who
not
do you
taking a
got?
huge.
I got
shot.
Uncle Ive.
fine,
Uncle
huh?
Ive knocks him out. That's mine.
Johnny just connected with the right hand.
Yeah.
Oh, Uncle Ive with the head kick.
Johnny's
block.
so explosive.
I'm
He
not
is
so
very
sure about
explosive.
Uncle Ive yet in terms of like
What?
his- Oh, is
Well,
he
Jan
championship?
Blachowicz really fucked his legs up, and Johnny immediately went to that inside low kick the same way that Jan was. But Jan's made out of stone.
Oh my god.
That dude's bones are like triple dents. He's a beast. But Uncle Ive is so slick, man. He's so skillful. I love that move that a lot of guys are doing. That Paul Felder was talking about that earlier. The lift the knee up and then throw a punch or a kick behind it to get you to read. Pajeda is so good at that.
Yes, probably the best.
Pajeda is so good at that, and then he hits you with that fucking calf kick and brutalizes your front leg.
Oh,
he's rocked.
Uncle Av connected.
Uncle Av's got that. Oh, look at those low kicks. Ouch.
He's so skillful, man.
Johnny's a
And Clive's doing a good job answering back with the leg kicks.
I wonder how many guys are like trying to condition their shins now. Or are they just
Kicking's
dealing
such
with
an
it?
advantage now.
I know, but like there's some guys. You remember Malapet? He was a Muay Thai fighter that used to just go shin to shin with people to brutalize them because his shins were just all calcified. When you get those little micro fractures all up the side of your shin, and then you calcify all that shit, it's like cauliflower ear all over your shin.
Yep.
And some of those guys just have a weapon down there.
And when you hear it, whack!
That's what
Like,
she
how
said.
the fuck's that not
Is that what
hurt?
she said?
Oh, he got a weapon.
He got a weapon. Oh, he hurt him.
Oh, he tricked him.
Oh, he faked him out.
He tricked him.
Damn.
Dude, that was a good
He
trick.
tricked him, but then he
fucked up.
How
He
much
got a
time?
little
Oh,
anxious.
3 minutes, dude.
He
That's
tricked
like eternity.
everybody. I thought he's hurt.
He might have been hurt.
Yeah.
He might have been hurt.
Johnny Walker's.
He might have been hurt and fired back.
Look at those
He's doing a
elbows.
good job
Look
here.
at how he's throwing those
He's
elbows like
blocking
that.
these, though.
He
He's
needs to get to
blocking a
his
lot of
feet.
this.
Does he have a leg in there? Oh yeah, he does. That's trouble.
Okay, he fucked up there. He fucked up
did.
there. He let him get further behind
This
him.
guy's trying to Khabib him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That looked like
Well,
a stand-up
Uncle
beat right
Live
there.
is so well-rounded, man. He can literally do everything. Johnny's doing a good job so far.
Is this 85?
Yes. No, 205.
205.
Oh, shit.
Uncle Clive's last fight, it was a draw with Jan
For the title.
championship. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Jamie's like, no, and Dana rather was like, no rematch.
I agree with Dana on that.
Why?
I'm good. I saw it. Let's
Yeah,
move
but
on.
it was a good fucking
You've
fight.
been,
I need some new
you've
blood.
been on that Dana White agreeing type shit.
Yeah, I don't like it.
You like
I like you better when you're a hater.
No, dude, you've been respecting Dana. You've been respecting Dana.
I don't
and
have
I
any issue
appreciate
with
that.
that. I have no
because
issue
no
with
matter what anybody thinks about Dana.
Oh, it just hit him with an illegal knee.
Oh, no.
Illegal knee.
He's okay though. So
Does he get
Yeah,
disqualified?
but
or does
he hit
get-
him.
He don't give a fuck.
It was
Look at
a
the savage. He
It
don't
was
give
a
a
hard
fuck.
knee,
This is the
bro. It
point.
was a hard knee.
hopefully he takes a point. Warnings are so fucking stupid.
Well, with a knee like that, you got to watch that knee. Here, they're going to show it here. Look at this. This is a hard knee.
You gotta take a point.
I mean, that is on the jaw.
It's so stupid. They go, "Don't do that again."
Look
and
at
you
this
like
again.
compromise the fighter.
Look at this again. Watch this again. That is a hard knee, man, and it's on the chin. Damn. Eddie Bravo's on one already. Look at him.
There he is. He said he didn't want to smoke weed.
Okay, we'll call the police.
What kind of weed did you
It's
get?
the booze. He's a gremlin.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, once the booze came out, he was on this wig kick.
Yeah,
Wanna tell us
for
about wigs?
20 minutes. We're like, hey, we don't want wigs.
He chases an idea the way he chases submissions.
Yes.
That's the way he does
He's
everything.
gonna find it.
Once he gets on it, like a conspiracy
Can't
or
get
an
him off.
idea, he just,
Well, for me, I took some mushrooms, so he started talking with. I was like, I can't handle this right now.
Yeah.
I was trying
No
to follow
wigs.
the wig things,
Listen
and I
to
was
me.
like panicking.
You don't want a wig.
I love my head like this. I really do.
That's
If-
because
even
you look good with a bald head. They called
What's
the
the
fight
matter, Jim?
off.
Don't call
Oh,
the fight
they
off.
called the
Please
fight
don't
off?
call off the fight off.
Is that what you're saying?
Johnny
Jamie?
looks fine.
Are they going to call?
Did he
this
say
off?
he can't see?
That's it.
Oh no!
I think there might have been a miscommunication, but I can hear it.
Johnny seems fine.
I don't understand.
I don't need to have to listen.
Why are they calling the fight? Ooh, Johnny pushed the referee.
Something suspect.
This is crazy.
Because did they ask him if he can see, and he said no?
He got hit with an illegal shot, and he wants to keep going. Let him go. This is where formalities and all this stuff makes no sense. To
Agree.
me.
Because they both want to fight.
Yeah,
It's
let
gonna
him
ruin the
keep
fight.
going. Let him keep going.
Here's the issue. Yeah, I'm with formalities, but if they said, "Hey, can you see?" and he goes, "No," and you know, every fighter knows they're going to call the fight.
But do you think that's what he said? Because he got hit in the jaw. He didn't get hit in the eye.
It's crazy what's going on.
Oh, Jamie, don't tell us. Don't tell us.
Oh, you're ahead of us, Jamie.
Well, like, I'm just 5 to 10 seconds. Can't make it stop.
Everyone wants to fight. Why don't they just go, "Okay, he said he couldn't see. Maybe there's a language issue."
Strange.
This is stupid, man.
So stupid.
This is stupid. Let them fight.
Too
Let them fight.
Too many
man.
black suits in there.
Let them fight.
The guy with the beard, I feel like, is going to be a problem.
Dana's calming him down. I don't know what Dana just said.
He said, "Go over there and fucking relax." He goes, "We're gonna figure it out after this."
They should figure it out right now. They shouldn't let him stop the fight like that.
But
Unless there's an issue.
But what did Johnny say?
What does the referee say, Jamie?
I don't understand what's happening. I still don't know.
Can you give me a little more volume?
It's loud. It's still-
Oh, we're hearing it through here? Okay.
He didn't even see him do that. He didn't see
What are
him
they
call it
saying?
off.
But what are they saying? Do you know what country? And you couldn't. Well, he probably is not sure.
But yeah, he's like, I don't know, Middle East somewhere. I'm bad
I think
with it
they're.
too.
I think they're going to go.
No, they're not. B. It doesn't work like that. That's the shrooms talking about.
Well, that's dumb. They should.
What?
They should let him
They
keep
can't.
going.
They can't
It was
reverse the
an
decision?
illegal
No,
shot.
they can't reverse it.
All right, let's hear
Unless
what the,
Dana
let's
just
hear what
trumps
the call
everything.
Is. I would like that power.
He has that power.
I would, if I had that power, I would do that.
Dana
I'd
could do
go,
that right now.
Sit the fuck down. Let's keep this fight going, and everybody would go. Yeah.
He just needs to go to the.
It was bare knuckle boxing. They'd let him keep going.
Yes. If this was Eddie Alvarez, Mike Perry would keep going.
Dude, in Amsterdam, I commentated a fight where Gilbert Ivel fought this, I forget who he fought, some like Turkish wrestler, and he fucked him up, and they stopped the fight by a TKO, and he's in the corner, and the ref goes, "It's over," and the guy was in the corner going, "Fuck that! Well, you stopped it too soon. Fuck that! You stopped it too soon." And then the ref looked back at Gilbert Ivel and said, "Fuck it, let's go again." And he went again, and Gilbert Ivel knocked him out again.
Oh my God!
That'd be
Let's
great.
see it. Let's see
Like
this.
too
Let's
hot
see
to
it.
handle
Shh,
stuff.
shh.
The doctor's a bitch.
Terrible.
So what does that mean?
A draw
Terrible.
and a no contest.
Terrible. Terrible.
Have them just continue.
Terrible. Terrible. Terrible that they did that.
Maybe he got hit.
You got to
really bad.
give
Maybe
the
he
guy.
was fucked up.
You got to give the guy a chance to recover. You know, he got hit with an illegal strike, and bringing the doctor in before he gets a chance to recover, I think is foolish.
But also,
let the guy recover.
But also, if English is his second language, you know what country you're in, he's probably like, "What?"
Yeah, he wasn't that out of it. Even when he got hit, he wasn't that out of it. He was
Look at
talking.
him.
What's he saying?
He said, "What country are you in?" And he said, "Florianopolis."
He probably thought, "What country are you from?"
English is second language. That doctor, good luck getting out of Abu Dhabi. Bud.
He's trying to get time to recover.
Did you hear DC?
Oh,
yeah,
then
DC
that's-
saying he said, "What country are you
He
in?"
can't answer
And he
it.
said, "What round?"
He said his response was, "What round is it?" or something like that.
Well, he got dinged, man.
It's also in the
Doesn't
middle of
mean
a
you should
fucking
stop
fight.
it.
Yeah,
You don't
sometimes
stop it. If you
guys
get
all the time
dinged-
go to the corner and go, "What round is it?" And you're in the
Also,
third.
there's a reality
Right.
of getting hit with a shot like that, which happens all the time in fights. You don't remember jack
No,
shit
dude.
before that.
No.
You're out of it.
What a shame.
Give him a chance to recover, man.
What a fucking shame. Brian, you owe me money.
Bummer. You got out of that one, Brian. By the skin of your teeth.
Nah, I would have won that.
Who are you betting on?
Uncle F.
Yeah, you might have won that.
Yeah, he's the big favorite. We got the co-main and main event next. Next
Yeah,
is Hamza.
You got to go with his line.
Hamza is Usman
He's
next.
my favorite.
Oh,
Yeah. I'm all up on Hamza's nuts.
I'm just gonna say a lot.
we're gonna see a lot early because I think Hamzat's gonna storm the gates.
Yes.
He's probably gonna try to put wrestling on Usman right away.
I bet he submits him.
You think
That's
he's gonna go
strong
wrestling?
words.
He's going to submit him. He's going to take him down, submit him, get his back.
Strong words.
I know.
I feel he's gonna.
Listen, whenever you're making calls, I fucking thought he was going to destroy Strickland. So it's fighting for God's sakes. But I did call Dylan Dennis.
Yeah.
You did.
You also
called
called.
that.
I think you also called that conspiracy.
With Hamzat?
Yeah.
On the way?
That.
Who knows? Who knows the truth?
What's the
Well,
conspiracy?
I know what happened. I was there. The commission called it off. They were furious. I was there when they called it off. I was there when they said that he couldn't continue
Did
to
you
make
hear what
weight.
Hamzat said?
What he said?
he was like, people knock on me all the time for not making weight. He's like, I only missed it once, and I was told. And he goes, you know what? I don't want to get into it.
Well, he was told by the commission to stop cutting weight. That's what he was told. He was told when he was 8 pounds over, he looked like dog shit.
He said it's too much.
He looks terrible when he cuts weight. A lot of guys do. They look like they're on death's
Most
door.
of them do.
And in New York, they're way less lenient than in Vegas. In Vegas, they're just fucking look the other way. You try to make weight. That's they know what the deal is. They're gonna look like shit, then they're gonna rehydrate. Good to go. And they called it.
And they just said it was too much.
The UFC was furious. They were furious also because Kevin Holland and Hamzat got in a fight, and there was so much chaos going on. There was a lot of chaos, but it was not because there was a conspiracy to move Nate Diaz out. They wanted Nate Diaz to get smoked. They wanted that fight to take place. They really did. And they didn't let Hamzat continue to try to make weight. Look, the guy's big.
Hamzat,
when you meet
he
him,
can fight at 205.
100%.
I think he's going to go to 205 eventually.
Well, he's definitely good for 85. He's got
Great
a good
for
frame
85.
for 85. But he's not on the upper end of 85. That's the thing. When
mean
you
he's
look
not
at
a big
Duplessis, Jared Cannonier, who used to fight heavyweight.
Yeah.
Costa is
Jared
big.
is so big. Costa's so big. These are big guys.
That's why I want to see him fight.
Well, we'll see, though. We'll see.
Yeah, he's gonna have, if he becomes champ, he's going to have no choice. I mean, Strickland's not a big 85er.
We're going to
That's
see
like
how he
nowadays.
looks. We're going to see how he looks
Look at that shit.
at 85. Yeah, Kevin Holland got smoked. But again, Kevin Holland was preparing for a striker. He was preparing for a D-Rod.
Nightmare.
Different kind of fight. You know, D-Rod is a striker. They were preparing to strike. D-Rod hardly ever goes to the ground. He prefers to
rarely,
bang.
yes.
So he's getting ready for that fight, and then all of a sudden he's got to fight the best wrestler in the division other than Bo Nickel.
Yeah, they fucked him.
They fucked him. Well, he took it. You know, he took the fight because he's a gangster and he wanted to fight him. He didn't want to say, I don't want to fight him. But
Wait, Bo Nickel fought Kamzat?
No. I said other than Bo Nickel, Hamzat is probably the best wrestler
Bo
in the
Nickel
division.
wanted to, but the UFC, again, they've learned from their old ways.
Is Bo Nickel 185?
Yes.
Oh.
And Bo Nichols, he's
but-
the elite of the
Oh,
elite
dude.
in terms of wrestlers.
I think if he stays on the path that he's on, and that path is he's loving jiu-jitsu. You know, wrestlers, high-level wrestlers who love jiu-jitsu, those are the scariest ones.
Yep.
He's not trying to beat jiu-jitsu. He's embracing it.
Yeah.
You know, that's scary. In jiu-jitsu, it's always, those are the scariest guys. The wrestlers who love jiu-jitsu, those are the scariest guys. The wrestlers who want to beat jiu-jitsu, oh, I love those guys. Those guys always have like a brick wall in front of them.
What's interesting is his last fight, he shows he's got hands.
And the guy was coming like off,
And he fought
off mowing lawns for 2
He
days.
fought against, I
looked
think
great.
it was Oliver Taza
did.
in a grappling match, and there was some kind of controversy, like they went out of bounds, and was Bo Nickel on his back? How are they going to restart it? Bo Nickel just said, "Well, we'll just restart in the center. I'll be on my butt. You could be on top." He didn't give a fuck. Right there, I knew, God damn, Bo Nickel is going to be insane. He don't give a fuck about. He volunteered to be on his butt.
His transitions from striking to wrestling.
All the best
too.
grapplers have no problem sitting on their
You
butt.
see his match with Gordon? Interesting match.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Little set up
interesting.
for tough
Well,
for him.
Well, obviously, Gordon's the best ever.
Yes.
Like, what are you going to do?
Love Gordon.
And he caught him in a triangle. But it was interesting before
Yeah.
that. But Bo Nickel's legit. He's as legit as
And
it
he
gets.
wanted to fight. The UFC was like, "No, man, not in 10 days."
Well,
I'm pumped about
It's
this.
smart. There's no reason to.
But also, they can get a champion in Usman. I'm sure Abu Dhabi probably wanted a champion.
yes,
You know, I mean, Usman is a legend.
There
Look
he
at him
goes.
screaming.
this motherfucker's been foaming out the mouth to
can't
compete,
wait.
and you bet against him. You fuck.
Well, I got to make it interesting.
Oh, he's
What's
just,
he
he's
saying?
screaming Allah Akbar.
What does that mean again?
God is great.
I agree with that.
Allah
You just don't want to hear that in the airport. Yeah.
Joe, can I have a hit of your joint?
That's not a joint. You want to hit a cigar? You want a cigar? Just want to hit?
That's not a joint.
He takes it. You're taking it like a
Just
cigarette?
inhaled.
Did you just inhale it like a cigarette?
You're not supposed to?
No.
Well, it's not recommended. I have some little ones that you can inhale like a cigarette. You want one of those?
No, I'm good. Thank you. I
Seems like if
appreciate
I
it.
had one in
appreciate
front of you, you'd light it up, though.
it. No, I appreciate it.
Do you want one?
I'd
You know
spark
what?
it up, Joe.
I'd rather stick with weed. Fuck it. You got a lighter up in that bitch?
See Hamzat picking up DC when they saw him in the hotel.
Yeah. He's a beast. I'll get you some of them little cigars.
I'm good.
But we don't have blunts.
Kamzat's thin, right? I mean, for the
Well, he's
weight
tall.
class,
What is he like? About 6'2"?
Yeah.
And he's strong as fuck.
Plus 300 submission, huh?
I'm gonna piss before this starts.
You ain't gonna make it.
I'm gonna make it.
He'll make it.
I know what I'm doing.
He has to walk out
I know
still.
how long it takes.
He's wearing shorts. I don't see him in shorts.
Okay,
on.
okay. So, Brian, how you been?
Good, buddy. How about you?
Brendan, how you been?
I'm all right.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Anything good? Anything new coming out? New special?
No, I'm working on my new. I'm just touring right now. Just
Anything
touring.
new for you?
Been building up my truck, my TRX, taking it from 700 to 1100 horsepower.
Yep. You know, I dropped an album yesterday.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Music,
Hook Thieves is the name of the band.
I like that.
Hook Thieves.
Jar of Flies. It's on
Damn.
all music platforms.
Jar of Flies.
There's a music video for the single El Coyote.
We gotta
can
get you
watch
on.
the
When are you
music
coming on
video.
Fighter and the Kid?
You never invite me,
Bro,
dog.
Let's get your ass
Come
on.
on, dog.
I'm always
Fighter and the
scared to
Kid.
invite Eddie. I
Come
feel
on.
like you're always busy or.
Come on, man. You have a standing invite.
I'm
On
trying
that, I
to
wanna
drop.
bring you on.
I'm trying to promote my album that just dropped, and you're changing the subject.
Oh, sorry.
He did, piece of shit.
No,
This
I
is
want
the
you to
video.
come,
Look at
come
this video.
promote it.
Look at this.
Come
This is the
promote it.
video.
Hook Thieves.
El Coyote.
I always forget.
The
you're a
band's called
musician.
Hook Thieves. It's on Spotify. It's on Apple Music. Look at
YouTube.
that.
Oh, yeah,
strike
for
right now,
Spotify
but
would be
there it
good.
is.
I will not sue you if you play that. I will not sue you.
YouTube does
There's
it
no
right
record
right now,
label
we
that
can't-
owns
we
that.
can't risk
I'm the
it.
record label.
I know, but we can't risk it right now.
I'm the record label.
Dude, this video.
can't handle
this
it while you're
video's
here, though.
wild, bro.
It's about the border,
Obviously, look at that. Damn,
right? Look at that.
I made a cameo. That was me.
this is heavy video.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
See, when Joe Rogan leaves, we plug.
Jamie, what's that
We plug.
OSU score?
I plugged the shit out of my album that just dropped
Nice.
while you were gone.
Oh,
because
there
I
it
knew you
goes.
wouldn't mind.
El Coyote.
Look at my Beltran.
Beltran.
He's the star of the video.
I think they should let Beltran rock his mustache in the UFC.
The beard?
They make him tuck that
I
shit.
know.
Oh, he's the greatest dude.
I love
great.
him.
I love that dude. One of the greatest motherfuckers ever. I love him. Damn, look at Usman.
By the way,
How's he
Usman's looking strong and
Dude.
thick.
He's looking shredded. He's looking
Yeah,
like
dude.
he's on
I'm
that.
an Usman fan.
He's looking like he's on that keto.
Listen,
Look at that arm.
yeah, bro, he's huge.
No donuts there. No.
Jamie, what'd you
no
say the Ohio State
Doritos.
scores? Oh, sorry.
4 minutes left. Ohio State's up by 7.
That's a good weight for him. He loves this weight.
I'm gonna say I don't know shit, but I'm gonna say Kazmat can't take Usman down.
You want to bet on that?
I'm just gonna say that.
Do you want to bet or no?
I don't want to bet on it.
I'll bet you on that.
I'll probably lose,
No, I don't know.
but I'm gonna say
That's not a bad bet.
this motherfucker D1 wrestler, right?
Brendan knows
D1?
something. I don't know what's
Is he?
going
What
on
is
over
he?
there.
What's his
Yeah,
credentials?
D1.
No, he wasn't D1. I think he
was-
was
he looks
Division 2.
Big. He looks
Was he
big.
an
I
All-American?
think he was
Yeah,
D1.
he was
Bob.
stud.
Wasn't he D1?
I don't think
We're
so.
gonna
He might have been a
see.
JUCO
We're gonna
kid.
see
Either
how
way, it's high,
that
still high
Russian,
level.
Yeah.
that Russian wrestling shit
Dagestani,
matches up
dude.
with college wrestling here. We're
He
gonna
didn't-
see right
he
now.
didn't
Well,
wrestle at Mizzou?
Hamzat was a Swedish national champion.
And you know what? Them Swedes, they're some of the best wrestlers that's ever lived. With the Bulgarians,
you know how
and
they
the
say
Iranian.
Sweden.
It's
Iranian,
Iranian,
Lincoln.
Bulgarian,
Yeah. He had that
Swedish,
name.
Well, Sweden has a lot of people.
Finnish,
A lot of. He's probably wrestled.
Estonian.
He did a lot of wrestled a lot of Russians.
He
and
doesn't
Eastern
claim
Europeans.
Sweden anymore, though.
But you know what,
No, he's Abu Dhabi now.
dude? Imagine,
Dubai, right?
imagine
Marketing.
the Swedish.
Well, they
Females he
probably
was getting
keep him over there
down.
and protect him. Doesn't have to worry about
Yeah.
getting sent to some
Fucking
prison
great,
somewhere
yeah.
for some
Wild shit.
Wild
yeah.
shit.
He must be a wild ass boy.
Oh, I'm sure he's got
Sweden,
some things on his
Sweden
record.
is the craziest country ever because you know they were doing eugenics before eugenics was cool.
Well, eugenics came from the United States.
No,
originally.
eugenics came from Sweden,
Nope,
dog.
in
No,
the
you need to do
30s.
your research.
Educate him, Eddie.
They
30s.
actually did it. You know why? Do you know why Swedish people are the best looking people in the world? Do you know why?
Well, because they're
Tell me why.
Vikings.
Okay, no, I'm
Bad
going to tell you
answer.
why. Because they were fully immersed in eugenics. They believed that the symmetry on your face determined the symmetry like in your body. So if you didn't have perfect symmetry in your face, they would sterilize you. This is a fact.
But eugenics
No,
was
so basically, if you were ugly, they sterilized you. So only good people with perfect symmetry in their face were allowed to procreate.
America could use a little more of that.
I'm educating you. I'm
This
educating
sounds
you.
like, this
and you're like,
sounds
no.
like the Abe Lincoln wrestling stuff.
No, this is real.
You can watch it on Rockfin.
No, that's why. That's why Swedish people, guys and girls, and listen,
Dimes.
I'm hetero as fuck. But when you go to Sweden, I've been to Sweden.
Have you been to
several times.
Miami, bro?
This is like good-looking people everywhere. There's like supermodels everywhere because of the eugenics program.
Iceland has.
They didn't let ugly
look at this.
people
Look at this. Look at this.
procreate.
Oh, he's gonna come out like a banshee.
Usman's
got
going to
some
win.
very
Okay,
skinny legs.
Usman is going to win. It's going to be one of those upsets
Brendan
people
knows,
are going to talk
Brendan
about
knows some
for
shit,
a
and I'm
week.
pissed off right now.
Here we go. Here we
Usman's
go.
going to win.
Look at
Look at him.
serial
oh,
killer.
shit. Look at this.
Chechenian
what
serial
the
killer.
fuck? Dude, what the fuck is about to happen
Yeah,
right
happy
here?
that guy's
What
in
the
the
fuck is
glasses.
about to happen right now?
I don't know.
Holy
Don't be
shit.
surprised. This is Kamaru
Dude,
Usman, bro.
are you kidding me?
Okay.
This
wanna
is
play
some
nice?
Roberto Duran, Sugar Ray Leonard
Talking
shit
about-
right here.
Talking about championship material right now.
Yeah, Usman is a real champ.
And he's not smaller than
No takedown.
Uh-oh,
This guy-
what's up?
No. Damn, is he going to force it?
Let's see.
We're going to
think
find
he
out a lot
stops
right
there?
here. We
Trip,
find out a
little
lot right here.
trip.
We find out a lot right
He
here.
gets his back.
Oh, he
Ooh,
got his back.
He got his back.
Ooh.
If we were
That's
betting
not
Eddie,
good.
that's not
But hold
takedown,
on,
though.
this is a lot
That's not
of
a takedown,
energy
yeah.
being
That's not a
expended.
takedown.
Yeah, a lot of energy being
In Abu
expended.
Dhabi,
here.
this is 0 points, dog.
Yep.
A lot of energy being expended.
He's
here.
grabbing the cage.
But he does have his back, dog. That's huge.
He's trying
He
to ride
does.
him here.
In
He
wrestling,
can
it
do this
doesn't
all
mean
night.
shit. But in MMA, you got the back. It means a lot.
Let's see here. Oh, one hook.
wearing him.
Dude, he's Khabibing his ass.
And also, he's putting pressure on those
Dude, look
fucking
at- he's
knees.
on him, dude.
Oh,
He's
Remember I said submission
It's
B?
over.
Remember I said submission
oh,
B?
Take
that.
oh, he's got him done.
I don't like
Usman's
this
in
at
real
all.
Comes that
trouble.
second takedown spread by Usman, so that's a takedown.
It's a wrap. The fight's
This is
over.
real
4
bad.
minutes
No
left.
way
This is
Usman
real
wins
bad.
now, dog.
This is real
We've
bad.
seen a lot. We have enough
He's got
data
both
where-
hooks.
Dude, even if
Usman's
he-
trying to sneak out the back.
Even if he escapes this, he's going to do it again.
All
Even
night.
if he
All
can't
night.
fix this today.
All night.
You can't fix this right now. You fix this in 6 months. You can't fix this right now. So even if he gets out of this and survives this round, he's going to be put in the exact
Why-
same
why
It's a
you
lot
say
of
that?
energy
Why,
for
Eddie?
Hamzat, though, to Rogan's
Eddie, why is
point.
that?
because he did it so easily. He avoided the takedown by giving his back, which is okay in wrestling, but in MMA and in jiu-jitsu, that's not good.
He's getting punched too.
So he's getting.
Does he have a
he's
body
paying for
triangle,
it.
Joe?
He's paying for it here.
no, he's just got the hooks.
In collegiate wrestling, this would mean nothing against Usman. Usman's fine.
Right, but Usman's not a collegiate wrestler. Like,
He is. Usman is a.
I know, but he's
But this
an
isn't
MMA
collegiate,
champion.
yeah.
I'm
In
just
MMA,
interested
it's a
to see
nightmare.
if he could sneak
Body-
out of
body
this.
line.
He's trying to get
the
that
only
leg
reason
free.
I say that is I'm looking at the wrestling. I'm looking
Right.
pure wrestling. This Dagestan Russian wrestling versus American wrestling, and holy shit, American wrestling ain't looking good right now.
Well, with Kamaru, if it's Bo Nickel, you're talking about a different animal.
Damn, that's
Because he competed against Eddie Stanions.
This is interesting. This is interesting because with
Lot
still
of time,
half
dog.
of the fucking round left.
Lot of
A
time.
lot of time.
Does not look
Full
good.
hooks.
2.5.
Full hooks.
Does not look good.
So you got to wonder if Hamzat keeps, or excuse me, if Kamaru keeps trying to stand up here, or if he tries to initiate a scramble. He might try to roll and initiate a scramble if he thinks this isn't getting him anywhere, because this is dangerous. But in initiating the scramble, he might get locked up even tighter.
But
gotta do something
what we're learning
You might
here
roll.
as well is Usman is very good rear naked choke defense because
Oh, yeah.
he hasn't tapped yet.
Ooh,
He's
he got
doing
hit with a
really,
big
really
elbow.
good. So
He should keep going
there's a
with his
chance that he might be able to pull off some like
Standing up,
long-term
standing up.
survival
Oh,
shit.
Jesus.
You know what I mean? He might.
Maybe.
Maybe.
That's on the chin. That's on the chin. He's handling.
He should go back down. He should go back down. Don't stand up. Get the fuck back down
tweaking that
and
neck.
get through the round. Just get through the round.
That's
not
he's in
good.
trouble. Oh, he shook him
dude,
off.
he fucking face
Shook him
planted
off.
him. That's illegal in jiu-jitsu. What he just did?
Well,
is
he
illegal.
no, but Kamaru did
But do you know what he just said?
He tried to face plant.
Face
Yeah.
plant.
Yeah.
In jiu-jitsu, you'd be DQ. But
This
it's
is
a
not
stupid
good.
rule.
Nice
You
belly
should be
flat.
allowed to do that.
Get back up, get back up.
But it got him out that choke, though. He face
Kamaru's
planted.
defense is impressive. I know he's getting his ass whipped, but
Champion.
it's fucking impressive.
No, he's got
Body
people on his
lock.
back on the daily. No, he knows. Look, he's defending. He might be able to survive, but he's still losing the round. So if he
1
survives,
minute, come
if he
on.
survives the next minute, he still lost the round.
He definitely lost the round.
But
No
at
ifs, ands, or
least he's
buts.
got defense. And it's showing a little Cosmot weaknesses. Cosmot doesn't have enough setups for to finish this choke. You got the guys back. How come you're not finishing them?
It's early.
You know what I mean?
This second,
Yeah.
third round, bet you finishes.
There's a
Kamaro's-
lot of game,
he's getting
dude. There's
hit.
so
Oh,
much game to being on when you're on someone's back. The game is how do I choke him? There's like books on this. So he's doing a great job, Usman, at defending all this. Cosmo
Usman's almost out. He unwrapped the legs.
Might need to switch to
about to
Kimura.
stand up
Here
here.
we go.
Look at that. Look
He
at
can stand
that.
up here and get
Survive this round.
slammed.
Come on, old school switch, almost.
Ooh. Oh, Kamaro's getting.
So
He's
we're-
getting hit
we're
with a
saying,
lot of
hey,
headshots.
Cosmo is not going to be able to rear
Hamzat.
naked choke.
Hamzat.
What's his name?
Hamzat.
What am I saying?
Kamzat.
Is that bad?
No.
Is there a K on his name?
No, but Kobe
there a K in
Covington
his
calls
name?
him Kamzat.
7
There's no K in
minutes,
the
7
name.
There is a
seconds,
K.
5,
You don't
4,
pronounce the K.
Pronounce it.
2. All right, good. We got round 2.
It's like when people call
There you go.
Hickson Rickson.
There you go.
Hilarious.
He's fine.
And like when people try to,
Fine.
they come up to you and they try to like, they want to bond with you, so they want to like tell you that, like, I know Rickson, dog. Me and Rickson are homies, dog. Shit, I call Rickson all the time. Like, yeah, you do. You do. You
Yeah,
sure do.
buddy.
What is Trevor saying to him?
Don't do that again.
He defended all that shit.
Let's get
So
outta
we're
here.
learning more.
He
We're
did
learning
defend
more.
all that
so
shit.
now I changed my stance. We learned that
He's gonna get taken down,
Usman
Eddie.
is hard at rear naked choke. So we could see this over and over, but what's going to happen is Cosmot is going to get tired and he's not going to be able to take him down no more. So they're going to be forced to stand. You know
just
what I mean?
butchering
You know what I'm
his
saying?
Do you think that's true?
Hamzat
No, no,
could
you
do this
see,
for
that's what happened.
30 minutes straight.
Remember Igor Vovchanchin, Mark Kerr? Mark Kerr kept taking him down, but at the end of that fight, he couldn't take him down no more. So they were standing.
Right, but Igor
That was early
Vovchanchin
2000s.
So what I'm
is a
saying in the third
fucking
round, if he
elite
survives another
kickboxer.
round, if Usman survives another round of this Khabibish
He's gonna get submitted if this happens again.
in the third
Let's see.
round,
Here we go.
he could strike with him, and
Here
it's
we
going to
go.
be on the feet.
Here we go.
This fight might not go to the ground.
Left
again.
kick.
This fight might not go to the ground.
I like how Hamzat can fight different stances too.
Yep.
He's really good with his hands from both
Kamaru's
positions.
gonna start dropping some bombs because he knows it's just a matter of time for he gets
He's
taken
got to
down.
drop his weight too.
Yep.
And he's got to control the center of the octagon. Press
With
forward. a
no
little more.
kicks, it's tough, man.
It is
with those
it is
bad
tough.
knees.
Now, is Usman going to be super cautious because he don't want to get taken down?
For
again?
sure.
He might not do shit, dog. He might just stay on the outside and wait for Hazmat to.
Hamzat.
Hamzat?
Just call him Hazmat, dude.
Hamzat.
Hazmat.
Hazmat.
Just call him Hazmat, dude. It's fine.
Shazbot.
Look at this.
Do you remember Shazbot from Mork and
There
Mindy?
you go. Kamara.
You guys
Kamara
don't
landed a
remember,
low
you guys
kick.
don't remember Mork and Mindy?
Yeah, I
dog?
do remember.
Mork and fucking
Shazbot.
Mindy? Shazbot?
You're distracting me from this fight, Eddie.
You guys have no memory.
I remember it.
I only
We're-
remember
but we're
from the
older than
2000s
Now, hold on. Now, just pay attention here. Kamzat's not making a lot of, like,
Yeah, because he's got a round in the bag. He knows Usman's got to do
He
something.
has money in the bank.
He's waiting for Usman. Just landed a good jab.
Is Hazmat
Championship
maybe
material.
a little bit fatigued?
Could be.
doesn't look it.
He's not as
But he
aggressive.
also knows Kamaru's just waiting for that takedown
Yeah.
again.
He
So he's
looks
trying
good,
to
man.
get him to commit, and then he's going to take him down again.
He looks good.
Watch, as soon as Kamaru
Usman
commits to something, he's going to get put on his butt.
Hamzat doesn't even look remotely tired.
No. He's
You
not
know, who
even
looks, you know who looks bigger than Kamzat? Hamzat?
Me?
Kamara Usman.
No.
Mm,
I think
well,
it's, I
Hamzat's
think it's the
taller.
shrooms, bud.
Yeah. No, he looks
But
a lot bigger.
Kamaru is so much bigger in the body than he is in the legs because he
Correct.
can't really use his legs.
Right.
It's so crazy.
He can't really work his legs out.
Usman got a
No,
big
he
fat
can't run.
ass.
His legs are fucked,
He has
man.
to swim.
Look at the difference in like the build of his legs. They're just so much less muscular than his upper body.
Such bad knees.
It's crazy because if they could fix that, man, he'd be unstoppable.
Whose feet do you like more?
The
Depends on if they're
Hamzat has pointy elbows.
Dude, Kamzat's feet are. I like them, dog. I'm just
big.
gonna be honest.
He's got some
I'm not
flippers,
gonna.
bro.
It's not. You know, I'm not gonna get crazy about
Bet
it.
he's got a
but
hog on him.
You gotta admit it. You gotta
yeah.
look at those feet.
I think Kamzat's going to have his hands full with a guy like Strickland. I mean, Strickland has to deal with his wrestling, though.
Yeah, that wrestling is no fucking.
What do you say
joke,
that,
son.
Brian? Because he
I'm talking about
dominated the first round.
No, stand-up wise.
Oh,
But
Kamaru
remember,
went down.
I'm not seeing much here at all.
Hamza
Well,
threatened with a
remember,
big
you're talking
knee.
about two different fighters. So Strickland is a pressure fighter, so he comes forward. If you come forward on Hamza, he's going to take you down.
Even when Kamaru's throwing
that
the
is
right
correct.
hand, he's throwing the right hand and anticipating the takedown. He looked for the legs there. He's threatening with the legs, and then Khamzat is looking to catch him with a knee as he
What are
drops
the
down.
odds Usman takes Khamzat down?
I'm not seeing a lot of like.
What are the odds of that?
With bad knees, it's going to be tough, man.
But like striking wise, I'm not seeing.
It
him
looks
make-
like he is like faking shots,
Usman's-
like he might try to take him down, but
Usman's the only fighter that's open about his knees.
Yes.
You know, it's kind of crazy if you think about it. 'cause we're
Strickland,
all
too, he's
talking
like, I don't
about-
have a quad.
Yeah.
You're like, wait, what?
One leg, yeah. One
Wait,
leg
what?
is quads like detached.
Yeah. The motorcycle accident, right?
he's open about his knees. What does that mean? He's like
Usman's
talks about how
figuring
fucked
out.
they are.
Look,
Oh, damn.
Usman's starting to press forward.
He's not like other fighters. They're like, my knees
because
are
I don't
virgins.
think Khamzat has a plan here. He's doing a lot of feinting,
Watch.
but he's not making any contact, which says to me he's not that confident.
I believe
Same
you,
kick.
Brian. I don't know why, but I do.
Yeah, watch. Usman's like, wait, this guy may not
Usman's
know.
doing some great feints.
You might be more of a wrestler than a striker there. That's all I'm saying. There you go.
Oh,
There you
right
go.
hand.
There you
Oh
go.
shit, he
See?
got
Told
rocked,
you.
dude. You see that little glitch?
Oh, there's another kick.
I
Nice
checked
low
that.
He
kick
like
there, too.
buckled a little bit.
You
see
didn't
that?
check that.
Or was that just me?
Khamzat
He
gets
ate
hit.
Dude, he went like,
Khamzat
whoa.
gets hit. Okay,
Yeah. Usman cracked him there for sure.
and I'm not seeing.
Jamie, you got a little bit of a
Chimaev
window in the
with
future.
a
I
whole
don't like
bunch of
that.
strategy.
When he went, I was like, here we go.
I know. I'm trying to fucking.
It's tough, though, huh?
I have to watch this.
I know.
But B,
oh,
you see
there's
what
a
I'm
shot.
saying?
There's
Yeah,
the
I see what
shot.
you're
He's
saying.
got the
took him
wrestling.
down
He's got
again.
wrestling,
Yep.
and that's huge.
That
But
took that round too. Damn, he's got.
Brian,
that
he
round.
has all the wrestling.
he's got all the wrestling.
Now, you feel pretty confident. You want to double your bet? Is that what you want to do?
well,
there?
I'm saying striking wise, Kamaru
Thank
Usman's
God I
not
didn't
hearing a
bet.
peep
I
out
would have
of
lost $500 if
Khamzat.
I would have took that.
I was
bet.
know.
interested to
No,
see
I
what
know.
this
Do you want to
wrestling
double your
was.
bet?
Kamaru's burning his arms out here defending himself.
It's a waste of time. He just doesn't
Well,
want him to pass.
He's inside control. He's got his head trapped.
Hold on to him there.
If
But-
he can
but
get his
he's-
right knee in,
he
he,
is
can
15
finish
seconds
it.
left.
And then
He is
let
burning
go of
his
the guy's
fucking
left arm.
You gotta
Yeah,
arm
he's
him
got
in.
double
do that.
overhooks.
He can't do that.
No,
he can't
you
do
gotta
that. He can't let go of the arms. He's inside control. He's getting beat.
Okay,
up.
he lost the round. Okay.
Lost the round.
Yeah.
B,
So,
you were talking all
2-0.
all that fun mess about Kamara. You want to double your bet, or
You know what?
2 rounds in the bank.
I'm
for
very
Hamzat.
happy with my bet. I'm very
Really?
happy. Yeah,
You're
I'm very
down 2
confident.
rounds, Bubba.
That's okay.
Damn, we're seeing that.
So
we're-
what we just saw
we got
is
some
that Kamaru
questions that were
Usman
answered.
got the better of him up until 15 seconds before
He got taken
the
down.
second round.
But
Well, he had
basically we
one
see-
right hand
But
that landed.
No, he kicked him
But
more.
basically, we see the
better
level of
striking.
wrestling in that area of Russia is comparable to
Yes.
collegiate wrestling.
But striking
so that we
wise-
know that now, right
striking
here. We're
wise-
seeing it.
unless you're Bo Nickel, he went over there and
see.
dominated.
We'll see. He dominated what?
Dagestanians, because I brought it up. I went,
Oh,
man,
he
I said,
threw 'em
with-
around?
yeah, I said,
In
well, these
wrestling?
Dagestanians. He started
Okay,
laughing. He goes,
okay.
I've been competing against those guys since I was 10.
Oh,
I go,
okay.
how's it go? He goes, I've never lost.
Ooh, okay.
I went,
Bo
"You're-
Nickel is legit.
he's the great American savior.
I mean, he's Olympic gold medal potential. He's that good,
and he's a freak, and he has the work ethic.
and he's smart.
Yep.
All the
Speaks
above.
well. He's great on camera.
Yeah.
How
He's
does- how
gonna make
does he
so much
dress?
money.
Here we go.
Dress all right. Wrestlers don't have style.
3rd round.
But you forgive him?
Oh
There you
yeah,
go. Come on,
he can
come
do
on.
no
It's not a
wrong.
big
Oh,
deal.
Hamza
Not
just
big
cracked him with a jab.
Touched him. Didn't crack him.
Shut the fuck
He
up.
didn't crack him.
He popped him with that
No,
jab.
he
son.
moved his head back. Stop.
If we show the replay and he eats it in the face, you have to suck
no.
Brian. You have to suck it.
Oh! Stuffing that takedown.
stuffed this
Stuffed
shit.
that takedown.
Oh, damn.
Fucking stuffed it.
Double
Kamaru,
your bet, B.
Kamaru's got to really throw caution to the wind here if he wants to win. But he might just be content.
Better
with
striker than
not getting
Chimaev.
hurt.
Late nose fight.
Yeah, I mean-
Joe, you have that lighter over there?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, brother.
look at it.
Late notice fight. He doesn't get finished. It ends like
Yeah.
this.
And he got a
It's
bag.
It's
He's
out of his
fine.
weight
And it's,
division.
yeah, exactly. It's out of his
a-
weight division.
He wins.
It says
He
more about
wins.
Chimaev and who he has to face.
That's what Strickland said. He goes, if he doesn't mollywop Usman, it says a lot about.
Correct.
No, totally.
He is
He's
not.
right.
I
He's
don't see. I
100%.
don't see championship.
Because you're
85
seeing
pound
like
championship
he's
material.
not this indestructible force.
He's not.
Well, we learned that when he fought Gilbert Burns.
His striking is. He's not. He's not doing anything with striking. He's not.
Brian,
He has no game plan here.
Rethink
What are you
your thoughts.
talking? Why do you keep
Rethink
saying
your
no
thoughts.
game
Because he's
plan?
not touched Kamaru Usman.
Because he's
But,
looking for
Usman's-
moments to take him down. Because he's shown he could do it
So
every
he's a
time he
wrestler.
wants
So,
to.
yeah, his wrestling.
Well, no, but
Oh,
just caught him
also
with
the
the right
game plan
hand.
could have been just dominate him on the ground beat.
Look,
and that's
he
all he's
keeps
waiting
stuffing
for.
his shit. Oh, that doesn't
Kamaru
look
landed
good.
a right hand
That doesn't
there.
look good.
Oh, high
that's
kick.
gonna.
Get him, get him,
Hey,
get him.
that you know what? If the fight
Look at
keeps
that.
going like this, Usman wins.
Look at this. Another
the
jab.
moral
That's
victory.
2 jabs in a row.
Usman, if Usman doesn't get finished, it's a moral victory.
If it ends on their feet like this after this round, then Usman has the moral
Usman
victory.
just stuffed 2 takedowns, and he's getting the better of him.
Damn,
He's digging
landing
in there.
jabs.
Kamaru's
Fuck.
digging in.
Championship material.
What?
Oh, back
Dude, what
fisted
if
him.
he
Come on.
Dude, what if he fucks him up right here?
He will.
He's digging in,
He's
son.
a better
Oh,
striker.
Kamaru's
He's a
digging
better
in.
striker.
Oh, shit.
Kamaru's
Kamaru's a better
digging
striker,
in.
dude.
He's digging
It's a
in.
different fight now.
Hamza
It's
looks a little tired, huh, Joe?
Oh,
Come on, no,
no,
don't go for
take
that.
him down. Punch him.
Don't go for the takedown.
But he's just making him think about it at the very least.
Correct.
Yeah, good.
Kamaru's digging in.
He's confused.
This is that championship level
This is it
Kamaru.
right here.
Correct.
Dude, if he fucking
And you're telling,
knocks
and
him
people
out,
are saying Kamaru's washed up out of their fucking minds.
Dude,
At
the
70,
internet's
he's
gonna
going to do
melt.
some work. It's just Leon Edwards is fucking good, man.
Yeah,
a lot
the
of time.
striking. Leon
lot
striking.
of time. Shit.
World class.
So technical.
this.
And
He
his
looks
and his
great.
takedown defense.
Another
Stop.
one. Don't let him clinch.
Shit. That's the problem is that
Don't
wrestling.
let
That damn wrestling.
Come on, dog. God
Wrestling is
damn
so
it.
good.
You fucked up.
You got
Got a
him.
head arm there.
Half the fucking
Got a
half
head
the
arm
round
there,
to
Eddie.
go. Half the round to go.
Damn it.
How crazy. College wrestler getting taken down by some Russian. Damn.
Well, that's fine. But he was getting punched in the face.
He's gonna mount him.
Yeah.
Wow,
it is.
this is Kamaru.
Kamaru being a wrestler turned to his back.
Can you imagine if Usman had a crazy guard? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Imagine if he started fucking throwing meat hook triangles at him.
Hamza's gonna
Hey
pass.
Eddie, how do you feel
Puts him
about
in a dead
Eddie? How do you
orchard.
feel about your boy Ferguson versus Patty Pimlet? Because before you answer, I like it for Tony. I think they finally gave him a good matchup.
That's a
Instead
very
of
good
just
matchup.
fucking killers after killers. Not saying Patty Pimlet's not talented, but he's not fighting a top 5 guy like they've been fucking tossing him.
That's a crazy matchup, man.
Great matchup.
Are you kidding? 2 superstars, one fucking legend, one,
Up-and-comer.
maybe a legend coming
Yep.
up. You know what I mean? He's
Yep.
probably Pimlet's already kind of a legend. That's a great matchup.
He's a legend in Liverpool.
Yeah.
I love the matchup.
I mean, again, Chimaev's not doing much.
Yo, his top game is legit. He's so smothered.
Good at
Can you imagine if
controlling.
Usman had a
Not doing
serious
anything.
half guard?
Chimaev is not championship material at 85. Sorry, guys. I'm just not that impressed. I mean,
I hope you read the comments.
I mean, Kamaru Usman could have won this. I'm not reading the
In
comments.
what way could he have won? This is a
By
3-0.
knocking him out. He was cashing him
Yeah,
in the
but
face.
he didn't, Brian.
didn't,
He got
Brian.
dominated.
You know what? In
I mean, he did a better showing than I
Kamaru's
thought.
just giving him little baby
I'm
punches
not,
off
but
his back
again,
now.
he got taken down, but what then?
See,
right?
this is the
He's
importance of having
dominating him
a,
on
like a
top of him.
He's on
professional
top of him,
ninja
not
half
doing
guard
anything.
because
No
he
damage.
has everything.
But he's controlling him. Like, look,
Like
he's going to
everything you want,
mount.
he has that half.
Oh,
look,
scramble.
with the dog fight. Look at that
Now
shit.
what? Now
Right when
what?
I was
Come
talking
on.
shit,
Oh, let's
he
go.
does the dog fight.
You still want to bet?
Oh shit! It's
Yeah.
Kamaru Usman
20
getting out of
seconds
it.
though. It ain't enough.
Kamaru's got to really just charge at him now.
Head kick.
I mean, he's got to charge at him. There's
Took
no
no
ifs, ands, or
damage.
buts. Oh, his arms are tired. He's trying, but you see the fatigue in his
Usman's a
arms.
fucking dog,
He's
man.
a dog.
He's a dog, dude.
Look
Champion.
at that.
Look at
That's
that.
a good way to end it. Oh shit!
Well, that was a good way to end it.
Yeah.
He had his hands full.
He's something you got to
Kazmat is
remember.
not so invincible.
No.
From this.
Something you got to remember too. If
Right?
that's Paulo Costa and he gets those takedowns, he's a bigger dude. That goes in the 3rd round. You have some issues. That's when you get finishes.
That would have been an interesting fight.
Yes.
You mean it's bad for
It'd been better for Hamza fighting the bigger guy because if he does
really?
that against a bigger guy, the gas tank goes way down.
I don't know about
for the
that.
bigger guys. He's on the bottom.
Now I'm not saying like a Bo Nickel or
But
a
Paulo
Strickland.
Costa has very good takedown defense, and he's a
100%,
much
yeah,
bigger guy.
Yeah, I'm just saying
And
as far as cardio goes.
and a better striker.
Chimaev's
Yes.
got his hands full at 85.
yeah,
Paulo
Hands full.
Costa's
yeah,
a
yeah,
better
a lot more
striker.
power too. Yeah,
Yeah, much more power.
Not a better
bigger.
wrestler though.
That would have been an amazing fight, man.
No, that was
got
the fight.
robbed.
We got
robbed.
robbed. I know.
We got robbed, and they hate each other too.
Now let me ask you this, Joe. Does this kind of slow the hype train down on Hamzat?
Yeah, it does a little
It's a
bit.
it's a welterweight.
Maybe. Yeah,
10-day
it does a
notice.
little bit. it slows it down a little bit, but it does show he's legit.
Yeah.
He's kind of legit. He's awesome. He's number 4.
He just
he's
won
great.
3 rounds
His
against
wrestling's
Usman.
great. I'm saying, what did you see in terms of when he had him on? When he was on top of him, he didn't do anything.
He controlled the complete
okay, he
control.
controlled him, but he didn't
that
do
wins
anything.
fight speed.
And he certainly has got.
GSP
didn't do
made a
much.
historic career off controlling.
Are
guys.
you impressed with his stand-up? Not really.
No, compared to like an Izzy or Strickland,
Yeah,
no.
so he's
but
gonna-
his
he's
wrestling
gonna-
with them could be a problem.
I think
It's
he's
a
gonna-
full package. It's full package.
I think if he fights Paulo Costa, or a guy who can put pressure and just bang like that,
Tougher
good
fight.
luck.
Tougher
good
fight,
luck.
yeah. And that's what we wanted to see.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we didn't get it.
Yeah. He's
Which-
small for
hats
85.
off to Usman.
He's actually small for 85.
Who
it looks
is?
like Kamzat. He doesn't look like
no,
he's
no.
big.
He's not small. No one described him as small for 85.
I mean, he's thin, dude, compared to Duplessis and those guys.
He's definitely smaller
Yeah.
than the really big guys.
Thinner, for
85.
sure.
Well,
Yeah.
listen, Duplessis never making 170.
No.
No, neither is Marvin Vittori. Neither is Jared Cannonier.
Yeah.
The
Not for
really
them.
big
Izzy's
guys.
not.
the
Looking
really
at
big guys.
Kamzat next to Usman right now, it's not surprising he can make 70. But if you look at like any of the other guys, you're like, there's no way.
Hold on. Why is Usman is shocked? Majority. So it was a split decision.
No, majority decision.
So one was a draw?
No, majority. So 3-0.
Right. No, that's unanimous.
Oh, was it not unanimous?
That was
Majority.
That's ridiculous. That doesn't make
You
any
give the
sense.
second and third to Usman, some judge did? That's insane. I guess that third with the striking, but then he got
But the
taken down and
takedown
dominated.
domination on
But
the
if you don't
top.
do anything with it, they don't really count it. They want damage inflicted.
Second round, you could technically say that Usman could have won that because he connected way more.
If you're on shrooms, yeah, for sure, second round.
No, he connected with his face a lot.
What is he saying? Oh, he's saying bring the Muslims and the Jews together. Good for him, man.
He's saying
Good for
he
him.
doesn't want anybody to die.
Good for
Good
him.
for him.
Yep.
He just got his brown belt.
Good for him.
Coaches always like to do that, get on camera.
He was a purple belt?
Kind of crazy.
Bo Nickal's a blue belt, I think. Bo Nickal's a blue belt.
That sucks. If you're in a tournament with him.
Look how thick Daniel is. Look how thick Daniel is.
That's an asterisk, dog.
Yeah, that's an asterisk for sure.
They might have given him his purple, but I'm
Daniel's
pretty sure
arms,
he's a blue.
Daniel's arms are so thick. Is this the mushrooms or is he the thickest?
Oh, he's thick as
Oh,
fuck.
he's super
Holy
thick. He's like a
Daniel's
baby
a
hippo.
house. He's a
Yeah.
house.
Dude, the house.
Are they going to talk to Kamaru too?
They should.
It looks like they're going to.
There's enough
They went
time,
to
I'm
him.
sure.
Yeah, they got a lot of time.
Yeah,
I
plenty
mean,
of time.
the
Those first
main
three
event
wins.
is about
Dude,
to
I bet
start.
if-
It's
if-
242.
If they
He had a no contest and 2 finishes, so they're like,
if they did a rematch, Usman would look a lot better. Like he not
And you
only
give him a full camp?
not only would he have confidence, the confidence to attack because now he knows, but he had no real camp, no real cardio.
No, 10 days.
Yeah,
Amazing.
they
pass me that coffee,
rematch this motherfucker.
Well,
with
yeah,
full
but would he
camp?
be able to stop those takedowns?
Rematch is
even
never
without
happening.
Full camp, right?
remember?
think?
No, this never happening. No, because Usman would go back down to 70.
Yeah, Usman
Hamzat's
just
gonna-
took this for the loot.
Yep.
Give me the loot.
Good for him.
You know what? You're right. That's a probably what's going to happen. But Usman goes back down to 170 with some fucking
Yeah. Confidence.
reinvigorating fucking force.
There's a lot
right?
of guys at 170
Is that
are
a word?
fucked. A
Did I
lot
say
of
it
guys
right?
are 170.
Reinvigorating.
Yeah,
I dig that.
reinvigorated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's that lighter?
Sometimes I try new words I'm not sure about.
That's a good one.
I do it all the
Okay.
time. Yeah.
You went to college, right? How many years?
4.
That's it?
Yeah.
You just get a bachelor's and you fucking talk like you fucking have a PhD.
Like I have a PhD. Right?
Yeah, especially
Podcast.
when it comes to the science of striking.
He's not bad, right?
Dude.
But am I wrong about
Well,
the
I only
concept?
went to college
Was I
for
wrong
3
about
years.
the
I
Usman
was barely
concept?
paying attention. I
Was
talked
I-
to a
was I
professor.
wrong about my
give me
analysis?
a left hook. Just give me the bait.
Don't
please.
do it. Don't get baited in.
No,
You're gonna
look
ruin
at
our
that. Look
Saturday.
at, no, seriously. Look,
gotta see the
look,
feet.
look.
Bang,
Come on.
bang,
You
from
can
here
talk
to
all
look,
the
look.
shit you want on Brian Callen, but look at the technique,
Look at
dog.
that shit, dude.
Come on.
Come on. You're the only person who I really appreciate.
Everybody
it. Thank
talks
you.
shit on your martial arts.
I think Eddie's trying to borrow
experience,
money from
but
you.
then-
Yeah,
No,
where's,
but then
what's,
you
what's the
see-
angle here?
But
Yeah,
then
what's
you
the hook?
see.
No. The hook is I'm just trying to be honest. Look at the technique.
Dude, come
Look
on.
at that.
You ever seen him
see that
spar?
shit? Sat.
That's another story. But I'm just saying, throwing
bro,
punches in the
come on,
air,
all right.
it looks like if you told me, if I didn't know you, and you said you boxed your whole life, and then you started throwing some shit, I go, okay, he's legit.
Wayne McCullough,
Especially at
I'm a Wayne
66.
McCullough disciple, dude.
Come on, Joe. Come on. You got to. I know you don't like giving it up, dog.
No, he doesn't.
To
He
Brian.
throws punches.
Hey, bro.
Come on. Okay.
Bro,
Yeah,
don't just
it's Paulo
don't be so
Costa.
general. Handsome. All American. Look at it.
Paulo
You gotta
Costa
give
was
it up.
so
And he still
bummed
wanted to
out.
I
fight.
always wear a white shirt like that.
And you always involve your hips in every strike.
Always, Bubba. I'm stepping and hipping. All
Joe,
the time.
Joe, would it be crazy if Dana goes, you know what? We're gonna do Paulo and Hamzat. We're not
No,
we're
they
not giving a
should
title
do.
fight.
But the thing is, Paulo's pulled out of so many fights. They're probably a little bit
Tentative.
tentative about booking him.
He's hilarious. Who's more hilarious than Paul? He's the funniest Brazilian of all time.
He's up there.
Who's funnier
Really?
than
Yeah,
Paul,
he's funny.
Paulo Costa?
He's great.
Dude, he's a fucking genius troll.
He's so funny.
The shit he posts, there's nobody doing it like him, dog. He's got like some 5D chess going on with his trolls. You know that juice thing?
Yeah, the secret juice.
The secret juice.
So funny.
Meanwhile, he's fucking jacked.
He's so jacked.
And he's got a juice.
I can't imagine without
hilarious.
What
USADA
do
if he's
do
allowed
we
to
know
start.
what drug-free sports protocol is?
I don't know what they're gonna
They're
do.
just gonna say, "Okay, guys, no meth. Drug-free. We're drug-free. No meth. We're drug-free."
I would allow the meth. Fuck it.
You know who's most happy about
Dude,
USADA leaving?
imagine the pay-per-views if you had a meth championship.
Slap fight
And
league.
they
They're
smoke
like-
the meth before the round. You see them, boom.
Right. But I think Slap Fight League's not USADA anyway. I think Slap Fight is just Nevada
commission?
State Athletic
come
Commission.
On, get out
Yeah.
of here. Kick rocks.
Well, the commission's probably like, who signed off on this? It's probably the same deal as like when they found out that the FDA signed off on OxyContin. Like, who?
like what the
Is slap fighting working?
But don't you think? Let me ask you
Is
this.
it working?
You guys
Slap
would know
fighting?
more.
Is
Don't
it-
you think that when you don't have the
On
kind
social
of
media.
strict testing,
Social media, yeah.
people are less likely to get injured when they're allowed to take certain
They
things?
should allow them to do it
Do you know what I'm
between
saying?
fights. But,
Like with
you open up
baseball,
Pandora's
the
box.
minute baseball they cracked down. I don't know how many people were on the injury reserve list, but
Yeah,
so
for sure.
right? So
of course.
Well, it's basically what Connor did. And Darren Till was like, I'm going to remove myself so I can take these supplements. And then when I get back into it, I'll do
How long
USADA
before they
testing.
make this illegal?
I hate this personally. I think it's
Slap
terrible.
fight?
What is this?
Getting
Slap
knocked
fighting.
out and shit.
Now, I'll defend them a little bit here. Everyone that's been to the event is like, you got to come in person. In person, it's fun.
Oh, I'm sure it's fun to watch people get knocked unconscious, but it's not my thing.
No, it's
I
not for
I
me
will
either.
watch all the highlights.
Giant
But
Samoans. Oh my
I
God.
like fights where you don't know if the guy's going to get hit at all. Like when Strickland barely got touched in that fight.
That was great.
He
You
got
know-
kicked to the body
you
a
know-
few times.
How much slap fighting has blown up combat jiu-jitsu?
Oh, I bet it was.
Oh my God.
That makes sense.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, because you guys don't
Because
allow closed fists.
at first, when we're doing combat jiu-jitsu, it's jiu-jitsu with palm strikes. People are like, "Oh, you're slapping. Oh, you're slapping. Why are you slapping? Why not just do MMA? What are you doing?" Like, dude, we're adding palm strikes. We're not adding slaps. And then when slap fighting blew up, boom, it makes combat jiu-jitsu look like MMA.
I think it's watching CTE like legal. I think it just sucks.
I hope
Yeah,
they keep
take-
going with
it's
that.
definitely
'Cause it just,
CTE.
dude, it's
It's
just
so bad for you.
You getting
No.
full blast hit to the head while you're standing.
good for
still.
Eddie,
it
though,
makes
so.
combat jiu-jitsu look like
But it's a
Valet
spectacle.
Tudo.
It's not even a sport. It's spectacle. It's just like,
Yeah, but if they want to do it, who are we to?
fuck. You could say that about anything.
What about bull riding?
Bull riding's totally different. Totally different. It just is. It's so much technique.
Just because you're an expert bull rider. you know,
Listen,
come
I
on.
put myself through college that way.
Bro, you ever try to ride one of them mechanical
why
bulls?
you're
Yeah, it's fucking impossible.
Fuck
It's
that.
so hard.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, he put
Can you imagine getting-
himself through college. Bull
riding.
That's a movie.
It's a good movie,
That's a
right?
Will Ferrell movie, dog.
That's it.
Oh my God!
I'm down a
You
grand.
put yourself through real
But
estate school.
Not a terrible bet. He did a lot better than you thought.
Yeah.
And
the hype train on Hamza
Yes.
has slowed down a tad.
Thank
yes,
you.
I'll give you
Thank
that.
you.
But nonetheless, you owe me $1,000.
But it said a lot about Hamza. This was a big test to see.
Wow,
what he's
29,
doing.
27, 29, 27, 28, 28.
Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting.
Who scored 28-28? Was it Usman's cousin?
Well, again, Usman connected a lot more. Do we have like the
28-28
Do we
is
have
bullshit.
the CompuBox
Man,
numbers?
if you don't want a guy to take you down, the guy takes you down. That's an advantage. If that guy gets on your back, that's an advantage. If he gets on top of you, that's an advantage. If you can't get up, that's an advantage. If he's only hitting you with a few shots, it's still a fucking advantage.
Yes.
It's a big advantage. He's imposing his game on you, and you're fairly helpless. You're completely
What's
defensive.
the question? Why do you even have to say that?
How do you have to say that?
No, but
Yeah.
but
Because-
why? I missed.
Because
what
the
went
idea is
scoring?
that somehow or another
The
the
judging.
28-28 makes sense. Doesn't make any sense.
In any facet.
Yeah, judges would
there's
tend
no
to
way it
disagree
makes
with what he
sense.
just said. In some
I,
ways.
you know, if
With Joe? No.
Well, I'm saying
if a knockdown-
27-30 is legit. It's 27-30.
Yeah.
He won every round.
But if a knockdown, you have a fight where there's a knockdown and you get a 10-8, then
But
you
that's a
should get a
boxing
10-8 if you get taken down and get your back taken, but you don't get finished. That's 10-8, dog. Right?
That first round
That's
could have been a 10-8.
So,
yes.
so
The first round could have been a 10-8 just based
Easily.
on the fact that he
Domination.
dominated the whole
Yeah.
round.
if you're on the back the whole round, that's got to be 10-8.
Look at the number of strikes differential. It's pretty big. Total strikes. But significant strikes, it's a little closer because it's on the feet.
Also, look at takedowns and control.
So
But-
total strikes, you got to deal with the noogies that you get hit with when you're on your back. But there was no real big shots when he was on top.
I would have lost $500.
So a
if I
lot of
would've-
these, a lot of these strikes, do those count where he was on top?
Yes,
of him?
that's
Okay.
total strikes. And then you see significant
Got it.
strikes. Most of that is probably standing up unless you hit him with one really good shot
Yeah.
when he was on the ground.
Yeah,
Or a few
so
really
pretty
good
close.
shots.
total strikes 107 to 58.
But he was on top of him doing this.
Yeah, that's called whooping your ass.
well,
Where I come from.
It is called whooping your ass,
Yeah.
Brian.
dude he didn't have because he didn't have a lot of damage.
But what was Kamaru doing during while he's
so,
doing that?
so I think the significance was we saw what kind of a fighter Chimaev was. We're not as big on the train, and now
Well, he really
with
should be 170.
Islam, right?
I think he should be
I agree with
170.
you.
If he could, Hamza.
Yes.
If he can make
It's a
170, I
tough
think
cut
he's a
for him.
champion.
He doesn't
Because
like
85
it.
is
I think he's champion at
85 's
85.
Really?
I mean,
Yeah, 85
eventually.
he's
I'm not
looking-
saying next,
he's looking,
but eventually, yes.
I don't think he's got the striking for that.
Not
He
as
only has
invincible.
12 fights.
Let's not have 4 conversations going. Yeah, 85 is not his weight class. I think if he can make 70, I think 70 he's a motherfucker, a world beater.
Yes.
85, he's got a lot more problems.
Yes.
You know, that was a tough fight. Tough fight against a guy who took it on 10 days' notice who's a welterweight.
He had a tough fight against a welterweight with Gilbert Burns.
Yep.
Correct.
He did.
So now, Makachev. I want to see if Makachev mollywops Volk here.
No one's mollywopping Volk.
Nobody, because he's
Well,
championship
the
material.
question,
but-
the only question is, what has Volk been doing?
Right.
Has he been training or has he been just hanging out? Is he dealing with injuries? We don't know. 10 days notice is not a camp, you know, and he takes it because he's an animal, but it's a 5-round fight. It's against a bigger guy. There's so many factors.
And his biggest weapon against Makhachev is his cardio.
yeah,
By
and
far his biggest.
He had to
That's his
lose
special
25
weapon.
pounds
Yeah.
to get ready for this fight. 25 pounds is a lot.
Well, Volk also somehow he doesn't take damage, man. He's really good at just
Right, when he's got a full camp.
yeah.
We're going to see.
Yeah.
You know, we really don't know what it mean. Maybe he was training hard. You know, maybe he was training hard and just not dieting.
Also, you got to realize Makhachev was able to watch that first fight and make adjustments.
So was
10-day
Volkanovski.
notice, though. 10-day
yeah,
notice.
but he's making adjustments for him on 10 days notice too.
I think this says I'm very interested to see how Makachev changes his game plan if he does at all.
He's going to grapple more.
Yes,
You're
grapple
going to get a
and
grapple
pound.
fest.
Yeah.
Grapple
Yes.
fest. Yes. If I was going to bet on it, I won't bet against Volkanovski. I'd bet Makhachev via submission.
Craig Jones has been talking mad shit about Sambo. You've been watching that?
Yeah, he's
That's
great.
hilarious.
He's hilarious.
Craig fucking Jones.
He's
dude.
so funny.
He wants to fight Gabby.
He's on another level, dude.
He's very funny.
And most people don't even know the funny shit he's doing. It's fucking.
What do you mean?
Deep.
Other
I don't
funny
know.
shit?
Yeah.
Like with the Gabby
Shit that
stuff?
we don't
With
know
the
about?
shit, no,
Secret
the shit that
underground
you're
funny
looking
shit.
at. You just don't know.
Underground?
It's hysterical.
What don't I know? I don't know.
He's just hilarious. Dude, no, you don't know.
Most people would let it go, but shows like this. Wait a minute, what are you talking
What don't
about?
I know?
Just
What don't
Craig
I know?
Jones is a genius.
Oh, he's hilarious.
He's playing the long game, you're saying.
Very smart dude. But that's why he's so good at jiu-jitsu, man. The people that are that good at jiu-jitsu, you have to be fucking brilliant.
Him, Gordon, they're all savages. Smart dudes too.
Yeah, you're that good at submissions and setting things up, man. Craig Jones is legit, but he's funny too, man.
Yeah.
All the shit he was saying about
I was
Sambo.
the first one that gave him his first opportunity. And it was only because Barrett Yoshida.
You were?
Barrett Yoshida DM'd me on Instagram and said, "Hey, there's this purple belt named Craig Jones. He came through my fucking gym and wrecked everybody. You should probably put him in EBI." I'm like, "What? Craig Jones?" Like, I was like, I didn't even like Craig Jones, like Steve Jones, like Chris. I couldn't even remember his fucking name. But I trust Barrett Yoshida. I'm like, Barrett Yoshida went out of his way to DM me. And every time someone does that, Keith Krikorian DM'd me about Fiona Davies. She goes, "There's this purple belt chick. She's killing everybody. She's like the champion of the world now."
Yeah.
Fiona Davies is, and Keith Krikorian said, "There's this purple belt. Dude, you got to check her out." So Barrett Yoshida did the same thing about Craig Jones. There's this purple belt who's fucking wrecking everybody. I'm like, okay, let me put him in EBI. So I put him in because I'm like, I can't ignore that.
Yeah.
I can't ignore that.
And
Barry
how'd he
Yoshida,
do?
he DM'd me. If I ever DM somebody about some dude, that guy is doing damage somewhere, you know? So I put him out, and Craig Jones was an EBI 11, and
Did he just beat everybody?
I put him up against my guy Nathan Orchard as a low seed. Like Nathan Orchard, I go, "Dude, I'm giving you a purple belt low seed." You know what I mean?
I think I remember.
And he fucking shocked everybody.
Yeah. Did he beat everybody?
That's where he was born, right there, EBI 11. Then from there, boom.
What's
Damn.
Makachev's walkout tone? What's he got? I might want to Shazam this.
Dagestani Mountain.
You know what I'm saying?
Shazam's still a thing?
You still don't
Fuck
smoke
yeah.
weed?
What? Not a
That's a
smoke
yes.
weed.
Yo, I
Not
got
a
my
smoke
phone
weed.
set up to
Well,
triple
that's what I
tap.
meant. Yes, you still don't smoke weed.
Oh, I thought you said you. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yes, I don't.
If I triple tap the back of my phone, it picks up Shazam.
Is that true? Oh,
Oh,
damn.
shit.
I have it
Like
set up
that?
that way. Ooh, isn't that nice?
No, that is nice.
Can't do it anymore. It doesn't give you to use an option for some reason, but my shit's grandfathered in.
Don't update that bitch.
I have to. It's not updating it.
Oh, it doesn't get rid of it?
This is. I'm so intrigued by this fight. I
It's
don't care
very
that Volk
interesting.
had 10 days. Volk is still another one just made of different stuff. But so is this
Well,
guy.
he's also fresh. You got to realize he's coming into the fight, even if it's 10 days' notice.
Yeah.
He didn't get beat up during camp.
He's coming off that surgery, though, too. Remember
He's
they
also
wanted-
more
surgery?
hydrated.
Where he had that surgery. Remember they wanted him to fight, do a turnaround? He was like, "No, I'm good."
He had an elbow surgery,
Yes,
right?
elbow.
Is that what it
so
was?
nothing significant, but
What was it? Like pieces of bone and shit?
I'm sure.
When you got a guy coming up and he's 12, 13, 14, and you think he has potential to be a world champion, do you start telling him at that time, like to get used to the crowds and like, you're going to be famous, the whole world is going to be behind you, and you're going to be one of the biggest fighters in the world, to prepare him for this? Because he's walking out and the whole fucking world is watching him.
Surgery on an arm injury
You know what I
in
mean?
July. He rehab for 6 weeks. July.
Because he didn't want to
2022.
fast
How do you
turnaround.
prepare?
time ago.
How do you prepare for that pressure? He's walking out.
I think if you have
Do
a
you tell him,
young,
like-
talented fighter, I
you tell
think
him
I
you
think
get-
you concentrate on the results, not on
Ignore the noise.
Yeah, not on the nonsense.
Yes.
Concentrate on the process and the results.
But
Don't
he's got to be
concentrate.
ready for
Yeah,
this pressure.
but he'll
he's
feel it
walking
in
out,
tournaments.
there's-
He'll
and
feel it in tournaments. You take him to a few UFCs before. Yeah,
You don't think conditioning him to tell him like this is what it's going to happen.
Mm.
Don't even trip. The whole world's going to be cheering. There's going to be stadiums. There's going to be arenas. And you tell him early. That's what's going to happen to you. You get used to it.
Yeah,
now.
that's not a bad thing to say to him.
Right?
But I
Get
think
him prepared for it
most
to not
most
trip
of the
out on it?
focus is on the process.
You got the lighter, Joe?
Competing is also there's a gradual process.
These
to that
lighters
anyway,
suck.
But the
Jimmy,
pressure
there's bigger
of the
crowds.
whole world. Not only is it the pressure of the whole fucking world. It's not like he's fighting in Vegas. He's fighting in the Middle fucking East. The pressure.
backyard.
Dude, this is like a biblical fight. They would, if there was a new Bible, they would write about this fucking fight.
So Volkanovski looks good. He looks like he's in
looks
good
great.
shape.
He expects
I just
to
don't
win.
imagine that guy gets out of shape.
Not the level he's at.
Volkanovski's.
I don't.
He and Daniel Cormier.
Yeah, I mean,
it's certain people that are
Volkanovski's
just
always growing and learning. And if you're always growing and learning, you're always in the gym. You're not just in the gym only for camps.
And you know what? Again, back to Craig Jones. He got Craig Jones as his coach.
Mm-hmm.
Craig Jones is about as
Savant.
smart as you can get when it comes to jiu-jitsu. He's got it all covered. There's no weakness in Craig Jones's game. He's got game everywhere.
Very true. Very true. So if he's coaching him, he's getting. I mean, obviously we saw it in the first fight. Is avoided submissions. He just got to figure out a way to get off that body triangle.
I'm just worried about the technique. You know, I think they'll be okay for the
worried
first
about
3
cardio?
rounds, 4 or 5 cardio. Yeah.
I think before Volkanovski's career's over, if it goes, what do you think? It goes another 5 years, 6 years, something like that. That's realistic,
long
right?
time.
5, 6 years. That's realistic.
Well, he doesn't take a
Volkanovski-
lot of damage. Volkanovski's just
He's one of the greats of all time.
yes.
By the
Hands
time it's
down.
over, we're going to be talking about his submissions. I feel it. He's with Craig Jones. Craig Jones creates
good call.
fucking monsters.
It's a good call. That's a good call. Imagine if he heel hooks
What if
Makhachev.
what if he starts taking dudes down and just fucking leg locking them and shit? You know what I mean?
Right. You never know. What if he hits an Imanari roll? Fucking submits him.
There's some dogs at 45.
Dude,
can
that dude
grapple.
looks like the Joe Pesci of like 300. You know what I mean? You have 300, you have all these big fucking Roman and Spartans, but then they got the evil little motherfucker, Volkanovski. That's the little Joe Pesci, right, of
He's such a
300? You know what I
dog.
mean?
He's such a dog. He has so much drive.
Makhachev looks good.
I love how he always talks about his drive too.
Who?
I'm like Volkanovski. I asked him. I'm like, what are you doing differently than everybody else? And he's like, it's my drive. He's just got fucking drive.
He just wants to wake up and strangle people.
And go. Wake up and smash.
the winner, man.
He's just a winner. He knows how to win. His mind.
And look at his
bulletproof.
face right now. Look
Yeah.
at like all that,
he'd
like the
rather be
body
here than
language on
anywhere
his
else.
face. That's a gangster right
Yeah.
there. Like that guy is loving
He is a
the
gangster.
pressure.
Love
He is
it.
a
He's
gangster.
loving
Look
the
at the smile.
pressure. He's
Look at
not
the smile.
faking it.
Oh, he's the
That's not
biggest
fake.
gangster.
Look at him, dude. You think he's faking it? He loves it.
He'd rather be here than anywhere else.
Now let me ask you this. Let's
That's
say
a weapon.
let's
That's,
say
that's a secret weapon.
let's say Volkanovski gets handled here, which odds are.
I don't-
Let's
yeah,
say
I
he
think
gets
it's gonna happen.
Well, but let's say he does. Then you're not going to see
Do
this.
you guys
ever
have a
again.
bet? Do you guys have a bet?
Do we have a bet, Brian?
I thought you had $1,000 bet.
I think we have a.
What Brendan's trying to
Hold
do
on.
is he's
I want
trying
this
to
bet
smash.
before it gets off.
Okay, so
before it gets off. Let's
well,
get
I
this
think
bet.
both of us, we love Volk, but I think the smart money would have to be with just Makhachev because
Yes.
he's had a full camp.
Yes.
It's hard,
Yes.
and he's more hydrated.
Who were you going to bet on? Were you going to bet on Volkanovski? Are you
would-
backing out of the bet?
I will never bet against Volkanovski ever.
Never.
So I'm
that
not gonna
sounds
have-
like you're betting on
I
Islam.
never bet against Volkanovski.
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna
B,
bet
how
because
about this?
I want to be
we all
respectful.
know I love Volkanovski.
Yeah,
I'm not
well,
trying to disrespect.
yeah.
$100 bucks.
I'll bet you that.
I take
I'll bet you-
Volkanovski. $100.
But hold
Okay.
on, let these.
100
Let
bucks.
hold on.
I was going to say I'll take Makhachev via submission.
Oh, I'll take that bet.
I took $100
Volkanovski.
Straight up.
Yep.
So if
straight up.
Makhachev
To get your
wins,
money back,
I
$1,000
say
I
it's,
got that much
I
money,
say it's
Tom.
ground and pound. There's no way. So I'll take $1,000 that
Yeah.
Yeah, if he wins by submission,
I give you a
Brendan
grand.
wins.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, a grand.
Dude, Yanni Pappas has this bit about Bitcoin, and he's like, I don't remember.
Don't give the
no,
bit up.
I don't remember it at all. I don't
he's
even remember.
hilarious.
Giannis
but
is great.
It's a,
He's at
it's
the
a
club tonight.
He's
He's
got a
the best.
Bitcoin bit, dude.
He's fun.
I can't wait to watch
I
it.
lost my fucking.
Okay, let's watch the fight.
mind.
Let's watch the fight. Here we go.
Here we go.
Giannis is the man.
All right, let's
But
go.
I want to see this.
Now I like money. I'd rather have Volkanovski win though. Volkanovski is one of my favorites. I want to be
Yeah.
very clear.
No.
Has Volkanovski ever been submitted?
No,
No.
he lost
No.
once by KO at a welterweight.
I'm very
Who, someone
surprised that
knocked him
Brendan
out?
took this
Yeah,
bet.
at
was that?
welterweight.
What's that guy's name?
Early his career.
What's his name?
I don't know his name.
Damn.
But that was at
That
welterweight.
might be an important name.
Is back in the day.
Come on,
no, the guy
dog.
doesn't
That guy
fight
could
anymore.
Open up a school, just loop that knockout.
Yeah,
Open
right.
up a school, put that shit on a loop.
You know,
and
11
the
days
front, the
may
front
not be a
desk
disadvantage
area
for a
you
guy
just-
like this.
At this level, it is.
People come in to sign up. You just make them watch the video.
Just because of cardio.
No, and that's your biggest tool.
Islam's front kick up the middle is a new wrinkle.
Wrinkle,
here.
yep.
I like that. I like that move. He's avoiding that switch kick from the left side that he got hit with a bunch of times in the first fight because what Alex is doing is taking like a step and then throwing that inside low kick. So he's looking for it, and now he's throwing that front kick up the middle. So he's made some adjustments. And there's a shot stuffed.
Yeah,
I
and
love when Volk stuffs them.
Islam's looking Ecuadorian in this fight.
Ecuador.
No, look at him.
Because it's
Look at-
tan.
No, just look at his face and the beard. dude. He could be right out of.
So random.
It's like Cheeto.
Hold on, look at this. Look at this.
Between
Volkanovski's initiating the clinch here. Look at this. Volkanovski's
No,
trying to take
he
him down.
You know, Volkanovski is a
Well, he took him
beast.
down the first fight. Remember?
But look at this, bro. Look at this. Is crazy. Volk is pressuring him up against the cage, and he's trying to take him down.
Makhachev's
Volk
trunks are
is the
sick.
Joe Pesci
Volk
of 300.
he is such an animal.
He's such an
He's
animal.
such an animal. Look at him here. He's got the clinch going. He's not trying to let go. He's trying to take him down.
Yeah, he is. And this is winning the round.
He's saying something. Mark Goddard just
Said quit
said
talking.
something. No, there was something he was doing. Because Volk said to him, he's doing something. I don't know what he said.
He said, "Don't talk shit on Abraham Lincoln."
Caught him there.
And he said, "Don't. You can't say
Now,
nothing
I'm surprised
about
you don't shoot
presidents."
here. Release the tie clinch and shoot. That's what most guys would
Oh.
do.
Nice tie
Because
clinch
then you get
again.
back there.
But he landed a couple of good knees in there.
Volk could change levels here and shoot. There you go. Slow.
It's gonna tough to take the Makhachev.
Makhachev is hitting with a lot of good knees in this clinch, man. And that's going to, if a guy hasn't been training.
Dude, Volk has got him against the fans, dog.
I know.
What is that?
Volk is
What
a
does that
fucking animal, dude.
And
He don't give a
Animal.
fuck.
Okay, this
Animal.
front kick up the body, that was a round kick up the body. Maybe. It might have been a front kick, but like a
think it was a
45-degree angle. Some guys throw it at a 45.
Oh,
No.
They use the ball of their toe. They used to do that in karate. They used to throw roundhouse kicks with the ball of the toe.
it's
I
pronounced
go with the
karate.
balls of my feet.
Oh,
Karate.
balls of the feet, I meant.
Karate is underrated.
Dude.
Can you imagine if your feet had?
Oh,
shit!
Oh Jesus!
What?
Oh Jesus!
What?
Oh Jesus!
What?
He's out.
All right, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, what the fuck?
Look,
Oh,
he's saying
my
calm
God.
down.
He
Makhachev's
head
saying
kicked
calm
Oh
down.
my god!
Oh, my God. He head kicked him.
Now you'll never see that fight again. That's
my
the risk.
God.
That's the risk, Bubba.
God damn!
Wow.
What a shocker!
What a shocker.
Oh,
You still, we're even now.
Bro.
God damn!
He head
It's
kicked
tough.
him.
It's tough.
Who would have
Damn.
saw that
I
coming?
missed it.
Hate to see
I
it.
didn't even see it.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Shin to the dome, son.
Yeah.
Opened up a cut. It was perfect.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
Islam. Man. He showed a bunch of new shit. That front kick, and he was throwing that kick to the body, and then he threw the same kick to the head.
And taking on 10 days' notice, you'd worry about his cardio going the later rounds. But this one, you know, it is what
That-
it is.
that
It's
might
a
have
win.
been-
It's a legit win.
Oh, it's a solid win, man. The way it went down, I mean, this
Early on.
is not he was tired. This
not
was
unprepared.
No, he got caught.
Yep.
He got caught. He got caught with an amazing kick.
That would have happened with a 12-week camp, 10-day camp.
It very well could have. Very well could have. Very well could have. I mean, what he did.
Look
I mean,
at that, dude.
Yeah.
They fucking love each other. Look at that
course,
shit.
man.
Well, he
Two
should.
champions.
He saved the
Come on,
card.
Two
dog. Look at that
champions.
shit. Damn. Dog.
Here's the now. Remember, because Volk was supposed to maybe fight in December on the card against Topuria.
Right now, that's not going to happen,
Nope.
and now this fight maybe never happens again. Here it goes again. Look at this.
This is worst case scenario for the division.
Boom! I mean,
had his hand up.
son,
Flipped him.
son.
Top of the dome.
What a fucking head kick! And he set it up because he'd been throwing all those body
Boom.
kicks.
Damn.
It almost looked like Volkanovski was looking for the body kick
Good
to block
stoppage,
it.
by the way. Good stoppage.
Yeah, I mean, he's out of it, man.
See his eyeballs.
He's out of it.
It's over.
Could have stopped a little
He,
earlier.
does, he doesn't need to get knocked unconscious. Look at this again. Boom. Shin to the dome, son.
1993, 94, we thought this was bullshit. Like, you can't kick no one in the head. That's only in the movies. Everybody's going to take you down and choke you out like Hoyce Gracie.
Yep. That's what
Remember
everybody
that?
thought for quite a while.
If you try to throw a punch or a kick, Hoyce Gracie going to take you down and choke you out.
Yeah, but
Everybody
give
thought that.
respect.
Like, all that shit's movie shit. That's Jackie Chan.
But you know who made everybody realize that? Maurice Smith. Maurice Smith when he fought
Years
Conan.
later. Years later.
No. Years later.
Years later.
But he was the first. This was before.
Yeah.
When Maurice Smith fought Conan, that was the first time we saw an elite world championship caliber kickboxer learn how to defend himself from the guard, have great cardio, and throw kicks.
But
He's from
before
Denver.
that, head kicks were bullshit.
Yeah.
Head kicks were for the movies. You ain't Bruce Lee. You ain't Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
You try to head kick in a real fight,
gotta take
you're
a
gonna
piss.
get choked out. Everybody thought that. Grown men thought that.
Yeah.
Everybody thought
right.
that.
Ooh. Look at Makhachev.
Makhachev's very emotional.
Dude, who
He
would
deserves
nobody no if you had to predict how this fight was going to end and you had all the experts in MMA all over the world, right? Nobody would have picked this.
Nobody.
Head kick.
Nobody.
Well,
Nobody.
his hand was up. He just got caught on the top of the.
Well,
dome.
he went like this too, though. I think when he
Leaned
bent
into-
down, he thought it was coming to the body again. I mean, Islam set it up so well with those front kicks to the body.
Look at
and roundhouse
Hezbollah.
kicks to the
Oh
body.
my God! I didn't know Hezbollah was part of his camp.
He is.
That's the greatest celebrity of all time. Who's better than him? Fucking Robert Downey Jr. Who's better
What is
than
he saying,
Hezbollah?
Jamie? Give me some. We stand here for the Jews.
What is he saying?
Say stop the war.
Good for him.
Good for him.
Yeah.
2 different Muslims came up and said that.
Good for them, man.
Good for them.
Need more of that. That's awesome.
Good for them. But both fighters, Hamzat and him, said the same thing.
Yep.
Good for them.
Class acts. These people are just.
Well, Makachev's definitely a class act.
Oh yeah.
I'm just so impressed that
So
he
is
won
Volk.
that way. This is the fact that he showed so much improvement. He really made adjustments because
Yes.
they must have trained for Volkanovski again, even though he wasn't fighting Volkanovski. I'm sure they went over all the different things that Volkanovski did and what are the counters to those things.
Right.
And he shut a lot of it down. He shut down that switch kick to the outside leg, throwing that front kick up the middle, set up the head kick.
I agree.
See how he's ducking down?
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Set it
Dude,
up.
that was just
Set it up.
That was the
fucking
adjustment, by the way.
baseball bat through that shit.
That was,
Boom.
but
Bro.
that was the adjustment. Front
Because
kicks.
it kind of looked like it was going to the body from the placement of the knee in the beginning. If you're looking at from the side, it was just perfect. Perfect head kick. I mean, he's just look. He knocked down Oliveira in the last fight. Remember, his striking was his weakest point, and
Right.
now it's fucking dangerous as anybody in the division. You knock out Volkanovski, shit.
It's tough.
He is a real champion, and you are the lightweight champion of the world. Congratulations once again, my friend. Do you have any more messages for your fans here in Abu Dhabi and around the world?
I got COVID.
Damn, again?
How come you didn't test me, dog?
I should have. I had a mask ready too.
I can't
I'm
believe you
getting
didn't test me.
relaxed, and that's how we
How
all
did I
get in
get in here
trouble.
without getting tested?
That's how we all get in trouble when we test too
When
much.
we look back at the testing,
I'm all natural. I have magnesium.
10 years from now, when we look back at the testing, it's going to be embarrassing.
Makhachev going to 70? Did he announce that or?
No, he didn't announce that. Why would he? When he just dominated at
Callan, it was
55.
nice knowing you.
Dude, I like him defending his title at 55. Let's go. There's a lot of great matchups there. And Volkanovski against Ilia Topuria is still a great matchup. Let me hear the volume. I want to hear what Volk says.
I love Volk.
That surprised you in the fight?
No, man, just obviously great setup. You know,
Bad cut.
probably seen something, but obviously, yeah, it's hard.
I think those cuts are CGI.
That hurts me, but he's a great champion. What do you do? You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I back myself every single time.
I don't know how to get out of here.
Go that way.
Back yourself.
Yeah.
Islam's one man that you don't want to back yourself, but if you don't prepare properly, because look what he can do to you. That's how good he is. So credit to him. Yeah, look, man, I just want to say to the UFC, please keep me busy. I don't do well when I'm not fighting. I need to take this fight because I do my heading when I'm not fighting. So please keep me busy. I'm happy to go back in January and obviously get this taken care of. Obviously go back down to featherweight. Obviously my job here is done for now. But yeah, again, credit to Islam. Great kick. What do I say?
You are the featherweight champion.
Very classy.
So if they're giving him probably a 60-day suspension.
Not only was it
Yeah.
classy, but you know, some people go extra classy just to seem classy.
Mm-hmm.
He just, to me, that was just him just being honest with reality.
Mm-hmm.
and it was beautiful.
Beautiful.
It was beautiful. It was like, listen,
Didn't try to
my
project
job's
himself.
done here. If I'm going back down, let me keep me busy.
Yeah.
I just want to keep working.
He didn't say, I want to rematch when I don't have 10 days notice. This is bullshit. None of that.
Yeah, I hate when guys do that.
He's
What's like that
that was
influencer
just like-
fighting? They go, if this was a real fight, I'd win. It's like, yeah, but it's not.
That was
bitch.
like a dude
You signed
who
up
was
for
like-
this.
1,000,000% in tune with reality.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
He's just like, let's just keep it going.
Yes.
That's why he's a
savage.
great.
Just like,
Yeah.
this shit's going to heal.
Yeah.
You know, I need to fucking pay the rent. Let's keep this going.
Bro, that shot
a
to the
savage.
dome. That shot to the dome might last for a while. That one you got to be careful
They
with.
might give him 90, huh?
I don't know what the protocol is, to be honest with you.
It's
But-
usually 60 to 90.
But I feel like I don't know what kind of testing is involved, so I really shouldn't talk. I don't know what they do. But
you probably won't be fine in January, I'd assume.
Callan, we were waiting for you to show us your.
his
You know,
own
Joe?
his own
You know,
coach
we were-
might say, "Let's."
Joe
take
was
a little
asking
bit more
about
time out."
your footwork. Like he had a couple questions about like when you throwing like an uppercut, like where should your left heel
Brian moves like
place-
a real boxer.
Dude, come on.
You don't have a lot of power though.
Dude, no, he doesn't. Okay, listen. I don't know how much power you have.
A lot.
But
Emotional power, or are we talking-
You can't ignore his technique, Joe.
What do you-
Why
but-
do you ignore his technique? Why do you ignore his technique? Because you got perfect technique. You know me, I'm your biggest fan. But Callan's got.
I train underground, dude.
It's when he hits bags, it's sad.
No,
Yeah, there's something
Whenever
about
there's someone
you,
in
Joe,
front
you're
of him,
like,
he
you
gets
know
he
he's
hits
got good tech.
things.
You know when he throws
we'll
the
go-
hook,
no,
he's
we'll
like
go-
he's
we'll go
doing
back.
everything
It just
right.
seems weird.
But
I gotta warm up.
something
though, so I
is
can't have
not
my
right
shoulders.
with Joe. I don't know what it is. I can't see it. Maybe,
think it might be a respect
Maybe
thing.
it's like maybe it's the shoulder.
Overall,
No,
Maybe
he's
it's
doing
a-
it right. It's
I
just
have-
I know
I have
at the
less-
end of
I
it,
have
it's
less-
like
I have
getting
less,
hit by a
Hey,
Nerf
less
car.
injuries.
No,
Hey,
Brian
dude.
Callan. No,
dude,
Brian
hey,
Callan. Joe, you got to give it up.
no,
he
Eddie,
has.
you can't
look,
just
his
go by that,
technique, dude. His technique is undeniable. It's undeniable. Give me a 1-2 and a 1-2-3. Look at that.
Shot.
Yeah, that's how it sounds when it hits the
See how my
bag.
head's always moving?
Tap, tap, tap,
Sounds
tap.
like a
Sounds like you're hitting it with your dick.
Dude, you know what? Maybe you can't fight with the shit. Okay,
dude.
maybe seriously,
I
seriously.
still
Maybe,
spar.
maybe
Nerf.
that's bullshit. Okay,
You
but
don't
I will
spar.
say this though.
You
I
don't
will
fucking
say
spar.
this.
You can lie to them, not me. You don't
I will
spar.
say this: like
What
if
are you
you
gonna
like
say?
auditioned
Yeah.
for some like movie and you were gonna be this
Yeah, I
this
can-
this guy
For a
who's just
Hollywood actor, I
trying
can
to pay
throw-
his rent, and it's like 1920. Hard Time. Remember Hard Times with Charles Bronson?
Yeah,
Remember that
great
shit? They do a remake of Hard Times with you.
But I'm Scottish.
You could do it. I think the director go, we got this.
Why don't they do that movie? Why don't they do a remake of Hard Times? Hard Times.
Remake
is
that
fucking
shit,
great.
dog.
How about Charles Bronson? Bring
Oh,
Charles
what a
Bronson.
Remake it, but
animal.
make it a black guy.
Bro, in Hard Times,
Only way
he
to
was
do it.
50 years old.
Oh, really?
He was 50 years
He
old.
had,
Hard
he had the
Times?
best physique in
Yeah.
Hollywood.
Was it supposed to be like during the Depression?
Him and
It was
Burt
during the
He was doing
Depression, and he was an
Valet
old man.
But let me see his physique at 50,
Go to,
Jamie.
show me a clip, Charles
Dude, they should
Bronson
do a
from
Brazilian
Hard
Hard
Times.
Times where it's about jujitsu instead
This
of
is him.
boxing.
Because they were smooth back then.
This is him. This is a Walter
Like
Hill.
Paul
It's Hard
Newman.
Times, dog.
Bro, but he was
1978.
fit, man.
Who
But look
was
at him.
the-
He's
who was
50
the
years old
shady
here.
promoter? Who was the shady promoter?
Look at him. Dude, he's an older guy here. But when he starts to fight, man, he takes his shirt off.
Dude,
the
look
dude
at his
was,
hat. And then they said, dude, they had the gall to say from the producers of The Warriors. Dude,
I got
Come on,
you
it's a
see the
remake.
beginning of
Is that what it says?
From
It's a
the
remake.
makers of The Warriors.
This is a remake, Jamie?
The trailers are like someone recut the trailer.
Well, in the
Oh.
beginning, Jamie, did
James
it did it
Coburn
really
was
say from the
So this is-
producers of The Warriors? No way it said that.
See if you can find some fight there. I want to see some fighting scenes.
Actually, Jamie, the poster shows his.
Worst movie ever, dude.
Which one? The
It was like
Warriors?
shit.
Well, the fight scenes.
The
are-
Warriors and this motherfucker.
No,
look
Hard
how-
Times is a good
dude,
movie.
What are the odds? Think about it right now. What are the odds? You're gonna watch Hard Times
him.
and
Look
you're
at
gonna
his
say the fight choreography is legit.
But go
what are the
there.
odds?
poster's
Yeah.
top
It's
right.
gonna look like shit.
Yeah.
It's gonna look like John Wayne.
No, the fight choreography
Come
back
on,
then was
come
dog shit.
on. There's no way it's gonna look.
Look at
Look
his
at
body.
that. He was 50.
Hey, let me ask you this. Is he passing USADA there?
Nope.
Not a chance,
No,
right?
back then he wasn't doing it.
I mean,
Yeah,
really,
no, he is passing. It's
real-
1970.
The most realistic fighting
It's
scenes
steroids.
actually were from Bruce Lee. Like
He
if you
doesn't
look
look
at
like-
Bruce Lee, he had the most realistic ones.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a guy on steroids. He looks like an old guy that still works out.
He does push-ups.
And there's some old dudes that are consistent because they
Yes.
never stop working
Yeah,
out,
correct.
and they don't lose their, like your boy Frank Grillo.
And they'll fuck you up.
Same situation.
Yeah.
That
Shredded.
Frank Grillo, like he was talking about how he has low testosterone. He got tested, but he's just a grinder.
Yeah.
If look, girls get big. Girls get big that don't do steroids. Girls that are power lifters that are clean, they get big. It's just not easy. It takes a long ass time, but you can maintain it if you keep it. If you
Especially
keep
you're
the
also
exercise
a natural
going.
mesomorph like he is.
Yeah.
obviously, you know?
Well, he's a fucking. I mean, he was a savage when he was younger.
Yeah.
You don't
and he
think
was
they
always
figured
fit.
out some PEDs back then? They had
No.
that shit since the 30s. Dog.
I
Nazis
know.
figured
I don't
that
think-
shit.
I'm with Eddie on
Nazis
this.
figured that shit.
No.
I
Dude,
don't
come
think
on, Doc. What do you
actors
think they
run
figured it out in the 80s?
PEDs.
They
I don't
figured that
think-
shit out in the
Sylvester,
30s.
because when did Rocky come out? Sylvester clearly on roids.
No, but
Yeah, that was in the
not
80s.
Not till
That was in the
later on.
80s. That's when they started doing roids because he was training with bodybuilders and shit. But I'm just guessing, but I'm saying that he does not look like a guy who's doing anything other than staying fit.
No, exactly.
Agree.
He's got that
He's not-
Sean Strickland shit going on, son.
By the
Look
way,
at
look at
this.
that. It's a good.
I
That's
will
where
say-
Strickland
I will
learned it.
say,
That is
I'm more
Strickland.
impressed with the fight choreography as I'm watching it than I thought I would be. It doesn't look as bad as I thought.
It's a good movie.
Yeah,
Good
they're
jab.
like- they're-
Good
look,
jab.
look, there you go. Look at that. Boom. Not bad. Not bad. He kicked him. What are you doing? This
You're
ain't
allowed to kick.
a
He doesn't know about low
WSKA?
kicks. You kicked him into a bag of shells.
Terrible double leg.
Oh, you're allowed to try to take dudes down. Look at this.
You get guillotine in this motherfucker.
Wizard.
Look,
the
this
wizard.
is, I take
The
everything I
wizard.
said back. This fight choreography is legit, man. They're fighting in a fucking garage and shit.
Look at the car.
And they're clinching and shit.
That's a good jab. Dipping.
This is a good fight, man.
Look at that. He did some boxing.
I like how they're filming it too. They're filming it like you're there watching it.
Yep.
You know, like they're moving around people. People block the view.
Just two whites
Walter
going
Hill,
at it.
bro. Oh shit.
Oh, no. Nice job. Dude, after watching this,
Low kick. Lets
I
him
thought
get
he
up.
could have jumped in his guard, put a triangle on.
Fighting with boots on and shit. Uh-oh, he's mad now.
got to do that.
Why you?
Why do you let him get up?
Back
Dude,
fist.
he went
Some
Shaolin
Nate Diaz.
on him.
You know, I do not like the sound effects.
I like how the
Crack,
promoters are
crack.
watching so intently.
Every punch
You know
sounds
what I mean?
exactly the
They're
same.
like they're looking like, okay, who do we put our money
Did they
on?
not have enough money for different
They
sounds?
just didn't know what they weren't that creative. Yeah, I don't think.
Back then, there was one sound guy and there was no one else to like compete with.
He's like, why
They just had the
you?
same noise with every shot, crack, crack. And somebody came along and said, you know, some punches don't land as hard.
Have
Dude,
you ever?
look
Have you,
at this.
when you
Charles
were
Bronson
calling
got a
fights,
great body.
Were you there when Anderson Silva broke his?
Yeah.
Did you hear it?
Oh no, I don't. I definitely couldn't hear it from the crowd roar, but I saw it immediately.
Dude, he checked the kick.
Oh, the old spike,
The old
double hammer fist from the
Dude,
top.
the promoters, when they cut to the promoters, and they're trying to figure out who they're going to put their money on.
Well, they already put their money on it.
But they've all landed a tough shots, not much damage.
They're trying to sign the dude, for their organization. They're looking at the.
This fight goes on a long ass time.
Cardio, dog.
Men were men.
This is longer than Bruce Lee versus Chuck Norris.
Oh, he went down with that left hook. Not
Kick
looking
him.
Right
good.
in the
He
ribs.
keeps his elbows.
Kick him.
Why you? Uppercut. I feel an uppercut's coming up right here.
I think he cheats. Yeah.
What? What is that?
What?
No! What is that? A fight's a fight. I tell you, a fight's a fight.
Brian, you'd be the guy in the fur coat in this situation, right?
He pushed him away. He's not going to use
I'm
him.
the old X-fighter.
Why you?
You're the money.
I'm the old guy
Boom.
with the tricks up his sleeve. See? I can only be pushed so far. See? How about another knuckle sandwich? I give you the what for?
The old what
And
for?
look
Look
right
at his
there.
body.
It's like cut.
His body.
He's like just looking at
It
him. He's just
looks like
standing over
a
him.
fit 50-year-old
Yeah, I
guy.
agree with you.
Why
That's
you?
fucking a Brian Callen body.
Fight's
terrible.
over,
I don't
son.
have the arms, son.
They tried
Or
to
the
cheat.
chest.
They tried to cheat.
He's like, damn, you need to sign with me.
It's your chest that holds you back.
Can you imagine getting involved
That's my client.
as a fighter back then when it was just run by complete gangsters? Didn't know if you were going to get paid. You didn't know if your life was going to be on the line, if you're going to have to take a dive. They'll tell you to take a dive. If you don't, they'll kill you.
This shit
Then if
probably
you get
never
fucked up with
existed.
injuries?
That was just a movie. Like that shit probably never existed.
Oh, they
like
definitely
that.
had bare knuckle
Like that,
fights.
like the mob
Gypsies.
guys there with the hat going. "Oh, we better put our money in this guy because he's tough.
I
Like,
bet that's
it was
exactly what
like-
they did.
Dude,
I bet
that's
that's exactly
like
what they
fucking
did.
Wild West.
Yeah, but they used
Frank
to
Lucas.
bet. They used to do that shit. They used to go
Yeah.
across the country and bet on people. They'd bring their own fighters into towns and have people bet on them. That's
I know
a real
they used
thing.
to do it in
Gypsy's
circuses.
still going.
Back in the day,
Jack Dempsey.
like in like late 1800s, early 1900s, all the fights were from traveling circuses. Like there was a
Farmer
Gracie,
Burns.
that got erased from the lineage because growing up in the Gracie lineage, you're like, oh, Helio and Carlos, boom, Helio and Carlos, and then Carlson. and all
Right.
that. But they don't tell you about George Gracie. George Gracie
Is
was.
this an Abraham Lincoln story? No. Or is this? I'm not sure if
I mean,
you fuck with me.
George.
I'm not either, dude. I'm like, is this mushrooms? I'm like,
I'm
not familiar with
crazy about the
George.
story.
You
is
take
that
me
you
down
guys
these-
think it's the Abraham Lincoln story, but this is real.
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, you fucked me up with that.
Jamie,
We didn't know
Google
about George Gracie,
Gracie.
dog. We
George
didn't know
Gracie.
about George. Robert Drysdale has an alternate Gracie history.
Wow.
And there was a George Gracie in the mix too, because the general consensus was Carlos Gracie learned his jiu-jitsu from Maeda, and then Carlos Gracie showed it to
There
his
he is,
brother
bro.
Helio.
George
When
Gracie.
you wrestled in high school,
Bro, look how
right?
jacked he was.
He looks
George
like a
You know why
Gracie
he got
he looks
erased?
like a
though?
wrestler.
But you know why he got erased?
Why?
He had an account.
George, you don't never hear about no George Gracie.
No,
you
what
hear about
happened?
Helio and
Tell us
Carlos,
why he got
right?
erased. What happened?
Carlos learned jiu-jitsu, then he showed it to his younger brother Helio, and then Helio became the fighter, and Carlos became his manager.
Look at
name
this.
was Red
He was the
Cat.
first champion developed by the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu system back in the 1920s and 30s. George Gracie was taught jiu-jitsu techniques by his older brother Carlos Gracie and carried the Gracie flag all over Brazil, fighting in different styles such as jiu-jitsu, luta livre, wrestling, and vale tudo, having had one of the best unbeaten runs of his time.
You thought I was giving you a fucking
When did you find out about
fiction?
this? When did you find out about
Robert Drysdale.
Right, wait, when?
He
How
wrote
long
a
ago?
book. There's
this? Wow.
you know what? They never brought up George Gracie. You know why?
Why?
Because back then he was fighting, Helio was fighting, and George was fighting. But George apparently was taking a lot of fake fights, because they were doing a lot of fake fights in circuses.
Oh, like pro wrestling.
Pro wrestling, fake fights, and he was taking dives.
Right.
And he was like an alcoholic. He was a partier, banging bitches or whatever. So they just decided to cut him out
Okay.
and say the story is George was in the mix, but he was doing fake fights. He was doing real fights, and he was a bad motherfucker, but he was just a degenerate. So they kind of cut him out. This is the story. I didn't make this up. It's in Robert Drysdale's
I like
book.
that you even
I
had a
didn't even-
conspiracy theory about the Gracie family.
Dude,
Amazing.
I didn't make this up.
No, I'm saying.
Well,
I
look,
was
he's obviously a real
crazy
guy.
fascinated with it.
It's just tough to believe his name was
Drysdale got a
George.
book.
Well, he had an
And check
accountant's
this out.
head and a bodybuilder's body.
The crazy thing is when jiu-jitsu first burst upon the scene in the United States, it was because of the UFC. And when that happens, people don't have vision for the future. Like what you're saying now, in the future, people are going to dissect that shit.
Right.
People are like, whatever, dog, let's just blow it up now. So they decided to not mention George Gracie ever. He was never in the
Poor
mix.
George.
It was always Helio and Carlos, which was real, but there was some exculpatory evidence. I don't even know if I said that word right.
I liked it.
Exculpatory?
Don't look towards me.
Evidence
What's the
like
official
shit you leave
definition
out.
of
Shit you leave- I
exculpatory?
learned that from the Russiagate conspiracy. Exculpatory evidence. So Robert Drysdale puts out a book. Robert, like it's not me.
Tending or serving to clear from alleged fault or guilt.
I told you, right? I'm good.
Right.
I'm
So
good with that.
by leaving him out,
by leaving him out,
that was not, they were hiding their guilt. that he was a part of the
They just didn't want to bring him up. They were like, you know what?
He's the
we don't
black
even-
sheep.
They hated it. Like there was
Got
like
it.
a rift in the family.
Got
You know, you got people in your family like your cousins, your brothers, or whatever. There's
Right.
people in families that hate each other, and they're like the opposite
You got the problem
in
child.
everything.
Right.
He's a black sheep.
Right.
So when people say they're all Kennedys, like people say, oh, they're all Kennedys, they're all Kennedys, they're all Kennedys. Like Robert F. Kennedy, they go, oh, he's a shill, he's a Kennedy. I'm like, didn't the Kennedys get fucking assassinated twice?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Kennedy is part of the Illuminati. They murdered the Kennedys.
Yeah, they murdered
You
two
know,
of
you're
them.
like
can't do
Robert,
mushrooms
like
around you, dude.
RFK Jr. They're like RFK Jr. They're like, oh, he's part of the system. Like, dude,
glad I
they
didn't do a
murdered
lot.
his father and his uncle.
Yep.
Don't you think he would want to be part of the anti-establishment? He might be.
I would
don't
say
know.
you'd be a little skeptical.
I don't know.
If you're dad,
Scared.
I don't know.
Your uncle gets
I don't know.
I don't know.
Are we still on
Yeah.
the Gracies?
I don't know. But back to the Gracies.
shot.
Robert Drysdale puts out this book. It's a fact. You just open the book. Just open it up anywhere, and you start reading.
You're
it.
fucking
That's the way it
freaking
was
me out.
written. It's not like it's just a bunch of people from that era telling the stories about like how the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu family, like where they came from.
It goes deep.
It's so vast. It's so vast. And not taking anything away from Helio Gracie. Helio Gracie was the fucking master because he was the one going out there battling. Carlos Gracie did a couple matches, but he was Helio's older brother and manager. Helio was the one going out there throwing down.
Jamie, will you do me a favor and go to the earlier fights on ESPN Plus and find Magomed versus
He's the first fight
yeah
on prelims.
versus
The
Bruno
Pirate.
Silva.
They call him the Pirate. He looks like Nick Davis has one eye.
Because this guy is very fucking talented.
Yeah.
Very talented.
Takedown defense, little suspect at the high
Right,
level.
But sure. But at 185 pounds, when he can't fight in
Sanctions.
Sanctions.
Yeah.
He's got one eye. When you see him, man, it's not like you can hide it.
Do we
either.
know why he lost the eye?
He got cut
Infection?
from a fight, and I think they had surgery on it, and then how many? 8 surgeries.
He still has some vision. I was just reading.
He's a wild boy
Living
too.
very
If you saw him in that jiu-jitsu tournament, he's a wild boy.
He's a bad motherfucker.
Yeah,
So
he
what
is.
happened with Michael Bisping? They let him fight with one eye, right?
They might, yeah. They'll show you the prelims.
No, he told him he
Jamie, and
could
then
see,
just
but he couldn't.
Scroll
He
all
lied
the
to
way
him.
to the earlier
Yeah.
prelims.
The thing was fucked up. It was going to like 7 o'clock in the morning. It was,
I recently
go down. If you go down to UFC, go down. Keep going down to leagues. Keep going. There's sports now leagues. Go all the way left to UFC. Bam.
Should be able to
Now
watch
scroll down. It should show you on demand some of the fights. There you go. So back up, and it'll show you all the fights. ESPN Plus is the shit, son. Look at this.
it. That's pretty good.
Go
They
all
break
the
down
way
UFC
back,
shit?
and
What'd you say,
I
Eddie?
didn't know
Bruno
that.
Silva
ESPN
versus.
breaks down UFC shit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you know what? It was the first fight,
Pass.
so you'd have to go to the early prelims.
Not
Yes,
to the level of
that's
Fight
it.
Pass.
That's it. Here we go. Watch this, dude. This is look at his right eye.
Yeah.
It's great.
That's why they call him the
do
Pirate.
you want me to just skip to where it starts?
Yeah, you can just give it a
Do
little
they
boost.
call him the pirate or do you call him?
Do you call him the pirate?
No, that's his nickname, the Pirate. He says the Pirate's coming. The Pirate's taking over. I might have dreamt that, but I'm pretty sure they call him the Pirate.
Well,
I
it's
feel like
in
you-
now.
I feel like
now
I
it's
feel like it's his.
Cover.
Now
It's
the
a
Golden
good
Snitch is
nickname.
out.
I like it. Got to have a new.
if Bruce Buffer one day, if he ends life and leaves us from screaming,
Yeah.
Oh,
that would be the way to go.
Yeah, have a heart attack and then in those
80
suits.
years old,
Yeah.
just it's time.
And he just locks up.
Boom. I mean, every time
Perfect
he does
ending.
it, he screams
He's
so
he's
loud.
so consistent. He's so.
Oh my
good.
god,
He blew out his fucking knee doing
Yeah.
that.
The guy warms
In
up
Vegas.
before
it warms up.
He did the splits. He did
No.
our podcast. He went right into the splits.
The man changed the game of announcing.
He's the best of all time. Everyone's
because
a
they used to be
copycat.
Best of all time.
smooth operator.
Yep.
Brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers.
Tonight,
You know,
yeah.
and he just changed it. He cranked it up perfect for the
Him
UFC.
and his brother.
I heard
Especially him.
Bruce Buffer so many times in the UFC. I worked for the UFC for 8 years, and even in King of the Cage. I heard Bruce Buffer so much that when I got hired to do some fight choreography for Never Back Down 2, and then during that, like putting together fights, they made me like the DJ. You know, I was like the DJ of the movie. It's not like my proudest moment, but I was like the announcer and the DJ, and they made me announce like these underground fights in this movie. So
Like you were Bruce Buffer?
and all I kept doing was channeling Bruce Buffer, and I was pulling it off. I became the ring announcer, and it was just me ripping off everything Bruce Buffer did. And as long as I kept like trying to impersonate Bruce Buffer, that I was like pulling it off.
Everyone's a copycat.
I was pulling
of
it
Bruce.
off.
So
That's how
check this
good he
dude
is.
out. Check this dude out. This dude is one of the most dynamic kickers you're ever gonna see. He's so slick.
You'd
and he
assume
does,
wrestling, right, B?
Beer, yeah, you
He
would.
does a lot of wild shit off the front leg
look how
too,
light
like
he is.
Confidence
Feet.
too. Confidence
yeah.
too.
His
Man,
kicks
in and
are
out.
very legit.
I usually don't trust red beards, but
But what's also crazy is when you lose vision, you lose depth perception. And you would think that for striking with Bisping and with this guy.
do you think about what Bisping became world champion with one fucking
Your
eye?
brain
Fought
adjusts.
10 fights like
How
that,
insane!
man.
That's how much of a badass
Against
he is.
world-class fighters.
Yeah, dude.
This dude is slick. He does a lot of stuff that's very unusual. Like he'll throw hook kicks off the front leg. He's got a really good axe kick.
He's gonna be a star.
He's been throwing that front kick this whole time.
But wait till you look at that side kick. Caught him with that side kick coming in.
Don the Dragon was.
Yeah, dude, he's a bad motherfucker. He's a bad motherfucker. There's a
Remember
lot
how
of people
Don the
that are
Dragon
in
was
real
would
trouble.
Just, like just be on one leg. He would just be on his rear leg,
feel like-
just balancing.
It's just
and then-
wrestling, though.
Yeah.
I feel like 40% of his body is his head. He's got a giant head.
Well, it's the beard. The
Yeah,
beard
I know,
makes the
but
head look
it's
so
just very
bigger.
Built
disconcerting.
like the hormone monster.
Once he gets loose on him, he starts teeing off on him. Boom! Look at that.
Oh, okay.
Looks like he lives in the middle of the forest.
His switch kick
In
to
a
the front
tree.
leg is so good, man. He does look like he lives in a tree.
God, it looks like he's a magical. He just shows up in the forest when you're lost.
Yeah, like a billy goat.
Go this way.
have 3 wishes.
Yeah. Ask for the man with the red beard, but we're in Dagestan. There are no redheads.
Not a
There
lot
is
of red
here.
beards in Dagestan. I
No,
bet.
no.
It's probably frowned
Very
upon.
few.
Well,
It's frowned upon here in the
the
States.
Russians were in there for a while, so there could be some of that. You mix that in.
You see how he throws that side kick to protect himself? That's such a good move when you miss the round kick. And not a lot of guys can do it the way he does it. He does it like a karate champion.
And does it with one fucking eye.
Yeah. Look at that head kick, dude.
No male
Seriously.
pattern bars on
Boom!
that.
Bro,
Jeez.
I'm telling
he's
you.
exciting, dude.
This
I'm telling you.
motherfucker
And
is
this guy's
wild.
Dagestanian,
Yes.
but they got that red shit in him.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a unicorn out there,
He's
man.
very
that-
good, dude.
lives-
Look at his
A
kicks,
one-eyed
man.
unicorn.
And he whips those kicks. See, that takedown
His
defense
eye may
wasn't
be
bad.
like a crystal ball. It may be that he's an
Sees the
oracle.
future.
Yeah, he might be. He might be a seer.
Maybe he can see enough. He can see enough to fuck you up.
He's got that third eye.
yeah.
He's got that third
Like
eye.
that dude from Game of Thrones who was
That's what I'm
blind,
saying,
but he
bro.
could see everything.
He's like the crow.
Yeah.
He
Probably
wasn't.
has a crow at home.
I don't think
probably
the
not
Game of
seeing
Thrones
from
guy
that
was
high at all.
blind.
Fuckers,
Right, he was
like, no
paralyzed,
joke.
right?
Look at that
Yeah,
beard.
he's paralyzed. No, his eyes would go white to see
Oh,
the
that's
future.
right.
Yeah, they'd
Yeah.
roll back in his head. What a great fucking show.
Great show.
I
This guy
miss
should
it.
have been in that show.
Remember how long you guys tried to sell me on Game of Thrones?
Yep.
I got to it 8 years late.
Well, it's good though because you can watch them all.
Oh, that's what I did.
Joe just
Every
said
year I watch
after
it.
10 seasons, I watched and Joe said, "Just fucking watch it. Trust me." Just I'm like, okay, and I just trusted. Joe said he looked me in the eye and said, "Just fucking watch it."
Facts.
And I'm like, "Bad, damn."
So good. My favorite show.
It's one of the
that
greatest
first
shows of all
episode
time.
where they kill that little kid, they throw him
Yeah.
off the fucking castle,
Yeah.
and the sister's
Spoiler,
fucking the
dude.
brother. Like, what the fuck is this
Yeah.
show about?
Crazy. That show's crazy. And dragons.
So, Dragons what
White
took me a while to
Walkers.
get on board.
Yeah, you couldn't fuck with the dragons.
No,
Bro.
yes, Dragons.
Once you
Imagine
accept
living
dragons,
in a
then it's
world
all
like
good.
that.
You gotta hit that threshold.
The
Bro.
White Walkers scared the
Oh,
fuck
head
out of
kick.
me.
Bro, this motherfucker is good. Caught him with a nut shot, though. What's up, Jamie? Hamzat Shemaev told me he thinks he broke his right hand the first round, which made it hard to wrestle in the final 2 rounds.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Wow, interesting.
You better show an X-ray.
Interesting.
That may have been why he didn't engage on the feet,
Let me see
ladies
an
and
X-ray.
gentlemen.
Then
so
you
we
can just
still
post,
don't
you
know.
can post
Yeah.
anybody's
And you were
X-ray.
hating on him.
Just go
I
boom.
was,
Yeah.
I was
Another
debating.
X-ray.
I was
Just Google an X-ray of a
responding
broken
to what I
hand.
saw.
My
Oh, we got-
friend. you got
People
nut
believe
shot.
that shit. They just show an X-ray. That's my X-ray.
That criticism was fair, though, B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then
But if
again,
you know you had a broken hand, you're singing a different
Has
tune.
anybody
now
ever
I'm
shown an
still
X-ray of a
waiting
broken
to
dick?
see.
You know, people every now and then you hear people breaking their dicks.
My
like
buddy
some girl
broke his
went
dick.
Reverse cowgirl
Yes.
on
Yeah.
dude. So like, and then
Yes.
she
Yeah.
just sat and broke. It happens. I know a guy was
happens.
in a wheelchair
It
because his
happens.
dick got broken.
How long was
Let
he
me
in a
see that
wheelchair for?
X-ray, dog. Let me see. I would love to see that.
How long was he in a wheelchair for?
It was tragic.
You're asking detailed
It was
questions.
tragic. It was I don't even want to bring up his name or nothing like that.
Don't bring up his
I won't say the name. My buddy broke his
It was
dick.
all
look
from
at this-
reverse cowgirl.
look at this
It was reverse
motherfucker's-
cowgirl gone bad.
Look at this
do it.
motherfucker's kicks. This dude is so slick.
He's tall too.
Look how he digs in these kicks too, man. And you see how he uses that side kick? That's so. Most people don't know how to throw it that way. He throws it so quick when you're in tight that he keeps you off of him. It's like how a lot of guys use a teep, but he's doing it where he can't get hit. When you throw a teep, you might get countered with a right hand. When you throw a side kick, you're way out of distance.
Is
Look
this
at
at
that round
70 or
kick to the
85?
body.
85.
85.
This is 85?
It's
Yeah.
85.
But his head
guy
takes
looks like
up
he's
a lot of that
35.
weight.
He's a big
He
fella.
has a Mark Hunt head. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
got
a
the
big
biggest
fella.
head. His hair, you want to talk about a wig.
Dude, the hair doesn't move. Again,
yeah,
it's a Lego
that,
piece.
That would be a great, that's a wig. That's a rich man's wig. That's a big wig.
It's a big
Yeah,
wig.
that's a baller's wig.
His-
That's
his
a
nickname should be
Gucci. That's
Big Wig.
like a Dolce Gabbana wig.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh,
shit.
Look at that. Oh, damn. Oh, God.
Oh,
my
he
God.
got clipped. Bruno
You can't hurt
Silva's
his
no
head,
joke,
though.
man.
Yeah, but
No, it's a tough
Look at these
fight for your
kicks to
first
the
fight in
body.
the UFC on this card.
Yeah.
Tough fight.
he's got
Oh,
he's got
Bruno
got a
caught him
Samoan
again.
head. Damn, that was good.
Who wins this one?
The
Not
one
that-
on pirate.
Don't
Yeah,
tell-
pirate.
Don't blow it for me.
You just
dog.
asked.
I shouldn't have told you.
I'm sorry too. I thought you knew, but you did ask. To be fair.
Yeah, but you guys should know.
Yeah, you're
You
right.
should say, listen, it's better if you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like
Yeah.
your
Should know
kid
that,
says,
like,
"Can I
the-
open my
the
presents
last-
now?"
Yeah.
No, you
Yeah.
gotta wait till
You
Christmas.
gotta wait.
Yeah, we fucked you.
Dude, my son, when I sat him down and I made him watch Rocky 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a long day.
He was so into it, but he really wanted to know who was going to win. He's like, Daddy, tell me who's going to win. Like when Rocky was getting fucked up, he goes, Daddy, please tell me who's going to win. I go, no, you got to watch. He goes, Dad, please tell me Rocky's not going to lose. I go, just watch. He goes, he wanted to know every goddamn time. When Mr.
How old's
T
your
fought
son
him the
now?
first time, 11. This was a while. It was like 5 years ago. He forgot about all that shit. So we're gonna do Rocky again.
Is he doing
He
jiu-jitsu?
forgot about Rock. Dude, I
He
showed
forgot
him
who
Rocky.
won?
I showed him Enter the Dragon. He don't remember. I'm like, oh, we're gonna do Enter the Dragon again.
He didn't remember?
He didn't remember because I
Too
made him
young.
watch. He's 11
He's
now, and I
young,
made him
yeah.
watch. It was like 4 and 5 and
Yeah,
6.
I remember,
He
yeah.
don't remember shit. You don't remember shit from those days. You could now you look back and you're like, why was I being super nice to this motherfucker? He don't even
Oh,
remember.
dude, check out this motherfucker. See that low kick?
Yeah, that's hellish. He can kick.
But his hands are no fucking joke either.
No.
He's listed as 11-0, but according to the people that work with him, he's more like 70-0. He's had a shitload of fights.
It's pirate,
Just a lot
baby.
of them were considered. Look at that hook
Dude, he
kick.
threw a fucking hook kick.
I know, man. It's legit. A lot of these the fights that he had were these tournaments, and they were considered amateur, even though they were professional fights for whatever reason. That's what they were saying. I don't know what the veracity of that is, but the
The
dude
UFC must
fights.
recognize it though, because to give him Silva his first outing, they know this
Yeah,
kid's
no.
talented.
Oh, he's talented as fuck. There's plenty of highlight reel
Yes.
footage of him. Look at that front kick to the
People
body,
aren't
man.
used to that left kick, man.
It's just like also like how quick he whips his legs
Yep.
up there, man. He's
and
fucking
his right
good,
leg
dude.
too. He throws just as many with his right.
Yeah, he can do anything. He's wicked.
Does he throw wheel kicks?
Yeah, he throws
he
everything.
throws it all. Yeah, he's a wild boy.
He throws. But look at that
yeah,
question
look
mark
at
kick.
that shit. That's
Look at that
Jesus.
roundhouse kick to the body, man.
Jesus. By the way,
And look how fast he's throwing that inside
Silva
low
can
kick.
take a
man.
beating.
Oh well, Bruno Silva went 3 rounds with Pajeda.
Yeah, he's no punk.
Wow.
Bruno
all
Silva's
he can
tough
do
as
it, yeah.
shit. Him and Pajeda went to war.
Yeah, this is not an easy fight for the pirate.
My
no,
God.
it's a real big high level fight. Bruno's fucking legit, man. And I don't think anybody ever stopped Bruno. I'm pretty sure he's never been stopped.
Amazing.
And he's so durable, man. And he's a legit striker himself. So this is,
Dude, he
but
landed
bro,
a
but
good
this
left
guy
knee.
is. Look at, this guy's so next level. Look at that front
one
kick to the
eye.
Got a
body.
bloody nose off that.
He just keeps him off balance. He's just always not letting
Speed
him set
is
up.
crazy.
His kick is like, I mean, he could throw so many of them. They're like jabs at a distance. He uses it like, I mean, nobody else in the sport.
No.
There's very few guys that throw the kind of intensity and the kind of volume that he throws with his kicks.
His distance control is impressive too.
It's very good. And he does
Especially
that
this early.
He does that. Look at that front kick to the body. He does that marching knee thing too. Look at that, man. The speed too. It's so quick.
Look at Silva's outside of his leg. It's beat
He has
up.
he has his opponent off balance the whole time. He
Yeah,
just,
constantly. And there's a jab. It's just that switch kick is so quick, man. Everything's so quick. Look at that hook kick in the head. So few people can throw a hook kick.
Oh, he gets taken down.
Yeah, he got taken down. But look at even from his back, he's fucking him up from his back. Watch this. Like Bruno is very, very tired here. He's been beaten up in this fight.
Bruno's not like a world class grappler either. So the middleweight division's like, all right, the kid's good, but
look at how he's beating him up off of his back. Watch this. It's pretty impressive what he does off his back. I mean, he's actually hurting him off his back. I mean, most of the time when people are off their back and they're landing strikes, they're kind of flailing.
Unless you're Tony Ferguson.
But look at this. He's hitting him fucking hard, man.
It all depends what the intention
Look at
is
this.
on the guy on top. If the guy on top is trying to stay on top, keep it on the ground, then it's easy to throw elbows because they're coming forward. But if they're trying to back out and stand up, you throw an elbow, then you stand up again.
I think Bruno's exhausted. I think that's part of what's going on here. He's been beaten up and exhausted, and because he's not offering up a lot of offense.
Which makes it easier to throw elbows for the guy on the bottom.
Right. He's not trying to pass.
As soon as if you don't want to be on the ground and the guy throws elbows, you just back up and stand up.
Yeah.
It's so easy. But he doesn't want to stand up, so he's open for elbows.
Or at the very least, try to pass. But I think he's just exhausted. I mean, he got hit with so many body shots.
He's getting lit up like a Christmas tree.
He is throwing some shit right here.
Yeah.
But look at those up kicks.
Man.
Does this dude, with all the kicks that are in his arsenal, does he have an up kick?
Oh, yeah, he's got an up kick.
I haven't seen
but he didn't try to get up there.
Gracie one yet.
He should have scooted
Remember
back.
when Bustamante up kicked Jerry Bolander?
Yeah.
Remember that shit? Or was it George Rouget? It was either Bustamante
Well,
or
the
George
big
Rouget.
one was Henzo and Oleg Tartaro.
Yeah, that was one.
That was a big
another
one.
But Bolander got hit by
and,
Bustamante.
Musasi.
Jacare too.
Jacare Musasi was big.
When Henzo did it to Oleg, people thought it was lucky. Like, oh, he just threw a kick off his back. He was lucky, but Henzo was like, dude, we practice this shit. It's an actual technique. You're on your back and you're fucking throwing kicks, and there's levels to it. And believe it or not, man, Hoist Gracie and Sakuraba too. People don't even remember that Hoist Gracie fought Sakuraba again. First one was in Japan, the Pride, when it went like 5 hours.
We saw the second one.
Yeah, but the second one was at the Coliseum. K1 it was
in L.A.
Yeah, Hoist Gracie,
Yeah, we were
Sakuraba
there.
too. Yeah,
That was Brock Lesnar's MMA debut.
and that's when that one Detroit Lions wide receiver tried to do MMA.
Johnny Morton got
Yes.
starched.
He got taken out on a stretcher.
Who fought
with a
him?
neck brace. The worst case scenario. Everybody's worst case scenario is we're gonna fight MMA. Worst case scenario is you get taken out on a stretcher in a neck brace.
And he
There's
was
nothing worse than that.
jacked. Remember
that
that?
happened to Johnny
Who did he
Morton.
fight?
That was that night. He was a Detroit Lions wide receiver, Hall of Famer.
But
Johnny
who did he
Morton.
fight?
Johnny Morton, Hall of Famer.
Who did he
From
fight?
SC.
A kickboxer, a black kickboxer who was from Japan, who was a comedian. He's
Bernard?
a comedian. There it is. Yeah, that's it.
Look how jacked he was.
Jesus Christ, that's unnatural.
Tits.
Bernard Aka. I don't remember this fight.
He fought a comedian from Japan who was a black dude.
Oh, that's
Remember
right.
that shit?
And he got starched.
Like,
I'm like, you know
dude,
what? I don't want to do
he
this
gets
We
anymore.
were
put-
hanging out next to
dude,
Charles
we're gonna
Crazy
see
Horse
it?
Bennett for the
Oh,
whole
this is
fight.
it. We got to see this, dude.
Who's the
We gotta
comedian?
see
That
this.
dude?
That's him, the
He's
dude
a
with
comedian.
the
But
dreadlocks.
he's a Japanese comedian, but he's black.
Oh shit!
Yeah, crazy.
But he's
Johnny Morton was jacked. And he went to SC, so it was a big draw, too.
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
he was
Johnny
the
Morton's
Coliseum.
trying
This
to
was
take
at the
him down.
Coliseum, K1.
so Johnny Morton was a football player.
He stuffed
This
his
is a
dick down.
forgotten mega MMA event.
Went to
Totally
SC.
forgotten. Nobody remembers this event.
Well, because you had Johnny Morton, you had Brock Lesnar's debut. It was a
Oh,
big
look at
deal.
his knees to the body.
He's yeah, doesn't look like.
Oh, we got a clip of the right hand.
Johnny Morton was all pro B.
Yeah.
Okay, what's good? He gets taken out on a stretcher right there.
Oh.
Oh no!
Damn, what was
Check
it?
this out.
Right hand? Boom, right hand.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, my
Oh
goodness.
no, he wasn't.
Perfect right hand. Look at that. Coming in.
Oh, that's an awful knockout.
And there was a lot of NFL players thinking about doing MMA. After this, they all disappeared.
Not me, baby.
No, they all disappeared. This seriously, because this guy's a Hall of Famer.
Dude.
God, he got fucked up.
Look at neck brace.
Oh,
You
my
thought I was
God.
lying, dog.
He's still out
Neck
cold.
brace
Watch
and the
this.
stretcher.
Look at
Boom.
the timing on that. Oh, my goodness.
His chin had nowhere to go. It was just like-
Perfect.
Worst
Perfect.
case scenario.
Goosh.
One more time.
He just didn't. He just wasn't.
Boom!
Oh, Jesus. Closed his
Right on
eyes
the
too when he
orbital.
came in.
Oh boy. So
That
he
was
didn't
just
know it was
one
coming.
shot.
Left in a neck brace.
What is one neck brace stretcher? Neck brace
boy.
stretcher. Dog. Look at that.
Oh, boy.
Worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great athletes that could be great MMA fighters if they had dedicated their whole life to learn it. But trying to like cut the line, and when you're dealing with striking,
Nightmare.
And
It's
back
tough
to that
enough.
Sakuraba Hoist Gracie fight too. The second one, the only reason I thought about that is Hoist was on his back a lot and Sakuraba was standing, just like the first fight. And in the first fight, Sakuraba kept standing. Hoist was on his back, and Sakuraba would leg kick his thighs. right?
Magomedov taking
Right?
down the third too. Look at this. So
But
he's
in the
gonna
second
have a hard
fight-
time with real wrestlers.
In the
Yeah.
second fight, Hoist had some
You-
side kicks
you
from
gotta
his
slow him
back.
down a little bit.
He had some awesome dude. Hoist Gracie got some great kicks
Oh, yeah.
off his back from the guard. He throws side kicks and front
Great's
kicks.
a little
he
bit-
fucked up
great's a
Sakuraba
strong
standing.
word,
Yeah.
He fucked him up standing.
With the kicks.
Only fight ever in the history
With
of
kicks.
MMA where the guy on the bottom fucked the guy standing. What, dude? He won. Hoist won because of his side kicks from the guard.
Joe, you got the lighter, brother?
I gotta go, boys.
All right.
Where you gotta
Where
go?
you going?
We're on the same fucking
I
flight.
got a 4:45 Delta.
No, I thought we're on the same flight.
No, you're on 7:30 American.
Yeah, you changed yours?
4:45, yeah, Delta.
You gotta leave, dude. You have literally less than an hour to get to the
How
airport.
far away is the airport?
Half
You
hour.
ain't gonna make it. Now you got to be there now.
Airport's probably 15
Not
minutes.
quite,
You have to change your
It is
flight.
F1 weekend.
Yeah, but it's F1 weekend.
So there's
the
traffic.
airport's gonna be
you're
jammed
fucked.
up. You're fucked.
Why did you switch your flight, B, and not tell me?
I don't know,
Do you have a
I just
car
wanna
to
see
take you
no,
to
it's
the
19
airport,
minutes
or are you
away.
taking their car?
I don't know.
Jesus, Brian.
20 minutes
Why
away.
didn't you
Take an
coordinate?
F1.
I don't know. I got carried away. I got into the
He's still on
fucking
his
podcast.
back. Look at this.
I like the podcast.
I forgot he was on his back so much. I was watching so many highlights.
If I leave now,
As a
I'll
matter
get
of
back
fact, I
4:10.
think I left this fight before the third round. This dude is spending a lot of time on his back.
Callan did the old switcheroo. Didn't tell your
Yeah.
boy, huh?
Well, I
All
figured-
right, shall we wrap this up? Gentlemen, always a blast.
Yeah,
Fucking
guys.
loved it.
Love you guys.
Always
Plug
love
a
you
couple
guys.
comedy
yeah,
spots?
please do.
Me and Sam Tripoli, samtripoli.com. We're coming to St. Louis. We're coming to Indy, Austin, and Dallas coming up. samtripoli.com. Thank you.
I'll see you guys this weekend, coming weekend at the Chicago Improv, and then I got
Schaumburg Improv.
Schaumburg Improv.
Great
Yeah, that's
place.
Chicago,
Yes.
yeah.
It is. I mean, they call it
October
Chicago.
29th.
It's
It's an
kind of
hour
close.
outside Chicago.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
It's a little bit outside.
I'm in Austin, Nashville. That's January 24th to 27th. Love you
BrianCallen.com
guys.
for tickets. Let's go.
Goodbye, everybody.
We love you.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
What's up, brother? How
Hey.
you doing?
Good
to see you.
Glad to be here.
Glad to have you finally, man. Dude, I was probably around. When was your first time on stage?
My first time on stage was in this place called Tommy T's in Livermore, California.
Oh, I know that place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was an open mic at 2012, end of 2012, early 2013.
Wow.
Yeah, that's when I started, and I remember going up on stage. My first joke kind of hit, and I bombed the whole time. But that one little hit was enough. It was enough to
Do you
be
remember
like,
what it was?
yeah, oh, my name is Hassan Ahmad, and I know that's very 9/11-y. That was my opening. That was my opening line in comedy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I probably met you around 2014 then.
2015 is when we met.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is a story I tell to all the door guys on what it's like to be a door guy at a comedy club, because this is the first time we've ever had a conversation. I was sitting by the back door, and you had just stopped, and this is something that you just talked to like all the new guys. I've noticed that you do that, you know, and then you were showing me your phone and telling me your process and how you write and how you listen to every single set as you drove back home after the store, and you talked to me for like 20 minutes, and then you left, and Curtis came up to me and was like, hey, so someone pooped in the bathroom and missed. And I had to go clean it up, and it was pure liquid. Oh. It was pure liquid. Every time I kept wiping, more would come in. It was unreal. Unreal. And yeah, and I told you that I would tell all the door guys that's what it's like working at a comedy club.
Wow.
Especially at a high level one. You get these really cool moments, and then you have to, and you also learn your place a little bit.
I didn't know door people have to clean shit.
Oh,
really?
Yeah,
Why, don't they have like a janitor or something?
Not during the night. This what made it crazy. This was at like 7:30. It wasn't like it was like way too early to be pooping and missing.
Oh my god. There's something about bar poop. You know, poops when people are drinking. It's just it can be so chaos. Like every time I've ever gone into like a bar bathroom, there's dudes in there shitting. It's just like, oh my god, I can't wait to get out of here quick.
If you're shitting in a bar, it's basically like, oh, this is the last resort. I had no other options.
Yeah, nobody wants to do some fucking public shitting.
No, and it was back when the store in the hallway had the single bathrooms.
Oh yeah.
So those were like extra gross.
Oh, those were a disaster.
Those were absolute nightmares.
Oh.
Yeah.
Remember when like comics would be in that one little bathroom and then there'd be the staircase up there, so people would be talking shit to you while you're in the bathroom?
No, I never had that experience at the store.
Yeah, you know the stairs to the belly room?
Yes.
You know where that is?
Yeah.
Like there's a window right there for the
bathroom
there
that
comics always
there
use.
is.
So guys would be talking shit while other guys were shitting. They just ragging on them, yelling in the window. That back parking lot, before they invented Sacred Grounds and before they had the back bar, that was where we'd all hang out. But the problem is you'd get randoms from that little back area that would come and and interrupt a conversation and get in the way. And we're like, God, we got a place where we could just chill by ourselves.
Right. And then by the time I had gotten there, you had just gotten back.
Yeah.
And so for you to hang out, it would really be interesting to watch as a door guy, because you'd have to watch. People would be like making game plans to talk to you. They would, you could see them like, okay, if I do this and I do this and I do this, and you'd have to just tell people like, hey, maybe you should go hang out in the patio or something like that. Yeah.
It sucks because you want to say hi to everybody, but also my friends are there.
Right.
I see them every now and again, especially if it's like someone like Burr that I only see like once a month, or, when you see him, you're like, this is an important time.
Well, and it's like when you're in a place with other comics like that, it just feels like home.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, I want to hang out at home. And
we talk about this all the time, about the mothership. That green room is our clubhouse.
I live there.
It's so fun.
I practically live there.
Last night was so fun. It was so, and they're always fun. Like every night we're there, we just have so much fun. Just on stage and also in the green room, watching each other's new jokes and shit.
Well, talking about comedy, and the green room itself is just such a comedy place. You have Lenny Bruce's mic, Mae West's couch, Joey Diaz's words, Rodney Dangerfield's notes. It's
handwritten notes.
Handwritten notes.
Yeah.
It is like a place where I feel like, oh, I'm in it. I'm inspired. It's the best place in the world, I think.
I think so too. I mean, we were talking about what we hoped it would be and what it is, and I don't even know if I don't think I ever hoped it would be this good.
I mean, the club's not even a year in. I think we're only just sort of at the start of what it can be. And
we have like 660,000 Instagram followers already.
Yeah.
It's sold out every night. It's crazy. And now that Gillis is here, and Shane moved here, McCusker's here, and and we've got Ari, and we've got Ari's been coming down a lot. We're doing another Protect Our Parks, trying to get that motherfucker to move here.
Sam Talent, I think, is moving here.
Yes, he wants to move here.
Right.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
It is the right place to be at the right time. I felt very lucky in my life. I feel like everywhere I've been at the right place in the right time.
Yeah, if you make the most out of things, that's what happens most of the time. I mean, obviously, horrible things go wrong for good people. But the reality is that, like, every time something happens in your life, it gives you an opportunity to figure it out. Okay, where do I go now? What is it? And 9/11, or excuse me, 9/11, the new 9/11, so the COVID.
Oh yeah.
That like there's these monumental shifts in culture and society. 9/11 was a big one, obviously, but COVID was a big one too, man. It shifted a lot of things. It destroyed people's belief in mainstream media. It made people completely distrust the government and their regulations and their wisdom behind closing this and closing that and forcing this and forcing that. And it made everybody just go, man, where the fuck am I going? Because this is not what I used to live in anymore. This is a different place now.
Right.
And all that happened. We come to Austin, and then I'm like, I got to open up a club. I have to. Like, there's no real, like, fucking Comedy Store thing here. And there were so many of us already here. You were already here. Simpson was already here. Derek was already here. It was like a bunch of fucking scouts went out early with fucking cold camping and teepees and shit. It was wild.
It was wild. The first door guy that moved out here was a funny dude, regular at the mothership named Dylan Sullivan.
Yeah,
and
very funny dude.
Yeah, he got on a Discord call with me. I was in California. We were in the midst of the second lockdown, which was brutal. And he goes, "You got to come out here. There's stage time indoors."
It's
just
crazy.
To perform indoors, it was like drinking water after being in a desert for 2 years.
It was like a speakeasy because you knew you couldn't do it everywhere.
No, and there were still those rules where you had to walk in with the masks.
Yes,
that was still here, and so it was like
you
it felt
take it off once you start laughing. Like what? You're fucking spraying COVID. This poor guy, whoever you are in the front row last night, I'm so sorry. I accidentally spit it on you twice. You know, when you're punctuating your words, and I'm seeing this guy going like this, I wanted to address it, but I didn't want to stop the bit. No. So if you're out there, buddy, I'm sorry I spit on you. I think I hit him twice.
I remember one time I was opening a show of Fat Man, and I was eating it like it was bad, and then I spit. But when you're eating it, everyone's just watching you, so the whole audience sees me just spit on the guy in the front row.
I've been spit on before. I've been in the front row. It's like when Joey Diaz will spit on you like crazy. This is like when someone's on stage, they don't mean to. Sorry.
Right. It really means that we're into it.
Yeah, we're just going hard.
Right.
You know, or bombing.
and trying to save ourselves.
Trying to save yourself is the saddest fucking moment of your life.
There comes a point where you have to be like, all right, I'm not going to ask what they do for work. I'm just going to live in the bomb. I'm just going to live in it. I deserve this.
Well, you need a bunch of bombs to figure out how to bomb. You know, and I've seen some people pull out of bombs. That's some of the most impressive shit of all time. When someone starts bombing and then they hit and then they get their confidence back and then they got a banger and then everybody, okay, maybe that first joke sucked, but we're on board now.
It's a really good feeling, especially because I open all these shows, right, is that when I get on stage and that first joke doesn't hit and then it's like, ooh, all right, I'm going to stay in the pocket and I'm going to figure this out. Yeah. And by the end of it, you're like, this is going to be a good show. Well, that's a great feeling.
Most certainly you have the hardest job. The hardest job is when the audience is cold. That's the hardest job. The easiest job is like second or third. And then the second hardest job is going on last.
Right.
But the hardest job is most certainly going on first.
Well, some of them too, especially your show specifically. A lot of them are here from the podcast, and they don't know stand up like that. So they'll come and they'll look at you like, wait, you're not a podcast. Joe's not talking to you.
Oh no, really?
they have that vibe to them sometimes. And you have to be like, no, this is what it is.
Oh, I used to get that on Fear Factor. People come to see me because they recognize me from Fear Factor, and they want, I love that guy. That show's great. And then they'd go and I'd be talking about the pyramids being built and shit.
And they'd be like, there's no animal dicks. Where are the animal dicks?
What is this guy talking about? And then I would make fun of Fear Factor too. You know, but that was, you know, it was like that show, when I think about it today, like, what the fuck were they thinking?
It was a thing. It was a real. I remember sitting down with my parents and we would watch Fear Factor. That would be a family thing.
Yeah, I never watched it.
Well,
I watched it once and I threw up at home.
Really?
Yeah, I never threw up on the show.
Yeah, that seems weird.
I threw up at home once because I didn't expect to be so grossed out. I wasn't prepared. I guess like on the show I was always prepared to not throw up.
Right. And so there's no close-up angles when you're there, right?
This lady was eating worms and she threw it up back in her glass and then started eating it again. And I went, I just ran to the sink and threw up.
That's a level of competitiveness that I don't know if I have.
Oh, man. People would go for it. They would fucking go for it. Worms are rough because worms are filled with dirt because they eat dirt. So you're eating dirt and mushiness. It's fucking gross.
What was it? It was a cash prize at the end. What was it?
Yeah, but you had a lot of people are going to eat some dick and never get a cash prize.
Right.
You know, that's the problem. It's like one person is getting the money. You know, but you also like you had it like Michael Yo took it and became a comedian.
He was on Fear Factor?
Michael Yo was on episode 1, season 1 of Fear Factor.
No way.
Yes.
That's
he was just
crazy.
figuring his life out. You know, he was a young guy. He was really jacked back then. He was a big dude. And fucking super nice guy. And we stayed friends. And then he became a DJ. And he was, I knew he did a like a morning radio show for a while. And then he starts doing stand up. And then he comes to LA. I'm like, dude, you actually did it. You're an actual professional. He's got specials. He's a real headliner. I'm like, fuck yeah, man.
Right, he sells out.
Yeah. and knowing him from like episode 1 of Fear Factor is crazy. That's Michael. That's me and Michael Yo. Back in the day, son.
Shit.
Episode 1.
Damn.
Bro, I still had the wallet chain back then. I still had hair.
Yeah, I was gonna say the hair.
Look at
the
that.
hairline's going. When did you shave it?
I gave up, I think, in 2011. I just was like, this shit is just fucking done.
Yeah.
My hair looks terrible.
There's always like, for me, I saw a picture of me on stage and I was like, oh my God, this is how I present myself to the world?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
You're so much better off giving in. And I'm lucky I have a good head. It's a good shape for head for being bald. I swear to God, if I could grow hair, I would still shave my head. Because it's the easiest thing in the world. I just, every 2 or 3 days, I just go, it takes 5 minutes.
Oh, you go electric?
Yeah.
I still have a razor. I use a razor.
Oh, damn.
I have this. It's just like this. It's like this little ATV that fits on your finger. It's called like the ATX razor, and you just glide it along your head. Yeah. I enjoy that. I don't know.
That does sound nice.
I feel like a little
I
kid
got a
sometimes.
lot of scars, though. I have a hair transplant scar, and I've got a lot of scars from being a dumb kid. Like a giant fucking gash on my head for when this crane that lifts cinder blocks fell and hit me on the side of the head. Yeah, we were kids and we were hanging around in this yard where they had like these giant like sewer sized cement tubes.
Right.
And they had these cranes that would pick these things up.
Okay.
And we were fucking around, and I don't know what happened, but something fell and clanged me off the back of the head, and I thought I was dead.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I had to get taken to the hospital, and I remember thinking I was dead. Like something felt so wrong that I remember telling my mom, I'm worried I'm going to die.
Oof.
Yeah, I got dinged. I mean, I do not remember what happened. I remember something fell and something hit me in the head, and I grayed out to like almost total unconsciousness and then came back, but I felt so bad. I felt like it was so wrong that I had to go to the hospital. I thought I was going to die.
Ironically, probably changed the course of your life too, right? That's a traumatic head injury when you're young.
Oh, I've had a ton of those, though. I guarantee a lot of my impulsiveness and my craziness, some of it has to do with brain damage. It has to.
Right.
Like, if you just look at the data for former fighters and football players and even soccer players, which you wouldn't think get head injuries, but they
heading that
head
ball.
the ball all the time, and sometimes they collide with each other too. That can happen too. You know, I've had head injuries from collisions in jiu-jitsu, just accidental collisions. Like someone will knee you in the face accidentally and fucking ring your bell. And, and guys who've got knocked out in the gym totally accidentally. You know, just you zig when you should have zag. A guy's moving towards you and you're moving towards him, and your chin collides with the top of his head and you just go unconscious. Happens. Yeah, so I don't know how many concussions I've had in my life.
Oh, really?
I have no idea. Like from the time I was 15 till I was 21, I sparred a lot. I did a lot of sparring. And when I really started getting fucked up was when I started kickboxing sparring. Because I wasn't good at boxing. I was a good kicker because I was like a Taekwondo champion. And then I went into kickboxing. I'm like, oh my God, these guys are fucking me up. I was getting beat up by like
Are you
good
taking
boxers.
like kicks to the face?
No,
No?
I'd fuck them up with kicks.
Okay.
If I get in kick distance, I was much better than them.
but if they
the
got
thing
close
with
to you.
kickboxing is there's boxing involved, and my boxing was terrible. I was just learning boxing. I had a very delusional idea of how good I could use my hands because I was good at Taekwondo. And Taekwondo has some punches, but not much. And I knew how to punch things hard, but I didn't really know how to box at all.
Right, like
so,
like the defensive positions.
So
and all
once
that
I
sort of
started
stuff.
kickboxing, I really started getting beat up. And I went through a couple of years from like, I think I started in like 19, I started transitioning into kickboxing. And from 19 to 21 was when I did like most of my really hard sparring. And those were horrible days where I'd be sitting in my apartment. Okay, I'm 20 years old. I'm completely broke. I deliver newspapers in the morning, and I work for a private investigator in the afternoon.
You work for a private investigator?
I guess I was 21 by then.
So were you like tracking
Yes.
like husbands cheating on wives pretty
It
much?
was mostly insurance scams.
Okay.
Most of that was insurance scams.
Okay.
Most of it was people would say that they got a back injury and they couldn't work, so they were getting money, but then they would go and work another job.
And then you're following them around.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like a lot of dumb people.
Right.
Just a lot of scammers that thought they were being slick, and we bust them. But one lady, it was the saddest fucking thing. The guy I worked for, by the way, his name was Dave Dolan, and he would call himself Dynamite Dickless Dave Dolan.
Oh my God.
He was one of the funniest
Yes.
guys I have ever met in my life. A natural comedian.
Oh, there's so many people in life like that. I think
Yeah.
like, damn, you were the funniest person I've ever met.
And the craziest thing is, by chance, that dude was cousins with the dude who owned the Comedy Connection, Billy Downs. Billy Downs is his cousin. So I found an ad for a private investigator's assistant. I was trying to figure out jobs that I could do to make money while I was trying to do stand-up. And so I found this job. I go, that would be fun. Private investigator's assistant. What it really was, the dude lost his license from a DUI, and he needed someone to drive him around. And that was Dave. But I was kind of his assistant. So, like, what kind of would happen, like, one time, it made me really sad. The scam would be, so say if someone was doing something that you knew was illegal.
Okay.
Right? And you had to catch them. The scam would be you would write their license plate on a piece of paper with several license plates that are very similar to it, very close. And so then Dave would go to the door and say, hey, I'm so sorry to bother you, ma'am, but I'm not even supposed to have this information, but a friend of mine works for the police department. My girlfriend was in a car accident, and there was a witness to this hit and run, and they wrote down the witness's license plate, but then a cop spilled coffee on the paper. Oh, no. Is your girlfriend okay? Well, she had an injury to, L5 and L6, and then this lady goes, oh, I had the same injury. And then he goes, oh, no kidding. Are you okay now? And she goes, yes. Well, I got, I got the insurance, right? And he goes, oh, you're getting compensated for it? She says, yes. And I also work another job. So I'm getting to work while I'm getting the insurance money. Oh, good for them. Good for you. Fuck them. She goes, would you like to come in and have a cup of coffee? So this lady lets this random private guy who says he's a private
This
investigator.
random person in.
Just this is how people were in the 1980s.
Yeah, this doesn't seem
They
like this
just
would happen today at all.
Let you in the house. They just let this. So this was I was 21. So this was 88. So this lady just let us into the house. So we sit down in her kitchen. She's so nice. She makes us coffee, and she starts telling about how she's working for the airlines, and she got hurt, but then she filed an insurance claim, and now she's working under her maiden name. And she tells the whole thing. She just lays out the whole story. I hope they catch, whoever hit your girlfriend and the whole deal. And thank you very much, ma'am. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you. And I'll get outside. I go, dude, we can't turn her in. She's too nice. He goes, fuck her. She goes. She goes. Fuck her. Damn. He goes, she's a fucking criminal. I go, she's just she's poor. She's trying to skin it. She's a nice lady. She invited us in for coffee. He's like, fuck her. Fuck her. Turned her in.
Turned her in, of course.
Turned her in.
Insurance companies are ruthless.
Oh, well, I guess that's his job. And
Right.
she was kind of a criminal. But she hadn't, it's like people think that when people don't have anything in life, they just fucking never really get ahead. They're always bill to bill, check to check, barely getting by. And then you have this opportunity where you could work and still get the insurance companies, fuck them. Oh, the big company, the airline, fuck them. You just figure out, just get a little money on the side.
Right.
I'm using my maiden name. Who's gonna catch me?
Right. I don't mind the grift. It's like, hey, you know, get your money, but you can't just be telling random people that.
I know, and letting us in our house.
That's so wild. And it's just so funny. I was thinking, like, wow, that would never happen today. But, like, now we would just, the same person would tell some random person in DM.
Yeah.
It's like people will find a way to let people in.
That made me sad. But most of the time it was busting dudes. And most of the time it was busting dudes who were pretending they had a bad back. And then you'd watch them carry a load of shingles up a ladder. They were working as roofers on the side. Like, we busted a lot of dudes. One guy he busted, his girlfriend she's having an affair with a bodybuilder.
Okay.
And this guy wanted Dave to get pictures. So Dave had to get pictures of this bodybuilder banging this girl. And so he gets the pictures. He's like, look, buddy, she's cheating on you. And he's like, okay, I want you to follow her and get more pictures. He goes, listen, you fucking freak.
Yeah, was he getting off on the pictures?
Yeah, it was something about it. And he goes, I told the guy, listen, you fucking freak. You wanted me to get pictures. I got your pictures. We're done. We're done. I'm not going to be your fucking pornographer for cuck porn. You know?
Yeah, the whole thing felt set up.
But Dave was so funny, man. Like, some of the best times I had was driving that guy around and doing this. Because also we'd be really tired because a lot of it you'd have to do really early in the morning because you'd have to catch these folks
before they go to work.
Yes. So you had to get outside their house, down the street at like 4:30 a.m. because they leave at like 5:30 and they go to some construction job or something. So you have to bust them.
Damn.
And so we'd be just sitting there talking shit, drinking coffee, and he was so funny. And he would tell me about a story. He just quit drinking like that. He got in a car accident in a tunnel, I think, and he had to abandon his car. And he took off, and the cops got him. They hit him with a DUI. He couldn't drive for X amount of months, the whole deal. And then he just said, that was it. I realized I got to stop drinking right then and there. He never went to a program. He didn't do Alcoholics Anonymous. He just
pure
quit.
will.
Dude was so funny, man. And I told him, I go, why don't you do stand-up? Like, your cousin owns the comedy club. Just do an open mic night. He was not interested.
No,
Not
you got to.
interested.
This is something that you have to want to do.
Yeah, you got to want it.
You really got to want it because it's so brutal if you don't.
Yeah.
You see some people like going through the motions, and it's like, don't do this to yourself.
Well, it's not a thing you can kind of half in, half out. And we've seen that a bunch of times.
Right. Yeah,
You
you
know?
have to be fully in.
Yeah.
I remember thinking, just like podcasts early on in my career, being like, hearing everyone be like, no backup plan, just go all in. And I remember like telling my parents who, trying to figure out like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you doing this? And then they were like, at least go to like grad school and get, and so you have something to fall back on. And I was like, I can't have a backup plan.
Well, one of the things we really wanted to do when we started the mothership, and you and I talked about this, we all talked about this, was have a real program, like a real solid open mic program. And the best way to do that is obviously have a lot of open mic time. So there's 2 nights a week.
Right.
Every Sunday and every Monday we have open mic where anybody can go on stage and try it.
Right.
And you're going to be able to see all the different levels. People have been doing open mics for 4 months, 6 months, folks who've been doing it a year, guys who are coming in that are pros that are going to drop in and do a set, and you're getting to see the door people do their sets.
And the door people here are what I love about the people here in Austin is that you don't run into the sort of people in LA you would run into that like they're just really doing this to become a writer or they're just really doing this to become an actor, right? So this is just something that you no. The door people here like want to be stand-up comedians.
Yeah, they're fans of the art form.
They're fans of the art form, and they are taking this opportunity, and they're the amount that they're improving that I can see is incredible. I'll look at some of the door guys and be like, I wasn't like that at 5 years in.
Yeah.
I wasn't doing that.
Well, we all feed off of each other, and we were talking about Shane moving into town the other night, and you guys were talking about his new half hour, and like you
Fantastic.
and Tony had the same reaction. You went back home and you started writing.
Immediately
Yeah.
started writing. I went to Wisconsin recently, and I took one of the door guys, CJ Landry, with me. And one of the reasons I took him with me is I did a random show with him in Dallas. Like this is last year at 12:30, just a horrible show at like midnight. And he buried me.
Really?
He buried me, and I was like, "Oh, if when I get the chance, you're gonna go on the road with me because I have to follow this." I wasn't expecting it. You know, I'm in there all cocky. I've been doing it so long, and then I was like, I got buried by a door guy." Oh, I gotta. You know, it's like the energy around the place. Like when Shane was there, the energy of just like everyone was just like, "This is awesome. We can get to watch the best. We can all become better."
Yeah.
Just. Last night, I was walking into the Little Boy, and there's a door guy in there named Fuzzy. And I was like, "Hey, Fuzzy, how you doing?" And he goes, "Oh, I have the best life of all time." And this is a door guy who's taking out trash.
Yeah.
He's taking out trash. He lived in his car a little while ago. And he's like, this is the place. It is. You can feel the energy there. It's
Yeah, you can feel it. And we're feeding off each other. Everyone's better.
Everyone's better.
Everyone's better. We're all better.
And there's no one's like competing for like, oh, there's only two sitcom, like the place where I can
Right.
get a sitcom.
Yeah.
Everyone. What's nice is that you look up and you see the top of this. You know, you see you, Shane, Tony, and you see that everyone is just doing what they want to do.
Yeah.
And there is no like you succeeding doesn't take away from someone else succeeding.
Right.
So it's this mindset that everyone has, just like, oh, she's winning.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I can win. Oh, he's doing that. Fuck yeah, that means that there's whatever there is for me. Like it's the positivity, and it's like and it is like, oh, and these people are coming. You gotta write. You gotta, because nobody's slowing down.
Nobody's slowing down.
Nobody is slowing
Nobody's
down.
slowing down, and everyone's inspired.
Everyone's inspired, and the stage time you get in the city is incredible.
Yeah.
Outside the mothership, you go to Red Bands Club, you go to Vulcan, you go to East Austin Comedy Club, you go to Creek in the Cave. There's this new room on 5th Street Underground called Black Rabbit. There is time in front of quality audiences here, even outside the mothership. So everyone is improving. That Rapolo's Pizza next door has a mic with people in it every Tuesday now. It's insane.
That's amazing.
What's happening in this city.
That's amazing.
Not to mention you have Cap City up in the Domain, and then like Spider House near the campus run shows all the time.
There's another one that I saw on the east side.
Yeah, I think that's East Austin. Oh, no, Roscoe's.
Yes.
Roscoe's, that's the new one. Yeah,
that's
yeah.
another one. I
That's
was
another
eating
one.
down there, and I saw Roscoe's Comedy Club. I was like, there's a comedy club down here? This is wild. It's wild.
And now we'll get these people that are like comedy tourists, like we used to get at the store, where it's like, I'm in it from Australia for 8 days. I'm at the mothership for 6 of those days. Wow. It's a spot. It's the energy. You could just feel it. You could just feel it.
It's pretty fucking cool.
It's pretty cool, and just the good keeps on coming. Shane's here when that Brian Simpson special drops.
Yes.
Like there's just so many things here. When I'll never forget Howie Mandel walking in the place and just having like, it felt like we gave him 20 years back almost. It's like he felt like a kid again. It was like watching a kid play. I was like, oh my God.
And when he found out the phones were in bags, he was like, oh my God. He was like, I can do comedy again. He's funny, man.
He was great.
He was very funny.
He was great. It was great. It's just great to see. It's great to see everyone come through here and be like, oh, I see what this is.
Yeah.
I get what this is.
Yeah. Yeah, we did it.
It's
it's so funny because
it's crazy.
It was when we were all talking about it. We were in the green room of the Vulcan, talking about how to build it, what we were going to do. It all seemed like, is this really going to happen?
Right.
You know, I could tell like some people were skeptical.
Well, I mean, you would hear all the time people being like, "They're not going to make the club. What are you doing out there?"
Yeah.
They're not going to make the club. And I always viewed it as a low risk, high reward move. Because so right before the pandemic hit is when I went full time. Pandemic hit, obviously not going out, so I moved back in with my parents. I'm living there because I'm not paying LA prices if I'm not going to do anything on stage. And then they live in the Bay Area. I was doing outdoor shows. Dylan hits me up, hey, you got to move. Derek, Jeffrey Berner also had moved here before me. They're like, you got to come. So I stayed in their place for a little bit, 2 weeks, and I was like, oh, I got to come. I got to come because at the worst, I come out here and get stage time in front of people.
Yeah.
At the worst.
When you first came here, was I even talking about opening a club yet?
Yes. So for me, what made it real that you were opening the club is that I heard Adam and Curtis were coming over, and I was like, oh, he's serious about opening the club. There's no because I heard the news, and I was like, oh, am I gonna have to move to Austin? And then you hired those two, and I was like, oh, this is happening. And then my friends were also be like, hey, you gotta come out here. There is time, and you can get good out here.
Well, it was a perfect storm. of L.A. closing down, the Comedy Store they're closed down, so everyone's out of work. So all those people didn't have jobs anymore. And so I said, I'll hire you now. And you don't have a job for like a year and a half, but you start getting paid immediately.
That's a good deal.
Well, I was like, listen, man, I'm going to make it as nice and easy as possible. I was like, come to Austin, enjoy the city for a year, and then we'll call for you. And then we'll do this. We'll really do this.
Yeah, and then it opened, and you could just feel it immediately.
I didn't think it was going to take as long as it took, but that was because we had another building, and the building owned by the cult, and that shit fell apart. But lucky it fell apart, man, because it's like where we got is the best spot in the world. That 6th Street is like no other place, man. It's just hopping with people. They close it down to car traffic, and there's just people walking on the streets, and the energy is crazy.
Right. It's pretty. The energy at 6th Street is nuts. It is wild.
But it helps the show, man. It's like there's so much wild shit going on outside that when there's live music playing everywhere. There's like a feeling in the air, and then you go to the club and it's rocking. It's like, oh shit, this is the spot.
Yeah, it just feels like a place that's it just connected with everything.
It's just different than any other place we've ever been to. But it's also the only place that I've ever worked at where a comic ran it. Like a comic built it, and they built it just for comedy. There's no business partners or fucking weird money people that want you to charge more for that or pay the comics less or make our own rules.
It's what you talk. It's what they talk about at the stores of like a comics playground. It's an artist playground. Like here, you can like take chances. You can really like be free artistically. What I like about sort of theory I have is because I started in San Diego, which is a pretty red city in a blue state, and now we're in a blue city in a red state. Like that's sort of the best mix for comedy.
Yeah,
you get all sorts of people. All across the spectrum, and that's like this is what America really is. There's people who believe this, people who believe this. They're all in one place. Can you make all of them laugh at once?
Yeah. It's also people that recognize there's a new scene here. So there's like this energy to that, and they want to come experience it.
Right.
Because there really haven't been, like Austin had a scene. It had a small scene. There was always some good comics that came out of Austin. Because like Hicks was here for a while, and there's like a history of good comedy out of Austin, but it didn't have like a community like we have now. There's nothing like it, where all these world-class comedians had moved to a city.
Right.
That never really happened before.
It just kind of became an A city. I mean, the only time it really happened, I feel like, is when Carson moved to L.A.
Well, I bet L.A. had comics already, though. No.
I mean, I'd imagine so, but then you hear like, I guess my view is the view of the Comedy Store's history, but all these people came from, all these high level comics came from New York, right? It's like
when
Letterman,
Carlson
Leno,
moved to LA?
yeah.
Really?
I think the Tonight Show being in LA was a big monumental shift in people being like, oh, let me come here.
Well, that was back in the time where a spot on the Tonight Show could make your career.
Right.
Like that's when I first saw Richard Jeni. I was like, wow, who's this guy? He did a spot on the Tonight Show, and you would get these like 5 to 7 minute spots, and guys would prep forever for that spot. They just wanted that one. They wanted. Like, there was some guys that only had like one killer 7 minutes, because their whole idea was just get on Letterman, get on the Tonight Show, get on something, and that was like your career move back then. This is pre HBO Comedy Hours. This is pre everything.
Yeah, I remember reading stories about like, oh, Freddie Prinze got called over to the couch on his first time. That never happens to anybody.
Well, also you got to remember, what were the numbers back then for the Tonight Show?
Oh, they must have been massive, right? There's only one of 4 shows you can watch at the time.
Right. What were what was the average Tonight Show ratings in 1978? See if you can find that.
Yeah,
I bet it's nuts.
It's got to be in the tens of millions, right?
Yeah,
I
want to think like 25 million. And again, this is at 11 p.m. at night too.
Right.
So people are kind of tired and they're laying in bed. And it's Johnny Carson. He was the king.
Right.
With his desk. They all did the same thing. The desk and the chair. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why do you have a desk? Are you doing work? Like, it's so weird you have a desk. But everybody had a desk.
Everyone had a desk, yeah.
I guess it was like Jack Parr who started it out. It was Steve Allen or Jack Parr, whoever was the first one. Because there was Tonight Show guys before Johnny Carson.
Right.
And whoever it was, they had a desk. Because like back then, if you were the boss, you sat behind the desk.
Would the Ed Sullivan Show fall in this sort of world? What was that?
Ed Sullivan.
Because that, in my mind, that
wasn't-
seems to be like the precursor of all this and sort of what set this up.
Yeah, Lenny Bruce did the Ed Sullivan show.
The Beatles, famously.
Yeah, who else? A lot of people did it. Yeah, was he the first? Was Ed Sullivan the first?
Was I mean, it feels like, from my understanding of it, it feels like he was like the first megastar.
Jackie Mason got banned from the Ed Sullivan show because Ed Sullivan said that Jackie gave him the finger.
Really?
Yeah, but Jackie swears he didn't give him the finger. He's just doing his hands, doing my hand gestures. And he did something, and Ed Sullivan said, that fucking guy gave me the finger. He's never coming back.
Damn.
See if you can find what that is. What happened with Jackie Mason on the Ed Sullivan show. What year was that?
It's got to be, what, like the 50s, 60s, or early 60s? We're talking about Mason.
Do we find out what the ratings were for 1978?
I was digging to 78. There's just most of the stuff talking about the ratings is about its last week and last show.
What is that?
Well, it's 50 million for the final show.
Oh my
That's
It averaged 19
crazy.
for the week.
Oh my! Yeah, so he averaged 19 million a week.
That's wild.
No, just for that week. That's
for that week.
It wasn't saying that was for the whole time, but
Can you find out what the ratings were? Just
I was
let's
digging, I
say
was digging.
September 1978 Tonight Show ratings.
Oh.
I'm looking.
Well,
but
yeah, I
don't
wonder
know
if
that
they even
were-
have those numbers.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know if
they
it was super
probably
public
don't
back
have
then.
What's really wild is like there's people that get away with not telling you the numbers.
Oh, Netflix?
Like Netflix gets away with. We were just discussing this last night because
Right.
a friend of mine was saying like, "What are you thinking about this actor strike?" And I said, really don't know enough about it to comment other than, look, if you're a person and you do something, like even if you're a comic and you do something on Netflix, like when I've done Netflix specials, they just say it's doing really well. And you go like, what does that mean? Like, how many people are watching it? We're really happy.
Yeah.
What does that mean? We're really happy. It's doing great.
What
are the numbers?
What do you think is the purpose of keeping it secret?
Well, it's a genius move because they don't have to tell you, so you can't really negotiate. Like if you do a special, and that special is 10 million people watch it. Who are, oh shit,
It gives
we
them
gotta
all the
pay
leverage.
Hassan more money next time. Because if he finds out that this many people are watching, you don't know until you go out on the road and then you sell more tickets and you're like, oh, people enjoyed it. I guess it worked.
Right.
But when you don't have any data from the company, they could just not give you the data. Like on their side, it's great for negotiation. Like they
Right.
don't have to tell you shit.
It's just they have all the leverage.
There was an article about this yesterday.
Okay. Sarandos defends not disclosing streaming numbers. Creators felt trapped by ratings box office. So how does he defend it? I like Ted Sarandos, by the way. He's a very nice guy.
The longer paragraph is here, but it's
Part of our promise with creators at the time we started creating original programming, our creators felt like they were pretty trapped in this kind of overnight ratings world. And they're trapped by ratings.
We're doing this for them.
Yeah, we're doing it for them.
We're doing it for them. They don't know.
Overnight ratings, an analyst interview that went live, weekend box office world defining their success and failures. Sarando said during a pre-recorded analyst interview, that's a little gaslighty. And as we know, a show might have enormous success down the road, and it wasn't captured in that opening box office. So part of this was the relationship with the talent, not just the business aspect of it.
Well,
and I do think that over time, people are much more interested in this. We're on a continuum of today of how much data do we publish. I think we've been leading the charge, starting everyone down the path of a top 10, publishing our top 10 list and our annual wrap-up list, and everything to give a lot of transparency to the viewing. And I just expect we'll be more and more transparent. Just say the numbers. This is a weird little dance you're doing to avoid. Just tell people what the numbers are.
Yeah,
YouTube was saying yesterday too that on top of this that they might be changing the way videos work for I think they said for the first 24 hours that all stats will be live. Like live viewer count, live thumbs up. I guess people really want to know that. Sounds opposite of what he was just saying.
Yeah, and it does
that's
seem
what
like
people want. They want to know what's successful and what's not.
it does seem interesting that he says that, like, oh, we have, a show might do better as time goes on, and the initial box office numbers might not reflect that. But it's like but then you're also canceling all these shows the time they get the second and third season.
Yeah, shut up.
Right? So it's like it just there's no it doesn't lend that credibility.
No, we're
what he's
doing
saying.
it for the creators.
Right.
Guys, we love you.
Right.
We love you. We're doing it for you. Yeah.
Yeah, this seems like a very abusive relationship. That sounds
So
like-
I would imagine that has something to do with, I think if you were an actor and you were a star of a Netflix movie and it was fucking huge, you would want to know what the numbers are.
right.
That's got to be part of their, I don't know, is that part of what they're asking for? I know it's streaming revenue.
I think that was one of the things asked. Yeah.
This is one of the things. There's like the AI characters too.
Yes.
That's a big part of this because SAG's still in strike, right?
I believe so, yes. So I think the AI thing was, there was one contract that I don't know if it was actually being, someone actually trying to get people to sign it, or if it was just being discussed, where they would pay the extra, like an extra would be on the set,
And they'd
and
scan their
then
face.
they own their digital image. They could use it forever. So they could put you in the background of the fucking Hulk movie. They could put you in the background of a. So you know, like conspiracy theorists believe they're crisis actors that
Right.
show up at every mass shooting and start talking about something, and it's bullshit. Like this is the most evil of conspiracy theories, right?
Right.
But this crisis actor thing. Imagine if you just start seeing like AI people in every fucking movie, every disaster movie. You see that same guy,
Yeah.
like that's that dude.
Yeah,
and
it's
that
like
dude
the-
probably got paid $200.
It's like the Wilhelm scream, but with like people's faces.
Right.
Yeah,
right,
that's what it'll be
right.
like. Oh, if it's a disaster scene, you know this guy's in it.
Well, maybe they'll be able to morph your image, give you a mustache, fake nose. Yeah, I'm sure they can. You can tweak your face. I mean, they could face swap you with different extras. They can do all kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What they can do? Did you see the Unreal 5 video game engine?
Yeah,
the car on fire.
Car on fire.
Jamie, see if you could play that. Someone said, I forget the tweet, but it was something along the lines of, you're not going to be able to ever know what's real again.
No, and if it feels this way looking at the news with what's going on over in Israel and Palestine, it's like, what am I seeing? How much of this is real? How much, like the propaganda on top of that, the like
shitty reporting.
It's like it's so interesting that we have phones and we have the access to information constantly, and now we just know if none of that information is true.
Well, we just know quickly what actually happened if you're online and paying attention. And the mainstream news is so far behind that.
Right.
Coleman Hughes was on yesterday. He was saying that the original narrative was that Israel bombed a hospital in Gaza.
Right.
What actually happened was another Islamic terrorist group launched a missile. It failed and it landed in the parking lot of the hospital. So this is fake. This is the Unreal 5 engine. You see a car on fire, and then they have a little video thing pop through it.
Just the car is fake. The rest of the video should be real.
So they inserted a car into a real scene. Is that what they did?
Yes.
No one really knows though, honestly, because Unreal Engine looks so fucking good. There's
Right.
been a new video of the 5.3, and it looks.
But I could imagine that's all the video engine. Why would you think
it
that?
could be? But like right there, that person walking in the background,
Yeah, but you could do that.
you could.
Well, that would be easy because they're not even in focus. That would be so easy in comparison to this car that's in focus.
It's just I've watched a lot of it. I just don't. I think that all they did was add that.
Okay.
Just saying.
Well, you might be right, but either way, look how good that car on fire
Yeah,
looks.
I mean it looks
That's fucking incredible.
very real.
And look how the flames vary. Like the flames vary like an actual flame would. It's not like sometimes you'll watch like digital flames. They do the same pattern
Right.
over and over and over again. But this just looks like real fucking fire.
There's a level of randomness. It's reacting to the thing in it.
Yeah. It's nuts, man. Yeah, the thing is making the smoke move. Motherfucker, dude. They're so good now. You're not gonna have any idea.
No, you can't tell. You can't tell what's real at all anymore.
And I think it was in 2015 they passed a law that allowed the CIA to use propaganda on citizens for the greater good of the nation. Yeah, no, there was something like that.
I mean, that's always been a thing, though. It's funny that they needed
Right.
to pass a law.
Well, now they can't get arrested for it, or no one can get in trouble for it.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, but no one was really getting in trouble for it.
No one was really getting in trouble.
Yeah, it's like
I mean, they killed the president allegedly.
right. It's more like them dotting their I's and crossing their T's.
Yeah.
Like, let's just make sure that
What
no
is
one.
that law, Jamie?
I was just looking it up. I just stumbled across an article from the New York Times, 1977. Worldwide propaganda network built by the CIA.
Oh, yeah, I can't imagine.
1977.
I can't find the article really, but it's
It's
showing
so hard to know what's real and what's not real.
I think that's like what we talked about with the shift in COVID, what it really caused. It's like now I'm just suspicious of everything. Everything I read, I'm like, what's that?
Yeah.
What angle is it coming from? Who's funding this?
Exactly, and it didn't used to be that
So
way.
this is
man.
what comes up about what we were just talking about, though.
Obama did not sign a law allowing propaganda in the U.S. Okay, so here's the claim. Former President Barack Obama signed a law in 2012 allowing government propaganda in the U.S. and making it perfectly legal for the media to purposely lie to the American people. AP's assessment, false. In 2013, Obama signed legislation that changed the U.S. Information and Education Exchange Act of 1948, also known as the Smith-Mundt Act. The amendment made it possible for some materials created by the U.S. Agency for Global Media, the nation's foreign broadcasting agency, to be disseminated in the U.S. The facts: a post circulating on Facebook with a photo of Obama falsely states that he repealed a ban on government propaganda in the U.S. when he signed the National Defense Authorization Act in 2013. The amendment did not repeal the Smith-Mundt Act, but rather lifted some restrictions on the domestic dissemination of government-funded media. Okay. Government-funded media, though, you're getting close to propaganda, right? Okay, so here, the change essentially eased restrictions for Americans who wanted to access government-funded media.
We're doing it for you.
Did Ted Sarandos write this?
We're making it easier for you to access it.
The change essentially eased restrictions for Americans who wanted to access government-funded media content. Because, most Americans really want to access government-funded media content.
I can't think of anything better. Would I rather watch Game of Thrones or government-funded media content? I think I'd go.
Allowing media produced by the U.S. agency for global media such as the Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty to be made available to Americans upon request. It was not possible before the law was changed. Even upon request, if I wanted to get it through the Freedom of Information Act, for instance, they couldn't do it. The amendment changed that, says Gabe Rotman, director of the Reporters Committee's Technology and Press Freedom Project. Boy, whenever someone puts freedom in their project, I'm like,
I don't trust anything of that.
Yeah. Bullshit, son. Is it Patriot Freedom? The Patriot Act.
I just think it's so funny that government-funded media was behind some sort of wall to begin with. That's kind of interesting.
Well, it says there was essentially a de facto ban on the government dissemination of materials originating from the State Department. Yeah, because we didn't trust you. We didn't trust you to just fucking make these claims. Mm-hmm. Journalists are supposed to make these claims.
Right.
You're not supposed to release the news if you're the government. No, the journalists are supposed to go in there and find out what's actually going on.
Right. And then I guess later we find out that they're really influencing these news companies anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like, what? It's so funny.
Oh boy. Yeah.
I
don't know. It sounds like a sneaky way to get propaganda to people. But I thought there was something else where it was proposing that they were allowed to use propaganda if it was for the greater good. I thought that was a part of the the National Defense Authorization Act, which the one that allowed for indefinite detention. There was one that had some real sweeping oversteps where people are like, yo, indefinite detention.
Is that the same sort of stuff they used to get the guy who made the memes?
This is
in trouble?
An article from 2013, but it explains everything we just read.
This reminds me of for whatever reason reminds me of I went to watch Fast 7 in the theaters.
Fast and the Furious.
Fast and the Furious 7. It was only me in the theater. Well, it was me. It was me and this one lady, and at one point the lady goes, walks out and leaves. That's your fault. You came to Fast 7.
Yeah.
But in it, I think it's Fast 7. There is this hacker that creates this thing that can see into every phone and see into every traffic light. They can get in, and the whole Fast and Furious crew's job is to get this hacker and get her program and give it to the U.S. military, because the U.S. military are the good guys and they need to have this. You don't want to end this up in the bad guys' hands. And it's I just remember thinking wow, this is blatant, weird propaganda in Fast 7.
Yeah.
I came to see cars jump out of, skyscrapers, not this. This is interesting.
Well, it's also they feel like those kind of movies sell to the kind of people who like those kind of movies.
Right.
Those kind of concepts sell. If you like Fast and the Furious 7, you might have a MAGA hat. You might have a Confederate flag in your fucking den.
I enjoy them because it's the closest thing to, as an adult, that same feeling I get when I was a little kid and playing with cars and like having them go on the TV and then they're on the couch and another. It's the exact same feeling.
Yeah.
That's why I love them.
Remember when they took a car into space?
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, you mean
Ludacris was driving a car in space with a steering wheel, an accelerator, everything.
If I wanted to show someone the peak of America, it's Ludacris driving a car in outer space. It's like, hey, look how great we are.
Let's watch that video.
Look how great we are. It's
This
Ludacris.
is our gift to the world. This is America at its base level.
At its finest. Base level, at its finest. Look what we've done.
This is how ridiculous we could be. And by the way, that movie probably sold 100 billion people.
Oh, yeah.
How many people watched that movie?
I mean, they had to make 2 more after that.
What we supposed to be doing? Put these old ass suits.
Oh, he looks like a minion.
Yeah, they're wearing scuba suits while they're going into space in a car. They're in a car.
They both account for pressure differential. Only thing is we may blow up like balloons just a little bit. That's the only difference. What?
Oh,
There's
man.
science in this.
I love
obviously.
Ludacris explaining science.
This movie's so good.
We ready to go scuba diving in this old ass thing. Don't listen to him. We ready.
Are they strapped to the rocket?
I said I thought you was invincible. Let's see how invincible your black ass is after this.
So it falls off, and now they're in a flying car.
Looks like a
that is
DeLorean.
a rocket ship. Look at this thing. Look at this fucking. This car's going into space, son. They're going into space.
How can you have to watch this and be like, America's the best? How do you
Look
not
at
see
this? They're going into space in a car. Wearing scuba suits.
Oh man.
Oh my God.
Janky scuba suits too. There's no way it holds the pressurization as Ludacris said earlier.
Oh my God.
I can't wait to watch and see why they had to go to space.
I don't remember why they. I don't think I don't remember why they had to go to space.
Flat. That's weird.
Oh my God, the Earth is flat. That would be Fast and Furious' greatest movie ever.
That would be unreal. I don't think they had the balls to do that.
If they did it and said the world was flat, do you know how many people would fucking cheer?
Oh yeah.
There are. The
I would
Flat
cheer.
Earth movement. This is what happened with the Flat Earth movement. It took off, and then everybody went, "Oh, get the fuck out of here." What was I thinking? And now it seems to be back. It seems to be back and bigger than ever. There's more Flat Earth propaganda.
I don't understand what the point is.
Well, the point is, here's the point. The point is the government lies about everything, including space.
Right.
And that we are really God's creation. There's an ice wall around the outside of the world. You're not allowed to pass it. If you try to go there, the military will stop you. The military, even though there's fucking thousands and thousands of members that have probably seen this, they've hidden this information from the general public for the greater good of mankind or for evil reasons.
Right.
Because they don't want you to know about God.
Right.
And then the stars are just bullshit, and there's a firmament, there's like a cover over the earth, and that's why we can't go into space.
Oh, that's wild.
It's wild.
I always just thought, like, even if the Earth was flat, like, what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna still like go to Chipotle and like live my life. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. I never understood the point of getting that hyped into it. To me, it feels like sometimes a lot of conspiracy theories is adults who realize too late that the government's always lying to them. That's what it sometimes feels like, where it's like, oh, you just kind of found out too late, so you're like, oh, they must go on the extreme of everything.
Well, people love conspiracy theories because some of them are real, you know, and when you find out one's real, you're like, holy shit, they really did that? Oh my God. And then you start getting suspicious about everything, you know, and you can go down rabbit holes.
Right.
And you can find the thing about like a video on YouTube, for instance, is you can find someone who's like a really good narrator, who's using good words and good sentences, and they're speaking well, and they sound intelligent, and they're saying things that's just absolutely not true.
Right.
And it's not...
Sound British.
No one's stepping in to prove it, that it's not true. But if they were having that same conversation, and they were talking to, like, Brian Keating, and he starts explaining to them how we know the Earth is round, how every planet we've ever observed is round, why they are round. There's a thing called Bode's Law, where you could kind of you could accurately predict based on the mass and the size of a planet where the next planet's going to be. They're all round.
Yeah.
The idea that we're not,
Well,
we
we're
found.
special.
How many planets have they found now? They started finding them as the equipment got better. But I think it was a long time before they found the first exoplanet, the first planet that was circling around a distant star. Now I think they've detected hundreds and hundreds of them. I don't even know how many they've detected. But like they're all round.
Right.
All of them are round. The idea that we're the only ones that isn't round.
We're special.
Yeah. Oh, it's not a perfect spear. They'll tell you that. It's not a perfect spear. Okay, get at it. Go around it with a ruler. Do whatever the fuck you got to do. Yeah, it's not perfect. It's like it bulges out at the side slightly, but you can't tell by looking at it, stupid.
Right. It's still pretty much a circle.
It's a fucking globe.
Right.
But why would you want to think it's flat? I don't understand why that helps you to think it's flat. It's a waste of time. The mystery is in the entire thing itself. The mystery is that we are literally on an organic spaceship floating in what might be God. The universe might be God. We might be floating in God. Above us is just immense energy, nuclear explosions, many times bigger than our sun, surrounded by planets and fucking black holes and dark matter. It is wild up there. And you're concentrating on the shape of Earth.
Right.
It's such a waste of time. And this idea that there's some great conspiracy to protect people from it or to keep that information, because if we knew that God was real, we would... No. Right. I know it's fun. I know it's fun to believe that, but this motherfucker is round. It doesn't mean there's no God. It doesn't mean God didn't create it. No, because really no one knows. No one knows if the devil's real. It's all speculation, right?
Yeah, we're all just doing our best guess. Well, it definitely feels like there's definitely feels like there's something more. Whatever this is, whatever like the energy that we share with each other, there's definitely some sort of spirituality in this world that you have to sort of let in.
I think there's something to the energy that you, and I've had this in the isolation tank. I've had it in psychedelic experiences. There's moments where you reach a state where you understand that your experiences with people, all the things you do in life, is energy. And there's good energy and there's negative energy. And the more negative energy you put out, that ripples. It creates more negative energy, creates more problems. More like people that want to start arguments and fights with people that want to, like God damn, man. Like, I know you're probably frustrated in your life and you think that's part of your personality to be blunt, but every time someone does that, it ripples out. That person feels negative about people, and then they're always taking it in their mind, oh, sometimes people can be douchebags. And then it's just going to create more issues in your life, in the lives of the people that you run into. But if you can find a way to recognize that and shift it, then you could do the opposite. And the more positive you put out, and the more positive conversations, the positive interactions you have with people, then they have more positive ones. And then everybody from that, it ripples out in a good way.
Right. It's very much you get out what you put in.
There's some weird thing where we are all connected. And it's not just by your experiences. It's not just, there's energy that we're giving each other. There's something in some way that's hereto unseen. We're experiencing each other in an unmeasurable way.
Right.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
What's up? Good to see you, man. What's cracking?
I'm good. I can't complain.
We were just talking about you live in New York City,
yes,
and whether or not the migrant crisis is a real thing.
It's a real thing. It's a real thing. You notice it in Port Authority, and I think when Eric Adams gets in front of the country and says, "I can't handle this," I think he's telling the truth. Right? And some people have accused him of racism, bizarrely, but I don't think it comes from that. I looked into this, and the part people don't know about this story is really the full unfolding of it goes back to the 1930s. New York State made a constitutional amendment to the state constitution, which required the state to provide housing for the homeless, essentially. And it was sort of vaguely worded. So in the 80s and 90s, the courts in New York began interpreting that more and more strictly. almost no other state, I'm not sure if any other state actually has something in its state constitution requiring that kind of a thing. So basically what happened is the judges ended up interpreting this more strictly. Obviously, the original purpose of this is for New Yorkers that are homeless to be housed. But they ended up interpreting it so strictly that when the Republican governors in Texas and Florida began sending a few thousand migrants up to New York City as kind of an FU to the liberal cities that have declared themselves sanctuary cities without actually having to deal with the kind of border crisis that Texas does. The first few thousand found that legally New York had to house them. And then word got down to Mexico that if you make it to New York City, you will not be turned away. Legally, you don't even have to be a citizen for the state amendment to apply to you. So what began as a few, let's say the first 10 or 15,000 were sent by the Republican governors as a kind of political tactic, has now become tens and tens and tens and tens of thousands coming of their own volition to New York City. And it's the only state in the country where Mayor Adams has no legal recourse to send people elsewhere. He actually cannot do it. He's tried to do executive orders, but he legally can't because it's in the state constitution. It's above his power. And now it's its own. It's taken on a life of its own, way over and above what the Republican governors started. So this is why he's going to the national media and literally saying, I can't do anything about this. I'm trying to do something about this, but I can't. And we're putting people up in Airbnbs for $100 a night, and the city will be bankrupt in X number of years if we don't find a solution to this.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I was looking at a video of the Roosevelt Hotel, which is no longer a hotel. They've essentially said this is now a center for housing migrants.
Right.
And they've said the restaurant is no longer a restaurant. And sorry, that's just how it is now.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do if you own the Roosevelt Hotel and you just wanted it to be a hotel, and now the state just says nope?
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't blame any of these people. If I was born in Mexico,
100%,
we'd all be doing the same thing. It's
100%.
It's a smart thing to do from their perspective, but that doesn't mean from our perspective that we should just put out the bat signal to the whole world and say, you can come to New York City and we have no legal recourse to move you anywhere else.
But it's not just New York City. It's other parts of the world. It's strange that recently it's become this crisis where migrants are coming en masse to these places and just flooding them. Like, is this orchestrated? Is this just a fact that they found out that they can do it and it's better than where they are? And if they go there, these places that are, essentially, they're charitably minded and they would like to house people that are down on their luck, but now people are sort of taking advantage of that loophole and just swarming.
I think that's what it is. I think the whole Western world has become much more open to immigration recently. Obviously, America was open to immigration in the 19th century, but we were the outlier. All the other countries of the world, the default was closed borders, essentially. So I think the whole world has, out of empathy for the poor and struggling, has wanted to have more permissive immigration, but that sends an incentive to people of the world that they can now come, they can, abuse asylum laws. And again, I don't even blame people for doing this because it's exactly what I would do if I were born in Guatemala or Syria. I would say, hey, I'm a refugee. This is my story, and I would probably lie about it in order to get a better life than the one life that I had. But this is just a true side effect of those compassionate laws: is that people abuse them. You get, immigration pools that are vastly proportionally male, which is how you know that they're not refugees, because where are the women?
Right.
It's a side effect of the intended compassionate immigration policy. This is how this works. This Thomas Sowell's great quote: "There are no solutions, there are only trade-offs." This policy has a trade-off. It's more compassionate, but it also leads to, in the case of New York, what could be a serious fiscal crisis.
Someone told me this. I was looking to check into this, but I figured I'd wait until the podcast. Someone was telling me that the Biden administration is talking about sending people back to Venezuela,
I hadn't heard
deporting
about this.
Venezuelans. See if you can find anything about this.
Why Venezuela specifically?
Because Venezuela is dealing with a communist socialist government, and they wouldn't vote for that in America. Now, one of the things that's weird about this crisis is it comes at the same time as people trying to say that you should have no voter ID. And they've openly spoken about it in New York that people who are illegal immigrants should be allowed to vote.
Yeah,
which is really, look,
they've
cannot
been
talk shit.
pushing for that for years.
I cannot talk shit because I am the product of immigration. My parents,
Yeah, as am I.
My grandparents came over here in the 1920s, and that is just, okay. Like, that's why I'm here.
Where'd they come from?
They came from Italy and Ireland, and that's just why I'm here. So they came over when they knew that they could have a better life in America, and these people are doing the same thing, and I understand it, but. It's just wild that there's no requirements. It's like there's no background checks. There's no checks to see if you're on a terrorist watch list. You're just like letting people through. Biden administration will begin deporting Venezuelan migrants directly to Venezuela. I mean, that is just so.
So the idea is Venezuelans are going to vote right wing like Cubans.
Yes, like
because
Cubans.
They hate socialism.
Exactly, because it's ruined their country.
I'm curious, what is his stated rationale though?
This is okay. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas confirmed that the administration has successfully negotiated a deal with Venezuela to execute the policy, but did not say whether Venezuela was getting anything from the U.S. in return. We are a nation of immigrants, and we are a nation of laws, Mayorkas said at the same Thursday press conference. Officials said that some migrants have already been identified for deportation. Starting today, the United States will begin direct repatriations of Venezuelan nationals back to their home country. And in fact, we have already identified individuals in our custody today who will be removed promptly in the coming days, a senior official said. Venezuelans make up a large share of border crossings, and for years, the U.S. has generally been unable to deport them because of frosty diplomatic relations with Venezuela. Mexico has agreed to take some, but it remains a difficult issue for the administration and for cities receiving migrants. That is so transparent.
Interesting.
The fact that they're saying Venezuelans and that they're communicating with the Venezuelan government to deport these people, that's so gross. It's so gross.
Yeah, it's very strange, very weirdly selective.
It's just transparent. It's very obvious as to why they've been so loose about this border crisis thing in the first place.
And I assume you saw that Biden suspended 25 federal laws to start rebuilding the border wall. Did you see that?
So
This is
they're
like 2 weeks ago.
rebuilding the border wall
Yeah.
now, yes.
Yeah,
So he's
yeah,
essentially doing the same thing that Trump did.
Yeah.
They all do it. But,
Yeah.
I mean, Obama talked about it in like 2013. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they've all talked about
Yeah.
it. It's just
Speaking of the voter ID thing, though, this is one thing that really made me crazy during COVID. For years, people on the left have been saying that voter ID laws are racist. I don't know if you've paid attention to this
Yes.
at all, but the argument is that black people, and especially poor black people, struggle to get IDs. It's never made much sense because you need an ID to buy a six-pack, you need an ID to open a bank account, you need an ID. It's just that all these, normal things that people of all classes and races have to do. And then when in New York City during COVID, they implemented the policy that to get into any restaurant, any gym, anywhere in the city, you needed Vax card plus ID. So me paying attention to the discourse for the past few years, I thought to myself, where is everyone on the left that said black people don't have IDs? Shouldn't they be calling this policy racist and saying that we are excluding all of the restaurants and gyms and so forth to black people because you need Vax card plus ID and black people can't get IDs? I'm doing the math here. I didn't hear a single peep from anyone of the usual suspects. And I said, this is how you know it's a fake belief. They never really believed that black people can't get IDs.
No, it's not just a fake belief. It's if you wanted to say something's racist, you could make a much better argument that vaccine mandates are racist, because the majority, at least in the beginning of the COVID vaccine rollout, the majority of the people that were refusing it were African Americans and Latinos. They were like, we don't buy this. Especially when you deal with the Tuskegee crisis, when you hear about the times in the past where medical interventions have specifically targeted, or there's been like evil shit that they've done specifically to Black Americans, and they're suspicious.
Yeah,
rightly so.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. I was always curious. Was it? I think in the Black community in general, people are just more suspicious of the government in general.
Yes.
Just in every possible way, from dealing with the police to dealing with just
court systems
in any domain. And they did make the argument that COVID itself was systemically racist because it was, at least in the beginning, it was disproportionately killing Black people. I thought this is a very simplistic way of thinking.
Yeah.
I don't equate disparities with racism. But I noticed the Washington Post ran a story a few years later that maybe by 2022, COVID was disproportionately killing white people, right? Because the situations change and it's just very complicated, right? Very few things fall equally along every population in life. And I asked the question, okay, did systemic racism change its direction? Is COVID now anti-white? Well, no, the truth is that every disease has a different racial profile in terms of who it affects. Hispanics, for whatever reason, no one understands it. Hispanics have the lowest maternal mortality rates, lower than white people. Nobody gets it. It could be any number of things. There are many cancers that preferentially, some kill Black people more often, some kill white people more often. If you look at the CDC charts, you'll just find every disease has its own profile. And rather than say, okay, this disease is racist because it has a disproportion, we should all back off the R word a little bit and realize that, these things are very complicated, multifactorial, and to reduce it all to racism is just very, we've gotten into this thing where we have a hammer and everything looks like a nail, and the media knows that racism stories get clicks, so everything becomes about that.
Yeah, it becomes a failure of mainstream media, and that therein, what you're talking about the need for clicks. That's a huge part of this failure. Is that they rely on people paying attention. So to pay attention to a story, or in order to be incentivized, it has to be something that outrages you or infuriates or scares you. And so those are the things that they lead with, and it's good and it's bad. The good part is it's given rise in a major way to independent journalism. So many people have lost faith in what they deem to be corrupt, very biased, and obviously corporate influenced mainstream media, because they'll hide certain narratives. They'll, if it's Fox News, they will never criticize the right. Everything is about the left. If it's CNN, everything is about the right being fools and the left being like the ones that are on the right side of history. It's just shitty journalism. And
comedian Ryan Long, right?
Yes.
You've probably seen his skit where he takes footage of the BLM protests and the police brutality videos, and he says, I give half of them to CNN and half of them to Fox.
No, what do you mean?
He has this hilarious skit where he's like, to cameramen, essentially, to media organizations, like, what do you do with that other half of the footage, right? You shouldn't just waste it. You should give it to the other side, right? So give the videos of police officers beating up protesters. You give that to CNN, and you give the videos of rioters burning down mom and pop shops to give that to Fox, right? And it's almost like an infomercial for how he doesn't waste any bit of the animal when he cooks the food, right? It's very funny.
It's a failure. I mean, actual journalism should be unbiased, objective people discussing what is actually going on, and that is definitely not the case. And that's part of what we're running into. And, when it comes to the COVID deaths, I mean, so many factors were never discussed. And one of the big ones that seems to affect the African American community more than other people is vitamin D deficiencies. The reason why there's so much melanin in African American skin is because people in Africa deal with very hot climates and direct contact to sunlight, and so they have protection from that. The reason why people became white is because they moved to areas that are covered with clouds, like England. And it's not a fucking coincidence that people there are pale as paper. It's because they're basically a solar panel for vitamin D. Their body's trying to produce more vitamin D, and the way to do that is to produce less melanin. And my friend who was a doctor in New York City said that when he was a doctor and he would find sick people that would come to the hospital and he would test them for levels of vitamin D, he would find oftentimes undetectable levels of vitamin D in some African Americans who weren't supplementing and weren't getting sun exposure. And he's like, it is catastrophic for your health. It's catastrophic for your immune system. And none of this was ever discussed, of course, because there was a binary solution. Like it was this experimental mRNA vaccine or nothing. And any other solution was conspiracy theory, foolishness, anything else to improve your health. Even on top of that vaccine, even saying, yes, you should get vaccinated, but also you should lose weight. Also, you should take vitamins and you should exercise and you should eat better and don't drink, don't smoke. Do these things that are going to improve your overall metabolic health. There was zero of that because it wasn't journalism. It was all promoted by people who are advertising on these mainstream media platforms. And that was what it is. And that's what we're dealing with. And again, it's good and it is bad. The good thing is it's led people, I think, to have the lowest level of trust ever in mainstream media in our lifetimes. I mean, there was a recent CNN ratings poll. They got like 43,000 people watching CNN, which is insane. I mean, that's like an average comedian with 100,000 followers reel.
Yeah.
You know, that's nuts. It's nuts that this massive, major, worldwide, international news organization is getting 43,000 people watching their show. But it's because people have completely lost faith in whether or not these people are telling the truth.
So I watched your RFK Jr. episode, and I watched the whole thing very carefully. I read his books and checked the footnotes, and all of the people that are my friends that are very smart people really disagreed with the fact that I liked him. So I had to do a lot of soul searching about what it is that resonated with me, but not with all of my, intellectual and journalist colleagues that I tend to agree with about 90% of stuff. I really had to do some soul searching. And, what I came out feeling was that it wasn't that I agreed with RFK about every claim that he made. In fact, there are certain claims that he made that I double-checked that were flat out wrong. It's that I felt the version of RFK portrayed in the mainstream media was a totally different person from the real RFK.
Right.
And that there was a framing put around him that was so obviously uncharitable and bad faith. So, for example, if I told you, if I'm one of those people that was obsessed with getting fluoride out of the water, right, and that was my cause in life, as a journalist, what would you label me?
Well,
Coleman Hughes, the
conspiracy theorist,
or even more neutrally,
fluoride denier,
anti-fluoride activist or something, right? Now, would you call me an anti-water activist? Well, of course not. That wouldn't make any sense, right? If I was someone that wanted to take, like my mother's whole thing was she wanted to take high fructose corn syrup out of food. This was a big issue for her. Would you call her an anti-high fructose corn syrup addict as a journalist or an anti-food activist? Well, no. So RFK Jr., and I don't think he's right about this, but just as a matter of journalistic accuracy, his whole project with vaccines has been to take stuff out of the vaccines that he thinks is toxic, right? His most anti-vax, quote-unquote, book is Thimerosal, Let the Science Speak. He's trying to take the thimerosal out of vaccines. Now, if I were describing this guy, even if I disagreed with every word he said as a journalist, I would call him an anti-thimerosal activist, not an anti-vaccine activist.
Right.
Because why would you advocate taking A out of B if you thought B was also poison? What's the point of taking poison out of poison?
Right.
So the framing of him in the mainstream media as an anti-vaccine activist, to me, seemed already like not at all the framing an objective journalist would put on the issue, even if he's wrong about the facts. And that, that clear bias in the treatment of him, rather than treating him like a normal politician and, putting your perspective on it, putting this framing on him as a crazy guy, as a crackpot.
Mm-hmm.
That seemed to me I think that is really what rubbed me the wrong way about how so many people were treating him.
Well, also, they don't understand his work before he became this vaccine skeptic, or this person who discussed the apparent connection between some adverse events and some adverse effects and some vaccines. Mm-hmm. He started off as an environmental lawyer, and his work helped clean up the Hudson River. And you could research it. It's like, he did amazing work, and he held corporations responsible that were polluting. And because of his work, the Hudson River made a remarkable comeback. And then these women came to him and they said, you are researching all these toxins and pollutants that get released in the water. I want you to do this with vaccines. Mm-hmm. And they started talking to him. And this woman came to his door and she said, I'm not leaving until you look at this. And she gave him a stack of files and documents, and he started looking at it. Started looking at the difference between ethyl mercury and mercury, or methyl mercury and ethyl mercury. What's the difference, and which ones are toxic, and why are they in the vaccines in the first place, and like why are the manufacturers that make vaccines not liable at all for adverse effects? And so he starts doing a deep dive in this, and he finds out that it's all forbidden, right? This is all forbidden subject. If you talk about it, you'll be labeled a vaccine denier or an anti-vaccine person, which is like the worst anti-science pejorative that someone can label on someone who wants to be taken seriously. And he realizes that he has to go down this road. And I can't believe I have to go down this road, but I have to go down this road. And he starts researching it. Then he starts talking about it openly and, frankly, courageously. Mm-hmm. And there is some very bizarre, correlation, not necessary causality, right? Because it's not really being openly studied in terms of it's not being discussed in mainstream media. It's not something that's being discussed openly in universities and taught in schools and medical school. But there seems to be a rise in adverse effects and all sorts of issues that people are having once they started adding more vaccines to the rollout, which also happened right after they made these vaccines and the companies that manufacture them no longer liable for any adverse effects. Mm-hmm. And it's sketchy stuff because you can't talk about it. And whenever there's something that you can't talk about, it gets real weird because you can't just look at it and say, okay, what is actually going on objectively? Let's not signal to everyone that I'm on the side of science and I'm the side of reason and I'm on the side of, what's best for the whole world. Let's just look at what is actually happening. And no one wants to do that because if you even just start dipping your toes in those waters, people are like, wait, what are you saying? Are you a vaccine skeptic? Are you a vaccine denier? Are you anti-vax?
Right.
Which is not something that he's like, I've been vaccinated. My whole family's been vaccinated. This is not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is there are proven effects that mercury and aluminum have on human beings, particularly in their developmental stage, that seem to be detrimental. Mm-hmm. So why aren't we looking at this?
Mm-hmm. I think what happens when the real experts abandon a line of inquiry because it becomes taboo.
Yes.
Because everyone's blood pressure rises when the topic comes up, and we have that caveman instinct that we may get socially ostracized for something, right?
That's a big one.
Totally. When that happens, the experts abandon a line of inquiry. the non-experts are going to come in and do the job. And they're going to do it non-expertly by definition.
Right.
So that's what I feel has happened around the conversation with vaccines. It's that the experts have been so dismissive of any skepticism, right?
Yes.
Which generally skepticism is a good thing. You're taught to be a skeptic, right? But the word is pejorative in this case. And rather than really compassionately going into the evidence and saying, I'm going to go all the way down the rabbit hole with you. And as an expert, I'm not going to talk down to you, but I'm going to explain to you what I may know that you don't. And I'm going to go into it with an open mind, knowing that some vaccines have turned out to be unnecessary in the past. Some vaccines have caused damage in the past. Rather than make the whole area taboo and just making everyone feel like a non-person who's there, the best experts should shine a light on it. Really, they should shine a light on it. And then people wouldn't be necessarily running to a lawyer, an environmental lawyer, for their narratives about this issue. And I think that that's what happens when the expert class abandons a particular line of inquiry.
Unquestionably. Yeah, that's a very good point. And then there's also the revolving door between the FDA and pharmaceutical companies,
which no one denies that.
No one denies. You cannot.
No.
There's clear incentives that are in place just based on the past, just based on the fact that people have been able to parlay these jobs, go from being a part of the FDA to being a part of Pfizer and being a part of all these other pharmaceutical drug companies.
So I don't know if he mentioned this specifically on your podcast.
Hey, Canada. So 2024 is going to be your year, huh? The year you finally start exercising, stop eating junk food, stop looking at porn. Well, you might be able to fool your friends, but you definitely can't fool your internet provider. They can see all your naughty late-night searches. In fact, they've got a naughty list on all of us about a mile long, except for me, of course, because I use ExpressVPN. Most people don't realize this, but private mode doesn't keep your activity private. Your internet provider can see all the websites that you've ever clicked on. And you know who else can see everything? Whoever owns the Wi-Fi that you are using, like your boss, your school, or even your parents. But because I use ExpressVPN, all my traffic gets rerouted through an encrypted server, so all my browsing activity stays between me and my God. ExpressVPN's app works on all of my devices, so whether I'm on my phone, my tablet, laptop, whatever, I'm always protected. And best of all, ExpressVPN is super easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button to turn it on, and you are protected. So give yourself the gift of privacy with my personal favorite VPN. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan and get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1.
Podcast, but I looked into this because of his book and talked about it on some other podcasts. He, around 2000, the RotaShield, the rotavirus vaccine, 7 of the 13 people responsible for approving that vaccine at the CDC and the FDA, 7 of 13, so a majority, had direct financial ties to companies that were producing that exact kind of vaccine right at the time.
Yeah.
So you have to think to yourself, common sense. That's insane. That can't be how the system should work.
Without doubt.
Congress looked into it and they reported on this. They said this is a disaster. They had to recall the vaccine, by the way, because it was causing intussusception in infants. And we've sort of been assured that they've cleaned up their act since then. And that seems to be the narrative, that they've cleaned up their act. And I'm sure there was some panic and there was changing of policies, right? But as a journalist, our job is not to trust the government. Our job is to verify. And the status quo, I looked into it recently, is that the CDC and the FDA, they're still allowed to appoint members of those panels who have conflicts of interest, so long as they're below a certain bar of conflict of interest. Now, who determines where the bar is? They determine where the bar is. And they're not required by law at all to report their deliberations publicly. So as an objective outsider, I would like to believe that CDC and the FDA, I don't think they're evil people. I don't think they're lizard people. I think they're whatever. I would like to believe that they're making good decisions. But as a journalist, you have to be able to verify it, or else why should I trust?
Yes.
So if they're self-policing and not required to report, I think people should be. This is my problem. When Rand Paul is aggressively pressing Fauci about conflicts of interest in Congress, journalists should be like, "This guy's doing our job. We're supposed to be doing this." Instead, they label him as some kind of bad person. Journalists are supposed to aggressively police the government, and when you don't do that, you end up getting getting people doing the job for you, and they may not do it perfectly, and they may overstep. But shouldn't the response be, how come mainstream journalism isn't pressing Fauci like that? We should have done it, and we should have done it 10 times harder and more precisely than Rand Paul did it. Right? That should be the response, not
right.
Rand Paul's a conspiracy theorist.
Well, the problem is money. The problem is when you look at the incredible amount of money that the pharmaceutical drug companies spend on advertising, they essentially have control of the narrative. Whether people are directly told not to discuss these things, it is most certainly on the table that they know that there'll be repercussions. And so they don't report on them. Look, if you look at the Purdue Pharma crisis, have you seen the Netflix documentary Painkiller?
I saw
not documentary. It's like a docudrama series.
I saw the Hulu version.
I didn't see that one. That's Dope Sick, right? I heard that one's excellent too.
It was great.
But when they show how it's captured by money, and when they show that they clearly knew that it's an opiate and they are addictive, and yet they somehow or another use the language many believe or some believe. What was the exact wording? Some believe it is not addictive. Like, who the fuck uses that for something that's going to be prescribed to millions of people? That's insanity. And it turns out, oh my God, it's very addictive. Oh my God, it caused a massive opiate crisis that didn't exist anywhere else in the world. The United States had this opioid crisis that it was unparalleled. There was nothing like it anywhere else in the world. And it was directly because of the influence that these massive companies had, the amount of money they were spreading around, the revolving door between the FDA and these pharmaceutical drug companies, and the repercussions on millions of Americans. Who knows how many people died of overdoses? Who knows how many families were wrecked? How many lives were lost, just destroyed by addiction from something that was prescribed to them as being safe and effective by doctors?
Yeah, no, it's insane. I know a few months ago the city of San Francisco, I believe, won a lawsuit against Walgreens for it might have been hundreds of millions. I can check exactly. And in the report, in the discovery for the lawsuit, they were just talking about the sheer number of doctors who were found to be corruptly prescribing. It wasn't like one or two doctors. It was a number that was so high that that I remember thinking. I mean, how can a person that reads this really trust their doctor after reading this, right?
Yeah. You have to have a good doctor. Unfortunately, most doctors are captured as well, including researchers, and that's one of the things. Did you read RFK Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci?
Yeah, I did.
What did you think of that book?
So my view of that book is that I don't jump to. RFK basically puts the worst possible interpretation of everything Fauci did. Kind of in the same way that Christopher Hitchens did with Bill Clinton, for example. When Bill Clinton bombed the Al-Shifa factory in Sudan that was said to have weapons, turned out to have medicine, turned out to have no link to Al-Qaeda, Hitchens wrote that he did this to distract the public from the Monica Lewinsky scandal. Now that's possible. I can't rule it out. Not saying it's something he wouldn't do, but without direct evidence for it, my bar is that I don't jump to the worst motives. That's not how I tend to think.
Well, I appreciate that about you.
Yeah.
And you are incredibly reasonable and objective in that regard. And that is important. And Hitchens, he was brilliant, but he was also angry. And he did like to throw rocks.
Mother Teresa,
yes.
Henry Kissinger,
yes.
Gandhi.
Yes.
He wasn't factually wrong about any of his journalism about them, but when there's often just uncertainty about why people do things. And a certain type of person jumps to the evil end of the uncertainty. I feel I'm kind of more in the middle. So Fauci did tons of horrible public statements, later found to be false. And of course, I think everyone would admit now that he suppressed lab leak for self-interested reasons, him and Francis Collins. But I think RFK, he strings together every mistake and assumes the worst end of that spectrum, which could be right. But it's not something, I don't like making those accusations without flaming gun evidence.
Yes, and there's recent ones that people are talking about now that this was from the Defense Department and that COVID was a bioweapon. Well, a bioweapon that accidentally got released. Like, do you have? Would that hold up in court? Like, do you have enough evidence to say that publicly? And is it irresponsible to say that publicly? Because my take on it, from clearly, obviously a non-scientist, is if I was a researcher and my education was in viruses, and specifically coronaviruses, I would be looking to do research on coronaviruses. And gain-of-function research is one way, whether it's dangerous or not. In the Obama administration, Obama outlawed it. He stopped it in 2014, right?
Yeah.
It's sketchy work because what you're doing is you're making viruses worse. But are you doing it specifically to release them on people, or are you doing it to understand the viruses?
I think scientists do stuff because it's super cool to them.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Put yourself in the mindset of a scientist. They love this, right? Like this is their whole life.
Right.
If you tell them there's some new cool thing, we can now make viruses work. We can insert specific strings of code into viruses that make them easily acquired by humanized mice. I mean, this is like giving a kid Legos, right?
Yes.
So they don't have a bad bone in their body, but if it can be done, they will do it because it's cool, and they will justify it to get funding. They have to justify it in terms of a public health rationale. The truth is, they're nerds and they want to do it because it's cool, and I don't blame them. But the government's responsibility is to say that is over the line. That is likely to leak, given how common lab leaks are. We cannot be intentionally making viruses more deadly.
Have you ever been to one of those labs?
I've been in a BSL-3 lab. I've been in a lab of the same security as the one in Wuhan.
I went to,
and I had no clearance to be in there. By the way, I had no clearance to be in there.
How'd you get in there?
Girl I was dating at the time was working in there. She wanted to show me the mice.
Oh my God, that's so crazy.
At Columbia University. But this goes to show you, this is why when I read that they were tweaking with coronaviruses in a BSL-3 lab. Oh, BSL-3 is must be very high security. I was like, no, I just walked into one like a few weeks
With
ago.
your girlfriend?
Yeah, because no lab, every lab is as secure as the people that work there. It's just
100%.
people.
It's human beings.
And they get tired.
Yes.
If you got 2 hours of sleep, you forget to put your gloves on today. It's like
that's the story of every horror movie, right?
course.
That's the story of like what is that? 28 Days Later, they're working
I
on
don't watch
some
horror
virus.
movies.
Oh, you don't?
No, I can't handle them.
Ah, 28 Days Later is an amazing one. It's the best zombie movie of all time, and it's a lab leak. It turns people into these ferocious things, which, by the way, happens in nature. What do you think rabies is? Like, what is rabies? Rabies is a disease that affects animals that makes them fearless and aggressive and makes them want to transmit that disease to you by biting you. And if you give it to human beings, it's like 100% fatal or 99% fatal unless you take care of it like within a certain time period. And with animals, it's fatal. And, you know, they have to get rabies shots. It's one excellent example of how vaccines have really helped people. Vaccines have helped human beings avoid getting fucking rabies. You know, rabies is scary. Rabies is essentially a real zombie virus because it turns. You ever seen an animal that has rabies? They just have no fear of you. They just want to come after you and bite you like a fucking zombie. So that it's like if I was a guy who was researching rabies, I would go, how do we make this even crazier? How do we turn this into someone who like no longer needs oxygen and can just fucking exist in a zombie state? You don't need blood pumping through your muscles anymore. Now this parasite has taken over your body, which exists with cordyceps mushrooms. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Cordyceps mushrooms infect ants. And they get into the ant's body. And ants recognize this and know that this thing is going to grow mushrooms. So the ants carry this other ant out of town. They get him the fuck out of town. So before the cordyceps mushrooms blow and the spores spray through the air and infect all the other ants, these ants recognize, oh, this motherfucker's got it. We got to get him out of here. And they'll carry him way the fuck out of town. Like there's some sort of memory or some knowledge or understanding of the danger of this specific fungus that's growing on this dead ant.
That's
and they're
amazing.
like, we got to get him the fuck out of here.
Evolution is amazing.
It's amazing. There's another one where there's an aquatic worm that grows inside grasshoppers and convinces the grasshopper to commit suicide. It rewires the grasshopper's mind and commits it to jumping into water so that it can be born. So it comes out of the body of this grasshopper that's drowning and begins its life. Dude, there's a ton of those. There's another one called toxoplasmosis.
Yeah.
The reason why they
one
tell
I've heard
women
of.
to stop, you can't touch cat litter because some insane amount of feral cats have toxoplasmosis, like probably all of them.
Speaking of grasshoppers, I know for most of my life I didn't know that grasshoppers and locusts were the same thing.
I didn't either until a few years ago when we were looking at swarms.
Yeah.
Like, what'd they call it? When the Great Plains, when that was happening, like when people lost all their crops and it's like a numbers thing, right? Or some hormonal switch.
They get into some mode.
Yeah. Well,
where
that
they-
exists in mammals too, man. It exists in pigs. With pigs, when they let a pig loose, like you see a cute little pig that you know you see, oh, he's so sweet. You let that motherfucker loose, he will become a wild boar, and it happens quickly. I believe it happens. The metamorphosis starts to take place within like 6 weeks or something. See if you can find that. But what happens is a body sends a signal to or the mind sends a signal to the body, or the system knows that you're on your own now, motherfucker. So your whole body changes. Your snout extends. The males grow tusks. They get furry, thicker hair. They literally become a wild boar. I used to think a wild boar was a different thing. No, it's the same thing.
Wow.
It's one genus. It's Sus scrofa. It's one specific animal. If you domesticate it, it's cute and it's babe. It's the pig. If you don't, it's this fucking plague of mammals that can have 3 litters a year. It starts having a litter when it's 6 months old. Within a couple of years, they're 200 pounds, and they eat constantly. And all they do is eat and fuck and make more pigs. And they're smart.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Like, so we know that we know these things are fucking dangerous. And if we're monkeying around with nature, but also we know that there have been medical interventions. There's been medical technology. There's been research that's done that's enhanced people's lives, saved people's lives, rescued people from fatal diseases, and to cast light on the entire pharmaceutical industry that it's like this horrible monster of a thing that's destroying lives. No. What it is a bunch of people that are, like you're saying, scientists who figure things out because it's cool, and they get married to people who just want to make money. And so they're stock market psychos.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of psychos out there.
Yeah.
And the psychos say, okay, we got this thing, and we're making X, but I think we can get to Z. We just got to get this guy to say this and this regulation to pass, and then we're in Z. And this guy is thinking of himself doing coke off a stripper's ass on a yacht. That's what he's thinking of. He's not thinking of saving the world.
Right.
But the scientists that are making all this stuff, they're just fucking scientists.
Yeah.
And part of the problem with getting the money attached to the regulatory body and attached to the scientists is because then there's someone who doles out the funding. And maybe that guy is connected to the money side. And maybe that guy was actually a doctor. And now you've got this crazy situation where these doctors can't even tell the truth. The scientists can't tell the truth. They can't talk openly about the reservations that they have about some of these specific types of research that they're doing. Like, hey, should we be doing this?
Right.
They can't say anything. They can't, because they're connected to the, and if they get ostracized from that system, they're fucked. Their career's fucked. There's no recourse. They don't have anything to fall back on. So
Yeah.
we've got a system, much like our governmental system, much like our media, that's captured by money. And it's not that the journalists are bad people. It's just that's the fucking game they're playing. That's the game they're playing.
Well, I think that the journalists, most of the journalists I know aren't necessarily captured themselves by money, but they may be captured by ideology and groupthink.
Yes, there's a lot of that, I'm sure.
Yeah. But so, for example, on the money end, I was astounded that it was not widely reported, and that you have to get to someone like RFK Jr. to tell you this, that the NIAID had a financial stake in the Moderna vaccine. In other words,
how much money did they make off of it?
One of the payments was like several $100 million. That was one lump
Well, that's
sum
not
payment.
enough to affect the way people think. That's
You don't
not
think so?
enough. No, that's not enough to affect the way. No, I'm kidding.
I couldn't tell.
Sorry,
I was like, what the fuck?
I couldn't help myself. It's just
I
so
think
crazy that hundreds
one
of
lump
millions of
sum
dollars.
was like 400 million.
Oh, that's not that much. That's not that much. That's just like, it's just a little taste.
Right. So when I see the director of the NIAID, Anthony Fauci, former director, talk about the Moderna vaccine, as a journalist, should my default be to trust everything he says because he's the government, or should I say he may be conflicted? Let's do what great journalism does and pressure test everything he says.
Yeah.
Demand the documents on everything he says. And what he says may turn out to be right. I don't assume it's wrong.
Right.
But that should be the job of mainstream journalists, is to pressure test everything. When you don't do it, my point is, it's left to the RFK Juniors of the world, who end up getting certain things very wrong because they're
That's not
one
what they do.
person.
Right.
It's not what they do. And so, for example, there were like I told you, I was really going through all the claims in RFK Jr.'s book because some of them are just insane, turn out to be true. Some of them are insane, turn out not to be true.
What did you find that wasn't true?
So, for example, he said that he cited a study. He said that the diphtheria, the DTP vaccine in the 1970s hurt or killed 1 out of 300 kids. So I clicked on the study. I read every single sentence of the study twice down. There was nothing in there that said 1 in 300.
What
anything
was
to
the
it.
data that they gave?
It didn't even give a clear number, and the numbers you could piece together were orders of magnitude smaller than that. And I was surprised to find that.
Is that due to a lack of data? There's an assumption that the VAERS system is grossly underreported, correct?
Yeah. There's some, but yes.
Is that an assumption? Is that proven?
I think so. I think that checks out. But with this claim, he was citing a specific study, and he
Right.
put it right there, and it just wasn't in the study, right?
Right. So you have to
that's
use the
sloppiness.
actual data that's
that
in the
happens.
study. Right.
That-
so
that
if,
happens.
if you're saying a study showed that,
Yes.
or if you're just saying the number and not saying where you're getting this information, then you
RFK
really
cites
should.
every single one of his claims. This is why I thought it was such a cop-out that guy you were in a little Twitter spat with.
Oh, Peter Hotez?
Yeah, Peter Hotez. If you're an expert on this and you have this guy that you're saying total misinformation,
Yeah.
he's got every single one of the claims he made on your show in one of his books with a footnote. Peter Hotez, if this is his job and this is important to him, should absolutely spend the time. What could be more important, right? If you're saying that I'm an expert in this and this guy's dangerous for the world, you can't then say, well, I don't have time to go in his book and click on every footnote and showing receipts for why he's wrong about everything. That was a total cop-out of him to say, oh, this is not worth my time. You can't debate a conspiracy theorist. I don't think any of that is true.
Well, I think he's very anxious. And, let me tell you my history with Peter Hotez, because I met Peter Hotez in 2012. I had him on an episode of Joe Rogan Questions Everything, and we were talking about viruses. And I found him to be a really fascinating, very intelligent man who's dedicated his life to trying to help people, specifically of tropical diseases. Because there's a real issue in tropical disease. He was telling me that people that live in tropical climates, the vast majority of them have some kind of parasites. Which is just, and what he wanted to talk about was that. I think when COVID came along, there was this psychological angst that was overwhelming, even to people that are fairly good at keeping their shit together. I think of myself as someone who's pretty good at keeping my shit together. I don't freak out too much about things. And so with COVID, I was like, all right, well, I guess this is a real thing, and we're going to have to, hole up in the house for a while and 2 weeks to flatten the curve and make sure we have food and power. You start thinking about things like, okay, if I needed to get food for my family, if I needed to get out of here, how much gas do I need? There's a real air. There's a feeling in the air where okay, we're in an unprecedented state of the unknown and chaos, and this could get worse. This virus could mutate into something that's just killing everybody. That level of anxiety prompts people to look for solutions that are very binary, and it prompts people to dig their heels into what their decision is to do this. Should we go into the basement in the horror movie, or should we get the fuck out of here? I think we should get the fuck out of here. We've got to go in the basement. We've got to go in the basement. There's these decisions that people make in these traumatic situations. Do we hide? Do we run? What do we do? And when they have a decision that they've made, there's only one decision. This decision is this: we have to take this one vaccine. That's the only thing that we can do. And everybody starts thinking, okay, well, we have a solution. And everybody that's opposed to that, you're fucking it up. You're fucking it up for everybody. And I think that was the feeling in the air. And I certainly felt that when CNN was saying I was taking horse dewormer, when I was being attacked for taking out, when I said that I was taking monoclonal antibodies and IV vitamins, all these other things too. I was just saying, this is what I took and now I'm better. Thank you. I got to cancel my shows. That's all it was. It wasn't some political declaration or some anti-vaccine. It was just, there was a reality of what I took. I told everybody what I took. But there's this feeling from everybody, you're fucking this up. You're going to make sure people don't do it. Because people wanted to believe that there was a way out of this that was very binary, very simple. This is our solution. Everybody get on board. Everybody who's not on board is ruining it for the world. And you saw the fucking cruel way people would talk. People who think of themselves as compassionate, progressive people, right? Progressives, left-wing people. Would wrote the worst thing about unvaccinated people dying because they didn't trust pharmaceutical drug companies that are captured by money, and the media that is captured by them, their money, and the regulatory the fact that people were just unwilling to look at the big picture because they wanted that fucking solution. And I think when you're a person who's on the side of that solution and you're genuinely doing work to try to solve real problems that people have with parasites and diseases and all these different things, and then you're getting attacked, and then it turns out that, man, maybe a lot of the shit you said wasn't right. Now you're kind of stuck because you don't want to debate this, because even though you probably did it for all the right reasons, you look at the actual effectiveness and whether or not it actually did what it was promised to do, it didn't do any of those things. And it did certainly cause some adverse problems in people that may or may not have had any problem with COVID. They might have gotten over it quickly like I did. So now you're fucked. Now you're fucked. And now you're in this situation where you kind of have to defend it all the time. And to go on a debate and talk about that, you would be so filled with anxiety, because it brings us back to what the decisions that people make during times of extreme crisis. We always want to think that the evil things that people have done in the past, false flag events, and all these different things that people have done in the past in order to start wars so that they can make more money. We want to think that that stops. Like, oh, we don't do that anymore. We don't do that anymore. It's a childlike impulse that I personally experienced when I was a young boy. When I was a young boy, we were living in San Francisco, and my mom and my stepdad were hippies. And we lived in this, like, very progressive, very, like, hippie area. And when the Vietnam War ended, everybody was so happy. And there was this feeling. And I said to myself, I remember saying, oh, this is so good. There's not going to be any wars. They figured out the wars are bad. I remember thinking this when I guess I was like 10 or 11 or something like that. Going, okay, there's no more war. Thank God. Like, because I don't want to go to war.
End of history fallacy.
Yeah, my stepdad, he didn't get drafted. He got lucky. But I knew people that went, and I knew people that went and came back, and they were fucked up. And I was terrified as a young boy, terrified of being forced to go to war, because that was the reality of the time. And you think that, well, that doesn't happen anymore. You know, all that, you know, Gulf of Tonkin shit and all they don't do that anymore. They don't do that anymore. They don't do that anymore. That's like, people figured that out. They don't.
So have you been paying attention to Israel?
I've been paying attention. Yeah.
Yeah, I have too.
How could you not be?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's terrifying. It's very terrifying. It's very, very scary stuff.
What is your view on it?
I wish I knew. Well, first of all, I wish I knew how they didn't know that those people are going to do that. Because I don't want to talk about intelligence, because I don't know what I'm talking about. So if I start saying that the government, like, that they would have had the capability to make sure that none of those things took place, and that they had infiltrated these organizations and they did get accurate information from that, and they were aware, that would just be complete armchair speculation from someone who's not qualified.
I can give you what the leading theory is of how the hell this happened.
Okay, please do.
Right now, the belief is that, and I think we'll know more about this in a few years, that a few things happen all at the same time. It was a perfect storm. First, Hamas has been planning this attack for 2 years, and one of the leaders of Hamas actually said that they've been strategically lulling Israel to sleep by making it seem like they're no longer interested in a conflict the past 2 years. And Israel, even just a week before the attack, allowed more Gazans to come over the border and work in Israel as basically a reward for good behavior, right? They thought Hamas has gone into this mode where they're more concerned about the economics of the Gaza Strip than about attacking Israel. So Israel was asleep at the wheel. Israel also had transferred a lot of IDF that would normally be at the Gaza border to the West Bank. It was also the Sabbath. It was also a major holiday. It's also they've had the biggest protests in a generation, almost the same way America was during 2020. Israel has been for the past several months over their judicial reform. So you put it all together.
Can you go into that a little bit, please?
Yeah. So basically, the judicial reform in Israel is not like the United States. They don't have a constitution. They don't have this kind of really beautiful genius system of checks and balances that we have, where, you know, the president can veto Congress and the Supreme Court has a check on everyone, right? And everyone keeps each other in check. Israel just has a single parliament they call the Knesset, a prime minister that has a lot of control over that parliament because he leads the majority coalition. So basically, in Israel, the president and their Congress have a lot more power than in America, historically. The Supreme Court doesn't have the power to say no to them. But over the past 30 years, the Supreme Court has been basically grabbing more power for itself under these things called basic laws, where they can now say to the Knesset, no, you cannot implement that policy in the West Bank. It violates human rights. They have more powers to check the majority party. And that's come to a head now because the Supreme Court is perceived as left-wing and sympathetic to the Palestinians. Just like in America right now, the Supreme Court is perceived as right-wing. And the Benjamin Netanyahu is obviously Likud. He's the right-wing party, and he's gone into coalition with these ultra kind of right-wing religious. And so it's come to a head where basically the right in Israel feels the Supreme Court is just expanding its own power and is anti-democratic. And now they want to, judicial reform is basically stripping the Supreme Court of the power it's grabbed for itself over the past 30 years. Now, the left in Israel views the Supreme Court as the only protection against human rights violations and the violations of minority rights. So the left feels the Supreme Court is a great defender of Israeli human rights, and the right feels that the Supreme Court is an undemocratic institution that's been expanding its own power for 30 years and now needs to be reined in so that the majority can govern. That's torn apart the country. It's absolutely the number one issue every day, protests all over Israel. So you put all this together with Hamas backed by Iran, and you also throw in the fact that Israel and Saudi Arabia are on the verge of a peace deal, which is huge. It would be the biggest news in the Middle East in a very long time if Israel and Saudi Arabia made peace. It would basically put kind of the death nail in the coffin for Hamas, because Saudi Arabia is the biggest holdout now in terms of who has not made peace with Israel. So Hamas, from the point of view of Hamas and Iran, they think this is a last chance. Kind of, we have to attack now, kill this deal, or we're dead forever. And they planned this thing meticulously for 2 years, intentionally lulling the Israelis to sleep. And they have brilliant success, much more success than they expected to. Now, some people have said it's an inside job. I don't believe it is. I think if it is, we'll know that from reporting that comes out in the next 2 years. But at this point, I believe the theory that it was an incredibly successful attack by Hamas and a perfect storm.
Well, that all connects and makes sense, if that's the case. What's terrifying is there doesn't seem, what's always terrified me about the Middle East is that there doesn't seem to be a clear way to resolve this. I mean, if Saudi Arabia and Iran, or rather Israel, came to some sort of an agreement and made peace and were able to establish that long term, that'd be a great step in the right direction. But other than that, like when you look at what's happened now, oh my God, the rhetoric from both sides, it's just, didn't we learn anything from World War II? Didn't we learn anything from the Holocaust? Didn't we learn anything from human beings' ability to other human beings, to just turn them into a thing that's not them, dehumanize them? And that there's this impulse to do so that existed forever, because when we were tribal people that probably barely had a language, you had to be absolutely terrified of marauding male tribes that came over your border and wanted to kill you and take your resources and steal your women, because that's what they did. And so we have this ability to look at other human beings as an other and get ruthless and horrifyingly violent, because that was the only way for us to survive for thousands of years. So it's ingrained in our system. But it's now it exists in the context of global war. And it exists in a time where you can manipulate media and spread false narratives, and governments are allowed to use propaganda. They're allowed to lie to people if it's for the overall better good of the nation. It's wild. And that's the root of the issue. The root of the issue is how every human being sort of reluctantly admits that there's almost no way to stop all wars. right now, if you had a magic solution to stop all wars in the world, what would it be? It doesn't exist. That's terrifying, because the thing that we are scared of the most is global thermonuclear war. The thing that everybody should be the most terrified of, that we get so stupid that we wipe every human being off the face of the planet, and we're more than capable of doing it some insane number of times over. And that they're playing with the very first steps of that game. They've moved the first pawn out onto the chessboard of the global thermonuclear war chess game. That is the
is
world.
that? Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Every single nation that's involved in every conflict, and all these people controlling resources over a group of gigantic people with their representative, and they're saying these people are the bad people, and they're saying you're the bad people. It's just like human beings have always done. It's like literally a part of our system.
So I agree with you that we are built and hardwired for deep levels of violence. Those of us that have been lucky enough to live in safety and security, we may not realize the violence we're capable of because we've never had to survive. Right. But I do believe that there is a difference. You mentioned the lessons of World War II, right? We were capable of violence. Hitler was capable of violence, but we were not the same as Hitler.
Right.
There was an imperative for us to defeat him at almost any cost, and we did horrible things in that war. But people understand that there was a good side and there was an evil side.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if you or most of your listeners feel this way about Israel, but I do. I think that in this situation, Israel is the good guy and Hamas is the evil guy. I think some people feel Hamas is just acting like anyone would if you had taken their land, and their freedom fighters that go a little bit overboard. I don't think that's what they are. I think they are a death cult that really believes what they write in their charter in the late 80s, that they want to annihilate every single Jew in Israel and replace it with an Islamic State, and eventually have a state like ISIS. And that what they did on October 7th with the barbaric slaughter, that's the point for them. That is what they want to do to all of Israel. And the difference is that Israel, though like the American army, it's like there's been many excesses, much to criticize. If Israel wanted to annihilate Hamas and the Palestinians the same way Hamas wants to annihilate Israel, Hamas would be gone and there would be no Palestinians in Gaza. We know that Israel could obliterate them overnight. Why don't they? Well, for mixed reasons, but because they don't want to. They want to live in peace fundamentally. And so I don't think the two sides are equivalent here, though they're both capable of that universal among humans, which is cruelty. I don't think these two sides are the same. I really think this is a situation where there is a good guy and a bad guy.
What solution could possibly be created that would somehow or another calm this down at this point? After that attack, it's so horrifying. But then the response is horrifying too, where who knows how many civilians have died in Gaza.
Yeah.
So we're terrified of both. And then there's this narrative that, what was the thing with the hospital?
Oh, yeah. So this has been going on the past 48 hours. Basically what happened is the entire media, the Gaza Health Ministry, which is run by Hamas, said that Israel just bombed a hospital and killed 500 people. The entire media ran with this story. New York Times, BBC, everyone said 500 killed in Israeli airstrike on hospital. And obviously this is monstrous if so, right? Why would Israel bomb a hospital? Israel is known to have at least a policy of not bombing hospitals because Israel feels that it wants to generally respect what a war crime is, right? That's the policy at least. So this went viral. Then it turned out, actually, most likely, it actually turned out 100% the hospital wasn't bombed. it was the parking lot next to the hospital. So that was the first inaccuracy in the story. Then it turned out it's very, very unlikely to be an Israeli airstrike and was almost certainly not a Hamas rocket, but a Palestinian Islamic Jihad. This is the other Palestinian terror group in Gaza. They launched a bunch of rockets. One of them was a dud and landed in the hospital parking lot. And this is on video. Al Jazeera showed the video by accident, and that's how it's part of how it's been confirmed.
What do you mean by accident?
So they were showing this in real time. I think it happened at like 6:59 exactly. It's either 6:49 or 6:59. They were showing live footage of, or footage they had just taken of a bunch of rockets leaving the Gaza Strip to go to Israel, and one of the rockets, you could see it was screwy. It kind of blew up, and then you see a big explosion in Gaza right at that time. Turns out that's the exact time the hospital allegedly blew up. So that's how they knew it was a rocket from inside, an accidental rocket from inside Gaza, rather than the Israelis airstriking it. So then all the New York Times, BBC, they all started slowly changing their headlines from 500 killed in Israeli airstrike to 500 killed in blast to, at this point they may be saying parking lot next to hospital killed only 50 to 100 people. This is still an evolving story, and we're talking on Thursday. So by the time
it didn't
this
actually
episode,
hit the hospital itself. It hit the parking lot next to the hospital and did damage to the hospital.
The latest is that the hospital's still standing, and it was only the parking lot next to the hospital, and a bunch of cars may have exploded as well.
So
that's the latest, because they have pictures now. The next day they took pictures, and the hospital's there.
I thought they had photos of the hospital that was bombed out.
The New York Times, when they reported it first, they showed a picture of a different place in Gaza that was destroyed by an Israeli airstrike, not the hospital.
Oh my God!
Yeah. So this is now, I think there's an emerging consensus that it was a parking lot, probably not 500 people, probably more like 50 or 100, which is, again, tragic. Every life is tragic. But that basically the legacy media took Hamas's word as fact and then has had to backpedal.
Did you see the Babylon Bees joke about that?
What did they say?
See if you can find it. Babylon Bees. Still can't say X page.
Yeah, I know.
Still Twitter.
I'm right at that point where I'm transitioning to saying X without saying former Twitter.
I just keep saying Twitter. It's Twitter. Sorry, Elon.
He really has an obsession with X.
Well, also, it's like, are you sending
letter.
an X or are you sending a tweet? Everyone says he tweeted.
Yeah.
You don't say he X'd. It just doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
But he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah, that's true.
So what was the Babylon Bees? The Babylon Bees had a funny thing about the New York Times and Hamas.
There's something from 2 hours ago. But,
I don't know. I saw it on my Instagram earlier today when I was embarrassed to be looking at my Instagram.
Why embarrassed?
I'm tired of it. I get stop being connected. My new phone has no apps on it.
Oh yeah. So
New York Times patiently awaiting Zoom call from Hamas to see what they should print today.
Yeah. So this is about the hospital. Yeah.
That is the Babylon Bee. Thank God they exist,
because they're great.
Like they disprove the idea that it's only left-wing people that are funny.
Yeah.
That is not true. The Babylon Bee they out onion the onion often. Yeah. They're amazing.
They're much better than the onion used to be great. Still is good.
They still knock it out of the park every now and again, but
yeah.
They're young, progressive liberals constrained by a certain ideology that doesn't allow them to poke fun at certain things. You know how much fun they could have, like the trans issue? They can't touch it. They can't touch it.
Yeah.
Rachel Levy, they can't touch it. Leave it alone. Get out of there. It's too hot.
But you asked earlier, what is the solution to this?
Yes.
Look, I mean, we're not going to solve the Middle East here, but if I'm Israel right now, I'm thinking we have to destroy Hamas. The same way when we were bombed during Pearl Harbor, nobody thought, well, what's the diplomatic solution to Japan? We thought, these people want to destroy us. We have to destroy them, right? There are some situations that can be resolved at the negotiating table, But there are others that have to be resolved through war because one side is committed to the destruction of the other. And you can only get to the negotiating table when you've retaliated militarily. You know?
Yeah. That's terrifying. That's a terrifying thought. What do you think of what was the latest pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine protest? There's been so many of them.
Yeah,
that are
all over. They had to shut down Columbia University, my alma mater. There's been a lot of them, yeah.
And what are they saying? Like, what is their main perspective on this?
Their main perspective is that Israelis are colonizers in the Middle East. That Israelis are not the indigenous people. It's settler colonialism, and that resistance is justified, and that we ought to side with the resistance. We ought to side with the resistance even when they go overboard. That's their basic perspective.
Going
in a nutshell.
overboard. That is a crazy way to justify
shooting,
paratrooping into a rave and just murdering people.
Yeah. Execution style
and rape and murder and torture and killing kids and explosions. And I was reading about these parents that were trying to find their son. They were hoping their son was still alive, but that he had gotten his arm shot off by a machine gun. He was in a bunker, and then he was captured. He was in some sort of a bomb shelter. And they captured him, and they have no idea where he is. They hope he's okay.
Yeah.
Like this, just the horrific idea that some peaceful civilian could just be targeted like you would shoot a monster. Not even an animal. You shoot an animal and eat it.
Yeah.
It's like a monster. Like, just gun that monster down. Leave it where it is. It's so scary that people are still willing to do things like that. But it is real. That's what we have to all understand. Like, you can have these utopian perspectives of how you think the world should be. And I side with a lot of what they think about the inequality of the world. I just have different solutions than them. My solution is not redistribution of wealth. My solution is figure out what's wrong with communities and rebuild them. The fact that we have these impoverished communities and that we've never spent any real engineering and money to try to solve these crises that have led to so many people coming out of these places and just being fucked from the jump and having no examples of people living good lives, no examples of people that aren't involved in crime, and just being swarmed by negativity and bad influences constantly. And the fact that we expect these people to rise past that is complete and total insanity.
I agree.
And almost always perpetrated by people that, just like you were talking about, people that have experienced peace most of their life, they have no idea that violence is inside of them or what violence really is. It's the same sort of thing. It's people that grew up where they really never had to worry about money. Maybe they weren't rich, but they weren't starving to death. They didn't have to worry about someone shooting them every day or killing their parents when they were on the way home from working or whatever the fuck the problem was. But for a large percentage of what we supposedly think of as a community, which is the United States, we should think of ourselves as a big community. We've ignored people that are fucked. It's like there's places that are just fucked, and we have to do something to fix that. If you don't do something to fix that, you're going to keep this disparity. You're going to keep this problem, and the problem is far more. It's more solvable than so many other things that we try to tackle. Like, we're trying to figure out how to cool the earth down. like that's great too. But let's fucking figure out how to make the country a better place. Instead of just saying that rich people are the problem. Instead of but there's a lot of problems with rich people. There's a lot of problems with influence. There's a lot of problems with people that have the ability to change laws and people that have the ability to sell you things that they know will kill you. They know are going to kill a certain number of you, and they can still sell them to you. They can just say, "Hey, some may believe it's not addictive."
Right.
Yay! And then they cut it loose.
Well, here's the thing. People like to throw money at every problem.
Yes.
But they don't love to see how the money is being spent. So, for example, we could use Hamas as the example. So much money has been thrown at the Gaza Strip, and they use it instead of to build buildings and build water pipes. They dig up the water pipes and build rockets to go to Israel, right? But you could also make
use the water pipes as rockets.
Yeah, they make pipes into rockets.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a video, one of their own propaganda videos where they show themselves doing this. And billions of dollars has been thrown by Europe, by America at helping the Gazans because they are living in conditions that are indescribably horrible. Just third world doesn't even justify how Gazans are living, but they're living under a terrorist party that actually doesn't care whether they live or die, because any Palestinian that dies from an Israeli airstrike, they go straight to heaven, according to Hamas. So Hamas, and they genuinely believe this. This is what I think people in the West, they don't remember what it's like to truly believe in religion, because the West has been pretty much secularized at this point, outside of some pockets. People that still believe in religion really believe it.
Yeah.
Like during the Iran-Iraq war, the Iranians, they would send 13-year-old, 12-year-old boys over to be cannon fodder. They would throw them at Saddam Hussein, and they would give them a key around their necks to get them into heaven. And the boys believed it. You have to realize that people really believe these kinds of things, and you can't. So many people analyze the situation without putting themselves really in the shoes of a true believer.
Yeah,
right?
That's a very, very important point. And in this country, when we start talking about true believers, we really talk about the negative ones. We talk about like Westboro Baptist Church type stuff. We talk about the worst aspects of cult-like behavior that comes from some organized religions and fanatical organized religions. So intelligent people in this country, there was the big atheist movement that existed for quite a while. It seems to have kind of like they've kind of dissipated into something else.
Right.
I
noticed that, yeah.
But that movement of this rejection of organized religion, and this sort of, because the atmosphere that most of these academics exist in, most media people exist in, and most people that live in big cities exist in, is that there's a sort of kind of wholesale dismissiveness that's attached to organized religion.
There is.
And because of that, they don't have the context, much like people that have never experienced violence, don't have the context of violence. When I see people talking about, openly advocating for military interventions, things like, you? Are you going to go do it? You want to go risk your face getting shot off because of information that may or may not be bullshit? You? Who's going to go? Oh, you want people other than you to go and represent what you think of as the good thing, because you don't know these people. And if they die, it doesn't feel like anything to you. But those people have families, and those people have children, and there's got to be a way that we minimize the amount of violence in the world, specifically the amount of violence that doesn't make any sense. And this kind of violence doesn't make any sense. It's fucking terrifying. And if you have true believers that don't think it's terrifying and think it makes total sense, and you don't realize that people like that exist in the world, that is a real thing. That's always been a real. That was the Nazis. That is a real thing.
It's also most of human history, to your point.
Yes, most. Of human history.
Was Genghis Khan afraid of violence? Did he ever consider that violence was? So if you're dealing with someone who comes, or a group of people that, basically a cult that perpetuates that kind of mindset, that raises people. The older brother raises his younger brother to believe that from day one, right?
Yeah.
You can't address that like we would want to address, I don't know, if we had some dispute with Britain nowadays.
There's also this solidarity in this. There's a community aspect that can't be ignored, where people want to be a part of something big. And when you connect a person who might have very dire circumstances otherwise, like the world around them is very bleak, but you connect them to this group of people that are also committed to this quest that they believe is righteous and in God's will, that God wants this to take place, and that this is their directive on earth. you can talk people into things, man. You know, we've all seen Wild Wild Country. We've all seen documentaries on cults. Human beings are extremely malleable. I mean, it's not like all the people that moved to the cities just decided to move there because they're Democrats. Like, I'm a Democrat, I'm going to move to where the other Democrats are and find my people. That's not what's going on. There's a hive mind aspect to human beings that just can't be ignored, because we don't want to be ostracized socially. We don't want to be kicked out of the tribe. So we're terrified of stepping out of line. And so when you are in a terrible situation, you're much more likely to believe that someone put you there. You're much more likely to believe that there's an oppressor. You're much more likely to believe that person's taking from you. And if that's what you're told from the time you were young, and you're told that the solution is to become a martyr and you're going to get to go to heaven, you can talk people into that with no options.
Oh, yeah.
It's not, it is real. It's a real thing. And I don't know how to re-engineer that. I don't know how to solve that.
The
like,
truth
once
is,
people
I
have
think,
already been down that path.
I think most of the solutions have been missed. I think that's the hard truth. That, you know, the land was partitioned between an Israel and a Palestinian state in 1947. The Palestinians rejected the partition, and that was and attacked, and that was the War of Independence. That was an opportunity for a solution. There was an opportunity when it was occupied by Jordan and Egypt for them to create a Palestinian state, but it wasn't in their interests, so they didn't do it. There was an opportunity in 2000 was the closest opportunity when Yasser Arafat and Ehud Barak met at Camp David with Clinton, and Arafat walked away. And the difference between now and then is that Israeli society is now moving more and more to the right. And what that means in Israel is less and less are they seeking a two-state solution compared to 2000 or 2008 when two-state solutions were offered. So, and part of the reason Israeli society is moving to the right is because the ultra-Orthodox, or what we call Hasidic, often in America, that in New York, they have communities in Brooklyn. They have 6 kids per family, something like that. And so they started out as a tiny minority in Israel 75 years ago. And now a third of kids under a certain age, might be 18, are ultra Orthodox. And they have more right-wing views. They're generally more pro settling the West Bank, anti two-state solution. So I fear that the Palestinian side rejected the only options, the only times that they were offered a state, and that those offers are not going to be forthcoming again in the future because of how Israeli society is changing. And so it's a very grim situation, because it seems like there's no solution that does not involve horrible bloodshed.
And there's horrors from both sides. That's another thing that people need to look at. They need to stop this idea that there's good guys and bad guys, because there's things that people do when the other side is the enemy that are absolutely horrific on both sides. It's always been the case. It's natural. It's not like everyone on side A is pure and no, they're all humans. And when you're dealing with a group of people that want you dead and you want them dead, they do horrible things. Like Abby Martin, who was on my podcast, talked about her experience going back and forth from Israel to Palestine, how scary it was talking to people that had been shot by soldiers, and people were shot in the dick on purpose, and do crazy shit. Like, that's real too. That's real too.
You mean from the Palestinian side?
No, from the Israeli side, doing it to Palestinians.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I mean.
Yes,
absolutely.
That's real too.
Yeah.
So it's, Israelis are human beings, just like all human beings, and human beings have good ones and bad ones, and they have people that do horrible things in horrible times. I mean, there was a guy once. God, I forget the story. I think he was running for some office, and they labeled him as like a war hero, and he was kind of running with it. And then I believe he dropped out and then just started admitting the horrific things that he had to do during Vietnam. And I think it involved, I don't even want to say. See if you do you know that story, Jamie? I forget exactly what he said, so I don't want to keep going.
No, but I totally agree with you. Like every army that's ever waged war
has done horrible things.
And they, not that they all do the same extent of horrible things. Some are really worse than others, but none are saints. I don't think there's ever been an army that just truly behaved like a saint.
No.
Down to the last man. It's not
real.
It's not possible. I think that is, to your point, a fantasy standard that outsiders who've never had to get their hands dirty to survive, but obviously it's a standard we should ideally want to hold people to. We should encourage the world's armies to behave better, but if a country is going to wage a just war, if you're going to say you have the right to wage war in this situation, I don't think that can be revoked the second you find a soldier that does something horrible.
Right.
Because by that logic, we could not wage World War II.
Right. That's important to talk about.
And that's going to happen. Israeli soldiers are going to do, the worst stories I think are yet to come. And we can have sympathy for the Palestinians without saying that Israel has no right to retaliate. That's my point of view on it, at least.
Well, that's a balanced perspective. And, I wish I knew more about the history of that conflict to see if there's any way that they could change the way they interact with each other, but I just don't. And so it's just one of those things where you just see it playing out and you feel so helpless. It's made me so anxious. Sometimes at nighttime, I think about Ukraine and Russia, and I think about what's going on right now with Israel and Palestine, and I get so terrified. I get so terrified of the possibility of it just going off the rails and then nukes being on the table. Because I know we haven't used one since 1945, but I feel like that is one of those things when you look at history, like the invention of the bow and arrow, the invention of the atlatl. Oh, it was 2,000 years later. How long before someone shot someone with it? Did they wait a while? Was it a few years? Like, was it a few months before someone shot someone with an arrow once they first invented it? Just because it's been, let's go to 100 years. In overall history of human beings, 100 years ain't shit. If you look at the 1700s, do you really think there's a big differentiation between 1720 and 1790? Or is there that much of a difference? I bet there's not. I bet if someone did something today with a nuclear bomb, history would look at it the same way we look at every other thing that takes place over long periods of time. Oh, then there was an invention of the wheel, and then X amount of years later, they put a fucking gun on top of that thing and started mowing people down. And this is just blips in time. We're just in the middle of it. So we think, well, mutually assured destruction is what's kept us from dying. But has it? Or are we just waiting? Are we waiting for this fucking stupid game, this chess game, to reach a point where it's checkmate? Reach a point where someone flips the table over? Because if you're dealing with people that aren't afraid to die, and you're dealing with people that are willing to kill everyone that opposes them because they genuinely think they're doing the will of God, they get a hold of a nuke. Like, if they're willing to kill, I've always said this, how many people is it acceptable to kill in one shot? Like, if you say they bombed and killed thousands, well, that number seems to be reasonable for us. We're like, well, thousands of people died in 9/11 too, and that sucks, and that's really awful that thousands of people are dying. But if someone dumps a nuke and it kills 1 million people instantly, is that more horrific? Is it to them? It's to us, it scares the shit out of us because of mutually assured destruction. But is that more horrific to someone who really believes they're doing the right thing? If it's okay to kill 1,000 people.
Look, if you're like Thanos,
right?
This is why Thanos was such an amazing villain, is because you could see deep in his mind he felt he was a monk. like a monk for good, and that he had to snap half the universe out of existence to save the world.
Right.
He was a true believer. He wasn't just some guy that's,
Right. Well, eugenics. When people talk about eugenics, they like if you were not a human being, if you were raising like an animal, you wanted to do a very specific task, like dogs, for instance. You don't let the ones that are fucked up breed.
Right.
Right? So you could see how someone who has no sense of humanity and no compassion for human beings that are unfortunate, you could see how they would say, well, you got to kill them. It's a creepy, scary conclusion to like what your problem, your solution is. But you could see how a sociopath or a psychopath would go in that direction.
Well, we're going to have bottom-up eugenics very soon, as opposed to top-down eugenics being the government deciding who gets to procreate and not based on racist ideas or anything like that. We're going to have very soon, like I think easily within the next 3 years, you and your wife getting a bunch of embryos, 15 or 20 embryos, doing polygenic analysis on those embryos and telling you which ones are going to turn out taller, which ones are going to turn out smarter, which ones are going to turn out less likely to be depressed. If you have a history of schizophrenia in your family, we can tell you that correlates with this set of genes, and this one's less likely. So you're scoring your own embryos, which people already do, but now they just score it based on what's the biggest embryo, which is...
Is that what they do?
Yeah, like you prefer the bigger embryo because there is some scientific reason
What if it's
why
like
it's maybe
mice and men?
healthier or something.
What if it's like that dude from Mice and Men? He was
Like
big.
Lenny.
That might be the way to go, kids.
Yeah.
It might not be just bigger.
They have some reason, but they're going to get very precise with it very soon because of polygenic analysis.
Well, and then there's CRISPR, which they've already used in China, and they supposedly jailed the scientists that did it. What they were saying they were doing is they were doing something with a gene to make people impervious to AIDS. But what really was going on is they were making them smarter. Yeah, see where you find that, because I know I butchered that. If you're a scientist out there, sorry.
So in China, they're doing this.
They did it.
They did it.
They did it. Yeah.
Wow.
And I believe the international response was, people were pretty scared that this kind of stuff is going on. But here it is. China's CRISPR twins might have had their brains inadvertently enhanced. It was a mistake. Guys, we're just trying to kill this thing that doesn't really kill any people anymore. New research suggests that a controversial gene editing experiment to make children resistant, not even immune, resistant to HIV, may have also enhanced their ability to learn and form memories. Yeah, you don't think that's an accident?
I'm sure it's on purpose, but
I would hope it's on purpose. That sounds like
it sounds good.
Great accident. Yeah,
like
it does
look,
sound good.
if you're a parent, after your kid is born, you're going to spend who knows how many thousands of dollars. If you send them to private school, you're going to send them $20,000 a year for some fancy private school to make them smarter and happier. But you wouldn't invest a little time at the beginning and effort at the beginning to make them smarter. I mean,
right, especially if it only costs like a couple $100 or something like that.
I get that one is icky and sci-fi, but if you remove that element of it and just look at it for what it is, if it's reliable, why would I not want to make my kids smarter? Smarter people live longer, they're happier, etc. Well, that's pretty clear in the data. So
is that clear in the data that smarter people live longer?
I think up to a point, smarter people have.
But you always hear about that guy. I drank whiskey and smoked cigarettes, and I'm 105 years old, and I feel fucking great. Those guys exist too, man.
They do.
What's up with those guys?
I don't know. They just have, I don't know,
amazing
dragon
genes
blood.
other than their brain.
But actually, there is a, I don't know if you've seen this, that one of the smartest guys in the world, IQ-wise, is like a crazy white supremacist.
Really?
Yeah, he has like a 190 or something IQ.
Wait a minute, are you talking about that guy? They did a documentary on him back in the day, the smartest man in the world. He was a bouncer.
I don't recall whether he was a bouncer or not.
Maybe let's make sure that we're not talking about the same guy, because I don't want to disparage this guy. But this guy they did like a documentary on him. Like he was like a fuck up all through school, but he was just genius, and got moved around a bunch of times, but he's a big, thick guy. He looks like a bouncer. This guy. Man with the world's highest IQ, Christopher Langan, is gaining a following on the far right. So are you saying that this guy is a white supremacist?
That's what I was. That's what I read.
That's what you read where, though?
Let's
This is
look at
2019. So they've likened him to Alex Jones with a thesaurus. Langan, now in his 60s, has been a curiosity for nearly 25 years, a man who has clocked his own IQ somewhere north of 190. Albert Einstein wasn't quite there, apparently. Who has mostly worked as a bouncer in a bar, never attained any significant professional roles or published any serious academic work. He's been the subject of several profiles from Esquire magazine to Malcolm Gladwell. He makes an appearance in Outliers. The documentarian Errol Morris even interviewed Langan. He's an interesting guy. He's very intelligent. Like when you hear him talk, he's obviously able to like retain an incredible amount of information in his brain. But over the years, it says in this article, he has garnered a following that overlaps considerably with fans of the far-right internet content. Okay, overlaps doesn't mean he's far-right, right? We can agree to that. He inveighs against the academic establishment for not accepting his papers about his proprietary theory of everything. He frequently touts his IQ. Okay, so he's got flaws. Inviting the interest of alt-right readers. Okay, what does that mean? Inviting the interest of alt-right readers. Just because people read him.
I don't like this
buy
style
this.
of journalism.
I don't like this at all.
I'd like them to just quote him.
Exactly. This is horseshit. Inviting the interest of alt-right. But by the way, I've read that about me. And writers who subscribe to the belief that IQ is racially determined and a sign of racial superiority. Okay, look what he's saying, though. He's inviting the interest. He's not saying this. It's saying he's inviting the interest of people who believe and writers who subscribed to the belief that IQ is racially determined and a sign of racial superiority. It's not him saying that. It's saying that people who like him think something fucked up. One of Langan's posts, an obituary for the intelligent gorilla Coco, wherein Langan suggested the U.S. would do better to admit African gorillas as refugees than African people, was praised by the Daily Stormer, the neo-Nazi blog. So what did he actually say, though?
So, yeah, this is, I think as I get older, the more and more suspicious I am when they don't just quote.
Right.
Because
that
usually if the quote is knock down evidence, you put the quote.
Yeah, Jamie, I don't think you should click on that because I think that's just the people that believe that IQ is racially determined.
I know,
but I would like
his story that way. That's
right, but okay. I would just like to see what his quote was.
I'll find it. Give me a second.
Because it seems like they would put that quote in there if that quote was so
probably.
Yeah, if it was such a problem. Why don't?
But
you can't.
This is why at the end of the day, there's no substitute for just listening to the person, the words out of their mouth and making up your own mind.
I don't know if that guy has a 190 IQ, but he's obviously very intelligent.
Yes.
Like, when he talks about things, he's very smart. He's also like a bouncer. Like he's kind of a hard ass and he's got an ego. But he knows he's smart too.
I don't like that about people.
It's uncomfortable, but sometimes
people that go around telling you their IQ, it's like,
I know. It's kind of gross.
It's insufferable.
It is, but there's also people who are insufferable when they tell you about how well their business does. They're insufferable when they tell you they have a big dick.
Right.
Whatever it is, people are insufferable.
Right.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're stupid. It just means that they have flaws.
The thing, though, is that smart people can get things very wrong.
Yes.
Because not all smart people have a good temperament to absorb evidence that doesn't confirm their belief. Not all of them are intellectually honest. So to me, I think IQ is one thing, but intellectual honesty and general psychological mental maturity, emotional maturity, two totally different things.
Yeah. But isn't it interesting how you, even though you didn't have the information, were saying he was a white supremacist?
There you go.
Yeah.
So this is something that I fall victim to this too. It's like
we all do.
I shouldn't just repeat things that I read in one article without having done the primary source stuff.
I try not to, but I catch myself doing it too.
Yeah.
But it's also a function of, it's a part of this thing that you just can't have all the information.
Mm-hmm.
It's not possible, especially when you talk about all the events and all the things in the world. It's just, you're going to fuck things up. Do you find anything about that guy's quote?
I'm trying. There's a lot about him, so I'm trying to dig through that then.
I just like to see the quote that he
There's-
said about African gorillas.
I don't think it's
Or,
actually a quote. It was he's got a blog where he talks about. He's got long he's got tons of writings. He's got
Right.
a Substack. This guy's been writing for a long time. That's
Yeah.
why there's so many profiles on him.
Mm-hmm.
There's videos asking if he's completely made up, if all this is bullshit.
Well, I just think he doesn't have the sort of academic, he doesn't have PhDs and he's not accepted in it's not so even if he's really intelligent, people are going to dismiss him just because he's not a part of that system.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to know what he said that made them say that.
Right. Me too.
Because I don't like the way they were framing all the things before that, where they were saying that people who also believe this like him. You can't do that because how many people like him? Like if the guy's got a Substack that has 100,000 followers, and you find 1,000 white supremacists and you say some people who like that believe that Jews should be exterminated. Like, come
Right.
on,
Right.
Like that's not him. Like you can't do that. Like that's bullshit. That's not
Yeah.
journalism. That's you're
That's like
pushing a narrative.
how a lawyer in a courtroom would grill the other side, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
it's that's not journalism.
No, it's not, and it's uncomfortable because this is something that we all fall prey to, and you just openly admitted that you did. And
Totally.
I have too.
Yeah.
I read a headline, and I'm just like, oh, that must be real.
Yeah.
I don't have the time to get into this.
Yeah.
I don't have any time. There's not enough time in the world to research all the different things that'll freak you out. But you were talking about just intelligence in general and the ability to manipulate intelligence in embryos.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this thing with China, where you're saying that it's overall good to increase a child's intelligence, like who would say that's not good? Like, would you rather your kid be dull-witted? Like, well, Billy could be dull. Or, what we can do with CRISPR is, by a significant margin, increase his ability to memorize things, and you'd go, oh, yeah, what do I have to do? It's really safe and effective. We're just going to do this little gene editing. And then all of a sudden, Billy's a fucking genius. Of course you would do that. And
Yeah,
that's
I
just the
would.
beginning. That's the beginning. We're going to...
But then what happens is they mess up
Oh yeah.
once. They make Billy stupid. They make Billy
Billy's a psychopath. Maybe
Yeah.
Billy's American Psycho. He's really
And-
smart, but he's a fucking evil person.
right. And there's some massive class action lawsuit against one of the companies.
Well, the
'cause
companies be
now
immune.
maybe
No, they'd be immune because it's for the greater good of the human race. Come on.
they'll lobby Congress to make it immune first.
100%. If they've done it with vaccines, they can do it with other things. The precedent's
see.
been set.
We'll see about that. I don't know. These companies may not have very much power at first. They may have nowhere near as much power as the pharmaceutical lobby.
Well, also, what kind of regulations are in place to prohibit this sort of
I
experimentation?
think none so far.
That's not good.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's not bad either. I think it's just a function of human beings' creativity, innovation, and this desire to constantly make things better.
Yep.
And we do that with computers, and we do it with cars, and we do it with everything. We do it with solar panels, we do it with fucking everything. And we're going to do it with us. But the thing is, it's like we're going to miss some things. Like there's beauty that comes out of people's tortured experiences and how it gets expressed in art. And if you eliminate all the negativity of life, you're going to miss out on a lot of things that bring us joy and inspiration. And that's that's the real conflict. That's what's like how much, every time you have an ecosystem that has a problem and they introduce an invasive species into the ecosystem to solve the problem, every time it gets fucked.
Unintended consequences.
Unintended consequences are off the charts. Australia is a great example. They brought in feral cats to deal with some of their pest problems. And now feral cats have decimated ground nesting
that's right.
birds. They make
I read
everything
about
extinct.
That. So now they're trying to kill all the cats,
Yes.
right?
People hunt cats in Australia. So when you have bow hunting journals in America, where magazines and stuff, people hold up pictures of a white-tailed deer that they're going to eat. It's like, oh, we got venison for dinner tonight, and look at this beautiful buck that we harvested. In Australia, some of the magazines hold up dead cats too. Like, look, we got rid of this motherfucker, and it's a house cat. And you're like, yo, that's great. That's like For some people, it's like a dog. You know, the way I feel about my dog, some people feel that way about a cat. And to see a cat with a fucking arrow hole through its chest and the guy's holding it up like, I did a good thing, mate. Like, in that world, they've fucked that system up so badly that the cat is now the bad guy. The cat is not your little friend, like, hey, buddy, what's up, buddy? Your little friend. No. Now the cat's the bad guy, and you can shoot him and take pictures of him.
So is the question, if we, through gene editing, get rid of schizophrenia, say, does that also dial the clock down on creativity in general a bit?
Who knows?
Does a guy like Kanye get born in such a world?
Right. Well, he's a great example of that. Whatever issues he has, I think he thinks now that he's autistic. I think that's what he's been openly saying. But whatever issues he has, that guy is a fucking tornado of creativity. Like, his mind is, when he wanted to do the podcast, okay, one of the things he wanted to do is make a set that was a womb. And we're going to do it in there. He goes, he was like, your studio is ugly and it's boring. I forget what he said. He said, would you allow me to design your studio? I go, yeah, do whatever the fuck you want. This is going to be fun. But Jamie got COVID. So it all got thrown into a monkey wrench and we needed someone else to engineer it. And so we just did it in my little shitty studio. But that guy is just always trying to think about sustainable housing. He's trying to think about new forms of currency. He's designing clothes. He's writing fucking songs constantly. His brain, the same thing that makes him blurt out things that are questionable and he probably shouldn't have said it, that same brain is responsible for an insane amount of art.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I think it's true of Elon too.
And when he was medicated, like, he didn't like it. Like, they cut that off. Like, this superpower. It's like telling Superman, like, you have to wear a kryptonite coat. Why? I'm fucking Superman. I can handle this.
The color just gets drained from the world or something.
Yeah, probably something will come of that. We'll find out that. I mean, he's
been quiet for a while, no?
I don't know.
I haven't heard anything about him.
I haven't been paying attention
recently.
It's kind of crazy. What did he actually eventually say? What was the big thing that he said? He said that he loves Hitler because he loves everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Alex Jones really tried to gave him every opportunity to walk it back. And he's like, oh, so you're just saying you like the Nazi uniforms? You like the aesthetic of Hitler? He goes, no, I love Hitler. Right? He really just stepped right into it. He didn't take any of the exit doors that Jones was giving him.
Well, you got to understand his personality too. He's a guy that does not like being told what not to do.
That's right.
Right? When Obama called him a jackass, he immediately started supporting Trump after that. Remember? He was wearing the Make America Great. When people were saying that Trump was bad, Kanye was like, no, I'm with Trump.
Yeah. And
there was a concert that he did. He said he didn't vote, but if he did vote, he would have voted for Trump. And the whole crowd was like, boo!
Right. One thing I've noticed about people as I've gotten a little older is that if a strategy has been working for someone their entire life, they're not going to get to 50 years old or 40 years old and suddenly change it when it stops working.
Right.
So if you're Kanye, you're a random kid from Chicago and you became like a decent producer, but like everyone else, you came to New York with big dreams and you didn't get noticed for a while. And then the second you did get noticed, the second you tried to rap, everyone told you were crazy. And not just everyone, the top experts of rap in hip hop, Jay-Z's record label, the people that would most know say, look, Kanye, you're a good producer, but take it from us. We're the top experts in the world. You don't want to get into the rap game. And he says, you know what? I'm going to do the really dumb thing and say, no, you're all wrong. And then he becomes not just a good rapper, but the best rapper in history, right? So this strategy of a bunch of people that are the smartest people, and then, by the way, he did the same thing with fashion. Everyone, the smartest people in the world said, Kanye, you're a great rapper, but trust us. We know more than anyone in the world about this industry. You can't make it. And then he does it better than them. So a guy for whom that strategy has been working, he's just been calling his shot like Babe Ruth over and over again and getting it every time against the odds. He's not going to wake up at 45 years old and when people say, you can't vote for Trump, he's going to say, yeah, actually, I should listen to them this time.
Right. Good point.
And I've noticed this about other people too. It's like if they have some weird strategy that's really worked for them, you can't tell them to change it halfway through their life.
Yeah.
And Elon's the same way. I think it's precisely connected to his extreme success of all the ventures that were supposed to fail, that had you put anyone else at the helm, they would have failed. Tesla, SpaceX. Just constantly having the smartest people in the world tell him he can't do something and then doing it. He's immune to a chorus of very smart, well-meaning people telling him, don't say that, don't do this.
Right.
Because it's worked for him his whole life. And so I think the point is, the flaws people point out in these people, they may be genuine flaws, but they are the flip side of the coin of their success.
Yes.
They're inseparable.
Such a good point.
Yeah.
Such an important point. And, I think when people get in a situation like we've never seen a person get in a situation like Kanye, where he was one of the biggest entertainers on the planet Earth, if not the biggest. And then all of a sudden becomes persona non grata. But that's never really happened before like that. Over words. And a guy who clearly has a penchant for saying things that are outrageous. And he's always done that. And he clearly goes on rants, where I don't even know if he knows where he's going sometimes. Like, he went on a crazy rant when he met with Trump. Did you ever see that one?
Yeah, I did.
It's one of my favorites. Because Trump is so happy that Kanye is there. He's like, this is great. This is great. I'm just going to listen. Like, if Kanye was opposed to him and was saying the same kind of things, how do you think Trump would respond? It's like,
yeah, he would.
What are you talking? Where did you get your education? What kind of talk is this? And instead, he's like sitting there going, okay, like Trump's smart. He's sitting there, he's letting Kanye rant. And Kanye is trying to change Make America Great Again to Make America Great or something, or Keep America. I forget what he was going, but he had this idea in his head that he had this was bad for black people and we want to make it change into this thing. And it's just a wild dude. He's a wild dude. I think he's a bad person. He's not a bad person by any stretch of the imagination.
I don't think he's going to be persona non grata forever.
No, he's talented, man. That motherfucker will put out a new album and it'll be a banger.
Everyone will listen to it, and for most people, all will be forgiven. Especially, I think people will give him a pass because of mental illness. Like, I don't think he'll be canceled forever.
No, he's too good.
Yeah,
he's too good. To this day, people listen to Michael Jackson music. Yeah. To this day. I Want to Rock With You comes on, and everybody goes, oh, man. You don't think, that's that guy who went crazy and had wild facial reconstructive surgery and may or may not have molested kids. You don't think that. You think that guy was so fucking good. When Beat It comes on, you don't think about those things.
Doesn't matter.
It's pretty.
I do remember there was like 1 week where people considered not listening to Michael Jackson. And then everyone at the same time was like,
too good.
It's too good.
It's too good. It's too good. Got to be starting something. When you hear some of those songs, you're like, God damn, that dude was good.
Yeah.
He was so good that they played him on rock and roll radio in Boston. I remember I was in Boston, and it was WCOZ, which was like the local rock station we would all listen to. It was mostly like classic rock, like Aerosmith and Led Zeppelin and shit. And the DJ comes on. This is back when DJs can still play whatever they wanted to play. And he came on and he said, look, I know this isn't rock and roll, but I'm going to play it anyway because it's so good.
Trust me.
And he played Billie Jean.
Oh.
And it was so good that people didn't give a fuck that it was Michael Jackson. They didn't think it was disco or any. They didn't give it a label. They're like, wow.
Yeah.
Undeniable. Just undeniable. And that's Kanye. Kanye's got some bangers.
Oh, yeah.
I got Kanye in about 10 songs on my Green Room playlist. And when we're in the mothership and those songs come on, everybody's like, oh, shit, here's another one. He had so many of them. So many of them. And that's that same mind. That same mind that says crazy shit. That same mind is just fucking going. It's just going in a bunch of different directions with like a fucking 1,000 horsepower engine, and we're out here in Civics.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what's going on.
The rest of us are not like that.
No,
I mean,
we're different. We're different, and we need people like that. We just need them to not say things that hurt people's feelings.
Yeah.
And don't say things that disparage entire groups of people. And I don't think he means to do that. I don't think anybody that's a good. I don't think he's a bad person by any stretch of the imagination, but I think we have to recognize that there's some mental illness that is extremely beneficial.
Yeah.
And that when these people are behaving and expressing themselves in a certain way, they're just unwell. And it might be momentarily. There's people that get into manic states and they say things, and then they have to call people back and say, I'm so sorry. I was freaking out. I'm not supposed to be drinking, and I drank, and I'm on this medication, and I fucked up. And it's like, yeah, okay. But as a society, just cast someone out. I mean, like Adidas stopped their contracts with them, and everybody stopped doing business with them. It's like, wow.
I don't think you get rid of bad ideas by doing that.
No,
and so everything I said about Israel on your podcast, no one can say that I'm a Hamas defender, right? I'm very pro-Israel. But there are people right now that, for expressing pro-Hamas beliefs, are being, there's companies saying we're never going to hire you to college kids. There's all kinds of stuff like this is going on, where I'm totally against it. I think people should be absolutely free to make these stupid arguments, and we should inform them. We should argue, right? We should have a conversation,
right? But
even when it's like a really bad belief.
But do you think that you would want someone to work for you if you found out that they were pro-terrorist? Like
no,
if you,
probably not.
Like if some guy
I wouldn't.
says he's into ISIS,
no,
and wants to work for your company, like you would say, "Hey, I'm not going to hire you because you've decided that you're pro-Taliban."
I wonder about that. Because I want to say yes, but my friend Noam Dorman, who owns a Comedy Cellar, he says that he has people working in his kitchen. This guy, both his parents are from Israel, very pro-Israel. It's actually the most important issue to him in life, perhaps. He has people working in his kitchen from the Middle East that believe all the propaganda, all the anti-Semitic propaganda that they've been fed, that many people in the Arab world are fed. They believe the Jews are controlling the media, the Jews are everything, right? And they're totally anti-Israel. And maybe some of them are even happy about the Hamas attack. But he says as long as they keep their politics out of work, they don't alienate customers, and we treat each other with respect, I'm not going to say I'd fire you or I wouldn't hire you.
Well, good for him. That's a very beautiful and Jesus-like way of approaching the world.
Yeah. I mean, but I think ideally it should be more and more the way we approach the world, because I don't think you persuade people by persecuting them.
Right. The difference between that and someone holding beliefs because they came from a particular part of the world is very different from someone going out on the street and yelling it, holding up banners and flags,
I would agree.
using bullhorns. And that is what someone might do at a protest. So if you were at a pro-ISIS protest and you were screaming about ISIS's caliphate and that this is the just way of life and this is what God wants, like, I probably don't want you working at Subway. You're probably not going to be the dude I want to be making sandwiches next to. And I'll probably, if I'm hiring at an auto repair shop and this guy thinks he's going to be a martyr if he blows himself up, maybe I'm not going to hire that guy. Maybe I'm not going to hire the guy that thinks that it's okay to talk little kids into wearing a fucking vest and walking into a school.
I agree.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't like the idea that there's a political litmus test for having a job.
Right.
And this is part of what's happening with diversity, equity, and inclusion statements, is that all over the country there are these jobs, professorships at universities, where in order to be hired, you have to sign and say, I support diversity, equity, inclusion, and a long paragraph of values you may not hold. Why should I need to sign on to that? It's to be hired to teach math.
Right.
I get very uncomfortable with that.
It gets slippery because you get to political ideologies that you're forcing people to subscribe to.
Yeah,
I mean, it is a slippery slope, right? I mean, if you were a Catholic and you would not hire Baptists, because not Baptists were fools, you only believe in hiring Catholics, that would get weird, you know? But those, we're okay in that sense that most people of differing Christian persuasions are comfortable with each other. Lutherans are comfortable around Methodists, and they look at Baptists the same way they look at Catholics. Or maybe they look at Mormons weird. You know, Mormons that's a weird one. But
very nice though.
They're the nicest people. But it's very common for people of different branches of Christianity to work together and have no problems. But it's when things get weird is when you decide, like, one thing is way worse than the other thing, or one thing opposes the existence of another thing. Now we're getting to extreme differences, like if the difference between the Hamas and Israel, like if you're getting to that. Or if you're getting to, Nazis and the Jews, or if you're getting to, there's things that you can get to where you're like, okay, this is valid,
Yeah.
These are valid reasons to not be worried. But if you do that and it keeps pushing in a certain direction, it could get to Catholics hating the Protestants. And that's what the fuck happened in Ireland. They were blowing each other up. I mean, when I went to Belfast, Northern Ireland, for a UFC once, there's police cars that are covered with like steel plates to bomb-proof them.
Wow.
Have you ever seen it?
No.
It's wild. It's wild. There's people that are there right now that still remember the IRA and they remember all the bombings and the terrorists and the horrible things that people from both sides of Ireland did to each other. They're two totally different countries. Northern Ireland's a completely different country than Ireland because of that, and because and a lot of it was wrapped up in religion. And I mean, we don't want to think that could happen, but whenever you have this thing where you're against someone who's not on your team, that could take place. You could have like a peaceful coexistence, like Baptists do with Methodists. Or it could be fucking horrible, and you could other that person, and it's just a part of human programming.
So I agree with the new atheist about how many problems have been caused by religion, and I'm an atheist myself. I grew up with no religion. On the other hand, the empirical literature suggests that religious people tend to be happier, and also suggests that conservatives tend to be happier than liberals. And that's a very interesting finding to me because I grew up in a very secular, liberal context, was never even tempted by religion, really. Like, how they say there's no atheists in foxholes?
Right.
I'd be an atheist in a foxhole. Like, I wouldn't even believe in God, I think, if it's nowhere in me. But it's an interesting and pretty verified result, I think, at this point, that conservatives tend to be happier than liberals, less mental illness, and the religious tend to be happier than the secular. So then the question becomes, why is that? Is it because they believe in religion? Or is it explained by a third variable? Is it correlation without causation? Is it that religious people have communities, they have somewhere to go to where they see familiar faces every Sunday, and atheists lack that, or they don't have it automatically, and it's
that's certainly a
tough
factor,
to build?
right?
I think
it's unquestionably a factor.
Got to be a factor, yeah.
Yeah, people need community. It is absolutely a part of us. And one of the things you see in primarily secular places, like if you think about New York City, there's so many people, but yet they're not friends with each other, and they're all stacked on top of each other.
Yeah.
I was talking to my friend Jim Norton the other day. He's like, I've lived next door to my neighbor for 10 years. I have no fucking idea who he is.
Yeah.
And they all just live in this giant stack of humans that they don't know. And, that's normal.
I've had culture shock when I've come to the South because I grew up in North Jersey, right outside of New York, and I didn't realize that until I came to the South, until I hung out in Florida and even the Midwest, that people in the Northeast aren't as nice.
I have a theory for that.
What's your theory?
Well, my primary theory for why people are so wild on the East Coast, because they are wild and aggressive, is because those are the ancestors of the people that fucking came across on boats. They were people that took a crazy chance.
Ambitious people.
Yeah, before YouTube.
Competitive, ambitious people.
And mean. I mean, just the echoes of the past. Have you watched Gangs of New York? You ever watch that movie? But, we think of New York City as this metropolitan. It used to be a horrible, crime-ridden, murderous place to be. And at the turn of the century, when people were coming over here from Europe, the people that came here from all parts of the world, those people came from somewhere that sucked, and they took a wild, crazy chance to try to make it in America. And it was probably very aggressive, and it was during the time of the Depression. So you're dealing with like really fucking scared people and really desperate people. And you're dealing with like very aggressive culture. And then a lot of people were like, fuck this, I'm going west. And they just kept going. They just kept going until on the west coast of the country, whether it's because of the entertainment industry or was because of the amazing climate. I think there's a combination of those two. That became like the most progressive, the least aggressive, the most open-minded. Like when I used to hear about fighters coming from California, I'd be like, how good could he be? That's what I used to think when I was a kid. I was thinking, you're going to get a good fighter, they're all going to come out of the cities. They're all going to come out of places where there's like a lot of hardship and people are like push and shove, and you're going to get your ass kicked at school all the time. And then you get a few dudes that grew up in the South that lived, in like hard scrabble neighborhoods, coal mining communities. They were badasses too. There's the hobos like Jack Dempsey, the dudes who rode the fucking railroad trains, and just hard men who did hard jobs, and they were scary too. But once you got to California, those dudes, what's a ridiculous thing to think. But that it comes out of this thing where the people that arrived there, they dealt with, those are the people that stayed. They're the people that like were fine with that or didn't know another way of life.
I watched like 5 or 6 hours of the New York City history documentary by Rick Burns.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
You know Rick Burns?
I've heard of him.
Yeah, Ken Burns' brother that no one talks about. It's funny to me that Ken Burns has a brother that makes exactly Ken Burns style documentaries.
That is kind of funny.
Great, by the way. He's not like worse than his brother.
I don't think I've seen any of
but
his
no
stuff.
one ever talks about him.
I don't think I've seen any of his stuff.
Anyway, he has like a mega marathon New York City history documentary that's fantastic. And
what's it called?
I think it's just called New York. Rick Burns New York. You need to like buy a subscription within Amazon Prime to get it. It's really annoying, but worth it. And
buy a subscription? Or you have to get a subscription to Amazon Prime?
Within Amazon Prime, there's like a PBS package or something.
Oh, it's another thing you pay for?
Yeah, you have to pay for it.
Those fucking people sitting on the
Yes.
beam over
This
the city
is-
freaks me out.
And
leather soles, slippery ass shoes.
Yep. And they have footage of building the Empire State Building. And these guys are just like tossing hot rods to each other, like 20 feet away from each other, just absolutely insane way of living. And from there I learned that the Empire State Building was supposed to be a parking spot for a blimp or a dirigible, whatever it's called technically.
Really?
That was the pretext for why they had to build the spire higher. It was total BS because they wanted to get it over the Chrysler Building, so they said we got to park blimps here. That's why we need this tall thing. And then they tried to park a blimp, but they didn't even build it to really work or be practical. It was just a pretext for why they needed to get higher than the Chrysler Building. But there is a picture of, I don't know if it's a real picture or if it was the kind of the blueprint of the Empire State Building with a blimp parked.
Hold that
there.
thought because I really have to pee.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about this more. We'll be right back.
Okay.
So the blimp, New York City,
Yeah.
Empire State Building.
Someone's going to yell at me for calling it a blimp because it's actually
a dirigible.
Dirigible, and I don't
What
know
is
the difference.
I think it's the
don't know the
structure. I
difference.
think it's the exterior structure.
Yeah. Anyway.
So dirigible has an exterior structure, whereas I think a blimp is just a balloon. Is that the case? So it parked it there. And that was why they said they needed to do it. And people walked onto that fucking thing from
And
there.
they tried to do it for about 5 minutes or something, and it didn't work. And then they said, screw that. But at least we're taller than the Chrysler Building now.
When I was reading it, it didn't work because it was super fucking windy, which it obviously is in New York City.
Oh
Right.
my
So
God.
they didn't plan for wind?
For
I
a
didn't
fucking
think
giant
they did.
balloon?
It was supposed to be the stop for transatlantic Zeppelin flights.
Dude.
Yeah.
How crazy
you
is
imagine?
it that I had a dream once. It was a really weird dream. It was a dream of, I forget, it was 1,000 or 1,000,000 Teslas. There was a dream that in a parallel universe, it was a very strange dream. And by the way, I've had it more than once. I think I've had it at least twice. It was a dream where instead of having one insanely innovative person like Nikola Tesla, there was 1,000 of them or 1,000,000 of them. And that the world, and in this dream, I was living in like 1960, and there were blimps everywhere. There was flying crafts everywhere. And it was very different. The world was very different. It was a really strange dream. But it was like the sky was filled with these flying crafts.
And there was Nikolai Teslas all over the place. Not
Yes,
literally him, but like
literally
people like him.
Not just one guy that everybody like breaks into his apartment after he's dead to get his notes, but thousands of them, millions of them. Dream, yeah, something like that.
King's Dream of New York.
Wow, that's crazy. So this is a kind of very, but in my dream, everything had like a kind of steampunk sort of feel to it because it was sort of early. You know, it wasn't a dream of today. It was a dream where I was imagining what would the world have looked like if instead of one of these guys in, like, when did Tesla live? It was like the 1920s, right? Instead of one of those guys, have a shit ton of them. And that, you know, we are often driven by a few mad geniuses that have just through their own creativity, and Tesla's very unusual with his creativity because he talked about how he was kind of like, I don't think he was saying aliens, but he was saying that he was receiving this information from somewhere else. Like he had this, see what you find about that, because I don't want to misquote him, but he had some very bizarre descriptions of where ideas came from. And I think he felt like he was in communication with something from somewhere else as well.
Well, I know a lot of artists and musicians have described it that way because I don't think you know where the idea comes from. I mean,
I have a theory.
When you're joke writing, where does it come from?
I think ideas are a form of life. I think it's not a life that uses blood and tissue. I think it's like a different kind of like non-tangible life form that enters into the creative mind. And it manifests itself in the form of physical objects. Every physical object that we see on Earth, from cars to planes to tables, was thought of first. A thought came to someone's mind and said, what if I cut this wood and sand it down and put some fucking legs on this bitch and I got some shit to put my stuff on. Look at that. I got a table. Like somebody had to think of that. And that thing became a real object. The whole Earth is covered with these things that human beings have put here because they had an idea. Like, and it's making us make a better version of ourselves. And this is what I think AI is. I think what we're doing with this constant thirst for innovation, and also this, it coincides with our materialistic tendencies. It's like it facilitates it. It helps it. Everyone's so material. You got, what do you got, an iPhone 6? What's wrong with you, bro? You know, like you need to get the 15. It's USB-C now. Oh my God, I got to get the 15. And everybody's running out. And everybody wants to do that. Everybody wants to have the newest, latest, greatest thing. And what does that do? It fuels innovation. And ultimately that leads to us creating AI. And this is where we find ourselves. And we find ourselves in this weird situation. We're like, okay, who's in control of AI? And if someone really does invent a better form of AI and uses it to hijack the economic system, to hijack, who knows? Just you have insane amounts of power if you have an insane mind and the ability to innovate far beyond the capabilities of the human mind.
Some people have been arguing, I think they're probably right, that the safest way to build AI is to have lots of people build it separately, because then no one AI will be decentralized. Right. Rather than try from the top down, the government to say, okay, we got to build this safely. We're going to take charge. We're going to regulate everything. We're going to make you put the seatbelt on. To have multiple parties at the same time all over the world doing AI, it may guarantee or may help ensure that no one of them becomes so powerful that they exist unopposed by others.
Well, it would be very irresponsible if you were a superpower and you didn't do work with AI. And China does, or Russia does, or Iran does. That would be irresponsible. So you'd really kind of have to do that.
So you remember when people were asking for a 6-month pause?
Yeah.
You heard about that? Yeah.
China's not going to
pause. I mean, this is sometimes the smartest people in the world don't have common sense.
Well, they would like the international scientific community to get on board with that, but they don't have that option in certain parts of the world. They just don't. They just don't. And when it's something like AI, something that does have the power to radically transform everything that we see around us, and is probably doing it right now with algorithms that manipulate people's perspectives on all sorts of things. You know, how much of the Twitter beef with the bots and all that stuff, how many of those fake accounts are being run by AI? How many of them are being generated by programs? I would assume at this point it's not zero. It's not zero. And we know that that's a real factor in making sure that people are constantly pissed off at each other and fighting back and forth. There's certain foreign and domestic interests that have a vested responsibility to do that. Like this is what they're trying to do. Like this is my job. I got to go out and make people mad about abortion. I got to go out and make people mad about the border. I got to go out and make people mad about this. And they're running programs that are having people argue with people like constantly, all the time. I'm sure you've seen when someone will like highlight some sort of a tweet about a particular thing, and then you put that tweet in a search engine and you will see thousands of people tweeting the exact same thing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. And there's less sophisticated versions and more sophisticated versions. And then there's actual physical bad actors, human beings that are doing it, you know, and they're doing it very creatively. And that was one of the things that Renee DiResta investigated when she was looking into what was going on with Facebook and these troll farms and the Internet Research Agency in Russia and how they were manipulating social media arguments. One of the things she noticed that they had organized a Texas secession rally right across the street from some Islamic rally.
And did people show up?
Yeah, sure, people showed up.
I think I learned from her too that they had organized a BLM rally and people showed up.
That's wild. They also organized, well, one of the crazy things they did was out of the top 20 Christian Facebook sites, 19 of them were run by troll farms.
Wow.
So all the, the hateful rhetoric and all the, all that stuff run by people who are just trying to get people angry at each other.
Now, I will say, that said, I love GPT-4.
It's amazing.
ChatGPT. I love it. I use it almost every day. It's like a smart buddy that will do whatever I tell him to do.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
And even when I don't agree with him, I can have a fun or intelligent exchange with him that makes me smarter.
Yeah.
It's just so much fun.
It's very interesting. We use it all the time.
Throw on a documentary and everything I don't understand, explain this to me. Are you sure about that?
Wow.
Well, I heard that. It's like, it's fantastic. I strangely meet a lot of people that don't like it at all.
Why?
Either because they feel that it's not smart enough to interest them. That's the first thing. And I really don't get that. It's smart enough to be interesting. It's smarter than a lot of people.
Why would they say it's not smart enough to interest them?
I hear this all the time. They say, "Oh, it's not really that intelligent. It's just feeding you talking points. It can't really think, for itself."
Come on, man. If
People
you don't
still say
see
this.
that as the seed of something that's going to be infinitely more intelligent than human beings, you're foolish.
I think so too.
Yeah, that's a person
That ship has sailed.
Yeah, but then, that falls into this, people don't want to be duped by things. They don't want to be the person that
fell for the hype.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, the hype is real this time.
Well, it's
and
real
just,
as
if
fuck.
you don't, a lot of people are still on 3.5 because they don't want to or can't pay $20 a month. Go to GPT-4 and really have a conversation with it about anything. Tell me it's not smart.
It's very smart.
Yeah.
And it's also just the beginning. I had
Yeah.
Sam Altman on the podcast. We had a pretty long discussion about this. And I feel like it's inevitable. And I think it was a part of our history before it was ever written. We are going to make a better version of ourselves. And one of the things we're going to do first is create some sort of sentient intelligence that may or may not be physical. You know, it may exist only in terms of running programs, but it's going to be smarter than us. And one day, someone's going to put that in a physical object, or one day we're going to allow that thing into our own brains. We're going to develop some sort of an ability to utilize that, and a universal language would be one of the quickest things that it could do. So it would change the way people communicate with each other, because there would be no longer neither a cultural boundary nor a language boundary. You'll be able to understand the way a person thinks based on their actual thoughts versus the rhetoric, and what they're thinking and saying might be two different things. But you'll be able to recognize that instantaneously. There'll be no ability to lie. There'll be no bottleneck between information and your ability to acquire it. It'll be instantaneous. And I think we're going to change what we are fundamentally, and it may overall be the thing that saves us, because if we truly can understand that we are all connected and we are all the same thing, and that the only thing that separates us is where we were from, how we grew up, who we were influenced by, what our genes are, what our environment is, all these variables, but the core of what we are is just human beings. And maybe through a universal language and an ability to communicate universally, like across no boundaries, no boundaries for expression, no boundaries for understanding, no misconstrued things, no things taken out of context, the ability to recognize the actual thing, and you to be able to recognize what you are too, because people will confront you. Like the people that read your thoughts and know your mind will be able to show you the error. It'll be almost impossible after a certain point in time to have distorted perspectives, because you won't just be a biological human being. You'll be a biological human being that is interfaced with an insanely intelligent technology that allows you to elevate everything around you. But then again, it's not going to be great. It's not going to be all great. It's not going to be perfect. What are we going to lose? Are we going to lose blues? Are we going to lose the blues? Are we going to lose hip hop? What are we going to lose? Are we going to lose comedy? Are we going to lose violent movies? Are we going to lose fun? Are we going to lose bungee jumping? What are we going to lose? We're going to lose some things.
Yeah, I'm sure.
We're going to lose a lot of thrills and a lot of the chaos of life. You know, maybe all bars will close. Maybe people completely stop drinking. What the fuck was I doing? You know, now I realize why I needed to release my inhibitions. And this is like all just like a thing I'm dealing with, a conflict, an internal conflict.
Right. So I had this lady, Nita Farahani, on my podcast probably a year ago. And then I met her at TED recently. And she wrote this book called The Battle for Your Brain. She's a professor. I'm forgetting the college in somewhere in North Carolina, I think. Maybe Duke. Is that in North Carolina or South Carolina? Am I crazy?
Not sure. Which one is it? North?
So she just had this book, and she's, she pays close attention to the current state and the near future state of mind reading technology. And I was absolutely blown away, because I did not think that things were possible that are already happening in certain parts of the world. For example, she talked about a factory in China where they're able to, through an ESG, and like overscalp ESG scanner, determine whether someone is slacking off by the brain signals being sent from them.
Wow.
Right. And apparently it's even possible to simply have a tattoo like kind of behind your ear or somewhere on your face that gets enough of a signal, of an electrical signal from your brain that can then get enhanced to get actual brain readings, like to read your state of mind, essentially.
Just a tattoo?
Yeah.
Is that the mark of the beast?
I don't know. What's mark of the beast?
Mark of the beast from the Bible.
Oh.
So this.
Well, anyway, so like the full thing is to have a big cap on, right?
Okay.
And it gets ESG signals, and these signals get correlated through big data with states of mind. So you get enough data, you say, okay, this signal pattern means you're happy. This signal pattern means you're tired. This signal pattern means, etc. you get enough data of people talking with ESG and correlate it, perhaps using AI, then you can get a signal in principle of what does the brain look like when someone is saying the sentence, I'm hungry for food or whatever. In principle, you can mind read with this, right? You can read if and this apparently has been done in India according to Farahani. If you're in a courtroom and you ask a witness, have you seen this murder weapon before? They can lie, but there's a neural signature to recognition.
This has been this is very controversial. This is fMRI, correct? Is that what we're talking about?
She's talking mostly about ESG.
ESG.
Yeah.
So I know that there was, when you brought up India, I know that there was a trial where someone was convicted of, I think the term was functional knowledge of the crime scene.
Right.
But I talked to a neuroscientist that said that would never fly over here.
Right.
And that it was something about the court system where this person was convicted that if you had that it's you remember when there was seismologists in Italy that were sued because they didn't accurately predict an earthquake? Do you remember that?
No.
See if you can find that. Yeah, there was they literally had to go to trial. They had to be acquitted because they were being accused of either negligence or some sort of I forget exactly what the charge was, but they were essentially not understanding seismology and the unpredictable nature of the movement of the earth. Italian seismologists cleared of manslaughter. So they were going to charge them with manslaughter. So 6 seismologists accused of misleading the public about the risk of an earthquake in Italy were cleared of manslaughter on 10th of November. An appeals court overturned their 6-year prison sentences and reduced to 2 years the sentence for a government official who had been convicted with them. So a magnitude 6.3 earthquake struck the historic town of L'Aquila in the early hours of 6 April 2009, killing more than 300 people. The findings by a 3-judge appeals court prompted many, I don't know how, I'm not saying that right, L'Aquila citizens who were waiting outside the courtroom to react with rage, shouting shame and saying that the Italian state had just acquitted itself, local media reported. But it comes as a relief to scientists around the world who had been following the unprecedented case with alarm. We don't have to be worried about the possibility of being prosecuted if we give advice on earthquakes, says seismologist Ian Main of University of Edinburgh, UK. That would discourage giving honest opinion. The defendants themselves have mixed feelings. Guido Selvaggi, former director of the National Earthquake Center in Rome, says that although he is happy to be acquitted, there's nothing to celebrate because the pain of the people of L'Aquila remains. The scientists that end up in court as a consequence of a botched communication in a highly stressed environment. In the months before the major earthquake struck, the region around L'Aquila had been subject to frequent, mostly low-magnitude tremors known as seismic swarms. Residents were confused and increasingly alarmed by statements made by a local amateur earthquake predictor who said that he had evidence of an impending quake, although geologists dismissed his methods as unsound. A commission of experts met on 31 March 2009 to assess the scientific evidence and advise the government. According to the prosecution, a press conference after this meeting attended by acting president of the commission, volcanologist Franco Barberi of the University of Roma Tre, and the government official Bernardo Di Bernardinis, then directly...
Parents with that name named their kid Bernardo.
Di Bernardinis. And then deputy director of the Italian Civil Protection Department conveyed a reassuring message that a major earthquake was not on the cards. Okay, so the earthquake happened, and so they charged these people with manslaughter. As a consequence, the television interview recorded shortly after the meeting, but aired shortly before the meeting, but aired after it. Di Bernardinis, who is now president of the Institute for Environmental Research and Protection in Rome, says that the scientific community tells me there is no danger because there was an ongoing discharge of energy during the seismic swarm. As a consequence, according to the prosecution, when the earthquake struck on 6 April 2029, people chose to stay indoors instead of stepping outside as they otherwise would have done. and died as their homes collapsed. All 7 members of the expert commission were found guilty of manslaughter. And this is 2012. This is pretty recently. After a 13-month trial that transfixed the international scientific community. But I think, charging them with manslaughter is fucking crazy.
It's insane.
Like,
It's
I
insane.
don't think they're basing it on what they know about earthquakes. And earthquakes are unpredictable.
How predictable are earthquakes to
Not
begin
very
with?
predictable.
Yeah, that's what I was never under the impression that they could be predicted super easily.
Oh, brain
Okay,
scanning
so-
in Chinese factories probably doesn't work if it's happening at all. And this is, do you remember that video that we watched, Jamie? What was that from? Where the girl was sitting in her desk and she was having fantasies about a coworker and, was like trying to like not have these. Then someone in her office, because of their brain scanning, got convicted of fraud.
Oh, no, I didn't
And
see
someone that she was directly involved with in some sort of a meeting. It's a cartoon, but it's trying to paint. I think it's a World Economic Forum thing. Is it? They're trying to predict this rosy version of a much more productive future if you just submit to letting the company that you work for read your fucking mind.
Yeah.
Why? It just says, and the things that she's citing it's really fascinating. But she's talking about how much better her productivity is, and she's getting more work done. She's much more focused because they know when she's not. And that this is somehow. You know that video? Do you remember it?
So I don't know if that China factory story ends up being true, but Farahani has a lot of other examples in her book of studies that have been done and what's possible. And she has this worry about this notion of cognitive liberty, that soon we're going to have to decide if the right to privacy extends to our brain data.
Right. Well, we've already submitted to this idea that a company can mandate whether you get vaccinated, even when it was preposterous. We submitted to that.
Yeah.
There was people that I know that had COVID, recovered from COVID, and were required to get vaccinated in order to participate in certain television programs and certain movie
Me too.
programs.
I know a professor, a music professor, that was required to get the booster. Already double vaxxed and had gotten COVID, was required to get the booster on pain of lost work, of not being able to teach.
Yeah, and I had a friend that was doing a television show, and the exact same thing. He had gotten COVID, he had gotten vaccinated, but he hadn't gotten boosted. And they required him to get. He's like, I've already recovered from COVID. Like, it's totally unscientific. And they required him, and he had to do it.
And I think part of the reason why someone like RFK has so much support and enthusiasm is because there's all these people that didn't have Zoom professions, that didn't work from home,
right?
That for whom a paycheck was meaningful, who were forced into this thing. Not forced. I shouldn't say forced. Were pressured. Were pressured into additional things that they didn't need.
Yeah.
And that has caused an understandable backlash. And I think there's obviously an age element to this too. Vaccines were far more important for older folks than for younger folks. And so I think people have really failed to take the compassionate angle towards why people are so interested in a guy like RFK, and that is definitely part of it.
100%. Yeah. We're in a strange new territory. We're in a strange new territory with human discourse. We're in a strange new territory with AI. We're in a strange new territory with global conflicts. This is a wild time. Because think about the social media coverage of the Israel-Palestine issue. This is one of the first times where you don't need the mainstream news at all to get your information.
In fact, the mainstream news is slower than Twitter. I've been following the hospital story the past 48 hours. All of the mainstream news outlets are like 10 hours behind Twitter. That's very interesting.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have the confinements. So they're going to, like you said before, they're not professionals, so they're going to get things wrong too. And there's always that. There's a lot of that kind of stuff that goes on. But generally that gets sorted out with free speech.
Right.
If people are paying attention. But the problem is some people only pay attention to the initial assertions, and then afterwards they miss the corrections.
That's right.
And there's a lot of people that are doing that now. I've watched people today talk about Israel bombing that hospital. I saw it today. Someone who who's talking about it that I follow. I'm like, it's.
There are some people that are never going to get the correction.
No, they're not going to get it.
Yeah, they're going to still be saying it in a year.
Yeah, well, you're going to always have that. You're going to have that, but at least we're getting that information quickly. Like the correction was quick, as opposed to the way it would have been in 1967. It's very different.
In 1967, it would have taken years to correct.
Years, if ever.
Yeah.
It would still be up for debate.
Right.
Who was right or who was wrong? I mean, how long did it take before they admit the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag? It took forever. The speed at which we get access to the actual truth is very quick now. It's very different.
Have you seen The Last Days in Vietnam?
No.
That is possibly the best documentary I've ever seen. Definitely top 3. I was blown away. It's just a documentary about our pullout from Vietnam and our efforts to get South Vietnamese out. The fact that we waited so long to admit the war was fully lost and that we had to leave. There were people just clinging to the myth that we could still be there a little bit longer. And the total logistical failure of it, that people were just trying to find helicopters from anywhere in the world to get people off of the rooftop of the embassy, and all the South Vietnamese that we abandoned that ended up in concentration camps. It was one of maybe the best war-related documentary I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
It was, I teared up. It was just incredible.
It's just so horrible.
And it was very reminiscent of our exit from Afghanistan as well. When you look at how many people we abandoned to the Taliban, who were our collaborators who worked with us, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's horrific. And again, it points to this thing that we were speaking of earlier, that we would think that we would know better by now, that we've learned from the horrors of the past, but apparently we haven't. There's also the realities of war that are available to you now. Like how much Russian-Ukraine footage have you seen from people's GoPros and cell phone footage? It's insane. You get to see like actual videos of war crimes, torture. I saw a guy get murdered with a sledgehammer. You're seeing people get shot when they're on the ground. You're seeing like real high-resolution footage of some really horrific shit. That is what actual war is. Not this sort of sterilized, I support this because I got a flag on my Twitter bio and you go over there and do the right thing and it's a moral imperative that we support these people. Like, that's the actual reality of what you're supporting.
War is hell.
It's hell. It's hell. The apocalypse exists. It just doesn't exist right here. It exists. In parts of the world, it exists. And then there's the insane fact that these people are tweeting about these things on phones that you can literally trace. If you go back down the supply chain, literally made by slaves who are using materials that are pulled out of the ground in some of the most inhumane, horrific conditions on Earth right now. That pregnant women carrying their babies on their back, are digging cobalt out of the ground. And that's getting into your phone, and that's what you're using to tweet about inequality. It's wild.
You know what? I read this book recently called In Defense of Capitalism by, I think he's like a Northern European guy. And he mentioned this episode where UNESCO banned child labor in either in Pakistan or Bangladesh, and did a follow-up study of the kids that were no longer in those child labor factories. And some crazy proportion of them had gone into child prostitution because that was their alternative. Their alternatives in life were work in the factory or sell your body.
Oh my God.
And so the question becomes, the people working in those cobalt mines, what are their alternatives? Realistically, from their perspective. What is this cobalt mine better than that they're choosing to come here, if they are choosing? If they're not choosing, then they're slaves.
Right.
It's a very grim reality.
It's a very grim reality that's currently happening. That's one of the strangest things about these things, that when they're not happening to you right now, it's very difficult to wrap your mind around what would be like if your roll of the dice was you were born in Karachi or you were born in, just name the place, name the troubled place on earth. You were born in Beirut. You were born wherever it is. Name that spot. You were born in Libya. Name it. Just luck. Luck of the universe, of karma, of whatever the fuck you want to believe. But it's just luck. And if you were born in North Korea, you're fucked. You're fucked. And no one's coming to save you. And that's real. And that's real right now in 2023. And the only thing that stops that from happening is people who have good intentions making sure that we engineer a future that's better for everybody. And I don't know how you do that. How do you do that with all these different special interests? How do you do that with the military-industrial complex? How do you do that with education being halfway sideways? How do you do that? How do you do that with the immigration crisis, the fucking political discourse in this country?
Though despite it all, life seems to get better generation after generation. If anyone you or I know talks to their grandparents, 9 out of 10, we have a better life than our grandparents.
9 out of 10, 100%.
So despite all of it, the world chugs along and improves bit by bit. That's not inevitable. It can backslide. It could all end tomorrow.
Yeah.
But we managed to make progress, and that progress is important.
The progress is important. It's not guaranteed. And during the time of the Mongols, it was definitely not good. And the thought is, during your lifetime, it might go sideways, but ultimately it'll level back out.
Yeah, like the stock market.
And it may. But I think sometimes that takes a long time. A long time. And that's one of the things that I've become very fascinated with from my discussions with Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock is the Younger Dryas impact theory. And it's a theory that somewhere around 11,800 years ago, the end of the Ice Age was caused by us getting hit by comets. And it probably wiped out most civilization. And when we're looking at the Mesopotamians and ancient Sumer, we're looking at a rebuilding of civilization, not the emergence of civilization, but a rebuilding of civilization. What that means to me is that from 11,800 years ago to 6,000 years ago was probably pretty fucking horrific. Pretty horrific for a long time. People probably barely made it, and the people that did make it were probably monsters. And then it took a long time for everything to settle back down again. And people started inventing mathematics again and start rebuilding structures and start using agriculture and all these different things that they probably had already harnessed when they were building the pyramids. They had probably already harnessed all that. They were probably as advanced, if not more advanced than us. That what we are is what Graham Hancock, Graham Hancock likes to say that we're a civilization with amnesia. And that seems like archaeologists were pushing back against it for a long time, but they seem to be backing off of that now for a bunch of reasons. One, because of the physical evidence. There's a lot of real physical evidence of ancient cultures that were far more sophisticated than we give them credit for. Specifically, Göbekli Tepe and some of these places in Turkey, they found 11,000-year-old complex stone structures back when people were supposed to be much more primitive. And they really don't know the actual dates of the pyramids. They've just carbon dated some genetic material, some material that's inside the cracks of the stones and stuff on the surface, but they don't know when they actually put it down. It's just kind of guesswork, because easily it could have been work that was done thousands of years later by people who found it. Like, they don't really know.
I hear this said all the time. Is it now known how the pyramids were built, or is it still an unknown?
No idea. Not just no idea.
Is there a leading theory?
Nope. They're all bullshit. And the thought behind it is the real problem is some of these fucking things weighed 50, 70 tons, and they were taken from quarries hundreds of miles away through the mountains. At the very most recent, what the mainstream archaeologists believe, was 2,500 BC. Somehow or another, back then, they had the ability to move 70-ton blocks of stone through the mountains from hundreds of miles away and get it to Giza. And not just that, but build 2,300,000 of them into a perfect pyramid that points almost exactly to due north, south, east, and west, and that at one point in time was covered in smooth limestone. What we see now, this like jagged, it's because people looted it, and they took the limestone off the surface of the pyramid. People are monsters. They found this thing that far more intelligent people built a long fucking time ago, and they rummaged through it and stole shit. But whoever those people were and whatever they did and how they did it and how long ago they did it, what they did we can't do today, no matter what anybody says. I think the number was, if they cut and placed 10 stones a day, it would take you 600 plus years to make one pyramid. 10 of these massive stones that they move into place 4,000 plus years ago, at least. Like how? How'd you do it? No one knows. No one knows. It's all guesswork. They don't even know what they did, how they cut it. They only supposedly had copper tools back then. They don't know how they cut those things. They don't know how they moved them. There's evidence of drill marks. There's like all these different pieces of stone that looks like a tubular diamond drill has gone into it. They don't know what the fuck that is.
So Graham Hancock's theory is then that this was an advanced civilization that got destroyed?
Not just his, but many people now are coming on board with this. But there's also core samples. They've taken core samples of Earth, and when they get to that point in time at 11,800 years ago, they find high levels of iridium in certain parts of the Earth, which is very common in space and very rare on Earth. They also find nanodiamonds that come from impacts, and I think they call it tritonite or trinitite, like after the Trinity bomb, because when they detonated the Trinity bomb, they found this same sort of microglass because of the explosion. It's just extreme amount of energy slamming into dirt, and it makes these microdiamonds. And they find those also at that level of 11,800 years. And they think it was not just that one time. They think it probably happened again somewhere around 10,000 years ago as well, maybe multiple times throughout history. And they think it's also the same comet storm that we passed through that led to the Tunguska event. Do you know about that? I think that was in the 1920s. There was an area of Siberia where I think it was like more than 1 million acres of trees were devastated. And what they think happened was we passed through that comet shower and something blew up in the environment upon re-entry, entry into our environment, into our atmosphere, and blew up over. It didn't actually impact, but it detonated above it. And I think to this day, it's still flattened. To this day, I don't think there's trees there.
Why would it detonate above it?
Just on re-entry, sometimes they blow up. Shooting stars. When you see a shooting star and it gets really bright and then it stops, it's because it's burned up upon entry.
Right.
But something might be so big that when it burns up upon entry, it just explodes. And this Tunguska event, there's wild speculation. I was listening to a Radiolab podcast where there was a scientist that was speculating that perhaps it was a very tiny black hole that impacted the Earth. But there's a lot of debate as to whether or not that's valid. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to understand that. But they do believe that time that the Tunguska event happened coincides with the time where Earth goes through this regular period of comet activity, because we pass through this comet cloud. I think it's every November and every June. See if you can find that Tunguska thing, because I think to this day it's still flattened. I mean, it just devastated this area.
Wow.
And it's pretty wild when you see the original pictures of it.
Yeah.
It just, all these trees are just flattened. It's like that's what it looks like now, still to this day, which is crazy. But if you look at the other images of what it looked like when they discovered it, after it happened, I mean, just imagine. So you have this dense forest. If you see that black and white, excuse me, Jamie, the color image again, the color image of what it looks like now. Now imagine what it looked like back then. Well, that whole area was covered with trees too. And something detonated, they think, right above it. And it just, boom, just flattened out everything.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was 1908. That's what it was. And they think that this has happened many, many, many times in human history. They found these big impact sites in Greenland. They found them off the coast of Australia. They found these things, obviously, where the dinosaurs died. off of Mexico. That happens. That's a thing that happens. And when it does happen, we get knocked back into the fucking Stone Age. And the same thing could happen with nuclear war. It could be the same thing. Same kind of thing, where we reach this incredible level of sophistication, but everything that our sophistication is based on in terms of your ability to acquire that information is all either electronic or paper. I mean, all that stuff is like so easy to destroy. It's like if we didn't have computers, if we died, if there was some Walking Dead type situation, and all the people that run computers and all the people that run the power grid, they all die. And then we have these hard drives 400 or 500 years from now. They're not going to be worth anything anymore. They're going to be gone. They're going to be laying around. They won't feed us. They're not gonna, you can't light them on fire to cook food over. So we're just going to leave them on the ground. And those things are going to rot, and they're just going to disappear. And the Earth's going to swallow them up, and there's going to be no evidence of them. They'll just completely be absorbed by the Earth. And that's probably why we don't find anything, from whatever the technology was that these people had, that they were able to invent the pyramids. Because whatever the fuck they had, there's these bizarre stones where it looks like they've somehow or another scooped out sections of stone that it looks like it was done with like some unknown technology. They speculated all sorts of different things, like different kinds of energy systems that they would have used to cut this stone in this manner. But some of the stones in the Great Pyramid are cut so precisely, you can't even get fucking a razor blade in between them. And they just stacked these things on top of each other and made this perfect structure.
It's amazing that there's no leading theory. That's good.
Like, they have theories, but they're kind of horseshit.
But there's no theories that everyone agrees on because they're so likely, right?
It's almost like this civilization, maybe, like, imagine if you're a civilization that's so advanced that you want to leave evidence of yourself. No matter what happens. No matter what happens, this is going to be around. Because this is so crazy. Like, even if we do get hit by meteors, even if...
This will survive.
Yeah, this will still be here. And then people go, oh, we're not the first. We're a rebuilding. We're a rebuilding. What they did in Africa is above and beyond what we do today. In the wildest ways. In the wildest ways. If you've seen people, there's all these demonstrations. There's a guy named Bright Insight who has a YouTube channel. And he's got just a bunch of stuff on the mysteries of these ancient civilizations and what they were able to accomplish. But he's got this whole series of things like people trying to move 30-ton rocks and how insanely impossible it is, like them putting them on dump trucks and the trucks fall over, trying to place them in the back of pickup trucks, the suspensions explode. Like the most sophisticated machinery we have today, if you had to move a 70-ton block of stone 500 miles through the mountains, good luck. Good luck. Tell me how you did it. Tell me how you did it. You didn't even make a road? You didn't even make a massive road and have these impossibly large metal machines to move this thing? What'd you do? You put logs on the ground and you guys rolled it through the mountains. And how many times did you do it? You did it 2,300,000 times? How long did that take? How'd you cut them? What were you using? How'd you figure out how to make it perfect north, south, east, and west? Why does it have like portals in it that stare at the sun during the summer solstice where it like lines up with like...
Yeah, that's nuts.
It's nuts. They were so advanced. They were so advanced. And there's a fantastic series called Magical Egypt by this guy that he's been on my podcast twice. He's gone now, unfortunately. But his name was John Anthony West. And he was sort of an alternative Egyptologist. It wasn't like formally trained in it, but became obsessed with it and learned like so much about the mysteries of these ancient cultures and how insanely sophisticated they were and how they have hieroglyphs that date back 40,000 plus years of history. So they depict these kings that modern Egyptologists say, oh, that's just fantasy. They're just making that up. They don't even don't pay attention to that. Pay attention to the stuff from the time period where we tell you it happened. Because they talk about kings and people that lived 40,000 years ago. I think they were probably right. I think that's probably real. I think they probably had some sort of memory of how this all got done. And they probably lost all of it over time. And all of it due to catastrophe and who knows, war. They were conquered by the Nubians. All sorts of things happened to Egypt. And now it's just like, just guessing. But this thing, these structures that are so insane that you just look at them and go, how?
I gotta learn more about this.
It's wild stuff.
Magical Egypt, it's called?
Yeah, it's a fantastic documentary. But just if I could recommend to anybody discussing it, it's Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock. And Graham has, I always fuck this up. It's Ancient Apocalypse, right? On Netflix? Yes. And it's a whole series about the evidence that points to ancient civilizations that we can't explain. And we don't know who built this. Why is it here? Like how is it so sophisticated? And where did this culture go? Like we don't we know about the Mayans, right? We don't know how they built that stuff, but we do know that they were probably wiped out by plague. It was probably European settlers came down here and gave them diseases they had no immunity to, and it wiped them out, just like it wiped out 90% of Native American populations.
Yep, Native Hawaiians too.
Yes. So we know that that's probably was the end of the Mayan civilization, but we have no fucking idea. Like, what prompted them to do that? I went to Chichen Itza, and you just look around and you go, whoa, what did you do? Yeah. How did you guys do this?
Yeah.
Like, you're doing something that people in other parts of the world have like people in Europe, they weren't doing anything like that. They're making shit out of fucking bricks and stuff and wood, stupid inns, you know? And these people are making these immense structures out of stone and dedicating them to the cosmos. It's wild stuff.
Yeah, I love these things where there just is no theory yet.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the one I pay most attention to is consciousness. I have lots of philosophers on my podcast. It was my major in college. There's no leading theory of why it is that human beings are conscious as opposed to mere robots or mere lifelike robots. There's nothing agreed upon. There's no, we're in the pre-Darwin days with respect just to this problem. Like, there's no one solved it.
And what is it? And is it local? Is it a part of you, or are you an antenna? We don't know.
There's no theory. I mean, there are theories, but similar to the pyramid, there's nothing agreed upon because there's no evidence or even logic that strongly favors one theory or the other.
It's fascinating that people always say it's the mind, but my thought was always been like, imagine if there was a machine and this machine did all these incredible things, but you realize this machine was plugged into the wall. And if you pulled that plug out, the machine stopped working.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, that's the brain right there, because you pull that out, it doesn't work anymore.
Right.
Well, you blow someone's brains out, they can't think anymore.
Right.
But is that because the brains are where they're thinking? Or is it possible that the brain is receiving consciousness? That consciousness is something that's just a part of the universe, and that we are the embodiment of it in a physical, biological form, but we're just kind of tuning into it, and we're using the mind, we're using the human brain to tune that in like a radio.
It's kind of close to the idea of panpsychism, right? Which is, it's as respected now a theory as all of the other theories, which is just that consciousness is in every atom in microcosm. And when you put enough atoms together in some kind of way, you get advanced consciousness. But, by that logic, the table would have some rudimentary form of consciousness. It would just be nothing like an animal, nothing like a dog, which is nothing like a human. But as nuts as that sounds, it is on a par with all of the other theories. None of the other theories have more evidence for them than that one. It's a deep mystery that science, despite its enormous successes over the past 400, 500 years, is no closer to an answer about now than it was, 100 years ago.
But isn't that always the case? Like, if you stopped and think about what life would be like if you lived before they understood that viruses existed, or what caused them, or what bacteria was, what caused infections, when surgeons didn't even wash their hands, they didn't even know. They didn't have any idea. And their understanding of what these things are was based entirely on what people had already figured out. And they couldn't imagine a world imagine if you lived before bacteria was discovered. Imagine a world where someone tried to explain to you. Now, there's like these little tiny invisible things. That's what's fucking you up. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
Hey, you need a microscope to see them. Like, what, a microscope?
But Philip Goff, who's a philosopher, he made a very good point to me because I made that exact same argument to him. I said, isn't this just another one of all the big paradigm shifts that we've had? And he made the good point, which is that the whole idea of science is premised on what is observable, what you can empirically observe. All of the great discoveries of science in one or another form have been based on observable evidence. Even things that are too small to see, they have effects that can be measured, and we can test different theories by looking at observable things. Consciousness is about the unobservable. And so in some deep way, science was not designed to answer the question, right? You wouldn't know that I was conscious if you couldn't tell that you were conscious, and you extend the courtesy, the analogy to me. I figure Coleman's conscious. He's a thing like me. There's something it feels like to be this flesh. So I'm going to assume that there's something it's like to be Joe Rogan. The lights are on in there, and you're not just a humanoid robot that has advanced AI, but there's no feeling. Right. How does science deal with a problem like that? Because the evidence of consciousness is unobservable from the outside, by definition. I cannot observe that you're conscious. You just know it because you know it.
Right.
That's not like other scientific problems we've solved.
Yeah, that's...
It makes it, in principle, much more difficult of a question to solve. Because what would an answer even look like?
Yeah.
Yeah. And yet, it's kind of the most interesting question from my perspective.
Indeed. Yeah, what is it? What is it?
Because according to the laws of physics, the laws of chemistry, but everything that is known in biology, chemistry, and physics, there is no reason why we should be feeling something in addition to doing stuff.
But doesn't it motivate you to do more stuff?
You can create a robot that does that has the incentive structure of motivation without the feeling.
Right, but you would have to create it, but you'd have to be a thing that understood those things in order to create it. The assumption is that through evolution, there's been determining factors that favored that sort of thinking and behavior. Because those determining factors allowed you to create tools, shelter, devise strategies to avoid problems you've experienced in the past, and that all this would be beneficial to passing on your genes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But why does evolution have to come with this additional thing of having feelings?
Right. But why does it have to?
Bacteria evolve.
But
viruses evolve.
But don't feelings motivate behavior? And doesn't behavior motivate innovation? Like all those things they work in conjunction to make sure we keep progressing.
Yeah, they do, but this extra variable of consciousness is not necessary for any of that. You could build a robot that hunted. In principle, the laws of physics allow for that. You could build a robot that hunted and tried to procreate and did all this kind of stuff, but there's nobody home.
Well, that's animals. That's what we like to think about it with predators.
It's like we like to think about it. Probably,
yeah.
I assume animals have some rudimentary feeling.
Right, but if we get down to certain really ancient creatures like crocodiles, we don't assume that. We assume have you ever seen the video? There's a lady that's feeding crocodiles. She's throwing chickens into this crocodile pit.
No.
And this one crocodile reaches over and grabs the other crocodile's foot and just bites it and does a gator roll and just snaps his foot off and chokes it back and swallows it. And he doesn't even budge. He doesn't even budge. That thing is the thing you're talking about. That's the biological robot that just consumes. Watch this. This lady's throwing the food out there. So watch. This crocodile dives on it, and this one just grabs that guy's foot. And look, spins, pops the foot off.
Oh, my God.
And then just chokes it down. Look at that. Because he thinks it's food. And the other one doesn't even budge. And I think they regenerate. Do crocodiles regenerate limbs? They may regenerate.
About a foot, but maybe no.
Let's see.
Let me see.
Certain really primitive animals regenerate, which is pretty fucking wild. You chop their hand off, a new one grows back. Do crocodiles do that?
No.
No. What animals do regenerate?
Some lizards can regrow their tails, not all of them. None can regrow their limbs.
Ah, interesting. So it's only tails. I wonder why
Now
tails.
this says alligators are now the largest species known to regrow.
Oh.
This is from the Smithsonian. Hold
Okay, so is it saying regrow limbs?
God damn it. Young gators can sprout new tails that reach up to 9 inches.
New tails, young ones.
Regrow severed. Now it says regrow severed limbs right on top.
Yeah. Alligators are now the largest species known to regrow severed limbs.
It's not a crocodile though, but
But it's gators. I think they're pretty similar. Despite being reptiles, little is known about whether or not alligators could regenerate their thick, massive tails. Gators can reach 15 feet in length, weigh up to 1,000 pounds, so regrowing a tail is no small feat. But in a surprising new discovery, scientists found that young American alligators can regrow their tails up to 9 inches, or around 18% of their body length. What does it say about their limbs, though? Are they considering a tail a limb? Is that why they're saying it that way?
I guess, yeah. And this is even saying that one might have started regrowing away from the body, like it was in a pickle jar.
Look at this. Further analysis revealed that the tail had grown back after it was severed. Using a high-tech imaging technologies and traditional dissection, the researchers found that the gator's tail regrew cartilage, connective tissue, and skin instead of bone and skeletal muscle. The findings revealed that American alligators have more regenerative abilities than mammals, says that mammals. I see. That mammals, which usually grow nerves, skin, and blood vessels, but less than lizards, which can sprout entirely new perfect tails with skeletal muscle. So lizards can grow a real new tail. So they're smaller. That's what it is. But can lizards regrow limbs?
I don't think it's saying anything other than tails.
Yeah, they're saying limbs, but they really just mean tails.
It's a limb, I suppose, but yeah.
But
I'll see it.
I believe there's an animal that regrows limbs, which is fucking wild. I think octopi do.
Do they?
Yeah, I think so.
Animals such
I never
as
watched
lobsters,
that.
catfish.
That
Lobsters,
award-winning octopus
lobsters
movie.
do. That's right. That's one of the reasons why they chop lobsters' claws off and throw them back in the water.
Because they can regrow them.
Yeah, they'll do that with crabs too. They just chop their claws off. See ya, bitch. throw them back in the water, and then they grow more claws.
The thing that, like, to my point, why isn't your spleen conscious?
Maybe it is. Maybe
But
your
we wouldn't
entire
know.
body is one conscious entity, and when you cut things out of it, it fucks up the system. You know?
Maybe your spleen has its own point of view, where it's like, oh, I'm Coleman Spleen. He doesn't really know about me. I'm doing my best to do my stuff, and I feel things. And
Well, what about
I'm
gut
working hard
bacteria?
today, but I'm going to work less hard if I finish this. You know?
Well, there's a lot of observable data about gut bacteria and human behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's gut bacteria linked to depression, linked to all sorts of ailments and mental disorders, and which is fascinating because like if you have a disruption of the organisms that live inside of you, like there's who knows how many. Someone said once that there's more E. coli living in your gut than there have ever been humans ever. Yeah, and so there's bacteria that exists in your body. You're like this host of life. And whether or not that is healthy bacteria or unhealthy can determine the way you think. It can determine cravings for sure. It like the type of gut bacteria. What is that stuff that there's like a certain type of gut bacteria that people get when they eat too much sugar? It makes you want more sugar. Candida. Yeah. It's wild.
So what do you take for gut biome?
Well, I think there's probiotics that you can take that can mitigate some of those issues, but it's also healthy diet and feeding yourself the correct foods because you want your body to have the real building blocks to be healthy and to regrow tissue instead of just stuffing your face with stuff that tastes good.
Right.
Which gets you addicted to that. And it's just weird, empty calories filled with sugar, but so addictive and so bizarre that that's a normal part of the human diet. And that some study recently said that something like 40% of the American diet is processed food. Which is just nuts.
I was drinking this allulose stuff recently.
What's that?
Allulose, they have it in Soylent. It's what makes Soylent sweet. It's an alternative sugar. But it basically causes diarrhea to everyone at some dose. So for me, it caused diarrhea if I had drank 2. Or
Two
one
gives
and
you
a half.
diarrhea.
Two gives.
One, you're good.
My girlfriend gets diarrhea 1 sip. Wow. And everyone just has a threshold. And also, my understanding is it's not approved at all in Europe. So when I learned that, I just said I should probably cool off on this, not drink it every day until we have a little more information that this is okay in the long run. But it tastes great, and it's not technically sugar. So they can say Soylent has 0 sugar but tastes amazing.
Oh.
So, and this feels too good to be true. My mother told me whenever something sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
Yeah.
So I stopped drinking it, although it's really good.
Do you know the difference between like net carbs and actual carbs?
Mm.
You know, they're allowed to say things like net carbs.
Net of what?
Yeah,
What does that
exactly. So like if you look at something and it's like, oh, this only has like 2 grams
Wait, are
of
there
net
negative carbs that are being...
No, it's not that. It's just there's other factors.
Mm.
Like net carbs, like outside of sugar, outside of this other. But how does your body process it? Like net carbs, I think, find out if this is true. I think it was a phrase that was invented by Atkins when they were doing the Atkins diet, when they were trying to label things in terms of like, they were trying to make things more low carb seeming. But I think it's kind of a deceptive term. Someone was explaining online, and I just glanced at it really quickly, and I didn't get the deep dive on it. But is that what it is?
According to the Wall Street Journal, Atkins coined the phrase in 2001 to sidestep guidelines.
Yeah. So Atkins coined the phrase net carbs back in 2001 to sidestep the FDA's existing guidelines. Atkins labels will drop the term net carbs. So what is net carbs? Okay, the concept net carbs was first introduced in 2002 when research demonstrated fiber had a minimal impact on blood sugar. So
Is it carbs minus fiber then?
I think so. So what does it say? When a carb is not a carb, the net carb debate. Click on that. Okay. When is a carb not a carb? That's the question many carb-conscious dieters are now facing as they struggle to keep their carb counts within the strict limits recommended by Atkins and other low-carb diets. In an effort to cash in on the low-carb craze, food manufacturers have invented a new category of carbohydrates known as net carbs, which promises to let dieters eat the sweet and creamy foods they crave without suffering the carb consequences. But the problem is that there's no legal definition of the net, active, or impact carbs popping up on food labels and advertisements. The only carbohydrate information regulated by the FDA is provided in the nutrition facts labels, which lists total carbohydrates and breaks them down into dietary fiber and sugars. Any information or claims about carbohydrate content that appear outside that box have not been evaluated by the FDA. The terms have been made up by food companies, says Wahinda Karmali, Dr. PhD, Director of Nutrition at the Irving Center for Clinical Research at Columbia University. It's a way for the manufacturers of these products to draw attention to them and make them look appealing by saying, look, you can eat all these carbs, but you're really not impacting your health, so to speak. Although the number of products touting net carbs continues to grow, nutrition experts say the science behind these claims is fuzzy, and it's unclear whether counting net carbs will help or hurt weight loss efforts. So what's a net carb? The concept of net carbs is based on the principle that not all carbohydrates affect the body in the same manner. Some carbohydrates, like simple or refined starches and sugars, are absorbed rapidly and have a high glycemic index, meaning they cause blood sugar levels to quickly rise after eating. Excess simple carbohydrates are stored in the body as fat. Examples of these include potatoes, white bread, white rice, and sweets. Other carbohydrates such as fiber found in whole grains, fruits, and vegetables move slowly through the digestive system, and much of it isn't digested at all, which is insoluble fiber. Also in these categories of largely indigestible carbohydrates are sugar alcohols such as mannitol, sorbitol, xylitol, and other polyols, which are modified alcohol molecules that reassemble sugar. These substances are commonly used as artificial sweeteners. In calculating net carbs, most manufacturers take the total number of carbohydrates a product containing and subtract fiber and sugar alcohols because these type of carbohydrates are thought to have minimal impact on blood sugar levels. So, for example, the label on Power Bar's new double chocolate flavor protein carb select bar says it has only 2 grams of impact carbohydrates. The nutrition fact label on the product says it has 30 grams of total carbohydrates. Yes.
These people are shameless.
Wild. Just below the facts box, the nutrition facts box, the impact carb facts box provided by the manufacturer explains fiber and sugar alcohols have a minimal effect on blood sugar. For those watching their carb intake, count 2 grams. That's 30 grams minus the bar's 27 grams of sugar alcohol and 1 gram of fiber. But the researchers say, here goes even further. Researchers say that the impact of sugar alcohols on blood sugar levels and the body is not fully understood. And the body is not fully understood. And they may also cause problems in some people. There are some sugar alcohols that can raise your blood sugar, says Carmali. Certain sugar alcohols do have a higher glycemic index, and they are still not counted as carbohydrates by these companies.
Yeah, this is shameless. I mean,
it's wild. It's a wild term.
Yeah, it does remind me though of what we were talking about earlier with, the opioid scandal and OxyContin. They came up with this notion of breakthrough pain.
Yeah.
Which instead of saying that OxyContin doesn't prevent pain for 10 hours, right? That was their 10 or 12 hours, I guess, was their original claim. Instead of admitting that that was false, they had all these people coming in after 3-4 hours and the pain is back.
Yeah.
And it's horrible, back and worse than ever. Instead of admitting that it just doesn't protect you for as long as they said, oh, well, some patients experience breakthrough pain, as if the oxy is doing its job, but certain pain is like just breaking through, right? It's blaming the pain as opposed to the drug.
Yeah.
That's the way it's framed.
Well, remember breakthrough transmissions.
Yeah. Again, this is the idea that, COVID somehow broke through the defensive shield of the vaccine rather than saying it normally, which would be the vaccine doesn't prevent you from getting it again.
Right.
That would be the normal way to say that, rather than to create a new concept of a breakthrough infection that is breaking through like a powerful warrior through the shield of this substance. It's a very backwards way of framing what's going on. Right.
Well, it's deceptive. And it's, again, this product of money being connected to science, money being connected to medical science, money being connected to nutrition science. How do we make more money? Net carbs. I got this idea. Listen to this.
Right.
How do we call it net carbs? And so even though it has 30 carbs, people are like, that's too many carbs.
2 grams of net carbs.
Ooh, I like it. Can we get away with that? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, glycemic index, bunch of shit. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Roll it out. Roll it out. So it's not people that are objectively looking at these products and saying, well, we have to be honest about what's in here. And that total carbohydrates, no one's going to read that, bro. That's in that little thing at the bottom. That's little tiny letters. You can't even read it if you don't have eyeglasses on. The big total net carbs is like 2 grams in the front on the label.
Yeah.
We're good. Most people just look at that and go, 2 grams of carbs. I'm good to go.
That's how they get you.
Yeah. And what they are doing is just doing what they do. That's their game. That's the game. That's the money game. That's where you get money.
If they don't do it, they'll be replaced by someone who will. Or if their company doesn't do it, their company will over time lose revenue to the companies that do.
Probably, if that's legal, until people recognize it like they do now.
And regulate.
Yeah. It's a sneaky world that's going to be solved with mind reading. We're gonna fix it all. Did you ever find that commercial, the World Economic Forum cartoon about mind reading at work? Because we should probably end with this because it's adorable. And it's so kooky when you watch it. You just go, what? Like this lady is fantasizing about the guy, and you see the guy with like a 6-pack in a cartoon, and you see her coworker getting hauled off, because the coworker was doing something corrupt, and she was worried because she was starting a project with this guy. So it's all labeling all the reasons why you should submit to mind reading. Like, this is going to be great.
Yikes.
You find it, Jamie? You remember we played it, right?
Sort of, but I mean, also like that. If it's the same thing as the
but it was
the
a
Chinese
cartoon
factory thing, then it's not real.
No, it's a cartoon though, Jamie.
I understand. But
You mean it's a fake cartoon? Like it's not real?
what I was trying to say is that whatever they're trying to depict in the cartoon isn't accurate. They're just
No,
trying to
no,
scare
no,
you.
no, 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 no. What they're saying is in the future. This is what they're saying in the cartoon. What you can look forward to. Not that they're doing it right now. They're saying you can look forward to when this technology is implemented. It's going to radically increase productivity, and this is how. And it's going to make people happier, and this is how.
I think I have it. Hold on.
You got it?
Hold on. It's from their whole presentation.
It's adorable. What do you watch it? You're like, what? I just want to know who looks at this and goes, I like it.
So,
Here.
first off, a video. It's going to make you see the future and understand a wonderful future where we can.
It's wonderful, Coleman. We're going to fight crime, Coleman. Future crime.
You're in the zone. Even you can't believe how productive you've been. Your memo is finished, your inbox is under control, and you're feeling sharper than you have in a decade. Sensing your joy, your playlist shifts to your favorite song, sending chills up your spine as the music begins to play. You glance at the program running in the background on your computer screen and notice a now familiar sight that appears whenever you're overloaded with pleasure. Your theta brainwave activity decreasing in the temporal regions of your brain. You mentally move the cursor to the left and scroll through your brain data over the past few hours. You can see your stress levels rising as the deadline to finish your memo approached, causing a peak in your beta brainwave activity right before an alert popped up, telling you to take a brain break. But what's that unusual change in your brain activity when you're asleep? It started earlier in the month. You send a text message to your doctor with a mental swipe of your cursor. Could you take a quick look at my brain data? Anything to worry about? Your mind starts to wander to the new colleague on your team, whom you know you shouldn't be daydreaming about, given the policy against intra-office romance. But you can't help fantasizing just a little.
No fucking way.
Look at him, he's hot.
Will notice your
Wait.
amorous feelings when she
Yeah,
checks your
she
brain
notices.
activity.
She thought about him in a
Back to the present.
Her
thing popped up.
supervisor
Sigh of
notices.
relief when the email she sends you later that day congratulates you on your brain metrics from the past quarter, which have earned you another performance bonus. You head home jamming to the music, with your work-issued brain-sensing earbuds still in.
Work
When
issued.
you arrive at work the next
Yeah,
day,
look at this.
a somber cloud has fallen over the office.
Oh my God.
Along with emails, text messages, and GPS locations.
Look at the guys with sunglasses.
The government has subpoenaed employees' brainwave.
The government has sunglasses on. The men in black.
They have compelling evidence that one of your coworkers has committed massive wire fraud. Now, they're looking for his co-conspirators. You discover they are looking for synchronized brain activity between your coworker and the people he has been working with. While you know you're innocent of any crime, you've been secretly working with him on a new startup venture. Shaking, you remove your earbuds.
Whoa.
Oh, this is who I'm talking about. Yeah, Nita Farahani. That's who I had on my podcast. Yeah.
Just imagine that as being the future.
Oof. That's
You know,
nuts.
Your supervisor notices you're thinking about something other than work. Hey, Coleman, what are you concentrating on over there? Sorry. Back to work.
I saw you checking out Jessica.
Back to work. Sorry. Look, you got a performance bonus. You were a good robot. Fuck.
Nita even told me about situations where a couple would go into therapy and a woman would say to the man, like, I don't know if you really love me. And they'd say, well, we can actually see how he feels when he sees your face, or let's put him in a ESG or fMRI, and now we can confirm it. And now he's freaking out. He's like, well, do I have to play act, or should I just feel what I feel, or what should I be thinking? Should I try to rig this, or will my love naturally come through in this sterile environment? And now they have proof that, like this kind of stuff.
Well, that is a sterile environment too. It's like that.
Right.
The rat farm study. You know what they did with the rat park study.
The The heroin study? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think they use cocaine as well? Didn't they use cocaine in some of the? But the point is that in laboratory environments, harsh, sterile laboratory environments, the rats go immediately to the drugs.
Yeah.
They just take the drugs because they're
Right.
fucking freaked out. But when you
Right.
put them in Rat Park, they just drink water.
Right.
So the Rat Park is all stuff to play with. There's a lot of space. A lot of other rats are having a good time doing stuff. They don't get high. They don't get fucked up because it's a much more natural environment.
Right. You scan my brain in couples therapy, I might seem like a dick.
Yeah,
but-
you could. You also might not have wanted to be there.
Yeah.
And you might be dealing with some fucking nonsense. And you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I have to go here and deal with this stupid shit. And then you're hostile. And then, wait, Coleman, we're reading that you're hostile. Like,
Exactly.
I have things to do. This is fucking crazy.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll figure it out before we get to that reality.
Hopefully we won't blow ourselves up and have thousands of years of barbaric human behavior before we restart civilization, too.
Yeah. Before take 3.
Okay, before you leave, because
Yeah.
we've been doing this a long time. What's your take on all this UAP shit?
Oh yeah. So I'm very open-minded to it. When I originally read the article from David Grutch, not from him, but reporting about him and all of these other intelligence people that seem to confirm his story, I thought this seems like the best. This seems like the most solid case for UAPs to date. Then I saw him interviewed, and he seemed like a crazy guy. So I kind of you get that sense sometimes when you see someone actually on video. On the other hand, I have people I know that are saying, because of the multiple confirmations from other respected people, former intelligence people, that they take it very seriously, and I think, I don't know, I think we'll know soon. I don't know. I mean, I put the odds at like 5% when I first saw the David Grutch story drop. But then when I saw his crazy eyes, I put that down to like 1%.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I think there's multiple things going on simultaneously. I think if you go back to the sightings that happened in this country, specifically the multitude of sightings that happened after we dropped the bombs, there seems to be, if they're telling the truth, there's a lot of credible sightings by high-level military people, by people that claimed they shut down nuclear missile bases and that they did things, that they hovered over bases and that fighter jets scrambled to go after them. All this stuff seems verifiable, that there was some sort of a phenomenon back when there was no possible technology that existed that could do that in terms of like what we could make. I don't think that's the case anymore. My feeling is there's probably real life situations where we or someone encounters something from somewhere else. I think it would be foolish to think that it's not possible. Just given the vast scope of the universe and the possibility of things existing in a much more stable environment where they don't have to worry about asteroid storms, in a different kind of solar system, where the different kind of life form that doesn't have all the primate issues that we have, that evolves to the point where it's capable of traveling through the universe and visiting these semi-primitive cultures like ours, or relatively primitive cultures. I think that's possible. I also think when the government starts telling you about out-of-world crafts and things not of this earth and all that, I think that's what I would say if I had some technology that we have developed that is insane, that is beyond the imagination of the Luddite, beyond the imagination of the person who doesn't understand the physics involved and whatever this propulsion system they've engineered is. And people have been working on magnetic propulsion systems and gravity propulsion systems forever. They've been, at least in concept. It's entirely possible that with the unlimited amount of funds that the government has to develop, that the military has to develop things, that somewhere they've developed some sort of a drone that's capable of moving in ways that we can't even imagine.
And that's what the Tic Tac UFO is, and all the other military sightings.
I think they seem to happen near where military bases are. They seem to happen like off the coast of San Diego is the Tic Tac one. There's a big military presence in San Diego. They happen off the East Coast where they have military bases and these restricted air zones. They happen in these places where they run test, like when they do training missions with jets. And that's how these fighter pilots like Ryan Graves have encountered these things. Specifically after they updated their sensors. These people have spotted things visually. They have visual confirmation. They have their detection systems have seen these things. But who's to say that these things aren't some sort of fucking crazy drone that we have developed that we don't want the world to know that we've developed it? So we say, oh, it's out of this world. It's crazy. UFOs, bro. Nuts.
I hear in Brazil that they're publicly way more open to the possibility of UAPs, and even the government has like kind of looked into it open-mindedly, and in Brazil it's just been like an open conversation, a non-taboo conversation for decades.
Yeah, it's very different. Also, there's a very famous sighting or event that happened in Varginha. So the town of Varginha, Brazil, actually has this giant flying saucer like as a monument dedicated to this event that happened in the 1990s. It's documented in the James Fox documentary, Moment of Contact. It's a great documentary because you go into it open-minded and you go, well, what did these fucking people see? Because they bring this police officer to the site of where they supposedly found this crashed thing that happened during some crazy electrical storm. Something crashed. And then another vehicle seemed to have been looking for it. And supposedly, according to this story, and the people that were interviewed, they saw creatures. They saw this creature, and one of them was injured, and this soldier took this creature to more than one different hospital. It's documented. And then that soldier died. That soldier died of some crazy bacteria infection, some crazy infection that they couldn't treat. He died. He was a young guy, and he died pretty quickly after it happened. And there's people that to this day, they're like, much older now, and they describe when they were children, and they saw this thing. They saw this living creature that it apparently had been trying to communicate with them and ask them for help. And that after that happened, there was another craft that came that was seen by thousands of people in this town that described this exact same thing, where they saw this thing that appeared to be like looking for this crashed craft or the members that were inside, the creatures that were inside this thing. I don't know. It sounds awesome. That's what I'm scared of. What I'm scared of is I want it to be real.
Right. That it's cool sounding.
Yeah.
And look, this guy, David Grutch, he says they have evidence of organic materials that are not man-made.
Right.
That's a very easy claim to prove or disprove.
Right.
You could send bits of it to 5 different labs tomorrow if anyone had it and have them all independently confirm. Right.
But David Grush is not saying he has any personal experience with this. This is where it makes it interesting. This is just stuff that was revealed to him, which is also how I would get out information if I wanted to put out misinformation. I mean, we know that the federal government infiltrates extremist groups, and they put, they have members. I mean, like when the famous Gretchen Whitmer case, when they were saying that they were going to kidnap her. And it turned out that 12 of the 14 people that were involved were federal informants. So 12 of the 14 people were feds that were involved in this kid. So like, if I wanted to release some fake information, I would find some dude, and I'd say, "Hey man, look at this. This is crazy. Look what we found. I want you to investigate this."
Yeah.
And then like maybe you should probably be a whistleblower. I should tell the world. You should tell the world. Dude, you should tell the world. But if you haven't seen it yourself, this is all just
it's all hearsay.
Talk.
Yeah.
You're reading documents. Maybe they're true, maybe they're not. What fascinates me is people like Commander David Fravor that encountered that Tic Tac thing, and the other fighter pilots in a different jet that encountered this. They saw this thing, and they saw it take off at insane rates of speed, and then they tracked it where it went to their CAT point, which is their agreed upon point where this mission had like very specific areas that they were going to go to. This thing went directly to there at an insane rate of speed. That supposedly, if there was a human being inside of it, they'd just turn it to jello. Like you would, and the structure would break apart. Like nothing that we have can withstand that kind of G-force and that kind of speed. So what is that? What is that? Is that a propulsion system that is right now unknown to the general population? Is that something that they've been working on for a long time, where they've developed this ability to get this thing to move to certain directions?
Well, I know there's this guy Mick Jenkins. You know about him?
No.
Mick Jenkins made a series of videos and articles explaining in detail how that could all be camera error and very kind
Mick
of
West.
Mick West. Mick
Yes.
Jenkins. Mick Jenkins
Yeah.
is the rapper. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Mick West.
Mick West.
You've seen those?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the problem is he's assuming that all of their communications, that they don't know what they're seeing, that they don't know how to read their these machines that are detecting things, that their eyes are deceiving them. They're looking at this thing physically. Either they're lying or they don't know what they're looking at. He's a non-believer believer. You know, there's people that are just skeptics no matter what, and they're not going, I don't know what that is. They're like, no, there's no way that is this. But when you talk to the actual fighter pilots that have listened to his criticism of like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's what they say.
Right.
I don't know who's telling the truth. I don't know who's correct. But I would probably believe that they understand that a thing that moves from 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 in a second is beyond comprehension. If the tracking systems are accurate, which they are with everything else, they are with all the jets, and there's ways to detect them, or there's ways to evade them, right? That's what the stealth bomber's all about. There's ways to evade certain radar systems. But this is like multiple systems and physical, like, or rather visual recognition of this thing, where multiple people have seen this thing move in this very bizarre way. And then there's the video of this thing taking off at this supposed insane rates of speed. There's the go fast one that's off the coast, the East Coast. There's these weird things where you're like, what are they looking at?
Yeah.
Why? How fast is that thing going? And why doesn't it have a heat signature? Like, where's the propulsion system? What is that thing? You know, is that just a Mylar balloon and they're stupid? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. It doesn't seem to make sense to me that they're detecting this thing that, according to Ryan Graves, stays motionless in 120 knot winds and then can zip off in some insane way. They don't understand what it's doing, that they're seeing this. Is it a circle inside of a sphere or a sphere inside of a circle?
That's the same thing.
No, I'm sorry. Is it a circle inside of a sphere, or is it a circle inside of a square or a cube?
Yeah, it's like a cube in a sphere.
A cube inside of a sphere.
Yeah.
So there's a translucent sphere, and inside is a black cube. And they keep seeing this very specific thing that behaves in this way and moves in this crazy way. Well, if they have something that can manipulate gravity and something
The
that
counter argument
moves
to your
in a
thing,
totally
though,
different way.
if it was our government doing that, wouldn't they make sure everyone in the Air Force was clear of the area before they tested it, or is it that they're not coordinated?
Well, maybe
with,
they want them to be able to detect it. Maybe they want to see how much they can see of these things. If it's a drone and you have these fighter pilots, and if you wanted to test some super sophisticated, just ultra secret
to
technology,
see if it's undetectable by radar,
or how much of it is detectable. Let's upgrade their systems, and let's send these things loose and see how often they spot them, and let's see what they can do. Can they track these things? Are we capable of tracking them when they do move off at like 1,000,000 miles an hour? Like, how much can we see? What can we do, and what can we do with these things? Like, maybe right now they can't use them in terms of, like, maybe there's not some sort of a military way to use it. You know, it's just they just fly real fast. So maybe they're still in some sort of a stage of development. You know, and then if something is moving at that insane speed, maybe you can only have it made out of a certain thing. Maybe you can't put weapons on it. Maybe you can't put electronics on it. Maybe you can only make it move around. I don't know. But the whole thing that it's definitely from another world, if they're telling me it's from another world, I'm like, huh. You know?
Yeah.
You guys aren't square about anything. Why would you be square about that?
It's definitely more likely to be from our world. There's no doubt.
More likely.
At the same time, I think most people that believe life is biological and that God didn't start it all and Earth isn't special would acknowledge there's probably life out there.
Yeah,
right?
Most likely.
Most likely.
And if it's advanced, it would be curious.
Just like we're curious.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't rule it out. like I said, I always assign it very low probability because the odds are things that are crazy and on Earth are created by us, and we just haven't found out about that yet. But I don't rule out the extraterrestrial source.
For me, it's a frustrating distraction. That's like less frustrating than social media. It's less frustrating than scrolling through Instagram, but it's equally unsatisfying. Like, ugh, what is that? What am I wasting my time paying attention to?
Yeah.
Like, show me some shit or leave
I'm
me
not
alone.
going to be the one to figure it out. So.
No, no. Well, listen, man, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, my pleasure.
I really appreciate you very much, and I
Yeah.
appreciate the way you think about things.
Oh, thanks.
You're very intelligent, very objective, and just measured, and I think you're an important voice out there.
Oh, thanks, Joe.
I really
Appreciate
appreciate
that.
you. And tell everybody how they can listen to you more.
Yeah, listen to my podcast, Conversations with Coleman. I release an episode a week. I write for the Free Press and for my own Substack called Coleman's Corner. And go to colemanhughes.org.
All right. Thank you very much. Cool. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
I'll take that. Yeah. I only drink a half one, though. You drink the whole one?
I drink the whole one, but I'm going to try half this time just to see. Because, you know, it's weird. I have friends that are like, they will not, they're just like, I don't know what it is. Like, they can't take it because, well, some people do get nauseous on it, but I've never ever had that experience. It's really weird. Like, all throughout my life, like, I've taken all kinds of things that people are like, oh, I throw up, or like Robitussin or something, like drinking a whole thing of Robitussin. I throw up. I'm like, I don't know why, but I don't have that reaction. It's weird. So I feel either lucky or I'm dumb. I don't know.
Do you ever get seasick?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you throw up when you get sick? Do you ever throw up?
I try to avoid it at all times, but I don't get sick that often. I get sick maybe once every 4 years or something.
Do you ever drink too much and then you throw up? You just down the whole thing, didn't you?
No, I did like
3/4.
No, I did half. Well,
I don't know why this is 2 portions.
I
That's silly. Because you can't even see through the glass. Like,
I
how
know.
do I know where the half is?
I always have my flashlight. I'm just like, oh, let me check.
Yeah, that seems kind of silly.
I'm trying half. Because I got to do that because I'm just like, so like, just do it. Just fucking do it. And every time I do it, I'm like, oh, man. It feels really good, but like, I feel like I miss my opportunity to try half. So this is my opportunity.
Kratom is a weird one.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of an opiate, right?
It uses as far as I understand, it uses the opioid receptor, but it's not technically an opiate.
There was a friend of mine was telling me that he takes Kratom before he works out. I go, how many do you take?
Really?
And he goes, I take 10. And I go, really?
10 what?
10 pills.
Oh, of just pure Kratom.
Yeah. And I don't know what the milligrams is.
Mm.
I go, 10? I was taking 2. So I tried 10. And I go, dude, you're getting high as fuck. I was so high. On 10, I was like, oh my God, this is a drug. But it's a weird drug where it doesn't affect your motor skills.
No.
Like
Not really.
I was high, but my coordination, I was like, nothing feels off.
Yeah.
You know, like when you're drunk, it's like, I can do this, but everything's
No,
in
you
slow
can't.
motion. No,
Yes.
you can't. But Kratom was like high in some weird way. But it was definitely intoxicated.
It's an interesting one, especially when, feel free, you've got Kava and Kratom, which does that like, here's a mellowing anti-anxiety vibe, and then here's like a euphoric energy thing in the center of it. And so it gives you that like, that's why people feel so groovy on it, because it's got those two. However, I do understand if people get sick on it. Like I think some people just, it's too much for their brain, or they just need to do like a third of a bottle or something.
We can't even keep him at the club because Duncan just chugs them.
Really?
Oh my God, he's an animal.
The Trusty?
Oh, he doesn't play with those Kratoms.
I can
Throws
only
them down.
I can only do I reserve one 4 times a week, like for at night. I use it at night because, especially if I have a social engagement, if I have a lot of people to deal with, I take one of those. I'm just like, oh, really? Oh, where did you grow up? You grew up in France. That's interesting. That pen, what does it mean to you? You know, I mean, like, I'm
Right.
so hyper engaged. It's crazy.
Isn't that interesting that there's actual things that can make you a better conversationalist?
Mhm.
There's things that you can take where you'll be you'll be better talking to people. You'll say different things than you would without those things.
I know. I don't know. I think it has something to do with I think like certain things remove the editing aspect and you're just more fluid. Like I remember a friend of mine, she had like this, I don't know if you know people like this, but they analyze everything that they're thinking. Like it's like a compulsion. So like my friend, she's an amazing musician, but every time she would speak, she'd be like, well, I'd like to, I'm not sure if I should, but I would like to, but a lot of this like looped kind of thing and self-analysis, but like the analysis loop is so small that I'm like, I wish I could help. But then one night she was nervous about taking ketamine and I gave her just a little bit of ketamine and finally she was like, okay, I'll try it. And she's like, I don't know, should I think maybe is it too much? And I was like, trust me, just do this amount. I'm really good at dosing. And she took it and I progressively saw her go from, I don't know what's going on. And I was just kind of wondering, my career is interesting, but I have a lot of fear based around it. She was just calm, relaxed, and completely fluid. And I let her go for a while. And then I said, did you notice that you haven't stopped yourself once, like in the last 10 minutes? She was like, oh my God, you're right. And I was like, yeah, like if you notice that when you're on it, it's possible you could carry that over into your functioning everyday life. But I don't know, it was cool to see that transformation.
Yeah, I wonder if that's possible without the ketamine.
I think, of course, it is, but I think ketamine just puts you immediately in a spot where you're no longer emotionally connected to your observational self. You're just in an observational state. So it's for me. I noticed that I'm very clear, even though I think of myself as a pretty good communicator. Sometimes when I'm on ketamine, the thoughts are just flowing in a way that I'm actually watching them. It's the same feeling when I'm improvising and it's going really well, like I'm with a bunch of cats and we're like jamming or whatever. There'll be this weird thing where it's almost like I'm standing next to myself going like, hey, that's pretty good. Oh, wait. And then I'm playing again. And it kind of puts me in that kind of a state. And I don't know, there's something about it. I'm really interested in ketamine, like doing more research with it too, like fMRIs, like, real-time fMRI and mapping regions of the brain when you're improvising and things like that. There's been a little bit of that, but I want to do it myself just to see.
Wasn't it originally devised as an animal tranquilizer?
Yeah, it was an anesthetic as far as I know.
Like I think cats or something.
Yeah, it was like, horses, like large mammals that can do a lot of damage. I think it was used for them to just as an anti-anxiety. And then it's an anesthetic. So I know a friend of mine, a friend of a friend, he was skateboarding, shoulder went out of place, went to a hospital, they shot him with ketamine, and then put his shoulder back in.
I think they use that in medic kits overseas.
Oh, that's probably right. Yeah.
I think they do if they have to do like in the field surgery. If something happens on the battlefield.
Well, I know in Vietnam, all the burn victims from like napalm and stuff like that, they used a mixture of opiates and ketamine. Because the dissociative takes you out of your body, so you're not related to the pain in your body. And the opiates obviously suppress pain at the same time. Crazy, right?
Pharmacology.
I know.
Reggie Watts and Joe Rogan.
Hey, everyone's like,
we're not giving advice.
There's all these doctors going like, that's not true. It was actually. I'm like, okay.
Everything you're saying is dangerous.
I'm trying.
Everything you're saying is misinformation.
It's all misinformation. I mean, it's like sometimes it's just what you understand at the time. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
There it goes. Ketamine was found to have many of the same anesthetic and analgesic properties as PCP. I think it's very close to PCP, like molecularly.
Yeah.
But consistently produced fewer adverse side effects. Following this initial research, ketamine was characterized as a dissociative anesthetic.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and when I was growing up, we would drink Robitussin, which had dextromethorphan in it, which is also dissociative. And so it's a kind of a weirder version of it. But when I first took ketamine, I was like, why does this feel familiar?
It's Robitussin.
Oh, dextromethorphan. Interesting. Although dextromethorphan feels like an Instagram filter over the dissociative experience, whereas ketamine feels clean, a little bit cleaner.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I remember when NyQuil had codeine in it. And one time I was sick. This is back in the old days.
Yep.
And I took NyQuil, and I remember lying in bed feeling so wonderful. Even though I was sick, I was like, this is amazing. I don't think I'd ever taken it before. And I don't think this formula is the same. I think I'm talking like the 90s when I got sick.
Now, I remember being in a convertible in the 80s and a friend of mine sitting like on the deck where the top is down or whatever. He's sitting on the deck, and he just had a bottle of codeine. He was just like take sips of it, and I was like, I wanted to try it, but I was like, I don't know, I just didn't. But it was funny.
Was the car in motion?
It was in motion. We were cruising.
That's not a smart move.
No, I know it's not, but it's the
That's
80s.
a codeine move too.
I know it's totally codeine.
The
It's
80s.
It's like 80s everything. I remember in the 80s being in a Scout, like taking all the back roads from Great Falls to Lake 5 in Glacier Park on the way there with like a half rack of beer. And just like, drinking beers and cruising down the road and with like three friends and a bunch of bikes in the back. I mean, I don't know. The shit that we did back then was, you just can't do it anymore. I mean,
You definitely can't if people are filming you with their phones.
No, that's true. Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1.
Yeah, that was the missing link.
That's a big part of the world now. So many things are being filmed. There's good and bad of it, right? The good thing is like citizen journalism.
Sure, yeah.
Like we know more about the horrors of war, like the wars that are happening right now. Do you remember like during, it was, I think it was Desert Storm, or it was it was after whatever 2001 after the 9/11 attacks. They weren't allowed to show bodies of troops coming home. They weren't allowed to show coffins. Remember, photographers were not allowed.
Or something like that.
Yeah, which is insane. And then now, here we are 22 years later, and you just get graphic cell phone footage from Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're getting it from Palestine and Gaza. It's just horrific graphic footage from phones.
I mean, even back in the days, like remember when ISIS was on the rampage, you could still see videos on YouTube, like before they took them down. Like people were exposed to some pretty
videos.
I saw one of those and I was like, I should have never seen that.
Yeah.
Should have never seen that. I can't get it out of my head.
No, I've seen quite a few of them, unfortunately.
It's just like, I mean, it's like, I mean, on one hand, it's like the barbarism is a good thing to see, where you're like, that I never want to put myself in this situation, or I want to do everything I can to try to make our society not do that kind of shit. But at the same time, it can desensitize, and some people can kind of fetishize on it as well. So I don't know. It's a twofer.
Yeah, it is. That is a thing with people. They do fantasize about things that they see, and they want it. I mean, you've heard that about serial killers. They study serial killer documentaries and shit before they actually go out and do it.
Yeah. I know, but humanity.
Yeah, we're so weird.
I know we're weird.
We're so weird.
I know.
This idea of eradicating all war. I mean, I remember when I was a little boy, I was living in San Francisco during the height of the Vietnam War, and the Vietnam War ended. And I remember as a boy thinking, oh, this is great. Now there's not going to be any more wars. They figured it out. That war's bad.
Yep. They didn't.
They
didn't, because wars will end. That's the one thing about war. A war will end, but does another one? What's the next war that starts?
They're always sparking up. They're always sparking up somewhere.
I have this weird theory. Well, I don't know. It's a weird theory, but and it's a gross generalization. But I think pretty much every conflict is a result of capitalism. In the sense that raw capitalism, like in its nascent form, is like it's just a system of trade and so forth. But the way it's been wired, because it doesn't have human well-being involved in the equation, it's just about, can we make this graph go up? Like, we need more of these numbers, and it's just chasing infinite wealth, right? It's like wealth amassing, but so it has a value system, but human well-being's not in it. So eventually, over time, it's like, of course, people are going to game it, and very few people are going to game it, and they're going to acquire all this stuff, and they're just going to be like desensitized to the rest of the inequities and so forth, and then you're going to cause all this animosity, and then there's going to be a lot of people going like, well, I need to get my stuff back, and then you get all these opportunists that are using the disgruntleism and like using that to arm. It's like that's my gross oversimplification. I'm sure I'll be corrected millions of times over, but whenever I see any of these conflicts, or even a conflict in my own neighborhood or my neighbors arguing over, it's about a property line, or it's about you didn't do this or you didn't do that. It's this weird thought process that goes into, I don't have enough, or I have all the stuff and I want to keep the stuff, or I want more stuff, and then someone else kind of responding to that in some way. I'm not phrasing it as eloquently as I usually do on ketamine, but that's kind of my. Whenever I see all of these things, I'm just like, I have a feeling that it's probably maybe that. I don't know.
The problem is the alternative is even more horrific.
What's the alternative?
Socialism.
Socialism. Yeah. I don't know enough about
because the only way that's enforced is by dictators. And then the dictators wind up doing what every human being in power does, which is control all the resources, control all the wealth, live in extravagant houses while everybody starves. Every single communist dictatorship is all run the same way. It's the only way to run them. Because the only way to enforce socialism is through violence. The only way to take people's resources and evenly distribute it, you have to go in with guns.
But what about like countries like Sweden and things like that? They have we have socialist
We should
systems.
have social systems.
Yeah, socialist systems. But you're talking about like full on socialism. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. That's why. Here's something that's interesting. I really think within our lifetimes, if it hasn't happened already, governments are going to start using AI to do low-level legislation. And now I'm summarizing in a very optimistic way.
We've been talking about this a lot, actually.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. So I got a friend of mine, Dr. Alan D. Thompson. If you don't know about him, just check him out. He's an AI expert, researcher. He's an explainer. He has a thing called The Memo that comes out, I think, like every 2 weeks, something like that. But it gives you a really holistic state of the union of AI. And he's hyper optimistic and calls it human evolution, which I believe in that as well. If it's used well, you get rid of the emotional factor, and you just have something that's looking to solve problems.
Yeah.
And so I think like it can at least give you 5 solutions that are not emotionally based, that are just addressed, that are supposed to kind of maximize the positive probable outcome. And I think we may see a human AI synergistic government, at least low-level government implementation. Probably some country that's like can do that and not feel like they're betting the farm on it.
And if it goes well, then other people will implement it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think so. We were talking about a AI president.
Yeah.
That you need a president that is immune to bias, corruption, influence, and someone who just looks at things rationally and in an intelligent way that spans all the disciplines, right? Like, how could any president really be an expert in foreign policy, the environment, economics, social justice, infrastructure, immigration? It's not possible. How could one person really know the correct solutions to all those issues? Even if you're briefed. Look, I can't imagine. All I do is run a podcast and do comedy and occasionally commentate on fights. And all those 3 things take up so much of my fucking time. My whole day today has been having conversations with people about replacement opponents because there's a UFC coming on in 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
So I've been having all these conversations with experts and people that I know and commentators of who can fit this spot and who's ready and who's in shape and who's turned the fight down. And how could anybody? That's so minor. That's my role is so small. Like I have so little to do, and yet it takes up so much of my time. How could anyone manage all of those things? They can't, but AI could.
Yeah.
And
totally.
AI doesn't have a son that gets money from Burisma.
I know. It's like the thing about I know. Well, it's like, I mean, if you look at like, it's really hard. I had a term, I don't know if it exists, but I call it corporocrats. And most people in government essentially are corporocrats in the sense that the things that, when I see people like vetoing things or not getting on board with certain things, and you're like, well, that seems like that would be helpful, but you're choosing not to do that. It's like the influence of corporations on even well-intentioned, people that go into government, they're like, I want to make a difference. I want to make change. It just gets in there. It's so baked. It's baked in there. And so I don't know how you're gonna overcome that. The only thing I can think of is like, because my thing is like, I'm not really political in the sense that I don't have a party. I'm pretty independent. I'm just like, I want to choose people that are humble enough, that have enough humility to work with anybody that wants to solve a problem that they're wanting to solve, and to create solutions for the most amount of people possible. That's all I'm looking for, because there is no excuse for any of us being, all the inequity we see in all of this stuff is totally solvable if we were much more efficient with how resources are utilized, how they're distributed, and so forth. And what I mean by that is like, some of my friends are like, well, if you do like universal basic income, which I think is something I'm kind of interested in. I think that is interesting if you can account for where that comes from in a way that doesn't upset people that have a lot of power and a lot of money, feel like that's threatening my whatever it is that
Do you remember Bernie Sanders, his idea?
Oh, no, what was that?
His idea that I thought was really fascinating when I talked to him, he said he's going to take a small fraction, less than 1 cent, for every speculation buy on the stock market.
Whoa.
And that would account for an insane amount of money. And you could essentially, through that money, provide free health care, free education, just through that. If we could, there's 2 things that we could do that could stop people from living a shit life. One of them is keep them from being saddled down by student debt. Student loan debt is fucking insane, because you're taking these vulnerable young people, 17 years old, right out of high school, about to go to college, and they sign on for these fucking deals where they're going to owe an insane amount of money over the next 5-6 years, and they can never get out of that debt. That is crazy. It's crazy what we do to people. So then you force them into jobs that perhaps they don't want to do. And maybe there's things that they would have thought of pursuing that they can't pursue because they have a nut that they have to pay every month because they have student loan debts. And it's a big nut. If you're in medical school, it's enormous. It's an enormous nut.
It's so insane, because the way I look at it is like, anytime someone's in survival mode, they're in a crisis state. They're less likely to be in a solution-based mind state. They're generally in a crisis state.
Right.
So if you're in survival mode, you're spending all of this brain trust energy that could be contributing to amazing solutions for all kinds of things, and you're just wasting it. And that's why when I drive through LA and I see how many people are on the street, like, I'm like, there's probably a genius in there. There's probably someone who could invent a new water filtration system, or there's probably whatever it is. It's a waste of human potential.
Yes.
And I'm like, if you don't invest in your population, if you don't believe in your population and you don't invest in them, and I just like some of the arguments are like, well, if you're just giving away stuff and people are just going to freeload. It's like, there might be some of that, but most of the time people want to get involved in something, and they want to make the people at least close around them, they want to make their lives a little bit better.
That's if you're not a drug addict.
The
problem with the homeless community is the vast majority are mentally ill and or drug addicts. So what you really need, first of all, we definitely need to look at the country like it's our community, and we don't do that.
100%.
100%. It should be one giant community. There's no excuse for radically impoverished, gang-ridden, crime-ridden neighborhoods. There's no excuse for that. We should be engineering that out. We should figure out a way to, if you want to make a better country, you want to make America great again, make less losers. What's the best way to make less losers? Give people opportunities from the jump. You know how much potential we're missing out?
So much.
So much potential we're missing out because people who might have brilliant minds, might be incredibly creative, but they're born in horrible, hostile environments, and they get caught up in it.
Yep.
And it could happen to you, it could happen to me, it could happen to anybody. We're all
Totally.
Anybody who's listening to this that hasn't committed, murder or robbed people, a lot of it is luck. It's your decisions for sure, and you choose. It's how you're raised, but you don't get to choose that either. You don't get to choose who your family is. You don't get to choose your neighborhood. You don't get to choose what trauma they faced in their life. You don't get to choose what happened to your mother while you were in her womb. That contributes to the way you think and behave.
Yep.
Because when a woman is involved in like heavy violence and trauma, and when they're around that all the time, and the baby's in the womb, that baby comes out triggered. Ready to go. It's a fact. Michael Irvin was explaining this to me.
Epigenetics and experiential development and gestation.
So if we could I've said this many times, but I'll say it again. Think about these no-bid contracts they gave Halliburton to go in and fix a rock after we blew the shit out of it. Insane. Why can't they give no-bid contracts to these motherfuckers to go fix up cities? Why isn't it profitable? Imagine if it was profitable to do that. If we can spend $100 billion in Ukraine, whether you agree with that or not, we had that money somehow or another. We were able to do that. We have a crisis in America, a massive crisis.
Yeah.
The loss of life in America is comparable to all kinds of wars. If you just look at the amount of people that die in the south side of Chicago every weekend, it was higher at many points than what was going on with the conflict in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy to me when I see this, like the United States. Like, I mean, in the United States that I grew up in the '80s, there was like, we were kind of blinded by a lot of like, kind of glamorizing and just like everything's groovy, like all the movies and TV shows and stuff like that. But at least when I grew up, I didn't have that stress of the micromanaging of constant reminders that the inequities are insane and that the middle class is just getting squeezed. And everybody I know, and I'm talking about like I tried to buy a house in LA for 3 years. I bid on 4 houses. One of them the listing agent was like, "We want you to have this house." They spoke French. I spoke French to them. I was like, "Okay, this is great." I'm buttering them up. The people who owned the house were French. The listing agent was Swiss, but spoke French. And I was like, "Oh yeah," and they were like, "Yeah, we want you to have a house. We want you to have a house." I was like, "This is great." House went for $1.7 million, and of course that was like an underbid. However they do that bullshit psychological. Whatever, low pricing. So I was like, okay, great. I'm going to give you a healthy offer. I gave him a healthy offer, talked to my real estate agent and everything. I sent it to them and I was like, okay, this sounds like this is going to go through. And then they're like, sorry, they went with this other person. Oh, really? What did they offer? They offered $1.2 million on top of the adjusted asking price with waiving all the inspections contingents, and it was cash. That happened to me 3 times, and it felt like the city or life was like, oh, you want a house? I'll give you a little bit of hope, and then then there's gonna be a team that just goes out and says, we're gonna outbid you, and we're gonna just waive all the there's no way you're gonna compete with it. And I thought about that, and I have friends that are like trying to find apartments right now. And even in Great Falls, Montana, where I'm from, and I think some property value went up, I don't know, a huge percentage.
Californians moving in.
Well, Yellowstone, man. Yellowstone.
They tricked everybody.
Yellowstone.
They're going to be a rancher.
When I heard about that, no, not even that. It was just like everyone thought, like, oh yeah, a TV production promoting that area, like whatever, that should bring in money, right? It did. But now every because Montanans already, it's like I feel the same way. I'm like, just visit. Don't move here, but just come and visit. That's always been my vibe growing up. All my friends have the same vibe. They're just like, just come here and, check it out. And then, we'll see you a little bit later. And you're always welcome back. And that's always been the vibe. And now it's like almost militant now. Like people are really like, do not come in here. Don't, please.
Yeah, but you can't
please
do
don't.
that. You can't stop people from
I know you
That's
can't.
silly.
I know you can't.
That's a ridiculous perspective.
But I'm just saying that it got harsher because of this show and how it changed the economy in Bozeman. I mean, they call Bozeman Bos Angeles, and now no one can buy a house there. I have a couple friends who are like, we couldn't buy in Bozeman. We had to move somewhere else, and like prices are going up everywhere.
Wait till they get that 30 below winter for
I
like
know.
5 weeks in a row.
Yeah,
And you're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
What in the fuck did I sign up for?
I think a lot of people don't understand what they're getting into. when
That
they
shit is
move
on
to
the
Montana.
border of Canada, son. That's up there.
I mean,
That's a real winter.
I feel safe about Great Falls. Great Falls isn't necessarily a destination. So I mean, there's not to. I mean, there are great things. There's like
Maybe we should stop talking about it.
Lewis and Clark. Oh, I know. Yeah, don't come here, man. Great Falls, man. There's nothing there. It's like forest fires. There's like deer that are really aggressive.
Aggressive deer.
Aggressive deer. But you know what I mean. I just like the times are kind of. I'm like, if an AI could just do a theoretical, it doesn't have to be implemented, but theoretically, like, ingested all of the government, all the legislation, that all the laws that exist, and you say, give it a simple thing like, how can we balance all of the spending, and how can we contribute to things that will solve problems to make our lives feel more like, hey, you can go out in the street and go, how you doing, man? I'm not too bad. And they're like, oh, okay, great. If that was the criteria, it would be interesting to see what it came up with.
Yeah, but you're never going to stop supply and demand. You're never going to stop a place that's awesome from getting people to find out that it's awesome and wanting to live there. And then you're never going to stop people from raising the price of their real estate because the demand is there. And then they sell it, and then it raises property values.
No, I mean, of course, I understand that.
It's called progress, Reggie.
Okay, I understand that. However,
you live in Los Angeles.
I live in Los Angeles.
That's literally the product of that.
I know. The Los Angeles. I know. Believe me, I feel it.
Perfect weather. Everybody moved there. You ever see Los Angeles? Remember when Jerry's Famous Deli was open back in the day? You'd be able to see these photographs of the valley. From like the 1800s, they had these old black and white photos where it was all dirt roads and orchards. And there was nobody there.
Yes, I know.
That was 100 years ago, man.
I know.
200 years ago. Now it's fucking psychotic. Now it's bumper to bumper traffic and spray paint and cement everywhere.
I know. I have a friend from Wyoming. I think I talked about her on the show. She, Kirsten Joy Weiss. I talked about her. Sharpshooter. We have the most amazing conversations because she's not. I wouldn't say she's conservative, but she's a constitutionalist and has her beliefs, and she's Christian. You know, she will even talk to me on the phone. She's like, "Listen, I'm a white Christian woman, living in Wyoming, in Cody, Wyoming, and I love guns." And I was like, and we have the most amazing conversation. It's great, and we usually unify on science fiction. But she's terrified, or she's said, it's like, sorry, Kirsten, but at one point she was like, I'm apprehensive about going to California because what I see is like destruction, gangs and violence and all this stuff. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't. And I know that it happens. I've had friends' cars broken into, those types of things. But in general, like, I don't experience that. And then that also comes down to me just going like, why don't you just come to LA and I'll show you. Nowhere is going to be perfect. Wherever you're going to live, there's going to be some kind of a limitation. You're either not going to have the culture that you're looking for. You're not going to have access to the foods that you want, but you're going to get this. But you're going to get this, but you might not get this. And I think, for me, it's like I want to live in places but not have any fear based off of the projection from fear-based projections. And so, I don't know.
Right, but there's a reality of the elevation of violence in Los Angeles that's legitimate, and also the diminishing of police. That's all real.
Yeah, it is. Although I will say, this is weird, but I will say that there's a certain amount of that. This is weird to say, but sometimes when things get hostile or let's say more chaotic, I kind of go, oh, here's an opportunity. I think it's an opportunity in the sense that it makes people reformat their association to things like police. There's more violence, and like now we have less police. It's like, was the answer less police? It's like, I don't think the answer was less police. I think it was about better trained police.
Yes.
I think they went too far. And it's like when you have these opportunities in life where you're like, this moment where people are like, maybe we should question the way we do things, but then the response is to overshoot and overcompensate, and now you've got like this, so I don't know. I hope.
Well, it's also a problem that people have an opinion based on an ideology that they subscribe to.
Yes.
And say if you have a leftist ideology and you subscribe to that, then you have some very specific. I bet I know where you stand on climate change. I bet I know where you stand on many issues.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is if your tribe all agrees to something, you signal to your tribe by also agreeing to it, and it's much easier than having a real objective conversation about the realities of that thing and not being attached to these ideas, but just saying, well, what are the realities of these things?
Yes. I always call it the 10% rule. Like, I may believe in something and think about it and go, yeah, that makes sense for me, but I always leave 10% margin of me being completely wrong or me misunderstanding the whole situation, because I can't hold on to something so fervently, because I have all kinds of friends. I have conservative friends, I have anarchist friends, I have agnostic friends, whatever. I have religious friends, I have leftist friends. But the thing that brings us together is that we can have conversations about issues, and if I bring up something like, something that is a counter to what they believe, they're at least listening, and they're like, that's interesting. Well, yeah, if we incorporated a little bit of what you're talking about into what we're doing and we kind of de-escalate on here, we can arrive at something that's a little bit more rational that works for more people.
What's stunning how emotionally attached people are oftentimes to subjects that they're not even informed on. And then when you really have a conversation with them about the actual data, they fall apart because they're ideologically driven. Their camp, whether they're a right-wing conservative or a left-wing progressive, their camp believes a certain thing. And so they're locked in on this certain thing as being correct. And then emotionally they respond to a differing opinion. And that is just rough, man. Those are rough conversations. I don't enjoy them. I really enjoy having conversations with people that I disagree with, that are polite and kind and objective and fair. Those are great conversations because they're stimulating. I get to see how you think about things and why you think about these things. And those conversations are so important. And for whatever reason, nowadays people don't want to have them anymore. They want to I think it's a social media
100%.
artifact.
100%. It's social media, and that you can interact and you can say something. The thing is, if something affects you emotionally, you can immediately state how you're feeling.
Yeah.
And the context is so limited on that statement. I've gotten into I go on Twitter. I'm not going to call it X, but I go on Twitter and I have these discussions with some people that are like, "Oh, there is no way whatever I say," and I'm always practicing different hacks. I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'll just go in with you're obviously there's some insecurity that you're feeling, and you're feeling frustration, and so you're kind of you're kind of expounding these things because it kind of gives you an energy in the moment that makes you feel as though
you're doing something.
Yeah. And often their reply is generally more of the same, but slightly different information. And I'm like, okay, I see. You're not in the mode where you want to have a conversation. We're not having a face-to-face conversation.
Right. You're trying to win. You're playing a game.
Yeah. And I'm not into winning.
Right.
It's like I want to come to an understanding, because there's nothing better. I mean, one of my favorite highs in the world, and I love drugs, but my favorite high in the world is when I had a conversation, this is just an example. I was in Montana, back steps of my friend Wally's house. His next door neighbor was an armorer in the Iraq War, was responsible for, I don't know, I think it was a battalion's worth of weapons, and it was only he and another guy that were monitoring these things. So he has all these stories and his viewpoint on all kinds of things he's definitely more conservative leaning. I had this conversation about the perspective from people who are, it was a police issue, and I was saying police need to be better trained. It's it's not necessarily about getting rid of them, but I believe that they need better training. In other countries, police go to school for 2.5 years before they even get out. So there's a difference in quality. And we kind of went back and forth, and I saw his eyes narrowing, and it was just kind of steaming up a little bit. But then the more we talked about it, and the more I said, I understand where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from, and I'm not saying the opposite of what you're talking about. What I'm looking for is a solution of perspective, and I saw him cool off. It was crazy. It cooled off, and we left like he's still going to believe what he's believing, but it did not escalate, and it was feeling kind of a little dangerous, and then it was fine. And I'm like, the more that we can have these conversations, people aren't what they are for their entire lives.
That's true.
They aren't even what they are necessarily in any given moment, because when we get information that we can tap into and feel and get it from somebody instead of these tiny little bite-sized nuggets that are like decontextualized, then it's brilliant. And I get off on that. That's my biggest high in the world. It's like my friends going like, this about this. And I'm like, okay, I hear you. But what about this? And they're just like, oh, no, but check this out. And they're like, oh, well, I don't know what it is.
That's a wonderful thing about some drugs.
Yes, that's
because
true.
some drugs, like for me, it's marijuana. Marijuana makes me so much more considerate of other people's perspectives and feelings because I'm much more sensitive when I'm on it. So when I'm talking to someone, I'm so much less likely to engage in like a real disagreement. It'll be much more passive, much more like, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you feel that like reaffirm. And then have you considered? And this is a thing. And I say this all the time because it's a very important thing to say. I've tried very hard to not be connected to my ideas. That these are just ideas. And I, as an individual, as a separate being, a conscious being, am engaging with these ideas. But I don't claim them as my own to the point where I'm married to them and I fight for them and these are my ideas and I stand by them.
Dying on that hill.
There's only a few.
Sure.
That, there's a few.
Yeah.
Right? But most things I'm like, I want to know why you think the way you think. And that's one of the beautiful things about having a podcast is I have so many conversations with so many people that have completely different perspectives.
Man,
you get this chance to explore them.
Totally. And it's funny. It's like I have this concept where I talk about I kind of believe that we all play characters of ourselves. Like we kind of have a character version of ourselves. But then there's the actor, right? Or if you want to use in car terms, there's a pilot or there's a driver, and then there's a machine. And how I like to think of it is I like to address the actor or the piece of consciousness that's inside of the character. That's like playing the character. And generally that works really well, because if I'm making an effort to speak to that part and then to kind of like try to see myself from their perspective, people sense that. They sense that you're making an effort and they appreciate it because you're recognizing the sovereign being that they are, not necessarily all the stuff around them. I've talked to like people that are like super into conspiracy theories and they're really down into this crazy zone where it's like if you're talking about encryption, it's asymmetrical. There's no way you're hacking that, but you just skip to the quantum level and just talk to the consciousness. And I know it sounds kind of esoteric, but it's like it works. It's because I want to give everyone the respect of them and acknowledge that they are a being on the planet. They're a human being, and they exist.
But it's also you as a human. You're a really nice guy. And every conversation I've had with you has been kind of consistent like that. You're just a nice person. You genuinely want to get along with people. And you genuinely want like a real discourse, a real conversation.
True.
Some people aren't into that game.
I know.
And when you encounter those people, like if someone says, no, I want to fucking play tennis. And you're like, but we're playing ping pong, man. No, fucking tennis. You got to go, okay, I want to play ping pong. You want to play tennis? Have a nice day. I'm not going to play tennis.
What if we play pennis?
Yeah, what is the one? Pickleball.
Pickleball. Oh my God.
I heard pickleball's really fun.
Oh my God. Oh God. Yeah, I hear that too, but I won't just because of the name. I can't. But no, it's true. It's like, I don't know. I think that we're here and we might as well have a good time.
Yeah.
So
be as nice as you can.
Like kindness. That's all I'm looking for. Kindness is like, if I feel like someone's being kind, it's great. I've run into tons of assholes that I've seen like treat people like shit, but most of the time I can get in there. If I can get in there, they'll go like, oh, that's cool. I respect you, man. I'm like, okay, great. Because I respect you too. But also don't do that shit. Like you could do stuff different.
Yeah.
And and they'll come back at you, and you'll get an energy that you actually want.
Right. Well, that's the thing too. Like some people say, like I met that guy and he was an asshole. Okay, well, how were you? Because when I met him, he's really nice.
Yeah, totally.
Like, how did you engage with this person?
Yeah.
You know, some people, it's like who you are is oftentimes a product of who you're talking to, too. Like, who you are in that moment is oftentimes how this person receives you and how they're talking to you.
100%, man. It's like there's nothing I love more than like someone like, and I'm just like, hey, what's going on? Oh, you okay? Like, but you know, and they're like, why do you care? You know, it's like, well, because I don't know, I dig you. If someone's coming at me, there's definitely times where I will push back on somebody if they're being a dick to me, but I love figuring out a way to be, again, like asymmetrical or just illogical to them, irrational to them. Because like if someone's like, I'm going to do something that I'm expecting a certain reaction from that generally I get when I do it. And then they're like, here's some scrambled eggs. And then I give them back a hat with like, you know, a lizard crawling around it. And I'm like, here's that. And they're like, what is this? And then when they're in that confused state, that's the opportunity where you can just be like, man, this is silly. What are you doing? Like, you don't have to be this way. There's like, life is awesome. I mean, and I know it's hard to see for some people. They're really, really affected by their environment. They're affected by the way they've been treated. They're affected by all kinds of things. But guaranteed, like you play, if an amazing acapella singer started singing, generally someone will be like, oh shit, that's amazing. And those types of things. Those are the moments where you realize like, oh, we're all in this together. You're not getting rid of people by like you're not going to become happier because you're going to control the situation.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like that's not really how it works. There's more power in being collaborative, and you can and it doesn't mean you have to give up everything. I think people, they're too binary. They're like, well, if I give up here, now I've lost everything. It's like, it's not true. It's like you become stronger when you become better at collaborating.
Yeah, and you create alliances.
Yeah, and it's cool. And you can have rivalries. I mean, rivalries I think are fun if they're not violent. It's like, I think like rivalries are like, you know, I hate that douchebag or whatever. I love like, I always practice like fake negative, like fake negative stuff where we're just like, God, that guy's just such a dick or whatever. I'm just like, yeah, and everyone's like, yeah, he's such a dick. I mean, look at the way he just helped that guy, you know, or whatever. And I love it because it's like, well, you can kind of exercise a little bit of the real thing, but it's not real, you know.
Right.
So it lets off steam.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know about this. Comedians do it all the time to each other. It's
Oh
like,
yeah, all the
just
time.
Razzing, whatever.
God, it's so much fun to do that with comedians, and it's
the best.
such a bummer when you try that on regular people.
Oh no, they do not get it. You're like, right? And they're like, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, it's like, especially through text messages. Like some of my comedian friends, I love the ridiculous text messages. We'll text message each other the most horrific shit, the most ridiculous shit, back and forth to each other, just so cutting to each other and just laughing. Everyone's laughing, and it's fun.
I know.
It's fun. You're sparring.
I know you're sparring, and that's what the thing. I mean, it's like, you know,
and it's in love. It's a fun.
Totally.
Yeah, like the reason why they can say those things to you is because you know they love you and you love them,
100%.
and it's fun and it's funny,
and it's funny, and it's the best. I mean, I don't know. That's my thing. Also, you know, I'm an artist, so. For me, when I see art, it's like we're all intersected by art. Every art is a great unifier because it just goes straight to the initial core of what being a human being is about, which is a curious, creative, problem-solving adventurer. Like that's generally what human beings are. They're like, what's over there? How does that work?
Yeah.
Ooh, I bet you I could make this. Hey, what are you working on? Can I help you? Whatever. Or can you help me? Whatever. I think it's that. But then again, when people are in survival mode, all the bad shit happens. And then you get people taking advantage of people in those bad situations.
Yeah.
And then they're extending their disappointment with life and themselves onto those people. And then they start motivating. And you're just, guys,
well,
chill the fuck out.
Human beings have a certain amount of conflict and problem solving that they have to address on a daily basis in order to be balanced.
Certainly.
And I think the more you can do that with yourself, the
Yes.
better off you are with other people. By controlled adversity, doing things that are difficult is the most important for me. If I don't work out a couple of days in a row, I'm a different person. And I know that seems like, well, you got a problem. Yeah, I do have a problem. Most of it's genetic, I'm pretty sure. But my problem, it has a very simple solution that I've been practicing for decades, and I understand it. and I know how to mitigate that problem. And when I do, I am a much better person. And so I do that. But when I don't do that for a few days, I feel like a lot of people feel all the time. And just a touch of it, I don't have decades of it compiled with alcoholism and fucking drug abuse and problems and stress and lack of sleep and poor diet and all these other contributing factors that make you a fucking maniac. And environment. You know, so I just have a touch of it after a couple of days. I'm like, ooh, I feel fucking irritable. You know, like this is not a good way. This is the opposite of ketamine, right? This is not a good way to interface with people. If I'm tense and worked up and I run into someone and they're taking too long to talk, you know, they're just blobbing and blobbing. I'm like, okay, get to the fucking point.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Right,
but I'll say it that way. Come on, man, get to the point. And then that person's like, hey, you're fucking rude. That guy's rude. Oh, you're giving me a fucking ear beating. Like, oh my God, he's hostile. Like, I'm sorry, I'm tense. But if I was high and worked out, I'd be like, I see where you're coming from. I'd maybe joke around a little bit, like, does this story have an end?
Yeah, right.
Like with a smile.
Right.
Just make fun of the situation. Like, I see what you're saying, but God, running out of time here. I gotta get out of here.
I do the thing where I like rapidly basically describe what they're like, getting to the point at what someone's describing, like very rapidly, and then like going like, is that what you mean? And then they'll be like, oh yeah, and okay, now let's move to the next.
But then they want to keep going and expand on it, so it's their own.
That's true. But
there's also a problem that some people just suck at talking.
Of course,
some people are just not very good at it, and they're practicing on you. Like they're practicing.
That's true.
Yeah, that's very frustrating. When people talking at you.
Man, I'm telling you, man, it's like it's interesting when I have friends that are like high visibility friends, or, you know, people that are in the spotlight, and I see how they interact with people, you know, and they might not even be friends. So maybe I'm at a gathering or something like the Emmys party or something like that, and I love like watching all the social interactions and seeing how they do it. Like the other night, I met I was at Sarah Silverman's rooftop party, and it was like all these amazing people were up there. It was really cool to see everybody. We hadn't seen each other in a long time. All the people I grew up with doing comedy in 2003 in a little tiny club in New York, whatever. It's like, look at us now, you know. It's like, this is cool. We did good, or goodish. And anyways, Owen Wilson was up there, and I noticed a strategy that he used, which I thought was kind of interesting, which was. He was leaving, and he had kind of met me before, but I don't think he recognized who I was. I didn't think he knew who I was. But he had like this way of like, I'm accepting positive energy, I'm reflecting it immediately, but I also have the momentum of I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Yes.
And I loved seeing that. I was like, I've done that. I know what it is. Yeah. And you know, I don't know. It's like you deal with a lot of people. You kind of have to either you're just like, I'm terrible with people. I'm not going to these things, or I'm out. Or at this point, the way anybody behaves towards me, I'm not really shocked. I've seen almost everything. I've seen shortness. I've seen people that other people think are rude, but they might be on the spectrum, and they don't know how to. They just jump into something as though you've been talking for like hours and assume that you know what they're talking about. In those cases, like I've developed a lot of patience for that. So like I try. And when I'm with my friends, I'm like, they're like, whoa, you were really patient with that person. I was like, it's the only way I can do it. It's because I have to give people a little bit of time. I don't want them to take advantage of me, but I gotta give them at least a little bit of time to hear what they're talking about. Because, fuck, man, the worst thing, my worst nightmare is like the more successful I get, the more detached I become from the general human populace. I can't do it. Most of the places I hang out with, I had a friend who gave me a compliment once. They were like, you're like a famous person that doesn't live their life like a famous person. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna fucking do that shit. I'm going to the DIY spaces. I'm helping someone with their flat tire, you know, whatever. It's like nothing changed. I just have some more resources, so I can like do some different things, or I have access to a great podcast like this, you know, or get to hang out with like really cool people. But in general, I just like being a person, and hopefully, you know, by me being patient, people observing that, they're like, oh, maybe I can incorporate a little bit of that.
The problem is you do open up the door for grifters. Like, there's a lot of people that have gotten my phone number. I should have gotten my phone number.
Oh, really?
And I get text messages.
You mean
and
like
trying to get things from me and trying to get me to do things for them.
Of
trying
course.
get people to do this and that. And can you connect me with this
Well,
person?
You know, you block them. Whatever. You don't
Nah,
respond.
don't block them.
You don't block them?
No.
You just let
change
them...
my phone number.
Oh, really?
I have a new one. I have to give it to you.
Oh, okay. Good. Good to know. Here's an interesting thing. I have not changed my number since 1998 when
That's
I
amazing.
first got Singular.
Oh,
I
my
signed up
God.
on Singular. But I will say this. I think some of my friends who have to change their numbers, I mean, you're dealing with stuff like the crowds that you're dealing with, like fighting. You're interviewing a lot of people that have all kinds of crazy different perspectives. So the interest is high, and so people want to have access to that. For me, it's like I'm a silly guy.
You're just a cool guy.
I'm just a silly guy doing things. So
you can't give them anything.
yeah, it's like I don't really. What are they gonna? They're gonna ask me like, "Hey, can you do my show?"
Right. Well, it gets to the point where like if you're a hot woman and a guy's being nice to you, you don't think, oh, this guy's just being nice to me. Like, this guy wants to have sex with me. And
Right.
so that's always on the table. And so
100%.
when someone's being nice to me, I have to always go, are you trying to get something? Or are you just nice?
Yes.
And then it's
Are you
always
good at
like,
knowing?
hey, I have this business that I'd really like to talk to you about. Like,
Yeah.
fuck.
There
it goes.
I know. I mean, it's that way for me, but it's mostly about like a show. Like it's always
Right.
like, can you do my show?
Right.
Or can you do a voice on my animation thing? Or something?
Well, some of that's
like that.
cool.
No,
some of
it's-
that's fun.
It's super cool, but like I'm prepared for it, but it's less stakes than what you're kind of talking about. So I can like chill.
At a certain level, it gets super weird. Like I have friends that are really like Post Malone. He's really famous. He changes his number all the time. He
Really?
just has to. I just think he just has to fucking vanish.
I get it. I get it. I
'Cause
mean,
everybody's trying to do something with that guy. It's just like everyone's pulling at you. Everybody wants something.
Well,
And they look at
yeah,
you
it's
as
tough.
not just a human being, but as a potential for them to step higher.
dollar signs.
Yeah.
Yeah, dollar
success.
signs.
And also social success.
Yeah.
You could be seen, with that person. If you travel with that person, you do things with that person, it elevates your social status.
Oh, 100%.
If you're homies with Post Malone and you walk into a club, like you're the fucking man.
Yeah, totally.
You know?
You were with Post Malone.
Yeah.
I'm always like, when I'm with friends like on that level, I'm so sensitive to that dynamic that I kind of like go,
The
I
opposite
make
way.
myself so small.
Good.
And it's like, there's a point of it where now my psychologist is like, or my psychiatrist or psychologist, she's like, it's okay to be a little bit, you can own some of your achievements, but you don't have to be, because I'm like,
Yeah.
well, if I do that, then I'll be an asshole. It's like, nah, that's not true. You can still be who you are.
Yeah, some of your achievements are real. It's
Yeah.
like if someone wants to talk to you about music and they're saying a bunch of nonsense, and you're like, hey, I'm actually a musician.
I know.
You know?
I do love it. I'm just like, cool, right? No, cool. You know what? And then but what I do is I add information to kind of fill out their picture, and then then they'll sometimes be like, oh yeah, that, and I'm like, well, at least I'll teach you something without saying like, let me teach you something.
The only place I have no room for that is things that are just rock solid and concrete. Like where there's no debate about these.
I mean, like the
things.
Earth is round.
Those kind of things. Those kind of things, and in martial arts too. So I get in martial arts conversations with people that have some ridiculous ideas, and I have to say, stop. This is,
of course,
you're dealing with a very complex thing, and you have very limited knowledge.
Yeah.
And you're talking to an actual expert. And I don't like that. I don't like these conversations. I don't like. If you come into it with humility, but if you come into it telling me
right.
that you have this fucking thing that you figured out that no one else has figured out, I'm like,
yeah. It's it's delusional vibes,
Yeah.
and that sucks. Have you ever been asked to help with fight choreography and things like for films and things like that?
No. I've been asked to do them.
Yeah,
but I don't want.
Not
I
interested.
don't like acting.
Oh, okay.
I don't enjoy it.
But even like coaching like a scene to make it look more realistic.
No. There's guys that do that that are excellent.
Sure.
I'm not needed. It's like someone who's not a comic teaching people comedy. It's a very specific skill to make it look good on camera.
That's true. It's different than actual.
Yeah,
fighting.
it's angles and like there's certain like contact. Like there's certain things you actually have to make contact with a person in order for it to be realistic. So you have to be really good at that.
True.
And you have to be good at pulling shots.
Oh yeah, God, I could not imagine.
This episode is brought to you by AG1. The supplement industry has gone crazy. And with so many powders and pills and vitamins, it's hard to know what's what. I get asked all the time what I would take if I could only take one supplement, and the answer is hands down AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health. It's a science-driven mix that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. It's not some whole regimen that's overwhelming or confusing, just a scoop in a glass of cold water every day and you're set. It couldn't be easier to start feeling better. I drink AG1 every day because it's a way to get the nutrition I need that my body can absorb and use effectively. I know you're going to love the way it makes you feel. Order now and you'll get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building your health foundation first with AG1. Yeah, you have to hit people and not hurt them. And that's a real issue with like that. There was always stories about certain action stars that would do fight scenes and hurt the stunt people on purpose. And stunt guys would be fucking furious.
Oh, my God.
Because this guy would actually hit them on purpose. And you knew he was doing it. And it did make the scenes look realistic, but that was not what they had prepared.
Right.
You know,
it's all about expectations.
Because it's like someone's getting free shots on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I wrote a book.
Oh, what's your book about?
I started
Fight
jumping into that.
choreography.
I was like, I should slip that in a little bit. It is about fight choreography, and that's why I was. Well, it took a long time, but I was steering us in that direction. No, it's just called Great Falls, Montana. It's an autobiography about me growing up.
Oh, nice.
And
how long did it take to write that? Was that a pandemic project?
This pandemic project, yeah.
Nice.
Year and a half,
Nice.
almost 2 years. Oh,
There
there
it
it
is.
is. There she is.
Look at that out of control fro, son.
No.
Fast Times Post-Punk Weirdos. A Tale of Coming Home Again. Reggie Watts. Nice. Did you do an audio for it?
I did. Yeah.
Good.
I kind of didn't want to. I was so lazy.
Oh, come on.
But I know. I wanted Fred Armisen to do it.
No. It's gotta be Reggie.
I know. But
you have a very distinct voice. If
That's
someone's reading
true.
your life story with a different voice, that would suck.
I thought it would just be like weird. But yes, you're right.
It'll be weird, but it wouldn't be good weird.
People are like
confuse weird
disappointed.
with good weird.
It's like, no, but guys, isn't it funny? They're like, no,
It's
I want to hear
ironic.
you.
I had Pee Wee Herman do my voice.
It's like, what? Oh, it's like, no, it's we just wanted to hear you.
Yeah.
No, but
course.
it's just like, I don't know. I mean, I wanted to do. I just wasn't interested in ever making a book, but then I was like, an autobiography. That sounds a little bit easier because then I'm just telling stories.
Yeah.
And it's about my high school times, which, as you know, like the '80s were a crazy time, and we did crazy stuff, and I don't know. It's just it was fun to like just show like this is how I am today. This is why.
I love a good autobiography.
Yeah. I mean, I hope it's good.
A good, interesting, honest one. It's fascinating to listen to how people grew up and what they think and how they develop their thought process. And
yeah, because it's like, I don't know. For me, I mean, if you think about like all the components, it's like, well, okay, I've got white French mother from France, African American father from Cleveland, Ohio, and they meet in Europe. We move around Europe, and then I grow up in Great Falls, Montana, as this biracial weirdo kind of strange kid, compared to the rest of the populace, and then just navigating that, but then also getting the fortune of it being in the 80s. It's I don't know. It's like, I think like a lot of people, some people have read it, some friends have read it, and they're like Anson Mount is reading it right now, and like Anson seems
Who's
like he's the captain of the Enterprise. He's
which Enterprise?
The new one. He's
I don't even know that exists.
It's Strange New Worlds. Star Trek Strange New Worlds.
Oh, you're a Trekkie.
I'm a science fiction lover. I do love Star Trek because I watched it with my dad. I love it, but I love it all. But yes, I just, the new ones really got me because it does capture the spirit of the old, because it's just before the original series. Which I think,
before.
Yeah, before. So it's Captain Pike. So that's Anson right there.
And this is on what? How do you
It's on Paramount.
consume this? Paramount
I think
Plus?
it's Paramount Plus.
It's good?
To me, I was like worried about it because Voyager's
Guy's
like
got great hair.
It's Anson's awesome.
Look at his hair.
Anson's like he plays the part in this really great way. Like he's like the guy that you would want to tell all your problems to, on the show. And he's a great actor, and he's always been really cool with me. But he's done a lot of stuff. But this is the one. Finally, this is a role that like.
Do they have the internet on the new Star Trek shows?
Is there an internet? What do you mean?
Yeah. Do they have internet? Like, can they Google things?
I think of course, they have the ship's computer, right? It's like artificial intelligence. I don't know. They never actually never hear about that. Well, maybe you do hear about that, but on this show, no. It's just like
Can they send emails?
I think it's old now because they're just like communicating.
Isn't it funny that they never even thought of a phone that would work from space? They thought of it as a walkie-talkie. Kirk out. Remember that?
I know. Like.
Yeah, like you had to talk, and then you had to wait for the other person to talk. Like
I know.
A walkie-talkie.
It's like hello, over, hello, over. But I mean, it's like what it came up in the '60s or whatever. But the new one, actually, there's a joke about it because a guy from the future comes into them, and he's from the Federation, so he's got the thing that you just hit the badge, and they're like, we've analyzed it, and apparently it's a communicator. And then Anson's character is just like, yeah, but flipping open the thing, that's the funnest part. That's the best part. And I was like, that's
Imagine
true.
talking on a walkie-talkie to your friend when she's not on ketamine.
Oh my god.
With the rambling.
Oh my god. Well,
And
you'd have to.
Over never comes.
There's just over would never. Are you kidding? You'd miss like I don't know how much you'd miss. You'd miss a lot.
And if you had to tell her something like really important, there's a monster headed your way, like you wouldn't be able to get to it because she'd be like, today was like, okay, maybe I'm not sure if like, there's a monster in your neighborhood.
It's like, no, there's a thing. You got to get out of there. And they're just like, yeah, but all of reality is made of particles. So those particles are the essence of perception. I mean, God, I couldn't know. I've done some functional things on K before, which were pretty
Functional
surprising.
things?
Well, things
Like
that you're
what?
supposed to be functional for.
Like
but
what?
I think the first time I did a lozenge, it was a 200 milligram lozenge, and because I have a prescription for it.
What is the prescription for? What does the doctor say when they write that prescription? He likes to get high.
It's like he really is into. He's a psychonaut. I don't know. No, I mean it's kind of like it's for therapeutic reasons, but you can like. It's a friend of a friend, so I was like, well, let me experience this because I want to know what is this like. But I took it and I did a live stream, and it was during the pandemic, and I didn't know how high I was going to get, but I just set up the equipment. I had to problem solve a bunch of stuff, and I totally did it successfully. No one knew that I was high, and that's my secret. I will say it's the one strength I have on psychedelics. I can always do an impression of a non-high me, unless like my eyes are crazy. But generally, people are like, "I didn't know you were high." It's like, no, I was completely peaking on acid when I was talking to you. And they're like, "That's impossible." I'm like, no, it's like it's something I actually like to practice because it's fun.
Practice normalcy.
Yeah, like I'll do like oftentimes if my friends are like we're like all really high on K or something like that. I'm like, guys, I'm gonna do an impression. This is my favorite thing. I'm gonna do an impression of a normal person, and so I'll like get up and go like, oh man, I forgot to do this thing. Oh shit. Hey, when you get a chance, can you call so and so or whatever, and then like go over and like wash my hands and like just do normal person stuff.
Yeah.
And there's something about like trying to find your center in the middle of a storm that I feel is kind of like. It's like strapping on weights on your ankle or wearing a weighted vest in training. It's like it's a way of like kind of challenging yourself to the point at which you hopefully make a goal by like achieving something.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's a little too weird.
Well, it's also you're comfortable with that state. For someone who's never experienced that state before, it becomes overwhelming, and then you kind of like give in to the anxiety of the moment. And that's the thing about bad trips, right? A lot of it is people fighting it, struggling with the trip, and not wanting to accept it, not wanting to let go and give in.
Totally.
It's a big factor.
Totally. I mean, I get it. And that's why generally it's hard for me to find people that are just down. Like if I'm like, hey, do you want to do whenever I see ketamine, it feels like I'm saying like the heaviest thing in the world because either people are like, it's horse tranquilizers, it's K-hole, which is thought of as negative, or they're thinking of like party vibes, like where you're just like doing bumps and you're like, oh, I'm dancing, here's a bump and bump. It's like generally when I do K, if I can do K. Like I want to be in there. I want to like get in there. And so when people come around or like, that's all I know about it. I'm like, you know what? Come over to my house. I don't know. People have come. I should be a coach or something. People come over to my house all the time. And they're like, I don't know, man. And I'm like, trust me, I'm really good at dosing. That's always my line. But it's true. People will be like, oh, it was just like you said. That was great. I was like, I guarantee you'll ask me for another bump. And then they'll be like, no, there's no way. And then like, oh, can I have another bump? I was like, I told you. It's a great, it's all about set and setting. And I like to have fun. So,
Right.
but anyways,
Someone went into a K-hole at my club the other night.
No.
Yeah, some lady was.
No. In the audience?
Yeah, her boyfriend
Did she have
was
to be
like, oh,
taken
he's
out?
doing ketamine. Yeah, they had to get her assistance.
Oh, the good thing is it's over in 20 minutes.
There's a lot of that out here. A lot
That's
of
what
people
I
are doing
heard.
the nasal spray.
That's what I heard, the nasal spray thing. Yeah, I
recreationally.
And I heard it was like kind of, your engineer was saying that it was like kind of a tech bro thing, which I'm like, well.
I would call Jamie a producer more than an engineer.
Okay,
What's your
I
official
apologize.
title?
I was
Deeply
trained an
apologize.
engineer, but I produce now.
Okay, gotcha. Got you.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, Kay, because just the connotations, the negative connotations.
Yeah, and also where people do it. It's like, don't do it at a comedy club. It's like why would you?
Or don't do that much.
Or do yeah.
The thing about those nasal sprays is no one can stop you
I
from
know.
just fucking keep hammering that thing.
It's too convenient.
Next thing you know, your hand has a metallic claw and you're in another dimension. You're pumping it.
Oh my god, man! The safety. There's nothing that feels more unsafe than when you're like really high on K and you're in an extremely public place. It's quite the challenge. I just tell people. I just tell them just so they know. They're like, hey man, I'm like, I'm really high right now on K, and usually people are like, oh okay, all right.
Yeah, I've never done it like that. I've only tried it a little bit.
Yeah.
I've tried the therapeutic dose.
Oh,
I
okay.
was like, oh, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
But too many people I know are too into it. I'm like, that just seems fraught with peril.
Yeah, there's definitely addiction problems. I tend to not have issues with that. I'm saying that I have food. I'm addicted to food, but I'm not if I go on a tour and I don't have access to anything that I normally have access because I don't drink. I just basically do, these feel frees and weed is definitely my constant. Especially edibles and then K. That's kind of it at this point in my life. But if I go on tour and I don't have access to any of that, I don't really notice.
Right.
It could be weeks, and I'm like, I don't
That's
know.
fortunate. That's
I feel
fortunate.
very
That means
fortunate.
you're not using it to cover something up, probably.
Yeah, well,
you're not using it to hide.
No,
you're using it to experience.
Yeah, I want to explore. you
Yeah.
know? And there's nothing. I've had crazy shit happen where I was at a cool party and this person had converted a room to make it look like the rainforest, like a Brazilian rainforest, and it had like Dolby 5.1 storm sounds and associated lighting. The lighting would change and stuff like that. And so in this dope room, and there's like people on all kinds of things. But I was like really high. I had a couple bumps, and then I had a 200 milligram lozenge, and I was with a friend of mine, Mason, and I sat cross-legged, and I put my hands like this, and I became a statue. I just froze.
When you're saying bumps, are you saying you're sniffing it?
Yeah, sniffing it. Yeah. So so like just like a couple 3 bumps or whatever. Whatever Coke, the Coke variant. If you know Coke, what a bump is, it's about the same for ketamine. But I had one of those, and we had the lozenge. The lozenge kicked in, and we went deep into a K-hole. Interesting thing was, there was a guy. He's probably like 20 feet away. There's people talking all over the place, storm systems, all this stuff. I hear this little voice like through the storm and like in the distance going like, "Hey, if anybody's out there, I'm having a crazy trip right now." And I responded, I'm pretty sure this is real. I responded in the quietest voice. I was like, "No, I can totally hear you. What's going on?" We started having a conversation back and forth. And Mason can attest to it because he heard me talking. He's like, who were you talking to? I was like, I was talking to that guy over there. And it was a real conversation. I was like, how is this possible? How can I be having this super quiet conversation? It's almost like quantum tunneling or something like that with this person. And that's happened more than once. And where it's almost, I don't want to say telepathy.
Supernatural.
It's not telepathy,
Yeah.
but I think that it is possible. I mean, they are producing sound, but maybe the brain is able to completely, like noise canceling, just take out all of the noise and focus on that voice. I've had weird telepathic stuff on it. That's why I'm interested in like doing more research in different states and seeing what results can be
When they
reproduced.
first discovered harmine, they tried to call it telepathine.
Really?
Yeah.
What is that?
Well,
Harmine?
harmine is a MOA inhibitor that's
Oh.
a part of ayahuasca and
right.
many other. There was one that we talked about yesterday that Brian Murarescu brought up that was. It was a harmine. What was it with, Jamie? It was a lotus flower, right? That's what it was, right? That the ancient Egyptians used. It's an MAO inhibitor, so it stops monoamine oxidase in the gut, and that's what makes dimethyltryptamine orally active.
Oh, right.
And so harmine, when they first experienced these altered states, they were trying to isolate the compounds that were responsible for it, and one of them they decided was causing these telepathic experiences. And so they tried to call it telepathy.
Wow.
But